Chapter 1. The Fallen Genius. Fighting Power, 3 Stages. Looking at the shiny and even glaring 5 characters on the test stone steel, the young man remained expressionless, with a hint of self-mockery on his lips. His tightly clenched palm, due to the force, caused his slightly sharp nails to pierce deeply into the palm, causing waves of excruciating pain. Xiao Yin, Fighting Power, Level 3. Low level. Beside the magic stone steel, a middle-aged man glanced at the information displayed on the steel and announced it indifferently. As soon as the middle-aged man spoke, it was no surprise that a mocking commotion erupted in the crowded square. 3 paragraphs? As expected, this genius has been stagnant again this year. Hey, this useless person has really brought shame to the family. If it weren't for the clan leader being his father, this useless person would have been driven out of the family long ago and left to fend for themselves. There wouldn't be a chance to stay in the family and eat and drink for nothing. Alas, how could that genius boy who used to be famous in Yuten City now be so destitute? Who knows, maybe I did something wrong and provoked the wrath of the gods. The disdain, ridicule, and sighs of regret that came from around fell into the ears of the young man who was standing still like a wooden stake, as if piercing his heart like sharp thorns, making his breathing slightly rapid. The boy slowly lifted his head, revealing a somewhat delicate and immature face. His dark eyes swept over the mocking peers around him, and the self-mockery at the corner of his mouth seemed to become even more bitter. Are these people all such harsh forces? Perhaps it's because they once showed the most humble smile in front of themselves 3 years ago, so now they want to take it back. With a bitter smile, Xiao Yin turned around and quietly returned to the last row of the team, his lonely figure somewhat out of place with the world around him. Next, Xiao Mei. Listening to the shouts of the tester, a young girl quickly ran out of the crowd. As soon as the girl appeared, the voices of discussion nearby became much quieter. A pair of slightly hot eyes firmly locked onto the girl's cheeks. The young girl is only about 14 years old. Although she is not particularly stunning, her childish little face contains a faint charm, a combination of purity and allure, and a contradictory combination, making her the focus of attention in the audience. The girl stepped forward quickly, her small hands skillfully touching the pitch-black magic stone monument, and then slowly closed her eyes. After the girl closed her eyes for a moment, a light shone again on the pitch-black magic stone monument. Doji Qi. 7 sections. Xiao Mei, Do Qi. Level 7. Level. Advanced. Yeah. The girl's face lit up with a smug smile as she listened to the tester shout out her results. TSK, the 7-stage fighting spirit is truly remarkable. With this progress, it may only take at most 3 years for her to be called a true fighter. Truly a C-level figure in the family. Listening to the waves of envy coming from the crowd, the smile on the girl's cheeks became even more intense. Vanity was a temptation that many girls couldn't resist. Smiling with several sisters, Xiao Mei suddenly looked through the crowd and stopped on the lonely figure outside the crowd. After frowning and pondering for a moment, Xiao Mei finally dispelled her past thoughts. The two of them were no longer in the same social class. With Xiao Yan's recent performance, as an adult, she could only be a lower-level member of the family at most. However, her outstanding talent would make her a strong member of the family's key cultivation, and her future could be said to be limitless. Alas, with an inexplicable sigh, Xiao Mei suddenly remembered the spirited young man from 3 years ago. He practiced Qi at the age of 4, possessed the 9-stage Do Qi at the age of 10, and broke through the 10-stage Do Qi at the age of 11, successfully consolidating the Do Cyclone and becoming the youngest Do fighter in the family within 100 years. The young man in the past was confident and had immeasurable potential, which made countless girls fall in love with him, including the former Xiao Mei. However, the path of genius seems to always be winding. 3 years ago, this genius boy who had reached the peak of his reputation suddenly received the cruelest blow of his life. Not only did the cyclone of fighting, which had been painstakingly cultivated for more than 10 years, disappear overnight, but the fighting aura in his body also became increasingly eerie as time passed. The direct result of the disappearance of the fighting spirit is the continuous retreat of its strength. From the altar of genius, he fell overnight to a point where he was inferior to ordinary people. This blow made the young man lose his soul from then on, and the name of genius was gradually replaced by contempt and ridicule. The higher you stand, the harder you fall. This fall may not give you a chance to get up again. Next, Shao Suner. In the noisy crowd, the voice of the tester rang out again. As these elegant names sounded, the crowd suddenly quieted down, and all eyes suddenly shifted. In the place where everyone's gaze converged, a young girl dressed in a purple dress stood elegantly, with a calm and innocent face that remained unchanged by the attention of the crowd. The cool and indifferent temperament of the young girl is like a lotus blooming at the beginning. Despite her young age, she has already developed a refined temperament, which is hard to imagine. If she grows up in the future, how the young girl will be stunning and beautiful. This girl in a purple dress, in terms of beauty and temperament, is undoubtedly even better than Xiaomei before. No wonder everyone present is acting like this. With a slight movement of the lotus steps, a girl named Shao Suner walked up to the magic stone monument. Her small hand reached out, and her purple sleeve, adorned with black gold thread, slipped down, revealing a snow-white and delicate white wrist. Then she lightly touched the monument. Slightly calm, on the stone tablet, a dazzling light once again bloomed. Doji Qi. 9 levels. Level. Advanced. Looking at the font on the stone tablet, a moment of silence fell in the field. It's really terrifying that we've reached the 9th grade. Miss Suner is probably the first young person in the family. After the silence, the young people around couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, their eyes filled with awe. Doqi is a necessary path for every fighter. In the initial stage, Doqi is divided into 1 to 10 stages. When the Doqi in the body reaches the 10th stage, it can condense into a Do cyclone and become a respected fighter. In the crowd, Xiaomei frowned and stared at the girl in the purple dress in front of the stone tablet, with a hint of jealousy flashing on her cheeks. Looking at the information on the stone tablet, a rare smile appeared on the indifferent face of the middle-aged tester beside him, and he respectfully said to the girl, "Miss Suner, in 6 months, you should be able to gather the aura of fighting. If you succeed, then at the age of 14, you will become a true fighter. You are the second person in the Shao family in 100 years. Yes, the second person, the first person, is Shao Yin, who has shed his genius aura." "Thank you." The girl nodded slightly, her plain face not showing any joy at his praise. She quietly turned around and, under the scorching gaze of the crowd, slowly walked up to the decadent young man at the back of the crowd. "Shao Yin, brother." As she passed by the boy, the girl paused and respectfully bent over to Shao Yin. Her beautiful face revealed a delicate smile that made the girls around her jealous. "Do I still have the right to call you what?" Shao Yin said bitterly as she looked at the pearl in front of her, which had grown into the most brilliant pearl in the family. She was one of the few people who still respected her after her own downfall. "Brother Shao Yin, you once told Suner that one must be able to let go in order to pick up and lift freely. She is a free person." Shao Suner smiled softly and spoke in a slightly childish voice, which was heartwarming. "He, a carefree person? I only know how to say it. Do you think I look like a carefree person now? And this world doesn't belong to me in the first place," Shao Yin said with a self-deprecating smile, feeling uninterested. Faced with Shao Yan's decadence, Shao Suner's slender eyebrows furrowed slightly and said seriously, "Shao Yin, brother, although I don't know what's wrong with you, Suner believes that you will stand up again and regain your glory and dignity." At this point, there was a slight pause, and the girl's fair and pretty face showed a faint blush for the first time. Shao Yin, brother back then, was indeed very attractive. Faced with the girl's frank and undisguised words, the boy awkwardly smiled, but didn't say anything else. People don't want to be promiscuous, but now he really doesn't have the qualifications and mood. He turned around lonely and walked slowly outside the square. Standing still, watching the lonely figure of the young man who seemed isolated from the world, Shao Suner hesitated for a moment, then quickly chased after him amidst the jealous howls of wolves behind him, walking side by side with the young man. Chapter 2. The continent of Do Qi. The moon hung in the sky like a silver plate, surrounded by a multitude of twinkling stars. Atop a steep cliff, Shao Yin reclined on the grass. A blade of grass clutched between his teeth as he chewed lazily, allowing the faint bitterness to spread across his palate. He raised his somewhat pale hand to shield his eyes, gazing through the gaps between his fingers at the enormous silver moon above. Sigh. Recalling the afternoon's test, Xiaoyan let out a soft exhale, lazily withdrawing his hand and resting his head upon his arms, his gaze becoming somewhat unfocused. 15 years, he murmured softly, the words unexpectedly slipping from his lips. Within Xiaoyan's heart lay a secret known only to him. He was not of this world, or rather, his soul did not belong here. He hailed from a blue planet known as Earth. As for how he came to be here, that bizarre journey was beyond his explanation. However, after living here for some time, he gradually came to a startling realization. He had traversed worlds. With the passage of time, Xiaoyan had developed a vague understanding of this continent. That known as the continent of Douqi, it lacked the varied forms of magic commonly found in novels. Instead, Douqi reigned supreme. On this continent, the cultivation of Douqi had reached its pinnacle through the efforts of countless generations. Furthermore, as Douqi proliferated, it even permeated the lives of the common folk, making it inextricably linked to human existence. Consequently, the significance of Douqi on the continent became irreplaceable. The extreme proliferation of Douqi led to the emergence of numerous methods of cultivation, each varying in strength and effectiveness. After careful classification, the Douqi techniques were divided into 4 tiers and 12 levels. Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. Each tier further subdivided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels. The level of the Douqi technique one practiced was crucial in determining future achievements. For instance, an individual cultivating an intermediate profound technique would naturally surpass one practicing a high-level yellow technique of the same rank. That on the continent of Douqi, strength was determined by 3 conditions. First and foremost, one's innate power was paramount, that if one's strength was merely at the level of a 1-star Dou practitioner, then no matter how rare the high-level heaven technique one practiced, they would struggle to defeat a Dou master employing a yellow technique. Secondly, the technique itself mattered. Among equals, if your technique was significantly superior to your opponent's, the advantages in competition would be immediately apparent. Lastly, there existed a category known as Dou skills. As the name suggests, these were special techniques that utilized Douqi, and like the techniques, they too were categorized into the 4 tiers of Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. While the continent of Douqi boasted a multitude of Dou skills, most commonly circulated techniques were merely of the yellow tier, that to acquire more advanced skills. One typically needed to join a sect or a Douqi academy. Of course, some individuals stumbled upon ancient techniques through fortuitous encounters or developed Dou skills that complemented their techniques, resulting in even greater power when combined. Only through these 3 conditions could one discern true strength. Ultimately, possessing a higher-level Douqi technique would undoubtedly lead to numerous advantages in the future. But however, advanced Douqi cultivation methods were challenging for the average person to obtain. Most techniques circulating among the common folk were at best of the yellow tier, while more powerful families or smaller sects might possess profound-level cultivation methods. For example, the most prestigious technique within Xiaoyan's family was the Furious Lion's Rage, a high-level wind attribute Douqi technique reserved solely for the clan leader. Above the profound tier was the earth tier, yet such advanced techniques were likely only held by transcendent powers and great empires. That as for the heaven tier, it had not been seen for hundreds of years. Theoretically, it was nearly impossible for ordinary people to acquire high-level techniques, but nothing was absolute. The vastness of the continent of Douqi was home to myriad races, that in the north lived the mighty barbarian tribes, known for their strength and ability to merge with beast spirits, while in the south thrived various highly intelligent families of advanced magical beasts, alongside the infamous dark races known for their cunning and ruthlessness. Due to the continent's vastness, many unknown reclusive hermits, having reached the end of their lives, might choose to conceal their life's work in the hopes of passing it on to a worthy successor. A saying circulated throughout the continent of Douqi: if one day you fall from a cliff into a cave, do not panic. Take 2 steps forward, and perhaps you will become a strong one. This saying held a kernel of truth, as tales of individuals rising to power through serendipitous encounters had been numerous throughout the continent's millennia of history. This phenomenon had led to a multitude of dreamers gathering daily at the cliff's edges, poised to leap in pursuit of legendary techniques. Alas, most returned with broken limbs. That in summary, this was a land brimming with miracles and the potential to create them. Of course, to cultivate Do Chi manuals, one must first become a true practitioner, a milestone that seemed a distant prospect for Xiao Yan at present. Bah! Spitting out the grass root, Xiao Yan suddenly sprang to his feet, his face contorted in rage as he bellowed at the night sky. Damn it! Did you bring me here just to be a useless waste? Damn! In his previous life, Xiao Yan was but an ordinary individual among the masses, with wealth and beauty existing as parallel lines that would never intersect. However, upon arriving in this continent of Do Chi, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that, due to the experiences of two lives, his soul was remarkably stronger than that of the average person. It must be noted that in the continent of Do Chi, the soul was innate. While it might slightly strengthen with age, no technique could singularly cultivate the soul. Even high-level heaven techniques were incapable of doing so. This was a universal truth within the realm of Do Chi. The fortification of his soul endowed Xiao Yan with exceptional cultivation talent, thus earning him the title of genius. When an ordinary person learns that they possess the potential to attract the attention of countless others, it becomes exceedingly difficult to maintain composure without ample resolve. Clearly, the former ordinary Xiao Yan lacked such extraordinary fortitude. Thus, upon beginning his training in Do Chi, he chose the path of a celebrated genius rather than a gradual ascent in solitude. Had unforeseen circumstances not intervened, Xiao Yan might have indeed grown to embody the title of genius. Unfortunately, at the age of 11, his genius status was abruptly stripped away by unexpected misfortunes, relegating him to the derision of the masses as a mere waste. After a few moments of shouting, Xiao Yan's emotions gradually calmed, his face once more adopting its customary melancholic expression. And no matter how furious he became, it could not restore the Do Chi vortex he had painstakingly cultivated. Shaking his head in sorrow, Xiao Yan felt a twinge of grievance within. After all, he was utterly unaware of what had transpired within his body. Daily inspections revealed no signs of abnormalities. His soul had only grown stronger with age, and his absorption of Do Chi was even more vigorous than in his peak years. All these factors suggested that his innate talent had never diminished, yet the Do Chi that entered his body inexplicably vanished without a trace, leaving him in a state of profound melancholy. With a despondent sigh, Xiao Yan lifted his hand, revealing a black ring upon his finger. The ring, ancient and unassuming, was crafted from an unknown material and adorned with faint, indistinct patterns. It was the only gift bestowed upon him by his mother before her passing. Having worn it since the age of 4, Xiao Yan held a deep affection for this relic, gently caressing it as he muttered, "These past years, I have truly let my mother down." Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan suddenly turned his head, a warm smile gracing his face as he addressed the dark woods. "Father, have you come?" Though Do Chi was merely at the 3rd stage, Xiao Yan's soul perception was far sharper than that of a 5-star Do practitioner. The moment he mentioned his mother, he sensed a subtle movement in the woods. "Yinner, why are you still out here so late?" After a brief silence, a concerned voice emanated from the trees, accompanied by a rustling of branches as a middle-aged man emerged, a smile adorning his face as he gazed upon his son standing in the moonlight. Dressed in a luxurious gray robe, the man carried an air of authority in his stride. His thick brows lent him an additional aura of magnificence. He was none other than the current clan leader of the Xiao family and Xiao Yan's father, Xiao Zhan, a 5-star Do master. "Father, you haven't retired for the night either?" Upon seeing the middle-aged man, Xiao Yan's smile widened. Though he possessed memories of his past life, this father had showered him with boundless affection since birth, and that love had only intensified despite his current misfortunes, endearing him to the title of father. "Yinner, are you still pondering the test from this afternoon?" Xiao Zhan approached with a smile. What is there to contemplate? It was entirely expected." Xiao Yan shook his head, his smile somewhat strained. Sigh. Observing Xiao Yan's youthful yet delicate features, Xiao Zhan sighed deeply, falling silent for a moment before suddenly speaking. "Yinner, you are 15 now, correct?" "Yes, father. In another year, it seems, you will undergo the coming-of-age ceremony." Xiao Zhan's smile turned bittersweet. "Indeed, father, just one more year." Clenching his palms slightly, Xiao Yan replied. He was acutely aware of what the coming-of-age ceremony represented. Should he fail to demonstrate any cultivation potential by then, he would lose the right to enter the Doqi Pavilion to seek out Doqi techniques, and would instead be allocated to manage various family enterprises, attending to mundane affairs. This was the clan's rule, and even his father, as the clan leader, could not alter it. After all, if he did not become a Do practitioner by the age of 25, he would not be recognized by the family. I apologize, Yenner. If, after a year, your Doqi does not reach the 7th stage, then I must regrettably assign you to the family's operations. This family is not solely governed by me. Those old-timers are always waiting for me to slip up. Gazing at the composed Xiao Yin, Xiao Zhan sighed with remorse. Father, I will strive to reach the 7th stage of Doqi within a year. Xiao Yin assured him with a smile. A year for stages? Perhaps in the past it would have been possible, but now it is virtually hopeless. While he consoled his father, Xiao Yan's heart was filled with self-deprecating laughter. Fully aware of Xiao Yan's circumstances, Xiao Zhan could only sigh in acknowledgement that he understood the immense difficulty of advancing 4 stages of Doqi in a single year. Patting his son's head, he suddenly smiled. It is getting late. Let us return and rest. Tomorrow, we have esteemed guests visiting the family, so do not forget your manners. Esteemed guests? Who are they? Xiao Yin inquired with curiosity. You will find out tomorrow. Winking at Xiao Yin, Xiao Zhan laughed heartily as he departed, leaving a bemused Xiao Yin behind. Do not worry, father. I will do my utmost. Gently stroking the ancient ring on his finger, Xiao Yin murmured as he looked up. In that very moment, the black ancient ring on his finger unexpectedly emitted a faint, eerie glow, which vanished in the blink of an eye, unnoticed by anyone. Chapter 3. The guest upon the bed. The young man sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, his hands forming peculiar mudras before him. His chest rose and fell gently, each inhalation and exhalation creating a seamless cycle. As his breath flowed, a faint white mist spiraled in through his nostrils and mouth, nourishing his bones and flesh. While the youth immersed himself in his meditation, the ancient black ring upon his finger glimmered inexplicably before sinking back into silence. Whoosh! Slowly exhaling a breath of stale air, the youth abruptly opened his eyes, a flicker of pale light flashing across the depths of his dark orbs. This was the Doqi he had just absorbed, yet not fully refined. After so much effort to cultivate this Doqi, it's vanishing again. Damn it! He furiously sensed the energy within him, and his face contorted with rage as he exclaimed in a sharp tone. Clenching his fists tightly, he eventually let out a bitter smile and shook his head. Weary in body and spirit, he descended from the bed, stretching his somewhat numbed ankles and thighs. With merely 3 segments of Doqi, he lacked the strength to dismiss the fatigue that weighed upon him. After a brief bout of physical movement in the room, an elderly voice called from outside. Third young master, the clan chief requests your presence in the hall. As the third son of the family, Xiao Yin held the position of the third in line, with 2 elder brothers above him. However, they had long since ventured out for training, returning only occasionally at year-end. Overall, his brothers treated their younger sibling quite well. Ah, he casually replied, donning a fresh set of garments before stepping out of the room. He smiled at an elderly man clad in green robes outside, saying, "Let us go, Butler, Missouri." The elderly man regarded the youthful visage before him with a benevolent nod. Yet, as he turned, a fleeting hint of regret passed through his murky old eyes. Sigh. With the third young master's previous talent, he ought to have become an exceptional fighter by now, but alas. Following the old steward through the backyard, they eventually halted before the solemn guest hall. The butler respectfully knocked on the door before gently pushing it open to enter. The hall was spacious and filled with numerous individuals. At the forefront sat Xiao Zhan and 3 elderly men whose expressions were indifferent. They were the clan elders, wielding authority nearly equal to that of the clan chief. Below them, on the left side, sat some influential elders and capable young talents from the family, showcasing the strength of the next generation. On the opposite side, 3 unfamiliar figures were seated, presumably the esteemed guests mentioned by Xiao Zhan the previous night. Curiosity flickered in Xiao Yin's gaze as it swept over the trio. Among them was an elderly man dressed in moon-white robes, his face adorned with a radiant smile, his small eyes sparkling with intelligence. Xiao Yan's gaze drifted downwards, landing on the silver crescent moon embroidered on the man's robe, surrounded by 7 shimmering golden stars. A 7-star great fighter. This elder is indeed a 7-star great fighter. How deceptive appearances can be. Xiao Yin marveled internally, astonished that this elder's prowess surpassed even that of his father by 2 stars. Those who attained the title of great fighter were typically renowned powerhouses, their strength coveted by any faction. Thus, encountering someone of such caliber was enough to leave Xiao Yin bewildered. Beside the elder sat a striking young couple, both garbed in matching moon-white attire. The young man, appearing around 20, possessed handsome features and a tall, athletic build, exuding charm. Most notably, the 5 golden stars emblazoned on his chest signified his strength. A 5-star fighter. To achieve such a rank at the tender age of 20 indicated exceptional talent in cultivation. With striking looks and notable prowess, the young man had captivated several Na'vi young women in the family, including Xiao Mei, who cast him admiring glances filled with fascination. Though the young man seemed indifferent to the attention, his focus was entirely on the beautiful young woman beside him. That this young woman, of similar age to Xiao Yin, surprised him with her beauty, surpassing even that of Xiao Mei. In this clan, only the ethereal Xiao Sun'er could rival her in allure, explaining the young man's disregard for the other girls in the family. Adorning her delicately shaped earlobes were green jade pendants that jingled softly, exuding an air of elegance. Additionally, on her maturing figure, 3 golden stars were embroidered. A 3-star fighter, this girl. That if she hasn't relied on external stimulants, she must be an extraordinary genius. Xiao Yin mused, taking a quiet breath. His gaze lingered only a moment on her strikingly beautiful face before diverting away. Despite his youthful appearance, he possessed a mature soul. Though the girl was enchanting, he had no desire to appear foolishly infatuated. Xiao Yan's demeanor seemed to surprise the girl slightly. While she was not one to assume the world revolved around her, she was acutely aware of her beauty and grace. His nonchalant behavior caught her off guard, though it was merely a fleeting surprise. Father, esteemed elders. He approached swiftly, bowing respectfully to the 4 seated above him. Please take a seat, Xiao Zhan said, halting his jovial conversation with the guests as he nodded at Xiao Yin and gestured for him to sit. With a smile and a nod, Xiao Yin chose to disregard the impatient and disdainful looks directed at him by the 3 elders. However, as he scanned the hall, he was taken aback to find there was no seat for him. Sigh, it seems my standing in the family has truly diminished. In the past, this would not have happened. Now, I am made to feel embarrassed before the guests, those 3 old geezers. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, shaking his head inwardly. Observing Xiao Yin standing awkwardly, the surrounding young family members erupted in derisive laughter, clearly relishing his discomfort. At this moment, Xiao Zhan noted Xiao Yan's predicament, a flicker of anger crossing his face as he turned to the elder beside him, furrowing his brow. Second elder, I sincerely apologize for having forgotten the 3rd young master. The elder in yellow robes chuckled lightly, feigning remorse as he patted his forehead. Yet, the mockery in his eyes was barely concealed. Brother Xiao Yin, take a seat here. The girl's gentle voice suddenly resonated through the hall. The 3 elders paused, their gazes shifting to the quiet corner where Xiao Sun'er sat, her lips moving slightly, yet none dared to utter another word. In the corner of the hall, Xiao Sun'er smiled as she closed the thick book in her hands, exuding an air of elegant composure. With a playful wink at Xiao Yin, she beckoned him over. Gazing at Xiao Sun'er's smiling face, Xiao Yin hesitated for a moment, then nodded, rubbing his nose as he approached her. Amidst the envious gazes of the other youths, he seated himself beside her. You've saved me again, he said, inhaling the faint fragrance of the girl beside him with a low chuckle. Xiao Sun'er smiled sweetly, revealing adorable dimples. With delicate fingers, she reopened her ancient book, emanating an intellectual charm despite her tender age. After a moment of perusing, she suddenly said softly, Brother Xiao Yin, it has been 3 years since we last sat together alone, hasn't it? Now that you are the genius of the family, making friends must be easy, right? He remarked with a dry chuckle, noticing the girl's subtly melancholic profile. From the ages of 4 to 6, there was someone who would sneak into my room every night, using rather clumsy methods and insufficient doqi to nourish my bones and meridians. They would only leave after exhausting themselves, Brother Xiao Yin. Who do you think it could be? After a moment of silence, she suddenly turned her head, beaming at Xiao Yin, her unique charm dazzling the surrounding youths. Cough! How would I know? We were both so young then, still crawling on the ground. How could I have known? His heart raced, and he laughed awkwardly, quickly averting his gaze to the hall. Ha ha! Observing Xiao Yan's reaction, Xiao Suner smiled gently, her eyes returning to the book as she murmured, "Though I know he meant well, I'm still a girl, after all. How could someone sneakily touch a girl's body? If I ever find out who that person is, HM." A nervous smile crept onto Xiao Yan's face, and he focused intently on his own thoughts, remaining silent. Chapter 4. The Cloudy Mist Sect in the Grand Hall. Xiao Zhan and the three elders were engaged in an animated conversation with the unfamiliar elder. However, this elder seemed to grapple with some unspeakable matter, as he frequently swallowed back words that hovered on the tip of his tongue. Each time this occurred, the delicate young lady beside him could not help but cast a disdainful glance at the elder. After listening for a while, Xiao Yin, feeling somewhat bored, shook his head in disinterest. "Brother Xiao Yin, do you know their identities?" Just as Xiao Yin contemplated dozing off, the enchanting Suner beside him turned a weathered page of an ancient tome, smiling without diverting her gaze. "You know." Curiously, Xiao Yin turned to her, astonished. "Did you notice the cloud-shaped silver swords at the cuffs of their robes?" Suner replied with a faint smile. "Oh." Intrigued, Xiao Yin shifted his gaze to the three men's cuffs and indeed discovered the silver swords resembling clouds. "They are from the Cloudy Mist Sect," Xiao Yin whispered in surprise. Although he had not ventured out for training, he had come across information regarding this sword sect in various texts. The city where the Xiao family resided was called Wutan City, which fell under the jurisdiction of the Gamma Empire. Despite Wutan City being classified as a major city within the empire due to its proximity to the Monster Mountain Range, it held only a minor status. The Xiao family wielded considerable influence in Wutan City, but they were not the sole power. Two other prominent families matched their strength, resulting in decades of covert and overt strife among the three factions without a decisive victor. If the Xiao family was the dominant force in Wutan City, then the Cloudy Mist Sect, as mentioned by Xiao Yin, could be considered a formidable power throughout the entire Gamma Empire. The disparity between the two was akin to a chasm, and it was no wonder that even his usually stern father spoke of them with a measure of reverence. "What brings them to our family?" Xiao Yin inquired softly, his brow furrowed in confusion. The delicate fingers of Suner paused momentarily, and after a brief silence, she replied, "Perhaps it's related to you, Brother Xiao Yin." "Me? But I have had no dealings with them," Xiao Yin exclaimed, taken aback and shaking his head in denial. "Do you know the name of that young lady?" Suner cast a casual glance at the delicate girl across the hall. "What?" Xiao Yin frowned, pressing for clarification. "Her name is Nailin Yanran." A peculiar expression flickered across Suner's face as she eyed the slightly stiff Xiao Yin. "Nailin Yanran? The granddaughter of the Lionheart Marshal Nailin Jie from the Gamma Empire? The one who was betrothed to me by arrangement?" Xiao Yin's countenance grew rigid. "Your grandfather was a close friend of Nailin Jie, and coincidentally, you and Nailin Yanran were born around the same time. Thus, the two old gentlemen arranged this engagement. However, regrettably, your grandfather passed away from severe injuries sustained in battle 3 years after your birth, and as time passed, the ties between the Xiao and Nailin families gradually weakened." Suner paused, observing the astonished look in Xiao Yin's eyes. She chuckled lightly before continuing. "Nailin Jie is not only stubborn but also highly values promises. The marriage arrangement was one he personally agreed to, so even though your reputation has suffered greatly in recent years, he has yet to send anyone to annul the engagement. That old man is indeed charmingly obstinate." Xiao Yin could not help but chuckle and shake his head at this revelation. Nailin Jie possesses absolute authority within his family. His words are rarely challenged. Although he dotes on his granddaughter Nailin Yanran, persuading him to dissolve the engagement would be quite challenging. Suner's beautiful eyes narrowed in a teasing manner. However, 5 years ago, Nailin Yanran was personally taken as a disciple by the sect leader Yun Yun of the Cloudy Mist. Over these 5 years, Nailin Yanran has exhibited extraordinary talent and cultivation, earning Yun Yun's utmost favor. Though when one acquires the power to alter their destiny, they will seek to rid themselves of any circumstances they find unsatisfactory. Unfortunately for you, Brother Xiao Yin, Your engagement is likely among those displeasing aspects. Are you suggesting that she has come to annul the engagement? Xiao Yin's expression shifted dramatically, a surge of anger welling up within him. This anger was not born of any disdain from Nalan Yinran. To be honest, while the girl was indeed beautiful, Xiao Yin was no lecher driven by carnal desires. Even if they were to part ways without forming a union, he would merely feel a twinge of regret typical of any man. However, if she were to publicly request an annulment in front of his father, the patriarch, it would bring utter disgrace upon their family. Nalan Yinran was not only stunning and privileged, but also exceptionally gifted. Anyone discussing the matter would likely deem Xiao Yin as a frog yearning to leap for a swan, only to find himself trampled underfoot. Such an outcome would render Xiao Yin and his father the subject of ridicule, a shattering of their dignity. Taking a gentle breath of the chilled air, Xiao Yin's hand, concealed within his sleeve, clenched tightly. If I were a dome master now, who would dare to tread upon me so? Indeed, had Xiao Yin possessed the strength of a dome master at this moment, even with the backing of the Cloudy Mist sect, Nalan Yinran would not dare to act in such a manner. A 15-year-old dome master. In the vast history of the Doqi continent, only a handful existed, and those few had long since become titans in the realm of Doqi cultivation. A delicate hand slipped from her sleeve, gently pressing against Xiao Yin's tightly clenched fist. Sooner spoke softly. Brother Xiao Yin, if she were to act thusly, it would only result in her own loss. I believe that in the future, she will come to regret her short-sightedness today. Regret? Xiao Yin scoffed, his face filled with self-deprecation. Do I even possess the qualifications for that now? Sooner, you seem to know quite a bit about them. Some of the things you previously mentioned might even be unknown to my father. How did you come by this knowledge? Xiao Yin suddenly changed the subject, waving his hand dismissively. Sooner paused, a smile playing on her lips, yet she remained silent. Observing her evasive demeanor, Xiao Yin could only helplessly shrug. Although Sooner shared the Xiao surname, she bore no blood relation to him, and he had never encountered her parents. Whenever he inquired about them, his father's cheerful expression would abruptly fade into silence, clearly hinting at a deep-seated unease, perhaps even fear. In Xiao Yin's mind, Sooner's identity was shrouded in mystery. Yet no matter how subtly he probed, this clever girl would always respond with silence, leaving him with no recourse. Ah, forget it. I shan't pry further. If you choose not to share, then so be it. Shaking his head, Xiao Yin's expression darkened as he noticed the elder, under Nalan Yinran's persistent gestures, finally rising to his feet. He leveraging the Cloudy Mist sect to exert pressure on my father? Nalan Yinran truly possesses remarkable cunning. A cold, mocking laughter echoed within Xiao Yin's heart. Chapter 5. Gathering Qi Powder Cough. The elderly man in a white robe lightly cleared his throat, rising to his feet to clasp his hands toward Xiao Zhan with a smile. Chief Xiao, I have come to your esteemed family today primarily to seek your assistance. Please speak freely. If it is within our capabilities, the Xiao family would certainly not decline. Xiao Zhan, not daring to show any negligence towards the elder, promptly stood and responded courteously. However, uncertain of what the elder's request might entail, he refrained from making overly confident assertions. Chief Xiao, do you recognize her? Gu Yi smiled slightly, gesturing towards the young maiden beside him with a hint of mischief in his voice. Do forgive my lack of discernment, but this young lady, upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan was momentarily taken aback, examining the girl from head to toe, and awkwardly shook his head. Years ago, when Nalan Yinran was accepted as a disciple by Yun Yun at the tender age of 10, she had spent 5 years training at Yunlan sect. With the passage of time and the changes that accompany growth, Xiao Zhan, having not seen her for many years, could not recognize the young woman before him as his nominal daughter-in-law. That her name is Nalan Yinran. Nalan Yinran? The granddaughter of old Master Nalan. Xiao Zhan initially froze, but soon his face lit up with joy as he recalled the events of yesteryears. He quickly directed a warm smile towards the young lady, saying, So it is my dear niece Nalan. It has been many years since I have last seen you. Please do not hold it against your uncle for his poor eyesight. The unexpected revelation caused a slight stir among the onlookers, as the three elders exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in concern. Uncle Xiao, it is I who should apologize for not visiting you sooner. How could I blame Uncle Xiao? Nalan Yinran replied with a sweet smile. Dear niece Nalan, I have heard that you were taken under the wing of Lord Yun. That at first, I thought it was mere gossip, but it appears to be true. You truly possess exceptional talent, Xiao Zhan remarked with a warm smile. Yinran is merely fortunate, Nalan Yinran responded with a gentle smile, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by Xiao Zhan's enthusiasm, and discreetly tugged at Gui's sleeve beneath the table. Chief Xiao, the matter I wish to discuss today pertains to Yinran, and it has been personally brought forth by the sect master. Gui chuckled lightly, his expression growing serious at the mention of the sect master. Xiao Zhan's countenance shifted slightly as he reined in his smile. The sect master of Yunlan's sect, Yun, was a significant figure within the Gamma Empire, and he, as a mere clan leader, could hardly afford to offend her. What could a person of her caliber possibly need from the Xiao family? Gui had mentioned it concerned Nalan's niece. Could it be? As a troubling thought crossed his mind, Xiao Zhan involuntarily twitched the corner of his mouth, his large hands trembling slightly. Fortunately, the concealment of his sleeves masked the tremor, allowing him to suppress the rising anger within. With a voice tinged with trepidation, he firmly stated, "MRGE, please proceed." Gui's face suddenly flushed with embarrassment, but remembering the sect master's fondness for Nalan Yinran, he gritted his teeth and smiled. Chief Xiao, as you are aware, the rules of Yunlan's sect are quite stringent, and the sect master holds high expectations for Yinran. She is essentially being groomed as the next sect master due to certain special regulations. The sect master's successor must not engage with any males before officially assuming the title after inquiring with Yinran. The sect master learned of her engagement to the Xiao family, and thus she wishes to request that you, Chief Xiao, be so kind as to dissolve. Crack! The jade cup in Xiao Zhan's grasp shattered into a fine powder with a resounding noise that in the hall. An air of silence enveloped the atmosphere, as the three elders above were momentarily stunned by Gui's words. However, after a brief pause, their gazes toward Xiao Zhan became laced with ridicule and mockery. Having someone come to forcibly annul an engagement. Let us see how you, as the clan leader, will maintain your authority over the family. Some of the younger generation, unaware of the engagement between Xiao Yin and Nalan Yinran, inquired with their parents nearby. Upon learning the details, their expressions swiftly morphed into ones of intrigue, casting derisive glances toward Xiao Yin in the corner. Observing Xiao Zhan's darkened expression, Nalan Yinran dared not raise her head, burying it down as her fingers nervously intertwined. Chief Xiao, I understand this request may seem rather unreasonable, but I implore you to consider it for the sake of the sect master and annul the engagement. Gui sighed helplessly, his tone. Xiao Zhan clenched his fists, a faint azure aura gradually enveloping his figure, eventually coalescing into a ghostly lioness head that faintly appeared upon his visage. Xiao family's supreme technique. Rampaging Lion's Fury. Level. Mid-level profound. Noticing Xiao Zhan's reaction, Gui's demeanor grew grave, positioning himself protectively in front of Nalan Yinran. His eagle-like hands sharply curved, azure energy gathering within them, exuding a fine yet piercing sword intent. Yunlan sect's profound technique. Azure with sword art. Level. Low-level profound. As the two energies surged forth, the weaker youths in the hall turned pale, their chests constricting uncomfortably. Just as Xiao Zhan's breaths grew increasingly rapid, the authoritative voices of the three elders resonated through the hall like thunder. Xiao Zhan, cease at once. Do not forget, you are the clan leader of the Xiao family. With his body stiffening abruptly, the aura surrounding Xiao Zhan gradually receded until it vanished entirely. Plopping back down into his seat, Xiao Zhan regarded Nalan Yinran, who remained silent with her head bowed, his voice hoarse as he remarked, Nalan, dear niece, what remarkable fortitude you possess. Nalan Su is indeed fortunate to have a daughter like you. Her delicate form trembled slightly, and Nalan Yinran timidly uttered, Uncle Xiao simply address me as Chief Xiao. I cannot bear the title of uncle. You are destined to be the future sect master of Yunlan's sect, a prominent figure in the Doqi continent, whereas my son Yin is merely of mediocre talent and truly does not deserve you. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Xiao Zhan's tone grew cold. Thank you, Chief Xiao, for your understanding. Upon hearing this, Gui's spirit soared as he grinned at Xiao Zhan. Chief Xiao, the sect master is aware that this request may seem somewhat impolite, and thus has specifically sent me with a token of goodwill. As he spoke, Guyi brushed his fingers across a ring, and a verdant ancient jade box materialized in his hand, carefully opening the box. An enchanting fragrance instantly filled the hall, invigorating all who inhaled it. The three elders leaned in with curiosity, their bodies jolting as they exclaimed in astonishment. Gathering Chi Powder, Chapter 6. The alchemist within the ancient box lay a jade-green pill, the size of a dragon's eye, quietly resting, from which emanated an alluring and exotic fragrance. In the realm of Do Chi, aspiring to become a true fighter necessitates the condensation of a Do Chi vortex within one's body. However, the process of condensing this vortex carries a considerable risk of failure. Should one falter, their 9-tier Do Chi would regress to 8 tiers. For those less fortunate, it might require over 10 attempts before success is achieved, leading to a significant loss of precious training time and potential. The purpose of the Chi Gathering Powder is to guarantee that a fighter at the 9th tier can successfully condense their Do Chi vortex with absolute certainty. This remarkable efficacy has left countless individuals yearning to become fighters, dreaming day and night of obtaining it yet unable to do so. Speaking of the Chi Gathering Powder, inevitably brings to mind its creator, the alchemist. In the Do Chi continent, there exists a profession that surpasses that of a fighter, known as alchemists. As their name suggests, alchemists possess the ability to concoct various miraculous elixirs that enhance one's strength. Every alchemist is coveted by various factions, who spare no expense to win their favor, granting them an exceedingly prestigious status. The exalted treatment afforded to alchemists is undoubtedly tied to their rarity and utility. The path to becoming an alchemist is fraught with stringent requirements. First and foremost, one must possess a fire attribute, and within that fiery essence, a trace of wood energy must also be present to facilitate the alchemical process. It is fundamental to understand that the attributes of individuals in the Do Chi continent are determined by their souls. A soul is inherently bound to a singular attribute and cannot harbor any other. Therefore, it is virtually impossible for a single body to possess two distinct and varying attributes. Of course, exceptions exist. Among millions, there may be a few anomalous souls, and those fortunate enough to possess such unique souls have the potential to be. However, merely having the fire and wood attributes does not suffice to qualify one as a true alchemist, for another indispensable requirement is the soul's perceptive capacity, also known as the soul's shaping ability. The three critical conditions for concocting elixirs are materials, flame source, and soul perception. The materials, of course, consist of rare and precious herbs. Alchemists are not deities, and without superior materials, even the most skilled cannot work miracles. Hence, quality materials are of utmost importance. The flame source refers to the fire needed for alchemical processes, which cannot be an ordinary flame, but must be catalyzed by fire attribute Do Chi. Naturally, the world is replete with extraordinary flames, and some exceptionally powerful alchemists may utilize these rare flames, significantly increasing both the success rate and the potency of the elixirs produced compared to those made with ordinary Do Chi flames. Given that alchemy is a time-consuming endeavor that depletes Do Chi, every distinguished alchemist is also a formidable firefighter. The final condition is soul perception. In the art of alchemy, mastering the balance of heat is paramount. A momentary lapse can reduce an entire batch of elixirs to ashes, rendering all previous efforts futile. Thus, mastering the control of heat is an essential skill for alchemists, and achieving this mastery necessitates a formidable soul perception. Without it, even if the first two criteria are met, all efforts would be in vain. Under such stringent conditions, those qualified to become alchemists are indeed exceedingly rare. The scarcity of alchemists naturally leads to the rarity of those miraculous elixirs, and thus their esteemed status has become almost grotesquely elevated due to their rarity. In the Grand Hall, as the three elders gasped in astonishment, the youth and maidens present widened their eyes, their fervent gazes fixated on the jade box held by Guyi. Sitting beside her father, Xiaomei delicately moistened her rosy lips with her tongue, her eyes glued to the box, unblinking. This elixir was personally crafted by our esteemed elder, Lord Guyi. I trust you have all heard of his illustrious name? Guyi remarked, unable to suppress a sense of pride as he observed the elder's astonished expressions. This medicine is truly the work of the Pill King Guyi. Upon hearing this, the three elders were visibly shaken. The Pill King Gu, he holds immense influence within the Jayamar Empire, his alchemical prowess both wondrous and inscrutable, leaving countless strong individuals eager to curry his favor, yet finding no means to do so. Not only is Gu He's alchemical skill extraordinary, but he himself has also ascended to the rank of Do Wang, ranking among the top 10 powerhouses in the Jayamar Empire. An elixir such as the Qi Gathering Powder, originating from such a figure, is likely to be valued several times over. The three elders, with joy illuminating their faces, gazed at the Qi Gathering Powder nestled within the jade box, contemplating how this elixir could potentially foster the emergence of yet another young fighter within their clan. Just as they pondered how to secure this elixir for their own grandchildren, a faint voice, laced with suppressed anger, abruptly resonated through the hall. Mr.Gee, I suggest you take back the elixir. We may not acquiesce to today's events. A hush fell over the hall, all eyes swiftly shifting to the corner where Xiao Yin, with his elegant visage, stood poised. Xiao Yin, this is not a matter for you to interject. Silence yourself. One elder's countenance darkened as he bellowed. Xiao Yin, step back. I understand your distress, but we shall handle this matter ourselves. The eldest of the three elders spoke in a calm tone. Elders, if today the object of their broken engagement were your sons or grandsons, would you still utter such words? Xiao Yin rose slowly, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he posed the question. The elder's disdain for him was palpable. Thus he felt no need to feign humility before them. The elders faltered momentarily. The irascible third elder's eyes widened, and Do Qi began to flow around him. Elders, my brother Xiao Yin speaks truthfully. As the party involved, he should not be subjected to your interference. A gentle voice resonated softly in the hall. Upon hearing the maiden's delicate tone, the elders' tempers instantly dissipated. They exchanged helpless glances before nodding in agreement. Observing the defeated demeanor of the three elders, Xiao Yin turned his gaze back to the smiling Xiao Sun, pondering her true identity and the reason for the elder's evident trepidation towards her. Suppressing his curiosity, Xiao Yin strode forward, first bowing respectfully to Xiao Zhan before turning to face Nalan Yinran. Taking a deep breath, he calmly inquired, Miss Nalan, may I ask if your grandfather has consented to today's broken engagement? Having felt a twinge of displeasure when Xiao Yin suddenly intervened, Nalan Yinran's brows furrowed slightly at his inquiry. Initially, he seemed amiable, but now he appeared to be an insistent annoyance. Did he not realize the disparity between them? While she chastised Xiao Yin in her thoughts, she failed to consider the embarrassing and infuriating predicament into which both he and his father had been thrust due to her public declaration of breaking the engagement. Rising to face the youth who was meant to be her husband, Nalan Yinran spoke with a calm and gentle tone. My grandfather has not consented, but this is my affair, and it does not concern him. Since your grandfather has not spoken, I hope you will understand that my father will not agree to your demands either. The initial engagement was initiated by our two families' elders. Unless they voice their intent to dissolve it, no one dares to break it, lest it be seen as an affront to the deceased ancestors. I believe none among our clan would commit such an act of rebellion, would they? Xiao Yin tilted his head slightly, casting a cold smile towards the three elders. With Xiao Yin placing such a heavy burden upon them, the elders fell silent, for within the stringent family hierarchy, such an accusation could lead to their loss of elder status. Nalan Yinran was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Yan's retort, struggling to find a counterargument. Anger flushed her cheeks as she stamped her foot in frustration, her long-nurtured temperament as a pampered young lady flaring up. With irritation etched upon her features, she directly confronted the youth. What must I do for you to agree to dissolve the engagement? Is the compensation insufficient? Very well. I can persuade my teacher to grant you 3 additional Qi Gathering Powders. Moreover, if you wish, I can arrange for you to enter the Yunlan sect to study advanced Do Qi techniques. Would that suffice? As the enticing conditions tumbled from the maiden's lips, the 3 elders felt their breaths quicken, while the youths in the hall swallowed hard, for the opportunity to study in the Yunlan sect was a dream cherished by countless individuals. After articulating these offers, Nalan Yinran raised her snow-white chin, awaiting Xiao Yin's response with a regal pride befitting a princess that in her view, such conditions would be enough to drive any young man to madness. Chapter 7. Rest. Contrary to what Nalan Yinran had anticipated, after she spoke, The youth before her suddenly trembled violently, slowly lifting his head. His once delicate and youthful face now bore a terrifyingly menacing expression. For 3 years, he had endured ridicule, yet within Xiao Yan's heart lay a line he would not cross. Nalan Yinran's lofty demeanor, akin to a gesture of charity, had trampled mercilessly upon the remnants of Xiao Yan's buried dignity. Startled by the boy's fearsome visage, the girl instinctively took a step back. The handsome young man beside her swiftly drew his long sword, his cold gaze fixated on Xiao Yan. "I truly wish to slay you." As his teeth trembled, a chilling intent seeped through his words. Xiao Yan clenched his fists tightly, his dark eyes igniting with a blazing fury. "Yenner, do not act recklessly." At the forefront, Xiao Zhan was equally taken aback by Xiao Yan's actions, quickly admonishing him. The Xiao family could not afford to offend the Yunlan sect at this juncture. With fists clenched tightly, Xiao Yan lowered his head slightly, and after a moment, he lifted it once more. However, the previous ferocity had transformed into a serene calm. Over the past 3 years, despite enduring discrimination and derision, Xiao Yan had forged an extraordinary resilience. Before him stood Nalan Yinran, the favored child of the Yunlan sect. If he were to act against her now, it would undoubtedly bring endless trouble to his father. Thus, he had no choice but to endure. Observing the boy, whose inner turmoil had seemingly calmed almost instantaneously, Guyi and Nalan Yinran felt a sudden chill in their hearts. This lad, should he remain a waste, it would be one thing, but if he were to gain power, he would undoubtedly become a dangerous figure. Guyi mused gravely within. "Xiao Yan, though I do not comprehend why my actions have incited such rage within you, I implore you to annul our engagement." Taking a deep breath, Nalan Yinran managed to regain her composure after her earlier fright and spoke with a slightly solemn expression. "Please remember, I have come to the Xiao family with the full endorsement of my teacher, the sect master of the Yunlan sect." Pressing her lips together, Nalan Yinran tilted her head slightly, her tone tinged with resignation. "You may perceive this as coercion, but you must acknowledge that reality is seldom fair. Although I do not wish to convey anything, you are well aware of the disparity between us that we essentially have no hope." Listening to the girl's godlike pronouncement, a cold smile crept upon Xiao Yan's lips. "Miss Nalan, you should understand that in the Duqi continent, a woman's act of renouncing her engagement brings immense embarrassment to the other party. I may have a thick skin, but my father, he is the head of a clan. Should he acquiesce to your demands today, how will he govern the Xiao family in the future? How will he maintain a foothold in Wutan City?" Gazing upon the youth whose face was suffused with rage, Nalan Yinran's brows furrowed slightly. Her gaze flitted to Xiao Zhan, who seemed to have aged considerably in that moment, and a twinge of regret flickered in her heart. Biting her lip, she pondered for a moment before her lively eyes darted. Suddenly, she spoke softly. "Today, I acknowledge that I acted rather impulsively. Henceforth, I can temporarily retract my request to annul our engagement, but I require you to agree to one condition." "What condition?" Xiao Yan asked with a furrowed brow. "I can postpone today's request for 3 years. After 3 years, you will come to the Yunlan sect to challenge me that if you lose, I shall publicly annul our engagement. By then, you would have undergone the coming-of-age ceremony. So even in defeat, it would not overly tarnish Uncle Zhao's reputation. Are you willing to accept?" Nalan Yinran stated calmly. Should I lose then, it would indeed spare my father further disgrace, but I may have to bear the shame of defeat for the rest of my life. This woman is truly ruthless." A bitter smile crossed Xiao Yan's face, filled with derision. "Miss Nalan, you are well aware of Yenner's circumstances. What could he possibly use to challenge you? Is there any merit in such humiliation?" Xiao Zhan slammed his palm on the table, rising in anger. "Uncle Xiao, the matter of annulling an engagement necessitates someone to bear the responsibility. Were it not to preserve your dignity, I would have forcefully annulled it right now and made it public." Nalan Yinran, having faced repeated obstacles, was growing impatient. She turned to the silent Xiao Yan and sternly declared, "Since you are unwilling to let Uncle Xiao lose face, then accept 3 years from now. Will you choose the former or the latter?" Nalan Yinran, you need not adopt such an overbearing stance. Your desire to terminate the engagement stems from the belief that I, Xiao Yan, am unworthy of you, a paragon of excellence. To speak bluntly, aside from your beauty, I find nothing of merit in you. The Yunlon sect is indeed formidable, yet I am still young, with ample time ahead of me. I became a fighter at the age of 12. Tell me, Nalen Yinran, how many stages of Duki did you possess at 12? Indeed, I am a waste at present, yet if I could create miracles 3 years ago, what makes you think I cannot rise again in the years to come? Faced with the girl's relentless pressure, Xiao Yin finally erupted like a volcano, his youthful face stern as he spoke, leaving all present in the hall in stunned silence. Who would have thought that the typically reticent boy would exhibit such ferocity? Nalen Yinran's lips quivered. Although she was infuriated by Xiao Yin's assessment of her, she found herself unable to refute him. What he said was indeed the truth. Regardless of his current state, he had truly become a fighter at 12, while she had only reached 8 stages of Duki at that age. Miss Nalen, for the sake of old Master Nalen, I offer you a word of caution. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of it. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Xiao Yin's words rang with a cold clarity, causing Nalen Yinran to shiver slightly. Well said, do not underestimate the youth in poverty. My son, Xiao Zhan's son, is indeed extraordinary. At the forefront, Xiao Zhan's eyes lit up, his palms slamming down on the table, splattering tea everywhere. Glaring at the boy who wore a cold smile, Nalen Yinran, accustomed to being pampered, had never before faced such a rebuke from a peer. Anger clouded her mind, and her youthful voice took on a sharp edge. On what grounds do you instruct me? Even if your past talents were unparalleled, you are a waste now. Fine, I, Nalen Yinran, shall await the day you surpass me. As for the annulment today, I shall refrain from mentioning it, but 3 years later, I will be waiting for you at the Yunlon sect. If you possess the capability, let me see how far you can rise. Should you defeat me, then, I, Nalen Yinran, shall be your servant for life, at your command. Of course, if after 3 years you remain a waste, you will obediently return the annulment contract to me. Gazing at the girl whose face was now ashen, Xiao Yin chuckled derisively. There is no need to wait 3 years. I truly cannot muster any interest in you. With that, he turned away from the icy-faced Nalen Yinran and strode to the table, swiftly taking up a brush. Ink fell. The brush halted. Xiao Yin suddenly drew a short sword from the table, the sharp blade cutting into his left palm. But his bloodied hand left a glaring red mark upon the white paper. Delicately lifting the contract, Xiao Yin emitted a cold laugh. As he passed Nalen Yinran, he slammed the document heavily onto the table. Do not think for a moment that I, Xiao Yin, care about your so-called genius wife status. This contract is not an annulment. It is the document expelling you from the Xiao family. From this day forth you, Nalen Yinran, shall have no ties with me, Xiao family. You dare to cast me aside? Nalen Yinran gazed at the blood-stained contract on the table, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. With her beauty, talent, and background, how could she be so summarily dismissed by a waste from a minor clan? The abruptness of this turn of events felt surreal. Coldly observing Nalen Yinran's astonished expression, Xiao Yin suddenly turned, kneeling before Xiao Zhan, bowing deeply. He bit his lip, stubbornly remaining silent. That although it appeared that he had expelled Nalen Yinran from the family, once word spread, others would not perceive it that way. Those unaware of the circumstances would think that Nalen Yinran had leveraged her formidable background to force the Xiao family into an annulment. After all, with her talent, beauty, and status, she was more than a match for a waste like Xiao Yin. No one would believe that Xiao Yin had the audacity to cast aside a future leader of the Yunlon sect. That thus, as Xiao Yin's father, Xiao Zhan would undoubtedly face countless jibes. Gazing at the kneeling Xiao Yin, Xiao Zhan, understanding his son's deep sense of guilt, smiled gently and said, I believe my son will not remain a waste forever. Mere rumors will fade away in the face of reality. Father, 3 years from now, Yinner shall go to the Yunlon sect to personally avenge today's humiliation. With tears brimming in his eyes, Xiao Yin bowed deeply once more before rising resolutely and heading towards the hall's exit. As he passed Nalen Yinran, Xiao Yin halted briefly, his youthful voice coolly declaring, 3 years from now, I will find you. The boy's silhouette stretched long under the sunlight, appearing solitary and desolate. Nalen Yinran's mouth slightly parted, her gaze lingering in bewilderment on the vanishing figure, the contract in her hand suddenly feeling as heavy as 1,000 pounds. "3 of you, since your objectives have been met, you may take your leave." Watching the departing youth, Xiao Zhan's face remained impassive, yet the fist hidden within his sleeve was clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. "Uncle Xiao, I apologize for today's events. If you have the time in the future, please visit the Naylan family." Naylan Yinran bowed slightly to the indifferent Xiao Zhan and did not linger, rising to exit the hall, followed closely by Gu Yi and the handsome young man. "Take the energy gathering box with you." With a wave of his hand, Xiao Zhan coldly flung the jade box from the table. Gu Yi swiftly reached back, catching the box deftly, a wry smile crossing his face as he stored it within his ring. "Miss Naylan, I hope you will not regret today's actions in the future. Furthermore, do not presume that with the Yunlan sect backing you, you can act without restraint. The Duki continent is vast, and there are many stronger than Yun Yun." Just as Naylan Yinran and her companions were about to exit, a light, indifferent voice suddenly rang out. The trio halted abruptly, their gazes shifting towards the corner where a girl in a purple dress was delicately turning the pages of a book. Sunlight streamed through the gaps of the doors and windows, enveloping the girl, making her appear as a purple lotus blooming in the mundane world, pure, elegant, and untouched by dust. As if sensing the trio's gaze, the girl lifted her exquisite face from the ancient pages, and within her eyes, which resembled autumn waters, a flicker of tiny golden flames suddenly ignited. Gazing at the flicker of golden fire within the girl's eyes, Gu Ye's body trembled violently, terror swiftly overtaking his aged features. His withered hands grasped at the bewildered Naylan Yinran and the handsome young man, and they fled from the hall in a panic. Observing Gu Ye's reaction, the majority of the hall's occupants, aside from a few, were left utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 8. The mysterious elder with an expression of indifference. The old man left the hall, while Xiao Yin, somewhat distracted, climbed slowly up to the family's rear mountain as per his usual habit. He perched himself upon the rocky ledge, gazing serenely at the perilous peaks shrouded in mist before him. There lay the renowned Beast Mountain range of the Jayamar Empire. Has strength. In this world, without power, one is worth less than a pile of dung. At least dung is something no one dares to step on. With a slight shrug of his shoulders, the young man's deep, self-mocking laughter echoed with a hint of bitterness, reverberating across the mountaintop. His fingers tangled in his dark locks. Xiao Yin bit down hard on his lip, allowing the faint metallic taste of blood to seep from the corner of his mouth. Although he had displayed no outward signs of distress in the hall, the words of Naylan Yinran had cut into his heart like a knife, leaving him trembling all over. "I refuse to endure such humiliation a second time." Opening his left hand, marred by a streak of blood, Xiao Yan's voice emerged hoarse yet resolute. "Haha, little one, it seems you are in need of assistance." Just as Xiao Yin vowed to himself, an ancient, eerie laughter suddenly reached his ears. Startled, Xiao Yin spun around, his eagle-like gaze sweeping the vicinity, yet he found not a single figure in sight. "Haha, no need to search. It's right on your finger." Just when Xiao Yin thought it was merely a figment of his imagination, that strange laughter echoed once more, unfettered. His pupils constricted, Xiao Yan's gaze abruptly fixated on the ancient black ring adorning his right hand. "Are you the one speaking?" He managed to suppress the terror swelling within, striving to keep his voice calm. "Not bad, little one. Your composure is commendable. You haven't leapt off in fright." The mocking laughter emanated from within the ring. "Who are you? Why are you in my ring? What do you intend to do?" After a brief silence, Xiao Yin articulated the crucial question with clarity. "Do not concern yourself with who I am. Rest assured, I mean you no harm, After all these years, I have finally encountered a soul strong enough to pass the threshold. What luck! Haha, but I must first thank you for the offerings over these past 3 years, or else I would have continued my slumber." "Offerings?" Blinking in confusion, Xiao Yan's expression darkened abruptly, and cold words struggled to escape his teeth. "The Do Chi that mysteriously vanished from within me. Was it your doing?" "Haha, I was compelled by circumstance. Do not hold it against me, little one. I curse you." The usually composed Xiao Yin erupted like a madman, his face contorted in rage. Ignoring that this ring was a relic from his mother, he hastily tore it from his finger and flung it down the steep cliff without a moment's hesitation. As soon as the ring slipped from his grasp, a sudden clarity washed over Xiao Yan, and he instinctively reached out to catch it, but the ring had already plummeted into the abyss. Staring blankly at the ring vanishing into the mist, Xiao Yan was momentarily stunned. His face gradually settled into a calm expression as he slapped his forehead in frustration. Fool! Too reckless, too reckless. Having just discovered that the source of his humiliation over the past 3 years was the very ring he had worn, it was no wonder Xiao Yan had lost control. After sitting at the cliff's edge for a while, he finally shook his head in resignation, stood up, turned around, and his eyes widened in shock as he pointed a trembling finger at something before him. Before Xiao Yan floated an ancient black ring, and most astonishing of all, a translucent figure of an elderly man hovered above it. "Ah, little one, no need for such anger. It was merely a matter of absorbing your dou qi for 3 years." The transparent elder grinned at the dumbfounded Xiao Yan. With his lips twitching, Xiao Yan suppressed his fury. "Old man, since you have hidden within the ring, you must be aware of the ridicule I have endured because of your siphoning of my dou qi, right? Yet, amidst those 3 years of mockery, did you not grow? Do you believe that if it had been 3 years ago, you would have possessed the fortitude and wisdom you have now?" The elder smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying. Furrowing his brow, Xiao Yan felt his emotions gradually stabilize. After the storm of rage subsided, joy soon followed. Having unraveled the mystery of his missing dou qi, he realized that his innate talent had undoubtedly returned. Just the thought of finally having the chance to shed the label of being a waste made Xiao Yan's body feel as though it had been reborn, and the detestable old man before him did not seem quite so unbearable any longer. Some things are only recognized for their value once lost. The return of the lost makes one cherish it even more. Gently stretching his wrist, Xiao Yan exhaled deeply and raised his head. "Though I know not who you truly are, I must ask, do you still wish to cling to the ring and absorb my dou qi? If so, I advise you to seek another host, for I cannot afford to sustain you. Heh. Others do not possess your formidable soul perception." The elder stroked his beard and chuckled. "Since I have chosen to reveal myself, I shall no longer absorb your dou qi without your permission." Xiao Yan rolled his eyes and scoffed in silence. He had resolved that no matter how sweetly the old man spoke, he would not allow him to linger by his side. "Little one, do you wish to grow stronger? Do you long for the respect of others?" Though he had already deemed the elder an undesirable presence, Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily skipped a beat at those words. "Now that I understand the reason behind the disappearance of my dou qi, with my innate talent, do I still require your assistance?" Taking a slow breath, Xiao Yan replied coolly, aware that there are no free lunches in this world. Accepting the unearned favor of a mysterious individual was hardly a wise choice. "Little one, your talent is indeed remarkable, but you must realize that you are already 15 years old, yet your dou qi is only at the 3rd stage. I believe I heard that you are to undergo your coming-of-age ceremony next year. Do you truly believe you can ascend to the 7th stage of dou qi within a mere year through diligent training? Moreover, you have wagered against that girl for 3 years. Her innate talent is unlikely to be inferior to yours. Do you think it will be easy to catch up and surpass her?" The elder's wrinkled visage resembled a blooming chrysanthemum at that moment. "Had it not been for you absorbing my dou qi, could I have been so humiliated by her? You old bastard." The elder had struck a nerve, and Xiao Yan's face darkened once again, his teeth gritting as he began to curse vehemently. After venting his frustrations, Xiao Yan fell into a state of dejection. At this juncture, no amount of cursing would change anything. The foundation of dou qi cultivation was paramount, but he had trained for 6 years from the age of 4 to achieve the 9th stage of dou qi. Even now that his talent had returned, it was improbable to reach the 7th stage within a year. Though with a sigh of despair, Xiao Yan's eyes flicked to the elder, who feigned an air of profundity, and a thought crossed his mind. He smirked. "You have a way, don't you?" "Perhaps." The elder responded ambiguously with a strange chuckle. "If you can help me reach the 7th stage of dou qi within a year, I shall consider your 3 years of siphoning my dou qi settled." "What do you say?" Xiao Yan inquired cautiously. Little one, you are quite the strategist. If you cannot offer me any assistance, why should I carry a burden by my side?" I suggest you find another unfortunate soul to latch onto. Xiao Yin retorted with a cold smile, having discerned that the transparent elder did not seem to be able to absorb Do Qi at will. You do not resemble a typical 15-year-old. It seems you have indeed matured significantly over these 3 years, that am I to consider this my comeuppance. The elder stared at the slick Xiao Yin, momentarily taken aback, then shook his head in a mix of amusement and exasperation. Xiao Yin shrugged and replied nonchalantly, "If you wish for me to continue providing for you, you must demonstrate some sincerity. What a sharp-tongued little rascal you are. Very well. Who am I to refuse a request from such a young one?" The elder nodded helplessly, descending to the ground. He scrutinized Xiao Yin for a moment, a scheming smile flashing across his face before vanishing as he hesitated, seemingly reluctant to say, "Do you wish to become an alchemist?" Chapter 9. The Alchemist. An alchemist? At these words, Xiao Yin was momentarily taken aback. Then his brow furrowed deeply. In the Do Qi continent, everyone aspires to become an alchemist, but can just anyone become one? Those stringent prerequisites. His voice suddenly faltered, and Xiao Yin shot up his head, mouth agape. "Have I reached it?" The old man, observing Xiao Yan's expression, a blend of shock, anticipation, and elation, stroked his beard thoughtfully for a moment, scrutinizing him up and down, before he seemed to hesitate and sighed, "Though you barely qualify, I owe you a favor, so let it be. Consider it a repayment of my debt." Casting a sidelong glance at the reluctant elder, Xiao Yin felt a nagging suspicion that the old man's claim of barely qualifying was somewhat insincere. Nonetheless, caught up in his joy, he couldn't help but harbor a hint of doubt. "Even if I meet the requirements, alchemists are generally taught personally by a master. Are you also an alchemist?" Looking at Xiao Yan's incredulous face, the old man chuckled, puffing out his chest slightly, his voice betraying a hint of pride. "Indeed, I am an alchemist." Xiao Yan's eyes brightened at this revelation. An alchemist was truly a rare breed. "Esteemed sir, may I inquire, what rank of alchemist were you in your prime?" Xiao Yan licked his lips, his youthful voice tinged with a newfound politeness. In the Do Qi continent, although alchemists were scarce, their noble status came with a clearly defined hierarchy, ranging from 1 to 9 ranks. Earlier, in the hall, the owner of the gathering powder that Nalin Yinran held, the famed Dan Wanggu He, was a 6th-rank alchemist, regarded as the foremost in the Jiamar Empire's alchemical community. Rank? He, I can't quite recall. Young lad, are you truly willing to learn? The old man shook his head, suddenly appearing somewhat impatient. Yes, absolutely. Xiao Yin no longer hesitated, eagerly nodding his head. Alchemists, even in a colossal force like the Yunlan sect, were revered as esteemed figures. If you're willing, then let's proceed with the apprenticeship. The old man settled cross-legged on a stone, grinning slyly. Is an apprenticeship necessary? Non, you expect me to impart all my knowledge without you formally becoming my disciple? Dream on. The old man rolled his eyes, clearly valuing the master-disciple relationship. With a resigned pout, Xiao Yin, in pursuit of becoming a distinguished alchemist, respectfully performed the customary bow of apprenticeship to the elder. Once satisfied that Xiao Yin had observed the proper etiquette, the old man nodded approvingly, his tone growing warmer. My name is Yao L. Aodane for my background. We'll save that discussion for later, lest it distract you. Just know that those who claim to be Dan Wang are in truth mere trifles. Xiao Yan's mouth twitched at the old man's casual demeanor. He nearly voiced his thoughts but swallowed them instead. What on earth is this old man's background? To dismiss the famed Dan Wanggu, he is nothing. If this were to spread, he would be ridiculed as a madman throughout the Jiamar Empire. Taking a deep breath to suppress his astonishment, Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he leaned forward eagerly. How do you intend for me to achieve the 7th stage of Do Qi within a year? Though your Do Qi has regressed over these 3 years, it has fortuitously resulted in a more solid foundation than most. In Do Qi cultivation, a solid foundation is paramount. You will come to realize how greatly this regression has benefited you in the future. Yao Lao's smile gradually faded, his tone becoming serious. Xiao Yin was somewhat taken aback. He genuinely didn't understand how a regression in strength could be advantageous. When will you teach me the art of alchemy? He inquired, his eyes darting as he focused on the most crucial aspect. To become an alchemist, one must possess the support of fire-type Do Qi. Therefore, before learning alchemy, you must first become a fighter and cultivate a fire attribute Do-Chi technique. A fire attribute technique? Master, since I am your disciple, could you kindly provide me with a heavenly grade fire technique to practice? Xiao Yin extended his hand, grinning as he made his request. Ridiculous! Do you think heavenly grade techniques grow on trees? How could you even suggest such a thing? Yao Lao's face twitched, bemused at Xiao Yan's audacity. Old man, now that I am your disciple, you can't possibly expect me to seek out techniques in my clan, can you? The best fire technique in my family barely reaches the high yellow grade. That's rather pitiful, isn't it? Xiao Yan's small face displayed his frustration. Little brat, it's master, not old man. Yao Lao rolled his eyes, taken aback by how quickly Xiao Yan had become presumptuous after their formal apprenticeship. Since you've joined my ranks, I 1T shortchange you. I don't possess any heavenly grade techniques. However, I do have a rather peculiar technique that surpasses heavenly grade in strangeness. Are you interested? Yao Lao huffed, his murky old eyes suddenly gleaming with mischief. More peculiar than a heavenly grade technique. Xiao Yan's heart raced, his black eyes subtly igniting with fervor. What rank is that technique? Low yellow grade. Yao Lao's smile caused Xiao Yan's expression to stiffen immediately. Old man, are you jesting? Moments later, a furious roar erupted from the mountaintop, echoing Xiao Yan's indignation. Observing the young one's distorted face, Yao Lao chuckled with satisfaction, feeling a sense of accomplishment at having provoked Xiao Yan, who typically exuded calmness. What makes that technique so peculiar? Fixating on Yao Lao's teasing countenance, Xiao Yan suddenly fell silent, frowning as he asked. It can evolve. After a brief pause, Yao Lao smiled. Xiao Yan's pupils constricted sharply, his gaze locked onto Yao Lao's face. After a moment, he shook his head. Impossible. I've never heard of any technique possessing the ability to evolve. What do you know, little one? The Do-Chi continent is vast, filled with countless extraordinary beings and events that in your sheltered existence. What seems impossible is merely commonplace elsewhere. Yao Lao scoffed derisively. Xiao Yan faltered, then retorted defiantly. Have you heard of any other techniques capable of evolving? Yao Lao's smile faltered momentarily. Then he chuckled awkwardly, shaking his head. It's precisely because none exist that my technique stands out. Can it truly evolve? Gazing at Yao Lao's earnest expression, Xiao Yan couldn't help but ask again. Indeed, it can evolve, Yao Lao affirmed with unwavering confidence. Have you ever practiced it? Xiao Yan pressed further. No. Yao Lao chuckled awkwardly. Then has anyone else practiced it? No. Veins pulsing on his forehead. Xiao Yan clenched his fist tightly, suppressing the urge to unleash a punch, his voice strained with repressed anger. If no one has practiced it, how can you claim it can evolve? The technique states so. Yao Lao replied sheepishly. Does such a technique truly exist? Frowning deeply, Xiao Yan hesitated before turning his dark eyes toward Yao Lao. May I see it? Hee. Yao Lao's peculiar laugh danced in the air as he glanced at Xiao Yan's inquisitive face, but abruptly pivoted. Never mind, it would serve no purpose for you to see it now. Wait until you become a fighter, and then I shall impart it to you. Xiao Yan's outstretched hand froze, his lips twitching in frustration as he finally forced out 2 words through gritted teeth. You're ruthless. Yao Lao burst into hearty laughter, disregarding Xiao Yan's fiery glare, and said, For now, your task is to cultivate your Do-Chi to the 7th stage within a year. What method do you propose? Xiao Yan forcibly suppressed his curiosity about the enigmatic technique, gritting his teeth as he inquired. The initial stage of Do-Chi cultivation focuses on expanding the meridians and strengthening the veins, laying a solid foundation for the future condensation of Do-Chi within your body. At your current age, the body's meridians are at their most fragile and malleable, so this cultivation must be gradual, devoid of any external forces. Otherwise, as your Do-Chi strengthens, the meridians will be unable to withstand the growing pressure, resulting in dire consequences. Yao Lao's expression turned grave. Xiao Yan comprehended this matter well. During the 3 years of his perceived failure, his father had often attempted to force Do-Chi into his body out of impatience, but had always halted just in time, so he was acutely aware of the stakes involved. Yao Lao assessed Xiao Yan's calm demeanor and nodded approvingly, saying, For others, this is indeed the case, but you are different. Your foundation was solidified 3 years ago, and your determination has remained steadfast, never missing a day of training. Therefore, I can confidently say your foundation is excellent. Are you suggesting that external forces could elevate my strength? For instance, consuming pills? Xiao Yin's eyes gleamed with intrigue. That's about right, but given the current resilience of your meridians, you cannot withstand the energy of any pill, not even the most basic gathering powder. Yao Lao replied nonchalantly. The most basic gathering powder. Xiao Yan's fingers trembled, nearly rolling his eyes. The miraculous drug that commanded exorbitant prices in the Jayamar Empire was reduced to merely a low-grade item by his mysterious teacher, leaving him utterly bemused. What is your plan, then? Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan regained his composure and asked quietly, brow furrowed. The potency of pills is too intense and can easily harm the meridians, so we must adopt a gentler approach. Yao Lao smiled slightly, adding, tomorrow, prepare 3 complete purple leaf orchids, the older the better, along with 2 bone-washing flowers. Age unimportant. Oh, and also a first-level wood-type magic core. These are all low-level materials. I trust you can procure them. If someone is approaching, I must retreat into my ring. Also, do not reveal my existence to anyone, even to those closest to you. With that, Yao Lao disregarded Xiao Yan's widening eyes and vanished into the black ring, which trembled slightly before fitting snugly onto Xiao Yan's finger. 3 complete purple leaf orchids. 2 bone-washing flowers. A first-level wood-type magic core. Old man, are you out of your mind? Do you think I'm some royal prince? These items together will cost at least 1,000 gold coins. I've been scrimping and saving for years, and only have 400 gold coins to my name, barely enough to buy a single first-level magic core. Xiao Yan clutched the ring, glaring and cursing. That's your problem. The nurturing spirit liquid I concoct is something even the wealthy cannot buy. That I'm only asking you for a bit of material cost, and you're already whining. Yao Lao's teasing laughter echoed in Xiao Yan's mind. Damn it. It seems that only the wealthy can afford the concoctions of an alchemist. Xiao Yan sighed helplessly, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Although he received a monthly allowance of 20 gold coins from the Xiao family, sufficient to sustain a common family for a year, it amounted to little when attempting to purchase the materials mentioned by Yao Lao. Merely a drop in the bucket. Such was the disparity. Alas, I suppose I'll have to borrow some money. With a depressed sigh, Xiao Yan gradually reined in his emotions, his small face returning to its usual calm as he turned to gaze at the mountain path, where a violet figure danced gracefully like a sprite, leaping towards him. Chapter 10. Borrowing money with a gentle tap of her toes upon the rugged mountain rock, Xiao Suner resembled a delicate purple butterfly, her graceful form tracing an alluring arc as she lightly ascended to the summit. Tilting her head slightly, her gaze swept towards the youth standing at the edge of the cliff. Upon gazing at the young man, Suner momentarily froze. Although they had been apart for merely half a day, she felt that Xiao Yan now possessed an added quality. Confidence. After 3 long years, the most radiant aura that once enveloped the boy seemed to have returned at last. Enthralled by the faint smile playing at the corner of his lips, Suner's charming face broke into an adorable dimpled smile as she playfully remarked, "It seems that Xiao Yingij no longer needs Suner to comfort him. One must grow stronger after enduring hardships, don't you think?" Xiao Yan shrugged with a smile. "She will undoubtedly regret it," Suner said, pursing her lips with a light laugh, her demeanor resolute as if delivering a verdict. Xiao Yan chuckled softly, casually adjusting his garments as he approached the young lady. As he drew nearer, he noticed that Suner was now nearly his height. His gaze flitted across her youthful, beautiful visage, and he felt a sudden wave of nostalgia. The little one who used to follow him around, sniffling and bare-bottomed, had blossomed into this exquisite being. Chuckling softly, his gaze warm, he unabashedly pinched her delicate face in surprise, exclaiming, "Suner has grown up." But thankfully, she hasn't forgotten the sight of Xiao Yingij's clumsiness when he fell while trying to pick fruit for you. Still stunned by his affectionate gesture, Suner gazed into his pure, dark eyes, her heart quietly rejoicing. In their childhood, he had always enjoyed pinching her chubby cheeks. Yet after the events of 3 years ago, he had seemingly built a wall in his heart, distancing everyone. No matter how earnestly she tried to bridge that gap, his indifferent demeanor would send her retreating in disappointment. He has truly returned. But although he still sees me as that little shadow from our childhood, what a blockhead he is. She thought, pouting slightly, feeling a twinge of self-reproach for her own greed. Sunner, please don't blame Xiao Yin Gij for the past 3 years. During that time, I was lost myself. Thankfully, you were there beside me, Xiao Yin said, a hint of embarrassment in his voice as he scratched his head apologetically. His sweet smile melted away any grievances from the past 3 years, the awkwardness of his apology dissipating like mist. Ah, by the way, Sunner, how much money do you have left? Releasing her tender face, Xiao Yin suddenly chuckled as he inquired. Within the family, apart from his father, only Sunna had maintained a close relationship with him. Having embarrassed his father greatly today, he could not bear to ask him for money again, and thus turned to Sunner instead. Money? Sunner blinked her sparkling eyes in surprise. Does Xiao Yin Gij need money? Ah, I need to buy a few things, and I'm a bit short, Xiao Yin replied, his cheeks flushing. This was the first time in this life that he had asked a girl for money. Seeing the usually calm Xiao Yin Gij appear so flustered was a revelation for Sunner, who covered her mouth and giggled. I have over 1,000 gold coins. Did I ask that enough? If not. As she spoke, one dainty hand behind her back flicked her fingers, and a purple gold card materialized between her slender fingers, shimmering with 5 colorful ripples. The 5-wave purple gold card required at least the strength of a Doling to obtain in the Duki continent, and certain extraordinary powers could also grant such privileges. That's more than sufficient. Xiao Yin nodded in delight, unable to resist the urge to pinch Sunna's lovely face again, though he ultimately restrained himself. Rest assured, I will repay you in full later, he promised, patting his chest. Who would care for your repayment? She pouted slightly, swiftly stowing the purple gold card behind her. Let us go, it's getting late. Tomorrow, I'll take you to explore Wutan City. Xiao Yin called to the girl, waving his hand as he bounded down the mountain with enthusiasm. Standing still, Sunner smiled as she watched the boy who had regained his carefree spirit from 3 years ago. With a gentle smile, she murmured, Nailin Yinran, should I resent you or thank you? The morning sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon the youth seated cross-legged on his bed, immersed in cultivation. Huff! After a prolonged silence, Xiao Yin inhaled deeply. A visible stream of pale, white energy flowed into his body, nourishing his bones. His eyes suddenly opened, a flash of brilliance illuminating them as he stretched languidly, a look of bliss and intoxication gracing his features. This feeling. It's been 3 years, but the sensation of growing stronger has finally returned. Slowly descending from his bed, he stretched his limbs and changed into a fresh set of clothes. Outside the door, Sunner's melodious voice rang out. Xiao Yin Gij, are you still not up? This girl is quite early, he thought, shaking his head helplessly as he turned to rummage through the cabinet. Finally, he retrieved a small box, carefully opening it to reveal a dazzling golden light that made him squint slightly. This is all I have, Xiao Yin said with a wry smile as he held the small box. Stepping outside, he beheld the youthful maiden waiting at the door and could not help but whistle playfully. Today, Sunner had donned a tasteful light green outfit. The soft color accentuated her innocence, while fitted trousers showcased her slender, graceful legs, revealing her curves. With long legs, a pert backside, and a subtly developing bosom, Sunner now resembled a vibrant young lady from Earth, radiating the enticing essence of youth. Moreover, her unique elegance was something Xiao Yin had never encountered in any other girl. Here is what you need, she cheerfully offered a black card as Xiao Yin emerged. This was a standard gold storage card, with a maximum limit of 5,000 gold coins. Taking the black card, Xiao Yin jested. Why are you all dressed up? Do you have a date with someone? Yes, indeed. This is the first time in 3 years that Xiao Yin Gij has invited me out, so Sunner must look her best, she replied, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight, her playful laughter ringing in the air. Shaking his head in amusement, Xiao Yin felt his spirits lift as they exchanged light-hearted banter while making their way out of the family estate. Along the way, they encountered several relatives, who cast curious glances at the pair, surprised by their closeness. At present, Sunner was undoubtedly the most dazzling gem among the younger generation of their family, possessing both beauty and talent. While she appeared gentle and amiable, beneath that subtle smile lay an air of aloofness, making casual greetings easy but deep conversations difficult. Ignoring the peculiar expressions from their relatives, Xiao Yin led Suner directly out of the family compound, then slowed his pace, leisurely wandering through the bustling streets filled with people. Wutan City, a prominent metropolis within the Jiamat Empire, thrived with vibrancy. Despite the scorching sun, the streets bustled with life, with the occasional sighting of exotic races. Perhaps due to Xiao Yin's presence, Suner became much livelier after leaving the family grounds. She playfully tugged at the reluctant Xiao Yin, darting between various stalls, her light laughter bringing a refreshing breeze to the sun-drenched street. After Suner grew weary from her frolics, Xiao Yin guided her to a nearby apothecary, where he spent over 900 gold coins to acquire 3 20-year-old purple leaf orchid herbs and 2 5-year-old bone-washing flowers. These were all low-grade materials easily obtainable in an apothecary. However, for higher-grade materials, one would need to venture out to search or visit the market and auction houses. Gazing at the rapidly dwindling wealth in his hands, Xiao Yin couldn't help but chuckle wryly, realizing just how vital money was in the Duki continent. With the herbs in hand, all that remained was a first-grade wood element magic core. Chapter 11. The marketplace in the realm of Duki, the magic core, also referred to as the magic crystal, serves as the embryonic form of spiritual elixirs. As the name suggests, it is an energy crystal found within magical beasts, brimming with wildly tumultuous celestial energy. Even a formidable Do Wang would hesitate to recklessly absorb such volatile energy, fearing the peril of bodily explosion. However, while the magic core cannot be directly consumed, it is an essential primary material for alchemists. When processed through the alchemist's secret techniques, the magic core's ferocious attributes can be neutralized by certain miraculous herbs, transforming it into a plethora of coveted spiritual medicines that enhance one's prowess, instantly skyrocketing its value. Moreover, the magic core can be infused into weapons, significantly augmenting their destructive capabilities while also bestowing the enticing effect of amplifying Duki, making them highly sought after by the combatant class of Duki. Naturally, the magic core can also be applied to armor and other items, providing formidable defensive power and offering a greater assurance of survival in the face of danger. With such a multitude of beneficial effects, the magic core rightfully claims its status as the most sought-after mainstream material in the Duki continent. Not only do combatants yearn for it, but even esteemed alchemists often lower themselves to scour the world for high-grade magic cores to concoct superior elixirs. Under this prevailing trend, the demand for magic cores on the continent is perpetually insatiable. Whenever high-grade magic cores appear at auctions or elsewhere, they are swiftly snatched up at exorbitant prices. The high cost of magic cores has given rise to numerous mercenary groups dedicated to hunting magical beasts. Yet, the acquisition of magic cores is no simple feat. Firstly, magical beasts are not only powerful, but also exceedingly cunning. Due to their fierce nature and unique modes of attack, magical beasts often surpass human opponents of equivalent strength. Thus, attempting to hunt magical beasts solo, without extraordinary prowess, can easily result in disastrous failure. Secondly, not all magical beasts possess the magic core within them. Its presence appears to be a matter of chance. There are instances when a mercenary group incurs significant casualties, yet ends up empty-handed after slaying a magical beast. Such occurrences are commonplace in the Duki continent and hardly considered unusual. Consequently, the value of magic cores remains perpetually high and in demand. With Suner in tow, Xiao Yin navigated the bustling streets, eventually darting into a medium-sized marketplace located in the southern part of the city. This type of marketplace, prevalent in Wutan City, is controlled by the 3 prominent families of the city. The marketplace Xiao Yin entered is under the dominion of his own Xiao family. While they maintain control, it is more accurate to say they uphold order and security within the marketplace that in return, mercenaries and merchants trading within the marketplace are required to pay a commission to the family, a long-standing regulation in the Duki continent, with few daring to disrupt the peace. Upon entering the marketplace, 2 guards from the Xiao family stood at the entrance, evidently recognizing Xiao Yin and Suner. They were momentarily taken aback, then inclined their heads slightly in respect. Nodding slightly, Xiao Yin proceeded forward, standing at the entrance and gazing at the ceaseless flow of people within. Unable to suppress a click of his tongue, that it was no wonder the family maintained strict control over the marketplace. The profits generated from such bustling activity must be substantial. Third young master, Miss Suner, what brings you both to the marketplace today? Are you looking to purchase something? As the two were momentarily dazzled by the throng, a respectful voice called from behind. Turning around, Xiao Yin saw 7 or 8 burly men clad in the Xiao family's uniforms standing behind him. The speaker, a robust man in his 30s, bore a badge on his chest emblazoned with 6 golden stars, indicating his status as a 6-star dosher. Noticing the puzzled look from Xiao Yin, the man chuckled amiably, saying, "Third young master, my name is Pei Yan, appointed by the patriarch as the captain of the guard, dedicated to ensuring the safety of the marketplace. I had the pleasure of meeting you last year during your birthday celebration." "Oh, so you're Uncle Pei Yan?" Xiao Yin blinked. Although he had no clear recollection of this man, the introduction elicited a smile on his youthful face. Since he was directly appointed by his father, his loyalty should be beyond question. Although the Xiao family was not a superpower, it was still divided into several factions that if this man were affiliated with other elders' factions, Xiao Yin would have preferred to dismiss him casually. "I was merely bored from staying in the family, so I came out to stroll." "Uncle Pei Yan, you may continue with your duties. If I require assistance, I shall call for you." Xiao Yan's youthful voice lacked any arrogance typical of a young master, instead exuding warmth and courtesy, uplifting the spirits of those around him. The respectful address of uncle caused Pei Yan's smile to deepen, and he responded with greater enthusiasm, nodding and saying, "Then, third young master, feel free to explore. Our men are scattered throughout the marketplace. If you need anything, just holler." Politely nodding, Xiao Yin took Sunu's hand and wove through the crowd, eventually disappearing from view. "Pali, send 2 men to follow third young master. Warn those unscrupulous individuals in the marketplace. If anyone dares to lay their hands on third young master or Miss Suner, they shall not be welcome here again." Pei Yan commanded, his demeanor shifting from amiable to stern as he observed the retreating figures of the young boy and girl. "Understood, Captain," one of the burly men replied, nodding solemnly as he waved his hand to lead 2 others into the crowd. Third young master remains so gentle with others. It truly brings comfort," Pei Yan remarked, watching the trio merge into the crowd, then sighed regretfully. "Such a fine young man. What a pity." Shaking his head in regret, Pei Yan and his subordinates continued their patrol of the streets. Trailing leisurely behind the casually wandering Xiao Yin, Suner discreetly glanced back at the throng, smiling faintly. "Xiao Yin, Uncle Pei Yan is quite admirable." Xiao Yin responded with a soft his gaze scanning a vendor nearby. His spiritual perception was significantly sharper than that of ordinary individuals, allowing him to clearly sense the guards following behind. Retracting his gaze, he slowed his pace to walk alongside the girl, inhaling her fragrant scent reminiscent of a pure blue lotus. He teased, "With your 9th-tier Duki, you can detect 3 adept stealth guards. That's Suner. You are quite remarkable." Imitating Xiao Yin, Suner adorably shrugged her shoulders, employing her ultimate weapon, a smile, remaining silent. Gazing at the girl's quiet demeanor, a warm smile graced Xiao Yan's lips that he gently patted her head and whispered in a voice only they could hear, "Though I know not your true identity or background, I do know this. You are my sister, Suner, that no matter what the future holds, remember to stand behind me. I shall shield you from the storms." With a gentle smile, he patted her once more, quickening his pace as they moved forward. Halting in her tracks, Suner fluttered her beautiful, expressive eyes, staring at the boy who had just spoken, lingering in place for a while. Finally coming to her senses, a gentle smile spread across her lips, transforming her delicate face into an alluring visage. In the bustling marketplace, the girl stood lightly laughing, her graceful figure akin to an ethereal blue lotus, serene and elegant amidst the chaos. "Sister, Suner is quite the greedy girl." Tilting her head slightly, she whispered to herself, then pursed her lips in a soft smile, gracefully moving her steps to catch up with the leisurely boy ahead. Following Xiao Yin through the twists and turns, they gradually delved deeper into the marketplace. The wares sold in the heart of the marketplace were significantly more precious than those outside, indicating that patrons frequenting this area possessed a measure of strength in Wutan City. While Xiao Yin was engrossed in his search for magic crystals, Suner, feeling somewhat bored, approached a clean vendor. Stopping gracefully, she extended her delicate wrist to pick up a light green bracelet. The bracelet, made of ordinary materials, was enhanced with some ice silver, giving it a cool touch, perfect for summer wear. Though the material was simple, it bore a unique elegance. After idly playing with it for a moment, Just as Sun Er was about to purchase it, she remembered that she had lent all her money to Xiao Yin. Slightly turning her head to glance at the boy deeply engrossed in his own matters, she could only shake her head in resignation, offering an apologetic smile to the elderly vendor before setting the bracelet down and continuing her leisurely stroll. With her serene disposition, it was rare for her to actively request someone to buy her something, even if it were Xiao Yin. Not far ahead, feeling a bit bored and contemplating returning to accompany Xiao Yin, a clear, cheerful laughter suddenly rang out from ahead. "Ah, is that not Miss Sun Er? Hee, what a pleasant surprise to encounter you here. Truly a stroke of fate." With a slight furrow of her delicate brows, Sun Er turned to locate the source of the voice, only to see a throng of people surging forward, encircling a young man dressed in opulent attire at the center like a star among constellations. The young man appeared to be around 20, handsome in appearance, though his complexion was somewhat pale. His eyes, now ablaze with fervor, were fixated intently on the graceful young girl standing not far away, his gaze laced with unabashed admiration. Chapter 12. Keep your distance. Gazing upon the handsome youth whose face radiated delight, Sun Er's delicate willow-like brows furrowed slightly. Ignoring his calls, she turned on her heel and walked away. Miss Sun Er, observing her retreating figure, the pallid-faced young man, Galio, felt a surge of urgency wash over him. He hastened his steps, ultimately positioning himself directly in her path. Blocked by the young man, Sun Er had no choice but to halt, her slender, autumn-water eyes narrowing slightly with a hint of languor as she regarded him in silence. Miss Sun Er, captivated by the enchanting gaze of the maiden, Galio, accustomed to the company of beauties, found his breath quickening, his usual eloquence seemingly rendered ineffective at this moment. "Master Galio, if there is nothing of importance, might I request you to step aside? I have matters to attend to." As she noted the flush creeping onto the young man's face, Sun Er finally spoke, her tender voice imbued with a hint of softness, which instantly brought a faintly sickly hue to Galio's pale complexion. "Miss Sun Er, are you perchance looking to acquire something at the market? I happen to be free. Why not stroll together?" Drawing in a deep breath, Galio's smile radiated warmth and brilliance. Such a demeanor, coupled with his status and appearance, had often secured him the affections of many a lady. "Master Galio, I have already stated that I am occupied. Could you please allow me to pass?" Sun Er's lips pursed slightly, her tone devoid of any inflection. Upon being firmly rebuffed by Sun Er, Galio's lips twitched, yet his smile remained intact. He reached into his garment and produced a delicate bracelet. The bracelet, a soft blue gold, was crafted from an alloy of blue gold iron, and at its clasp hung a polished orb of green crystal, its gentle green hue casting a mesmerizing glow, rendering the piece exquisite. Evidently, this charming bracelet was of considerable value. "Since Miss Sun Er has matters to attend to, it would be rather unreasonable of me to impede you further," Galio said, carefully holding the bracelet, his voice imbued with eagerness. "This is a wood spirit bracelet I just procured from the market. While it may not be a valuable item, it is adorned with a first-level wood attribute magic crystal, which significantly enhances the recovery of fighting energy. As you have yet to become a fighter, this accessory is perfectly suited for you. Please, do not refuse this small token of my esteem. It would be rather embarrassing for me before my subordinates." His words concluded with a touch of humor, prompting a few chuckles from those around him. Observing Galio's antics, Sun Er's brows knitted together once more, feeling quite exasperated by this persistent suitor. Just as she prepared to decline his offer, her gaze fell upon the green crystal at the bracelet's clasp. Recalling Xiao Yin's arduous search for a wood attribute magic crystal, her long eyelashes fluttered gently, and her cool countenance softened slightly. Noticing Sun Er's apparent hesitation, Galio's heart leaped with joy. He eagerly nudged the wood spirit bracelet closer, exclaiming, "Miss Sun Er, there is no need for formality. The Galio family and the Xiao family are both among the 3 prominent families of Wutan City. Exchanging small gifts among ourselves is quite customary. Once I have the bracelet, I can give the magic crystal to Brother Xiao Yin and dispose of the bracelet when he is not looking." A playful thought flickered through Sun Er's mind. Resolving her hesitation, she reached out, only to have her hand swiftly captured by a firm grip. Startled, Sun Er felt her fighting energies surge within her, and as she prepared to break free, a soft hum from the young man stilled her resolve. Shifting her gaze, Sun Er beheld Xiao Yin, who had suddenly appeared behind her, and as her eyes rose, she caught sight of his youthful, somewhat displeased features. "What kind of fellow is this? Surely you must know by now." Casting a fierce glare at Sun Er, Xiao Yin inwardly chastised her, then turned to Galio with a smile, saying, "Master Galio, your good intentions are appreciated, but I must ask you to take back your gift." As the atmosphere grew tense, a flicker of anger flashed in Galio's eyes. However, in the presence of the fair maiden, he maintained his composure, forcing a smile as he replied, "Young Master Xiao, I merely noticed that Miss Sun Er was not adorned with any jewelry, and thus wished to offer a token of goodwill. Surely you do not wish for her to lack embellishment." Sighing in exasperation, Xiao Yin cast a sidelong glance at the wood spirit bracelet in Galio's hand and produced a pale green bracelet from his own pocket, retorting, "Do you have a particular fondness for bracelets? Here, take it to do not go around accepting gifts from others that I've told you before. Offering unsolicited favors can be suspect. With your foolish demeanor, you might end up sold off without realizing it." As Xiao Yin's words resonated, laughter erupted from Galio and his entourage, their amusement palpable. Yet this derisive laughter was abruptly cut short, leaving them in stunned silence. The initially dazed Sun Er was roused from her stupor by Xiao Yin's actions, her hands instinctively seizing the bracelet. Once it was in her possession, she realized her eagerness may have been a tad excessive, that a faint blush graced her fair, delicate features, but being no ordinary girl, she quickly composed herself and, with grace, slipped the bracelet onto her smooth wrist. Lifting her gaze, she offered Xiao Yin a charming smile, saying, "Thank you, brother Xiao Yin." Galio, watching the scene unfold, felt a twinge of jealousy at Sun Er's uncharacteristic display of affection toward Xiao Yin. He forced a chuckle, saying, I never anticipated that Miss Sun Er would have such unique tastes. It seems I underestimated her." Xiao Yin regarded Galio with a sidelong glance, his gaze drifting to a golden star emblazoned on Galio's chest. He pondered, "I recall seeing this fellow last year, and he was merely at the 9th level of fighting energy. Who would have thought he'd managed to condense his fighting energy cycle in this year? Yet at 21, achieving the rank of a 1-star fighter is hardly impressive." Noticing Galio's refusal to depart, Xiao Yin smirked, his tone unyielding. "Master Galio, your reputation as a charmer is well known throughout Wutan City. However, Sun Er is still young and uninterested in playing the games of early romance. Therefore, I kindly ask that you direct your attentions elsewhere. Keep your distance from him in the future," Xiao Yin added, disregarding Galio's sour expression. He turned to Sun Er, adopting a tone of mock wisdom. "Understood," Sun Er replied, her lively eyes blinking innocently as she nodded. To her, Galio was merely a stranger with whom she had exchanged a few pleasantries, while Xiao Yin held a unique significance in her life. If he advised her to keep her distance, then that was precisely what she would do. Such choices were not difficult for her. Many friends have noted that the new book's ranking system has not been established. I would like to clarify the ranking system of fighters in the Duki continent. Fighter, Do Master, Great Do Master, Do Spirit, Do King, Do Emperor, Do Zone, Do Zun, Do Saint, Do Sovereign. Each level is divided into 9 stars. Chapter 13. The Black Iron Plate. Observing the surprising nod from Xin Er in response to Xiao Yan's words, a twitch appeared at the corner of Galio's mouth. His fists clenched tightly, producing a creaking sound, as his hawkish gaze bore down fiercely on the seemingly indifferent youth before him. Behind Galio, a group of subordinates, sensing their master's displeasure, astutely stepped forward, subtly encircling the two, their glances laced with ill intentions that in the depths of the market. The crowd was also considerable. Upon witnessing the unfolding incident, curious eyes turned their way. Both Xiao Yin and Galio were somewhat renowned in Wutan City. Xiao Yin for his infamous reputation as a waste, and Galio for his notorious flirtations and abandon. Though their names were not particularly flattering, they could still be regarded as two notable figures. Noticing the demeanor of Galio and his entourage, Xiao Yin raised an eyebrow, a hint of mockery dancing across his youthful face. He tilted his head slightly and let out a short whistle towards a particular direction in the market. Upon witnessing Xiao Yan's action, the crowd turned their curious gazes, only to see the market's guard team, led by Captain Payne, charging towards them with an imposing aura. Payne, accompanied by a throng of guards, hastily approached, waving his hand, ordering his men to ferociously encircle Galio and his group, did I in that moment. Tension crackled in the air. Third young master. Has something occurred? Payne inquired, casting a sweeping glance at Galio and his companions before respectfully asking with a smile. Xiao Yin offered a slight smile, turning to regard Galio's grim countenance, and casually remarked, Young Master Galio, this market is under the jurisdiction of my Xiao family. Do you intend to act here? Galio cast a wary glance at Payne, then turned to Xiao Yin with a cold smirk. Are you merely relying on your family's influence? If you were a man, you wish to say that if I were a man, we should engage in a fair contest, correct? Xiao Yin abruptly waved his hand, interrupting Galio's words with a laugh. Galio let out a cold chuckle, provokingly stating, Precisely, do you dare? Gazing at the provocatively smirking Galio, Xiao Yin appeared somewhat helpless, letting out a sigh as he rubbed his forehead. After a moment, he lifted his gaze, shrugged slightly, and with an expression of innocence and naivete, asked, Young Master Galio, may I inquire how old you are this year? Galio's lips twitched, his expression darkening as he remained silent. Brother, you are 21 this year, and I am how old? 15. You expect me, a child who hasn't even undergone the coming-of-age ceremony, to duel with you. Do you not find your demand rather embarrassing? Xiao Yin sighed, his helpless demeanor eliciting a stifled laugh from Xian'er beside him, who covered her mouth with a smile. Ha! The mercenaries and merchants in the depths of the market burst into laughter at the boy's innocent remarks. Indeed, given Xiao Yan's current age, he could only be considered an inexperienced youth, while Galio had long since reached adulthood. Such a challenge naturally drew disdain from the onlookers. The mocking gazes surrounding him doused Galio with a splash of cold water, bringing him back to his senses. Xiao Yan's display of maturity and composure often led others to overlook his age, and thus reminded, Galio recalled that the youth before him was merely 15. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Galio glanced at the group of Xiao family's guards, who were eyeing him like hawks. Realizing he had no opportunity to teach Xiao Yin a lesson today, he could only shake his head begrudgingly, sneering, In another year, you'll be holding your coming-of-age ceremony, right? Heh, I see you as a waste. Once that ceremony passes, you'll likely be relegated to some remote backwater, unable even to enter Wutan City. Truly pitiful. Xiao Yin simply smiled, non-committally shrugging his shoulders, his eyelids twitching. Galio felt an inexplicable fury rise within him at the sight of the calm and collected youth. You a waste, pretending to be enigmatic. That suppressing his anger, Galio snorted coldly, waving his hand to push through the crowd. Oh, by the way. Suddenly halting, Galio seemed to recall something, turning back with a mocking grin. Young Master Xiao Yin, I've heard that your Xiao family has been forced to annul the engagement with the Nalan family as Nalan Yanran. Heh, it's really no surprise. With your cultivation talent, you indeed don't deserve to be matched with Miss Nalan. Haha. With that, Galio laughed heartily as he departed. Xiao Yin cast a chilling glance at the retreating Galio, extending his hand to pull Xian'er close, calmly stating, Just a mad dog. It bites you, and you wish to bite back. But he went too far. Are we to let him off just like that? Suena a fool hit delicates plaus, explacing hit indignation. There will be opportunities. Xiao Yin squinted, a smile playing on his lips, the coldness at the corner of his mouth sending a slight chill through Payne beside him. A lion that bites is not frightening. What is concerning is a lion that knows how to endure. Uncle Payne, I appreciate your assistance. Xiao Yin turned to Payne and the others, offering a friendly smile. The previous ominous aura instantly transformed into youthful exuberance and straightforwardness. Feeling a sense of admiration for Xiao Yan's emotional control, Payne's smile held an added layer of genuine respect. Regardless of Xiao Yan's cultivation talent, such mental acuity suggested that his future achievements would be nothing short of remarkable. Third young master is jesting. This is indeed the territory of our Xiao family, and we cannot allow the Galio family to act recklessly. Payne chuckled, observing Xiao Yan's curious demeanor before bidding farewell and taking his leave with his men. As he watched Payne and the others depart, Xiao Yan turned and ruffled Xian'er's hair, feigning irritation. You foolish girl, a mere first-tier magic crystal has captured your heart. Don't you know what sort of person that fellow is? Accepting his gift will only embolden him. Pouting slightly and smoothing her disheveled hair, Xian'er shrugged. If something is offered at my doorstep, why not take it? Xiao Yin rolled his eyes, exasperated. That item is hardly precious. Is it worth your excitement? You are the talented young lady of the Xiao family. Xin'er playfully scrunched her adorable nose, lifting her wrist adorned with a bracelet, teasingly commenting, "So Xiaoyan brother has been paying attention to Xin'er all along." Shooting her a sideways glance, Xiaoyan grasped the girl's hand and made his way deeper into the market, passing several stalls before finally stopping. He bent down to examine a green crystal still stained with traces of blood on one of the stalls, letting out a sigh of relief. Finally found it. As he reached out to grab the magic crystal, his hand suddenly froze, an unusual sensation washing over him. Licking his lips, Xiaoyan resolutely seized the magic crystal, casually casting his gaze over the stall. Moments later, his eyes lingered on a piece of black iron lying beside the magic crystal. The black iron plate appeared quite ancient, covered in rust, and still bearing remnants of unwashed yellow mud, resembling an item freshly unearthed from the ground. "Hey, Xiaoyan, you should buy that black iron plate. It's a good thing." Just as Xiaoyan wondered about his peculiar sense, the voice of the medicine elder unexpectedly resonated within his mind. Chapter 14. Absorbing palm, listening to the voice resonating within his heart, Xiaoyan subtly blinked his eyes and discreetly nodded his chin. He did not immediately pick up the black iron piece. Instead, he lightly tossed the green crystal stained with blood in his hand and smiled at a mercenary man behind the stall, who appeared somewhat shifty-eyed, saying, "What kind of magical beast does this magic crystal belong to?" "He, young master has a discerning eye. This is the magic crystal of a first-tier magical beast, the swallowing wood fox. Among first-tier magic crystals, it is considered a top-grade specimen. To acquire this crystal, our sharp-toothed mercenary group guarded for 3 whole days and hunted 5 swallowing wood foxes before obtaining this one." Upon noticing Xiaoyan's distinguished attire, the mercenary man eagerly began to elaborate. "If the young master is interested, it will only cost 500. Several of our brothers were injured while hunting the swallowing wood fox." Xiaoyan wiped the blood from his fingers on the magic crystal and discovered that the blood had not yet fully coagulated. He nodded slightly and glanced at the 2 golden stars on the mercenary man's chest, casually remarking, "That's too expensive. The usual price for a first-tier magic crystal ranges from 400 to 450. Moreover, although the swallowing wood fox is indeed a magical beast, its attack power is rather low. Surely, your team members have not even reached the fighter level, have they?" The mercenary man's lips twitched as he chuckled awkwardly, clearly caught off guard by the young man's knowledge of market prices and magical beasts. He could only sheepishly reply, "470, it can't be any lower. After all, our brothers need to make a living." Sighing in response to the mercenary man's anxious gaze, Xiaoyan bent down, rummaging through the stall, and coincidentally found that strange iron piece among the items. He raised his hand, revealing the collection. 470 for everything. The mercenary man discreetly released a sigh of relief as his discerning eyes scanned the items in Xiaoyan's hand, fortunately noting that they were all inexpensive goods. "Deal!" Without hesitation, Xiaoyan tossed a small pouch of gold coins and, without another word, picked up his items and turned to leave. "Hey, Xiaoyan, quite cautious, aren't you even when purchasing something?" At that moment, the old pharmacist chuckled mockingly in his heart. These fellows are all shrewd traders. The moment they sense you are fond of something, they immediately hike up the price, that I certainly don't wish to be taken for a fool. Xiaoyan replied calmly in his heart, disregarding the peculiar old man in the ring as he leisurely strolled out of the marketplace with Sun'er, gradually returning to his family. After parting ways with Sun'er within the family grounds, Xiaoyan hurriedly dashed back to his room, cautiously securing the doors and windows. Turning around, he looked at the old pharmacist, who had emerged at some point, and eagerly pulled out the purchased medicinal items and magic crystal, asking, "I've got everything. What should I do next?" The old pharmacist grinned and casually surveyed the materials on the table, suddenly stating, "Aren't you going to take a look at that black iron piece?" "Ah!" Xiaoyan was taken aback for a moment, then quickly retrieved the black iron piece, examining it meticulously from top to bottom. He frowned and asked, "What is this thing used for?" The old pharmacist took the iron piece with ease and replied, "It seems to contain a combat technique, but the individual who crafted this piece was likely also an alchemist. Thus, only someone with extraordinary spiritual perception can sense it. Combat technique." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly inquired, "What level is it?" In the Doqi continent, combat techniques hold as much significance as Doqi methods. A profound combat technique can enable one to unleash formidable strength far exceeding their own during battle. Like Doqi, they are categorized into 4 tiers: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. Combat techniques circulating among the public on the continent are typically only of high Yellow tier, while higher-level techniques can only be obtained in certain academies or sections. Naturally, the Doqi continent is vast, and some ancient combat techniques have been lost over time, ultimately falling into the hands of fortunate individuals. The black iron piece that Xiao Yan acquired might very well be a remnant from a bygone era. After flipping the iron piece, the old pharmacist smiled and said after a moment, "Absorbing palm, low-level profound rank." Low-level profound rank. Xiao Yan's face brightened. He had not expected this seemingly trivial purchase to conceal a profound rank combat technique. It was worth noting that the most advanced combat technique in his family was merely of mid-profound rank, and only the clan leader and a few elders were qualified to learn it. Absorbing palm. When perfected, it can absorb 1,000 gene of massive stone that if confronted by an enemy. The fierce suction can forcibly draw blood from the human body. Draw blood from within the body. Xiao Yan's face displayed astonishment as he swallowed hard, exclaiming, "That seems incredibly powerful. If the blood leaves the body, who could possibly survive?" This technique can obviously only be used against opponents of equal or lower rank, that if you encounter someone stronger, they can simply use your force against you, and you would end up the unfortunate one. The old pharmacist casually tossed the iron piece back, speaking indifferently, indicating that his assessment of this combat technique was not particularly high. As a figure of great stature, the old pharmacist naturally held lofty standards, but to Xiao Yan, this was indeed a high-level combat technique that he gleefully picked up the black iron piece, exclaiming, "Regardless, this absorbing palm is far superior to the ordinary techniques within my family. I shall learn it from now on. With your 3 segments of Doqi, being able to absorb a twig is quite an achievement, and yet you wish to draw blood." The old pharmacist shook his head and scoffed. Rolling his eyes, Xiao Yan chose to ignore the eccentric old man, reveling in his possession of the iron piece and chuckling to himself. "Look at you, enchanted by a low-level profound rank combat technique. How embarrassing." The old pharmacist shook his head helplessly, grasping a magic crystal from the table, instructing Xiao Yan, "Go fetch a large basin of water." Seeing that the old pharmacist was about to begin his work, Xiao Yan quickly secured the black iron piece and eagerly went to prepare it. In the tranquil room, the old pharmacist held a purple leaf orchid in his left hand, his eyes narrowing slightly. After a moment, he gently exhaled, and a faintly white flame suddenly erupted from his palm. As the flame appeared, the temperature in the room rose significantly. Xiao Yan, staring intently at the white flame, felt a tremor of awe within him. Although he was not fully versed in the alchemical processes of an alchemist, the manifestation of Doqi into a tangible form was something even his father could not achieve. With an indifferent expression, the old pharmacist's white flame flickered slightly, engulfing the purple leaf orchid within. But the flame churned, and within an instant, the orchid was reduced to a small pool of green liquid. Once more, he grasped another purple leaf orchid and directly tossed it into the white flame. But after throwing in all 3 purple leaf orchids, the green liquid visibly expanded in size. The green liquid writhed within the flames, the intense heat ceaselessly purifying the impurities within. But as the flames continued to burn, the green liquid diminished rapidly, and after a while, it was reduced to the size of a thumb. Next, the old pharmacist tossed in 2 bone-washing flowers, melding them into the green liquid after their purification. Following this, it was time to refine the magic crystal. The entire process of these 3 steps lasted approximately an hour, yet the old pharmacist remained sprightly, showing no signs of fatigue. After an hour, the once solid magic crystal had been transformed into a light green liquid, the violent energy contained within the crystal having been washed away through the pharmacist's remarkable concoction. As the white flame in his palm gradually extinguished, the old pharmacist held up a drop of liquid that resembled emerald, and Xiao Yan rubbed his hands together, keenly sensing the abundant energy contained within it. "Teacher, do I just swallow it like this?" Xiao Yan blinked, his eagerness palpable. "If you want to die, go ahead and swallow it directly." With your meridians, you'll soon become a true waste. The old pharmacist shot Xiao Yan a scornful look, flicking his fingers to drop the emerald liquid into a basin of clear water, instantly transforming it into a vibrant shade of blue. From now on, cultivate in this basin. With your talent for cultivation, reaching the 7th segment within a year should pose no challenge, the old pharmacist said, patting his hands with a smile. Xiao Yan's heart soared with joy as he hurriedly nodded in agreement. Oh, I almost forgot. This potion only lasts for 2 months, meaning you'll need to purchase these items again every 2 months, the old pharmacist said with a grin. Xiao Yan's expression stiffened, and he nodded with a mournful look. Darn it, it seems this potion is truly a luxury only the wealthy can afford. Chapter 15. Cultivation. Warm sunlight streamed through the cracks of the window, casting delicate speckles of light that adorned the tidy room. Within, a young boy sat cross-legged in a wooden basin, his bare body relaxed, hands interlocked, forming a peculiar mudra before him. His eyes were tightly shut, and his breathing was steady and powerful. The basin was filled with azure liquid, which shimmered enchantingly, reflecting strange glimmers as it swayed slightly. The boy's chest rose and fell gently, each breath resonating with rhythm. As time passed in his cultivation, the azure liquid gradually released a faint stream of energy, tinted with a hint of blue, which slowly ascended and, in harmony with the boy's breath, entered his body. As the energy flowed within him, the boy's youthful visage seemed to radiate a lustrous sheen akin to warm jade. Sensing the burgeoning energy within, a faint smile of contentment graced the boy's face. Having tasted the sweetness of progress, he did not relent. His eyes remained closed, and his fingers maintained their position, concentrating deeply, savoring the gentle energy from the azure liquid. The liquid caressed his skin, seeping through his pores, nourishing his bones, and cleansing his meridians. As the boy's insatiable thirst for energy persisted, more and more streams of energy wafted from the basin, eventually shrouding his bare form in a gentle haze. The passage of time slipped by in an unwavering devotion to his practice, while the sunlight streaming through the window gradually dimmed, and the heat of the day began to wane. In the basin, the boy inhaled the last wisp of energy into his being. His eyelashes fluttered slightly, and after a brief moment, his pitch-black eyes suddenly opened wide. Within those dark irises, a glimmer of white flashed, now tinged with a subtle hint of azure. Slowly exhaling a breath of stagnant air from his chest, the boy blinked with a newfound vitality, then sprang to his feet, allowing the cool droplets to cascade from his body. Stretching languidly, he felt the invigorating energy that had been dormant for 3 years filling him, and he murmured dreamily, "At this rate, perhaps in 2 months, I shall be able to break through to the 5th stage of." Since meticulously preparing everything, Xiao Yan had secluded himself in his room for over half a month. During this time, aside from essential bodily needs, he had led a life of profound retreat. Though the days of cultivation were somewhat monotonous, for one who had endured 3 years of disdain and ridicule, it was but a trivial matter. The mockery he faced over those 3 years had made him acutely aware of the paramount importance of strength in this land. Yet, despite the arduousness of his days, the fruits of his labor brought him immense joy. The elixir concocted by Yao Lao was potent beyond both Xiao Yan's and Yao Lao's expectations. Initially, it was believed that even with the aid of the elixir, reaching the 4th stage would take at least a month. To their astonishment, Xiao Yan had halved that time. Even Yao Lao couldn't help but marvel at Xiao Yan's remarkable efficiency in cultivation. Although it was somewhat attributable to Xiao Yan's previous experience along this path, the speed was indeed astonishing. It is well known that the foundational aspects of cultivation are particularly challenging. It is not uncommon for individuals to spend 10 or even 20 years to attain the initial 10 stages. However, once one becomes a true, the pace of cultivation would significantly accelerate. Before achieving status, a year might yield only a single stage of improvement. Yet after entering that realm, one could potentially surge several stages within a single year. In light of such a stark contrast in cultivation rates, Xiao Yan's performance over the past half-month was indeed remarkable. Climbing out of the basin without a hint of hesitation, Xiao Yan glanced back at the now paler azure liquid, its energy absorbed by him. He shook his head in mild frustration and murmured, "Will this still support another month and a half of cultivation?" Wiping the moisture from his body, he casually donned a clean garment and reclined upon the soft bed, retrieving a dark iron piece from beneath his pillow. The rust spots on the iron had been meticulously cleaned by Xiao Yin, leaving it gleaming, exuding a mysterious aura. Over the past half-month, aside from immersing himself in cultivation, Xiao Yin had devoted his entire focus to mastering the low level contained within this iron piece. Under Yao Lao's guidance, he gradually grasped the nuances of the technique, yet due to the thinness of he had yet to witness any tangible results, which left him somewhat disheartened. With the iron piece clasped between his palms, Xiao Yin closed his eyes, his soul reaching out through his arms. Effortlessly delving into the dark iron, as his breathing steadied, the room fell silent once more. After a prolonged period of tranquility, Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly snapped open, his right hand curling slightly into a claw-like shape. The faint within him surged forth, guided by his consciousness, swiftly traversing the specific pathways and acupoints in his palm, culminating in a powerful burst of energy. Bang! The vase on the table trembled momentarily before shattering to the ground, resonating with a sharp, crisp sound as it splintered into countless fragments. Sigh, although these of the Mai is simply too weak to exert any significant power. Observing the destruction he had wrought, Xiao Yin pursed his lips, muttering in resignation. At this rate, to generate enough force to affect a person, I will need at least 7 stages of. Never mind, perhaps I should visit the family hall to see if there are any suitable low level. This is of little use for now. Now that I can cultivate, I can't simply continue practicing as foolishly as before. With a sigh, Xiao Yin descended from the bed, casting a glance at the unresponsive black ring in his hand before stepping towards the door, pushing it open. After squinting his eyes against the slightly oppressive sunlight, he carefully closed the door behind him and leisurely made his way down the gravel path towards the backyard. But on either side of the gravel path, lush green willows stood, their vibrant foliage invigorating the spirit. Turning a corner, the laughter of young girls drifted from another path. The interruption of the tranquil atmosphere caused Xiao Yin to frown slightly, his gaze drawn to the group of giggling maidens. Amidst a cluster of lovely girls, one with a somewhat enchanting countenance smiled coyly, exuding a charm that made the surrounding youthful maidens feel somewhat inferior. This girl was none other than Xiao Mei, who had captured much attention during the examination at the square. Casting a detached glance at the once adoring girl who had incessantly called him cousin, a flicker of derision crossed Xiao Yan's youthful face as he gently shook his head, withdrawing his gaze without a hint of nostalgia. Reaching the end of the path, Xiao Mei's alluring laughter suddenly diminished as she caught sight of a boy not far to her left. But the setting sun cast its golden rays upon the boy, who lay with his arms cradling his head, his expression serene and captivating. His eyes, somewhat mesmerizing, fixated on the approaching boy, and as she observed the subtle curve on his lips that seemed to oscillate between mockery and a smile, Xiao Mei felt an inexplicable sense of disorientation wash over her. 3 years prior, that same boy had often worn this enchanting smile. Chapter 16. Xiao Ning gazed at the approaching youth, prompting Xiao Mei and her companions to come to an abrupt halt, their laughter gradually fading into silence. The several delicate maidens beside Xiao Mei stared wide-eyed at this once celebrated scion of their clan, their expressions a blend of unspoken regret and other sentiments. Xiao Mei lingered in place, her heart entangled in conflicting emotions. Deep down, she yearned to engage in conversation with this youth who had once captivated her affections. Yet, reality starkly reminded her of the widening chasm between them, and to invest her thoughts in a person deemed a failure seemed rather unwise. With a slight furrow of her elegantly arched brows, she sighed inwardly, resolving, I should at least greet him. After all, he is my cousin. Unaware of Xiao Mei's inner musings, Xiao Yin ambled over, his arms lazily resting behind his head. As he drew near, Xiao Mei's charming visage was on the verge of breaking into a smile, but the youth's nonchalant demeanor abruptly froze the smile on her lips, rendering her expression somewhat comical. With his arms still behind his head and oblivious to his surroundings, Xiao Yin walked past the group of maidens without a hint of lingering attachment. Staring at his retreating figure with slightly parted lips, Xiao Mei was taken aback. When had she ever been treated in such a manner? Given her beauty, a wave of inexplicable indignation surged within her, compelling her to call out, Cousin Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin paused momentarily, yet did not turn around. His voice, as indifferent as that of a stranger, replied, Is there something you need? The flatness and estrangement of his tone momentarily stunned Xiao Mei, who could only shake her head in a subdued murmur. No. Raising an eyebrow in mild surprise, Xiaoyan dismissed her with a shake of his head and continued on his way. Watching him vanish at the end of the path, Xiao Mei stamped her foot in frustration before following the same route. Upon rounding a corner, Xiaoyan lifted his gaze to behold the spacious room before him, where a plaque displayed the flamboyant red characters spelling out Battle Technique Hall. Hearing the raucous cheers emanating from within, Xiaoyan was somewhat taken aback. This place, typically devoid of visitors, was unusually lively today. Shrugging off the thought, he casually shifted his attention and entered the Battle Technique Hall. As soon as he stepped inside, a wave of youthful cheers and applause washed over him. The hall was divided into two distinct sections. The eastern part was dedicated to the family's combat techniques, while the western part housed a sizable training ground, where numerous spectators were gathered, eagerly observing the duel between two combatants. Look at the intensity of cousin Xiao Ning's fighting spirit. He must have reached the 8th level of fighting energy. Cousin Xiao Ning advanced to the 8th level 2 months ago. Even though he possesses 8th level fighting energy, cousin Sun Er has already attained 9th level. It seems cousin Xiao Ning's chances of winning are quite slim. Go cousin Sun Er! Hearing the astonished exclamations from the crowd, Xiaoyan halted, scanning the training ground before his gaze finally settled with interest on a beautiful maiden clad in a light purple dress. What has prompted this girl to engage in a duel today? He mused quietly, coming to a stop on the eastern side of the hall. He casually plucked a black scroll from a nearby rack, unfolding it to reveal several large yellow characters on its back. Intermediate yellow rank, shattered stone palm. Leaning leisurely against the bookshelf, Xiaoyan began to read the cultivation method for the shattered stone palm, occasionally glancing toward the intense action unfolding on the training ground. The spacious hall felt as though it had been divided into two worlds. The west buzzed with excitement, while the east remained tranquil and serene. Sun Er's opponent was a youth, seemingly around 17 or 18 years old, strikingly handsome and reminiscent of the recently encountered Galio. This young man, Xiao Ning, was the grandson of the clan's elder, possessing commendable cultivation talent. At the tender age of 17, he had already attained 8th level fighting energy, with only Sun Er able to surpass him within the family. Xiaoyan had little impression of this cousin. Their encounters were infrequent and marked by polite but distant exchanges. Perhaps it was due to the somewhat strained relationship between their grandfathers and fathers that Xiaoyan sensed Xiao Ning's discontent towards him, or perhaps it was because of his own past display of despondency that Xiao Ning had not sought him out in the past 3 years. With a faint smile, Xiaoyan shook off the memories and continued to study the shattered stone palm in his hands on the training ground. Sun Er moved gracefully like a delicate purple butterfly, skillfully evading Xiao Ning's fierce attacks, her exquisite face maintaining an expression of calm composure. With a hint of boredom, she deflected one of Xiao Ning's close-range assaults and casually scanned the hall before her gaze suddenly paused. Noticing the youth engrossed in his scroll against the bookshelf, a gentle smile graced Sun Er's serene features. In the fleeting moment of her elegant smile, the nearby spectators found themselves momentarily entranced. "Cousin Sun Er, be careful." Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd, breaking the spell as Sun Er momentarily lost focus. Sensing the fierce energy surging towards her from behind, Sun Er arched her delicate brows, but her gaze once again flickered towards the boy by the bookshelf. At that moment, Xiaoyan also raised his head, observing the unexpected assault on Sun Er, his brow furrowing in helpless concern. Noticing the mixture of reproach and worry etched across Xiaoyan's features, Sun Er playfully blinked her beautiful eyes before deftly sidestepping to the left, narrowly avoiding Xiao Ning's attack. As her feet moved, Sun Er's fair hands shimmered with a faint golden light, deftly slipping through the barriers created by Xiao Ning's palms, ultimately landing lightly upon his chest. With a gentle push against the stone floor, Sun Er executed a graceful spin, dissipating the force of the impact as she looked calmly at Xiao Ning, who had been pushed back over 10 steps, finally stumbling out of the training ground. As the spectators fell into a momentary hush, the arena then erupted into applause. "Ha! Cousin Sun Er truly deserves her reputation as the foremost among the younger generation of our clan. She is growing stronger by the day." Despite being defeated by Sun Er, Xiao Ning maintained a warm smile as he approached her, speaking softly. Gazing intently at the beautiful girl before him, Xiao Ning's admiration was nearly impossible to conceal. Although they were cousins by name, Xiao Ning was acutely aware that most of their clan lacked close blood ties, and he shared no such connection with Sun Er. Seemingly oblivious to Xiao Ning's fervent gaze, Sun Er politely yet distantly shook her head, murmuring, "Cousin Xiao Ning is too modest." Without waiting for Xiao Ning to continue their conversation, she turned to approach the youth immersed in a scroll in the eastern part of the hall. As the focal point of the gathering, Sun Er's actions naturally drew the attention of all present. Their gazes followed her path, ultimately landing on the youth beneath the bookshelf. Unperturbed by the heated stares from the training ground, the boy remained lost in his own world. Chapter 17. Conflict Brother Xiao Yin. The young girl stood before Xiao Yin, her delicate, fair hand resting behind her back. Leaning slightly forward, her enchanting, water-like eyes curved into crescent moons, sparkling with mirth. A faint dimple appeared on her charming little face, rendering her utterly adorable. As Xiao Yan's gaze shifted from the scroll, he smiled at the girl before him, then surveyed the hall, where numerous intense gazes were directed at him. With a hint of resignation, he remarked, "Little girl, I am aware of your considerable charm, but there is truly no need to use me as a human shield, is there?" With a playful smile, Sun Er nestled beside Xiao Yan, stretching lazily. Her alluring figure, accentuated by her form-fitting attire, became undeniably captivating. Casually retrieving a scroll from the bookshelf behind her, Sun Er let her gaze linger on Xiao Yan for a moment before lazily inquiring, "Brother Xiao Yan, have you entered the fourth stage of Do Qi?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan, engrossed in the scroll, raised an eyebrow. The 10 stages of Do Qi were all in their nascent phases, and the subtle, weak fluctuations of Do Qi were difficult to detect. Thus, without employing Do Qi or a testing stone, it was generally challenging to ascertain the exact stage one had reached. Yet Sun Er, merely by glancing, had discerned Xiao Yan's level, leaving him somewhat astonished. What is this girl's true identity? The Do techniques she employed against Xiao Ning earlier were evidently advanced. Such golden light techniques are not something the Xiao clan possesses. Thoughts raced through his mind as he cast another glance at the smiling girl beside him, shrugging slightly and nodding. "Indeed, I have reached the fourth stage." Seeing Xiao Yin nod, Sun Er's smile brightened, and she teased, "I presume this is related to your rigorous training over the past half-month, Brother Xiao Yin?" Nodding lightly, Xiao Yin did not deny it, his focus returning to the scroll as he casually asked, "What prompted you to engage in a contest with him today?" "Boredom, I suppose." Mimicking Xiao Yan's earlier gesture, Sun Er replied with a cheerful tone, her gaze shifting toward the boy, a hint of wistfulness glimmering in her eyes. "Ever since the last time, Brother Xiao Yin, you haven't sought me out for half a month. Are you truly afraid I might ask you to repay me?" Xiao Yin was taken aback, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he replied with a wry smile. "The adult ceremony is approaching next year. I must hasten my training, can I not?" Raising his head, he noticed the slight furrow in the girl's delicate nose and affectionately patted her head, gently assuring her, "I will certainly make time to accompany you in the future." Upon hearing Xiao Yan's promise, Sun Er's expression relaxed a bit, and she proceeded to whisper and giggle in his ear, her affectionate demeanor igniting jealousy among all the young men present in the hall. From a distance, Xiao Ning observed the two chatting and laughing, his lips twitching involuntarily, his expression darkening as he clenched and unclenched his fist. As the grandson of the clan's elder, Xiao Ning had always possessed a strong sense of superiority. In his heart, he had already firmly designated Sun Er as his future bride, despite it being a one-sided desire. Now, witnessing his chosen bride interacting so intimately with another, it was difficult for Xiao Ning to suppress the fiery jealousy within him, especially since the one sharing her laughter was the clan's most useless way. As anger surged within him, Xiao Ning took a deep breath, forcing a warm smile back onto his face, that he straightened his somewhat disheveled clothing and strode purposefully toward the two by the bookshelf, under the watchful eyes of the assembly. In the hall, the crowd observed Xiao Ning's approach with a mix of schadenfreude, their laughter directed not at him, but at the seemingly oblivious Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's gaze swept over the intricate patterns of the human meridians depicted on the scroll, diligently committing the techniques to memory. With a gentle exhale, his brows suddenly knitted together, His keen spiritual awareness allowed him to perceive the movements of everyone in the hall, including the advancing Xiao Ning. This girl is quite the troublemaker, he sighed softly, gradually storing the scroll away. Ah, cousin Xiaoyan, are you here to study Do techniques? Would you like me to assist you in finding some higher-level ones? Some materials, perhaps, you may not yet have the authority to access. Xiao Ning greeted with an affable smile as he approached. Xiaoyan rolled up the scroll and carefully placed it on the bookshelf, shaking his head slightly. Thank you for your concern, but I do not require assistance at the moment. Oh, haha, I almost forgot. Cousin Xiaoyan's Do Qi is still only at the 3rd stage. Higher-level techniques would indeed be quite challenging for you to grasp. Xiao Ning chuckled, rubbing his forehead, though the sarcasm in his expression was far from concealed. Xiao Yin sighed inwardly, realizing he had walked straight into a trap. A sardonic smile crept onto his face as he replied, I understand you are merely attempting to draw Sunure's attention. However, I must say, you are quite juvenile in your methods. Taken aback by Xiao Yan's unfiltered retort, Xiao Ning's smile faltered. Unable to comprehend how the typically taciturn Xiao Yin suddenly possessed the audacity to engage him in banter. His expression darkened as he coldly replied, It seems cousin Xiao Yin harbors some resentment toward me. Shall we spar to see how much you have improved over the years? Do you truly need me to spar with you? Sunur interjected, setting down the scroll, her lovely eyes glinting with a hint of frost. Xiao Ning's jealousy flared even higher as he shot a glare at Sunur, derisively stating, All you know is to hide behind women. I assent it. Why didn't you dare speak to me like this 3 years ago? Xiao Yin retorted, rising on his toes to retrieve another bundle of scrolls, brushing off the dust. It must be said, Xiao Yan's composed demeanor was genuinely infuriating to those who bore ill will toward him. Grinding his teeth audibly, though seething with rage inside, Xiao Ning refrained from launching an attack on Xiao Yin. Regardless of Xiao Yin's perceived lack of talent, he was, after all, the son of the clan leader. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ning cast a cold glance at Xiao Yin, his voice dropping to a chilling whisper. Xiao Yin, you are no longer the talented cultivator you were 3 years ago. Now, you are merely a waste. Sunur is not someone you deserve. Heed my advice and distance yourself from her, or else, while I cannot act against you now, during next year's adult ceremony, you will undoubtedly face a challenge from a clan member. If you wish to avoid becoming a cripple, I advise you to leave early and find a secluded place to live out the rest of your days in peace. Hearing such a threatening declaration, a smirk tugged at the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth as he tilted his head slightly, regarding Xiao Ning with a most peculiar expression before rolling his eyes, clutching the scroll, and turning to depart. Seeing Xiao Yan's actions, Xiao Ning mistakenly believed he had capitulated. However, just as he was about to revel in his assumption, Xiao Yan's nonchalant words abruptly turned his face ashen. All right then, I shall wait for you to cripple me in a year. Chapter 18. Advanced Do Techniques of the Mysterious Grade. 8 Extreme Collapse. Disregarding the ominous gaze cast from behind, Xiao Yin registered the scroll at the Do Technique Hall's administrator, and then, with Sunur, engaged in light-hearted conversation as they leisurely exited the hall. You little rascal, just you wait. Once you are assigned to a family, I will have all the time in the world to deal with you. Without the patriarch's protection, you are nothing. As he watched Xiao Yan's figure gradually recede, Xiao Ning seethed with rage, his teeth grinding in frustration as he slammed a palm against the nearby bookshelf, leaving a faint imprint. After leaving the Do Technique Hall, Xiao Yin initially accompanied the spirited Sunur to stroll around the back mountain for an entire afternoon. As dusk approached, they finally returned to his humble abode. Upon entering his room and shutting the door, Xiao Yan's shoulders sagged in relief as he placed the scroll on the table. Raising a teacup, he drained it in one gulp and let out a bitter laugh. This girl truly knows how to wander. That little girl seems to have an extraordinary background. An elderly voice suddenly echoed within the room. With a weary lift of his eyes, Xiao Yin regarded the ghostly figure of Yao Lao that had materialized in the room. He shrugged lazily and inquired, Do you know her origins, master? Hee, I seem to know a thing or two. Yao Lao squinted his eyes with a grin, but then abruptly fell silent at the curious look Xiao Yin directed at him. You needn't ask. Knowing such things won't benefit you, so it's better not to inquire. All I can say is that little girl has quite a formidable background. Rolling his eyes, Xiaoyan could only resentfully extend a middle finger towards Yao Lao. What do you need these worthless items for? Are you feeling overly energetic? Yao Lao approached the table and casually rifled through the bundle of scrolls, astonished. Worthless items? Xiaoyan's lips twitched as he lamented. Aside from that palm technique, I currently possess no other combat skills. Previously, I only focused on diligently cultivating my Do Qi and never learned any Do techniques that I in my family. These yellow-grade techniques are the only ones available for casual study that if I don't learn these, how can I compete with others during the initiation ceremony? Tish, you merely wish to acquire Do techniques from me. Yao Lao shot an exasperated glance at Xiaoyan, directly exposing his intentions. Not feeling embarrassed by having his motives uncovered, Xiaoyan shrugged, gazing eagerly at Yao Lao. What's so impressive about Do techniques? Once you master alchemy, high-level Do techniques will be presented to you on a silver platter. Yao Lao remarked nonchalantly, completely ignoring Xiaoyan's resentful expression. But I need high-level Do techniques right now, master. Xiaoyan replied, frustration evident in his tone. Seeing Xiaoyan's dejected demeanor, Yao Lao chuckled twice, shaking his head before teasingly saying, well, who could have anticipated that I would end up with such a pitiful disciple? To prevent you from being beaten into a pulp, I suppose I shall teach you. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan's spirits lifted. He was curious about what level of Do technique his mysterious teacher could impart. Though your palm technique is of the mysterious grade, it is somewhat overrated. Since your strength is currently lacking, let me teach you a mysterious grade technique renowned for its offensive prowess. This technique does not demand much. With 5 segments of Do Qi, you should be able to unleash some of its power. Yao Lao smiled. What level of mysterious grade? Hearing it was a mysterious grade technique, Xiaoyan's eyes brightened, and he eagerly licked his lips, asking hastily. High-level mysterious grade, if I recall correctly, this technique was once earnestly begged for by someone. However, I had little interest in it. Had it not been for the incessant pestering, I would not have agreed to assist him in refining pills. Yao Lao replied casually, as if discussing mere garbage on the ground. High-level mysterious grade? He begged you for it. A few dark lines appeared on Xiaoyan's forehead as he felt somewhat disheartened. The highest Do technique in his family was merely a mid-level mysterious grade, while Yao Lao nonchalantly mentioned a high-level mysterious grade. This stark contrast left Xiaoyan in a state of bemusement. Close your eyes and concentrate. I will impart this to you. With a casual command, Yao Lao extended a finger and lightly pressed it against Xiaoyan's forehead. A sharp pain coursed through his head, and Xiaoyan suddenly sensed a flood of information rushing into his mind, causing his head to feel slightly swollen from the influx. 8 Extreme Collapse. High-level mysterious grade Do technique, a close-quarters combat technique known for its formidable offensive capabilities. Once mastered, the attack conceals 8 layers of energy, stacking 8-fold, with power comparable to low-level Earth-grade techniques. As his mind gradually cleared, Xiaoyan meticulously absorbed the rough details of the information. After a moment, he inhaled sharply, an attack power comparable to low-level Earth-grade techniques. In the Do Qi continent, the chasm between mysterious grade and Earth-grade techniques is as vast as the heavens and the earth, impossible to compare. Yet now, this merely high-level mysterious grade 8 extreme collapse was said to possess attack power rivaling that of Earth-grade techniques. How could this not leave Xiaoyan astounded? Swallowing hard, Xiaoyan's eyes glazed over. If he truly mastered this technique, he might very well be able to make that arrogant Xiao Ning eat dirt with just his 4 segments of Do Qi. Do not be too astonished. Although 8 extreme collapse does not place high demands on Do Qi, it requires significant physical strength. This is a close combat technique, and given your slender arms and legs, if you attempt to use it forcibly, it is likely that your muscles will be the first to give way, not your opponent. Yao Lao's indifferent words were like a bucket of cold water, dousing Xiaoyan's excitement entirely. How can I enhance my physical strength? After a brief moment of silence, Xiaoyan inquired eagerly. Do Qi is the best energy for as your Do Qi grows stronger, so too will your physical form, that of course. If you wish to accelerate the process, some external stimulation is required. Yao Lao's eyes narrowed, an unmistakable glint of mischief lurking within. What kind of external stimulation? Faced with Yao Lao's mirthful demeanor, Xiaoyan suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Getting beaten? The heavier, the better. Yao Lao chuckled sinisterly, leaving Xiao Yan's face rigid with disbelief. Chapter 19. The harsh training at dawn. A thin veil of pale mist enveloped the summit of the rear mountain, lingering stubbornly in the air. A gentle breeze swept through, suddenly bringing with it a muffled sound of flesh colliding in a secluded grove atop the mountain. Xiao Yan stood rooted like a tree stump, his feet firmly embedded in the earth, toes gripping the ground tightly. His jaw clenched, cold sweat streamed down his forehead, and his bare torso, clad only in a pair of shorts, was marred by numerous dark blue bruises. Behind him, in a spectral form, the elderly pharmacist sat cross-legged upon a large boulder, his face etched with solemnity as he gazed intently at the resolute Xiao Yan. With a slight wave of his hand, the air shimmered slightly, and a faint red energy surged forth from the pharmacist's palm, striking Xiao Yan's shoulder with a whip-like force, leaving behind a long, dark bruise. A violent shiver coursed through Xiao Yan, and he gasped sharply through clenched teeth, feeling as if his shoulder had suddenly gone numb, a searing pain piercing his heart. Under the duress of such intense agony, even his toes felt weak, nearly causing him to collapse. Following the sharp pain, a trickle of subtle energy coursed through his body, invigorated by the stimulus of discomfort. The energy flowed merrily through the meridians and acupoints in his shoulder, a cool sensation gradually seeping into his muscles and bones, quietly reinforcing them. Again, as the pain in his shoulder began to fade, Xiao Yan's youthful face bore an expression of unwavering determination, his teeth gritted. Observing Xiao Yan's steadfast resolve, the pharmacist's weathered face broke into a faint, appreciative smile, nodding slightly as he summoned forth another surge of red energy. Bang, bang, bang. Within the small grove, a series of ominous thuds accompanied by low, pained groans echoed continuously. The pharmacist's strikes were measured with precision, each attack reaching the threshold of Xiao Yan's current physical endurance, ensuring that he would not be gravely injured while still experiencing genuine discomfort. The piercing pain from the energy assault contorted Xiao Yan's face in anguish, as the marks on his body multiplied with each wave of the pharmacist's hand. Bang! Another blast of energy shot forth, and at last Xiao Yan reached his limit. His legs buckled, and he crumpled to the ground in exhaustion. After a prolonged moment of heavy panting, Xiao Yan wiped the cold sweat from his brow, lifting his head with great effort to force a smile. "Teacher, how did I do?" "Quite well. Today you endured 84 strikes of energy, a significant improvement from the 9 you managed a month and a half ago." The pharmacist nodded with a smile, his ancient eyes glinting with barely concealed astonishment. Over the past month and a half, Xiao Yan's resilience had exceeded his expectations. Today, he had initially believed that 70 strikes would be Xiao Yan's limit, yet the young man had persevered to 84, prompting the pharmacist to marvel at his capacity for endurance. Relieved by the pharmacist's words, Xiao Yan sank down into the dirt, resting for a moment until he regained his senses. Slowly, he rose, retrieving his clothing from a nearby stone and putting it on. As the cool fabric brushed against his bruises, Xiao Yan grimaced in pain. Transforming into a beam of light, the pharmacist vanished into the black ring, leaving behind the oft-repeated words of concern. "Hurry back and soak in the Foundation Establishment elixir, or the residual bruises will severely injure you." Nodding in understanding, Xiao Yan, now fully dressed, made his way down the mountain at a leisurely pace. Upon returning to his humble abode, unable to withstand the pain any longer, Xiao Yan quickly secured the doors and windows before shedding his clothes once more and leaping into a wooden basin filled with azure liquid. The icy blue water enveloped his bruised skin, and Xiao Yan inhaled sharply, the refreshing sensation prompting him to close his eyes in blissful surrender, lying still in the wooden basin. Leaning softly against the edge, his rapid breaths gradually steadied, and soon, soft snores escaped his lips. After enduring such torment, Xiao Yan succumbed to the dual exhaustion of body and spirit, slipping into a deep slumber. During Xiao Yan's repose, the azure water gently rippled, and a subtle, soothing energy infiltrated his body through the slightly open pores, cleansing the grotesque bruises while also revitalizing and fortifying his already strained physique. As slumber continued, the process of enhancement unfolded unnoticed. Meanwhile, the azure liquid in the basin gradually became more translucent, evidently depleting the medicinal properties it contained. Uncertain of how long he had slept, Xiaoyan awoke to find the scorching sunlight flooding his room with brilliance. Stretching languorously, his bones cracked audibly, and as he lifted his head, he felt an indescribable vitality coursing through him, prompting an involuntary exclamation. How refreshing! Rising from the basin, Xiaoyan paused in surprise. The once azure liquid had transformed completely into crystal-clear water. Has the medicinal essence been entirely absorbed? He mused, rubbing his nose and shaking his head in resignation. Suddenly recalling something, he closed his eyes slowly, eagerly attuning himself to the state of his energy. Moments later, Xiaoyan opened his eyes, clenched his fists, and with a light-hearted chuckle, exclaimed with uncontainable joy, "At last, I've reached the 5th stage of energy." Chapter 20. The auction in merely half a month. Xiaoyan advanced to the 4th stage of Douqi, and a month and a half later, he ascended to the 5th stage. Such an unparalleled pace of cultivation would leave even the former Xiaoyan in utter awe. Although the difficulty of each ascension in Douqi increases correspondingly, given his current speed, it does not seem overly ambitious for Xiaoyan to aspire to reach the 7th stage within a year. However, this is contingent upon having an ample supply of foundational elixir. Without it, he risks succumbing to severe injuries during Yao Lao's rigorous training sessions before even attaining the 7th stage. After all, lacking the restorative properties of the foundational elixir, Xiaoyan's frail physique would leave him with no alternative but to face death from excessive internal congestion. Thus, at this juncture, Xiaoyan must procure materials anew to concoct the foundational elixir. While this may sound straightforward, he encounters a significant dilemma. He is low on funds. Seated upon his bed, a bitter smile graced Xiaoyan's youthful visage as he reflected on how he had been cornered by financial constraints. Extending his finger, he meticulously calculated his remaining assets. That after his last purchase, he had over 900 gold coins left, which would evidently be insufficient to acquire materials of the same caliber again. After pondering for a moment, Xiaoyan's eyes sparkled with a sudden thought, and he inquired, "Master, could we use lower-grade purple leaf orchids or bone-washing flowers?" That might be possible, but the potency would be diminished. The foundational elixir I prepared for you was meticulously crafted with the most suitable combinations, came Yao Lao's voice from within the ring. With a playful blink, Xiaoyan chuckled softly. "That's all right. Let's proceed with the inferior materials this time." Inferior, the efficacy would be considerably lacking, and under such circumstances, you may require 6 months to break through to the next stage of Douqi. Yao Lao's tone hinted at discontent, likely accompanied by a furrowed brow. Lacking funds? Why not seek the young girl? With her background, giving you a few thousand gold coins would be a trivial matter that if that fails, ask your father. There is no need to compromise the elixir's potency and delay your cultivation. Hearing Yao Lao's suggestion, Xiaoyan shook his head in resignation. Consider it my trivial pride at play. I cannot repeatedly ask a girl for money that I ask for my father. I have been avoiding him for 2 months now. Moreover, should I request funds from him, he would undoubtedly probe for details which could inadvertently expose your identity, Master. Master, can others concoct this foundational elixir? Xiaoyan suddenly inquired, recalling something. My little friend. On the Douqi continent, the variety of medicinal herbs is boundless. To create elixirs with different effects, one must sift through countless materials to find those that can neutralize the violent energies of the magic crystals required for your concoction. Only then can you successfully produce the desired elixir. If you haphazardly combine them, it would be a minor issue if the furnace were to explode and the elixir ruined, but should a backlash occur. At this, Yao Lao chuckled ominously before continuing, "This foundational elixir is a formula I labored to perfect over several years. Of course, it is possible that others might stumble upon a similar formula by chance, but the odds are exceedingly slim. Furthermore, during the concoction process, the degree of fusion and proportions of the 3 materials, along with the intensity of the flame, all require countless experiments and exceptional spiritual perception to master. Otherwise, do you think every alchemist can manage without the guidance of a mentor? To become a powerful alchemist without the tutelage of a renowned master is virtually impossible. After all, merely deciphering those experimental formulas could consume a lifetime. Therefore, while I cannot speak for the entire Douqi continent, I can confidently assert that within the Jiama Empire, No one else can replicate the foundational elixir I produce." Yao Lao's words carried an unmistakable air of pride. Astonished by the complexity of the foundational elixir, Xiaoyan instinctively licked his lips. Initially, when observing Yao Lao's concoction, it appeared deceptively simple. Now, he realized that the art of alchemy entailed far more than what met the eye. The world of alchemists is indeed vast and unfathomable, explaining why it is regarded as the most noble profession on the Douqi continent. After the initial shock, a sense of delight surged within Xiaoyan. With a slight smile, he remarked, "Master, I do not intend to use the inferior foundational elixir for my cultivation that I plan to auction it off. Currently, my finances are tight, but once I acquire the funds, we can purchase better materials. After all, concocting the foundational elixir is merely a trivial task for you, is it not? Is that so? That then do as you wish. That an alchemist auctioning their own elixirs is not an uncommon occurrence, and the foundational elixir is merely a low-grade nurturing potion. Selling it poses no issue." Yao Lao replied nonchalantly after a brief silence. Hearing Yao Lao's consent, Xiaoyan grinned broadly, tidied up his belongings, and hurriedly dashed out of the room. Since this time he did not require high-quality materials, he casually selected the lowest-grade purple leaf orchids and bone-washing flowers from the herbal shop, and after several inspections, he purchased the cheapest would attribute magic crystal available. Having acquired the necessary materials, Xiaoyan sought refuge in an inn, where he allowed Yao Lao to concoct the foundational elixir. This batch of foundational elixir not only possessed considerably less potency than the previous one, but also had a color that transformed from the crystalline jade hue to a mottled green. After securing this half-fist-sized foundational elixir in the white jade vial he had purchased earlier, Xiaoyan finally exhaled with relief. Placing the vial close to his person, he exited the inn and briskly made his way towards the largest auction house in Wutan City. Chapter 21. The second-rank alchemist Guanai, the Tamir Auction House, the largest auction venue in Wutan City, is owned by the wealthiest family in the Jama Empire, the Tamir family. Among the affluent families within the Jama Empire, the Tamir family undoubtedly stands at the pinnacle of wealth. With a long and storied history extending over several centuries, the Tamir family boasts intricate and complex connections, and according to certain whispers, this opulent family seems to maintain subtle ties with the imperial royal family. Within the empire, the Tamir family, alongside the Nalan and Tel families, is collectively recognized as the three titans of Jama. These three families have established their influence across various sectors, including commerce and the military, wielding formidable power. Hence, with such a formidable backing as the Tamir family, despite the alluring profits of the auction house, none dared to covet their interest. As he gazed at the grand venue at the end of the street, Xiaoyan veered into a secluded alley, swiftly donning the dark cloak he had purchased earlier. The voluminous robe not only concealed Xiaoyan's visage, but also obscured his somewhat slender physique, rendering him unrecognizable even to Sun should she stand before him. Once adequately disguised, Xiaoyan exhaled a sigh of relief. His caution was not unwarranted. The Foundation establishment liquid possessed an irresistible allure for certain familial powers. After all, whoever could mass-produce such a liquid would witness the rapid ascension of their younger generation's strength. Undoubtedly the most effective catalyst for any family. To avoid unnecessary troubles, Xiaoyan had chosen to proceed with utmost stealth. His palm brushed against the slightly cool, white jade vial nestled within his garments as he emerged from the alley and made his way towards the auction house. Under the vigilant gaze of several fully armed guards at the entrance, Xiaoyan walked straight inside without hesitation. Upon entering the auction house, he was enveloped by a refreshing sensation, as if the oppressive heat had been stripped away from his very being, creating a remarkable contrast between the inside and outside. As his gaze swept across the resplendent and spacious hall, Xiaoyan headed towards a room marked with the gleaming words Treasures Appraisal Room. Pushing the door open, he found the room somewhat empty, save for a middle-aged man who sat bored at a table. Upon hearing the door creak, the man looked up, observing the cloaked figure before him. His brow subtly furrowed, but he quickly donned a professional smile. "Sir, do you wish to appraise a treasure?" "Indeed." A dry, aged voice floated from beneath the cloak, revealing itself to be that of the revered alchemist Yao. Xiaoyan stepped forward, retrieving the white jade vial from his robes, and gently placing it on the table. "What is this?" The middle-aged man blinked in confusion, cautiously picking up the vial. He sniffed the opening, and after a moment his expression shifted slightly, his gaze toward Xiao Yin now tinged with a hint of reverence. "Are you an alchemist, sir?" "Yes." The aged voice echoed once more. "May I inquire, what kind of pill is contained within this vial? What are its effects?" The middle-aged man asked respectfully. "The Foundation Establishment liquid enhances the cultivation speed of Dou Qi, but it is only effective for those below the Dou practitioner level," Xiao Yin explained. "Oh." "It can accelerate the cultivation of Dou Qi." The middle-aged man was visibly moved that it was common knowledge that Dou Qi could only be cultivated in a conventional manner, and the meridians of practitioners at this stage were exceedingly fragile. Should the medicinal potency be too overwhelming, it could result in a tragic fate of severed meridians and death. "I assure you, this liquid has no adverse effects, and its potency is exceptionally mild, so you need not worry," the aged voice offered a calming explanation, seemingly aware of the man's concerns. The middle-aged man's expression shifted again, and he carefully returned the white jade vial to the table, speaking with utmost respect. "Sir, may I kindly ask you to wait a moment? I must summon Master Gu Enai from our auction house to appraise this liquid." "Very well, but do hurry." With a wave of his hand, Xiao Yin took a seat in a nearby chair, closing his eyes to rest. The middle-aged man nodded hurriedly and exited the room in haste. Seated quietly, Xiao Yin maintained his silence, refraining from conversing with Alchemist Yao. This was someone else's territory, and prudence was paramount. Who could guarantee that there were no eavesdropping devices present? After a while, the middle-aged man returned, this time accompanied by an elderly gentleman clad in green, his hair tinged with gray. Xiao Yin's gaze swept across the elder, eventually resting on his chest, which bore no golden stars, but rather an emblem resembling a medicinal cauldron, adorned with two shimmering silver ripples exuding an air of nobility. "Sir, this is Master Gu Enai from our auction house. He is a third-rank Dou master and also a second-rank alchemist," the middle-aged man introduced with great reverence. Upon hearing the elder's credentials, Xiao Yin instinctively raised an eyebrow beneath his cloak. This was the first alchemist he had encountered aside from Alchemist Yao. He couldn't help but scrutinize the elder more closely. The elder's face radiated a healthy glow, and although his green attire appeared ordinary, it subtly shimmered, indicating that it had been imbued with some form of magical crystal protection. His unremarkable visage bore an unmistakable air of pride, a trait intrinsic to every alchemist. That as Xiao Yin assessed the elder, Gu Enai discreetly scrutinized him in return. Alchemists were not like Dou practitioners. Their rarity meant that any one of them would be fervently sought after by various factions. Thus, while observing, Gu Enai was secretly speculating about Xiao Yan's identity. The middle-aged man cautiously retrieved the jade vial from the table and handed it to Gu Enai. Upon receiving the white jade vial, Gu Enai inhaled the fragrant aroma, narrowing his eyes slightly. His pupils flickered as he tilted the vial, allowing a single drop of the azure liquid to roll out, hovering delicately above his palm. Fixating intently on the azure liquid, Gu Enai produced a silver needle, shimmering faintly with the pulse of Dou Qi, and carefully dipped it into the liquid, stirring it gently. As he stirred, Gu Enai's expression shifted from placid to grave. Moments later, he returned the azure liquid to the vial, and when he looked back at Xiao Yin, his previously proud demeanor now bore an added measure of respect. He turned to the middle-aged man and spoke solemnly. "The liquid has reached the level of a second-rank pill. What this esteemed gentleman stated is indeed true." Hearing this, the middle-aged man let out a deep breath, turning to Xiao Yin with an eager smile. "Sir, do you intend to auction this liquid?" "Yes. Could you arrange the earliest auction time for me?" "Of course, this is no problem at all. Please take this to auction room number 1. They are currently conducting an auction, and your liquid will be sold shortly." The middle-aged man cheerfully handed over a black iron token. "Very well." Accepting the token without delay, Xiao Yin strode out of the room under the watchful eyes of both men. "Master Gu Enai, is he truly an alchemist?" the middle-aged man inquired softly, observing Xiao Yan's departure. "Indeed, he is certainly an alchemist. That keen sense of soul perception is unmistakable." Gu Enai nodded, then furrowed his brow in contemplation, muttering to himself, "But which faction does he represent? I have not heard of any alchemist in Wutan City capable of concocting second-rank pills." "Shall we investigate his background?" the middle-aged man suggested softly. Gu and I narrowed his eyes, pondering briefly before shaking his head slightly. Not for now. Alchemists can be rather eccentric. If our inquiries draw his attention, it may leave him with a negative impression of the auction house. Offending a mysterious alchemist of unknown rank is hardly a wise course of action. Turning to the middle-aged man, Gu and I spoke coolly. You should know how to foster goodwill with him, correct? Of course, understood. Remember, even if we cannot befriend him, we must not offend him. Otherwise, Gu and I left behind a chilling remark before departing with an air of grace. Chapter 22. The Gale's embrace under the guidance of a female attendant. Xiao Yin entered the bustling auction hall. Upon stepping inside, the vibrant ambience dimmed, and a cacophony of voices flooded his ears, causing the normally composed Xiao Yin to furrow his brow in displeasure. The auction venue was vast, capable of accommodating countless attendees. At that moment, under the bright lights at the center of the hall, stood a stunning woman clad in a crimson gown, her sultry voice enchanting all present as she elaborated on the attributes of the item in her possession. As the melodic tones of her voice resonated, the price of the rather ordinary item began to soar at an exhilarating pace. Seeking a secluded spot, Xiao Yin settled into a quiet corner, his gaze drifting to the captivating woman on stage. With his discerning eye, he could easily discern that the majority of the audience had gathered primarily for her allure. The chief auctioneer of the Mitre auction house, Yifei, was a beauty renowned throughout Wutan City, her mature and seductive charm leaving many men utterly enchanted. As Xiao Yin remained seated, his brow suddenly knitted in concern as he noticed a man lurking in the shadows not far from him, his eyes ablaze with desire as he fixated on Yifei. The man's hands twitched involuntarily, as if he were transfixed by her presence. What the hell? Xiao Yin muttered under his breath, rolling his eyes at the blatant audacity of the man. Annoyed, he shifted his position slightly, shaking his head with a wry smile, his gaze once again drawn to the woman in red, murmuring softly, "Enchantress." Casting a cursory glance at the item Yifei held, Xiao Yin quickly lost interest. He had no desire to squander his limited funds on something of dubious value, even if it was being auctioned by a stunning woman. His attention shifted away from her, slowly scanning the auction hall. Ah! Father? His gaze abruptly halted as he spotted a middle-aged man seated in the front row, his expression a mix of astonishment and curiosity. Could it be that Father is also captivated by this woman? The peculiar thought flitted through his mind, but was quickly dismissed as he realized that his father's gaze was not fixed on Yifei. Instead, he appeared calm and was seemingly waiting for something. What brings Father here? Xiao Yin pondered, his eyes wandering again, only to be taken aback to see the leaders of the other two prominent families, the Gali and Uba clans, present in the hall as well. They must be drawn here by something about to be auctioned, he mused, his brow arching in intrigue. What could possibly attract the heads of the three major families? It was undeniable that Yifei was a master of stirring the atmosphere. Her every smile and expression sent the auction prices into a frenzy. Each time the bidding escalated, she would reward the highest bidder with a sultry smile, instantly invigorating those who had previously hesitated to raise their bids. The ambience in the hall remained at a fever pitch, punctuated by her light laughter. Ah, esteemed guests, we have just received a new item for auction that I am certain will pique your interest, Yifei announced with a beaming smile, gracefully gesturing as an attendant brought forth a jade platter containing a small white jade vial. This is a second-grade elixir, she declared, delicately lifting the vial. Her dulcet voice brought a hush over the crowd, only to be followed by a surge of murmurs that in the realm of Do Qi, various elixirs crafted by alchemists were the most coveted items. This elixir is known as the Foundation Establishment Liquid. It is effective only for those below the Do practitioner level. Soaking in this liquid will significantly accelerate the cultivation speed of those in the lower tiers. If you wish for your offspring to become a prodigious talent, do not let this opportunity pass, she purred, her enticing words sending shivers down the spines of the audience. Foundation Establishment. It can actually enhance the cultivation speed of Do Qi. Miss Yifei, isn't it true that individuals at that stage might not withstand the potency of such elixirs? Despite Yifei's undeniable beauty, there were still rational voices amidst the crowd, and after a moment's silence, one of them posed the question. This liquid has been personally authenticated by Master Guni of our auction house, classified as second grade. so there is no cause for concern. You may bid with confidence, Yafei replied with a smile. Upon hearing that it had been validated by Master Guni himself, the commotion in the hall quieted considerably. Everyone knew that Master Guni was a second-grade alchemist, and even the patriarchs of the three major families would not dare to show any disregard when in his presence. Leaning back comfortably in his chair, Xiao Yin observed the bustling atmosphere with a sense of relief. It appeared that this foundation establishment liquid could yield significant benefits for him. Casually shifting his gaze towards his father, he noticed a flicker of excitement on his face. Momentarily taken aback, Xiao Yin felt a wave of emotion wash over him as he pondered the implications. Now then, the starting price for this liquid is set at 8,000 gold coins. Let the bidding commence, Yafei announced, her gaze sweeping across the hall, finally resting on the three clan leaders seated at the front, fully aware that they were the main contenders in this contest. 8,500, came a voice almost immediately after Yafei's declaration. 9,000, another voice quickly followed. Within mere moments, the price had escalated to an astonishing 13,000, but though Xiao Yan's father appeared somewhat exhilarated, he refrained from immediately calling out a bid, choosing instead to keep his eyes closed, patiently waiting for the lesser bidders to exhaust themselves in their fervor. After a brief period of contention, the noise began to dwindle, yet an elderly man seated beside Xiao Zhan suddenly interjected, 20,000. As his bid echoed through the hall, silence fell upon the crowd, and many glances shifted toward the expressionless elder, leaving others to dejectedly return to their seats, as they lacked the strength to compete with the Gali clan. Gali Bai, isn't your son already a dough practitioner? Why are you still eyeing this foundation establishment liquid? A middle-aged man remarked, a forced grin plastered across his face. Oh, Papa, am I not allowed to purchase it for my future grandson? Gali Bai retorted coldly, clearly at odds with the middle-aged man. That may be, but you should consider your luck. Who knows when your son might lose his chance? He thought darkly before calling out, 23,000, 25,000. In less than 10 minutes, to the astonishment of those present, the two men battled for the item as if they were ferocious dogs fighting over a scrap, driving the price to an astounding 31,000. 40,000. Xiao Zhan, who had been quietly observing, suddenly spoke up. The hall fell into a hushed silence, all eyes widening as they turned to Xiao Zhan, including Gali Bai and Obapa, who were momentarily taken aback by this unexpected high bid. Ho-ho, it seems that clan leader Xiao Zhan is quite determined to acquire this foundation establishment liquid, Gali Bai chuckled. Xiao Zhan cast a sidelong glance at him, calmly stating, if you desire it, bid for it. I shall not compete further. Gali Bai's expression flickered as he contemplated the implications of Xiao Zhan's words. After a brief moment, he shook his head. His objective was the item itself. Not this liquid. To squander funds recklessly now would be unwise. Meanwhile, Obapa, seeing Gali Bai retreat, shrugged his shoulders. Although the foundation establishment liquid was tempting, it wasn't his goal either, so he withdrew. Clan leader Xiao Zhan has bid 40,000 gold coins. Is there anyone else willing to raise the stakes? Yafei inquired with a smile, surveying the calm hall. Since there are no further bids, this foundation establishment liquid shall be awarded to clan leader Xiao Zhan. With no one responding, Yafei seized the moment, lightly striking her small hammer on the table to finalize the sale. In a distant corner, Xiao Yin couldn't help but chuckle at the turn of events. It seemed that he had inadvertently orchestrated a hefty expenditure from his father. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we shall present the Pai Si to our assistants of this auction. After securing the jade vial, Yafei waved her hand, causing the lights on stage to dim slightly. She leaned forward to retrieve a silver tray from which she produced an ancient azure scroll. The scroll emitted a faint azure glow, appearing quite mysterious against the backdrop of the silver platter. Advanced Profound Technique. Gale's Embrace. Chapter 23. The contest for the high-level profound stage cultivation method. As the words of the high-level profound stage cultivation method were uttered, the auction hall fell into an abrupt silence. Compared to the earlier commotion caused by the foundation establishment spirit liquid, the stir generated by the fighting techniques was undoubtedly far more electrifying. While medicinal pills, though precious, are but momentary aids, fighting techniques can be utilized for a lifetime and even passed down to future generations. From a certain perspective, high-level fighting techniques incite a greater frenzy than medicinal pills. After all, possessing a high-level technique guarantees one the potential to become a formidable force, even without the support of spiritual herbs. Conversely, lacking a technique while only having medicinal pills is akin to consuming beans with little hope of achieving true strength. After a brief moment of astonishment, attendees gradually regained their composure, their ardent gazes fixated on the azure scroll upon the stage, as if even the enchanting and alluring Yafei had momentarily been forgotten. Sitting at the back, Xiaoyan exhaled softly, pondering the profound stage high-level technique. And no wonder that this level of technique surpasses the Shao clan's top-tier technique, the Fury Lion's Wild Gale, by an entire rank. It was no surprise that the patriarchs of the three major families of Wutan City had personally come here. It was clear they were all vying for this coveted item. A mere high-level profound technique. What's so extraordinary about it? Just as Xiaoyan lamented, the voice of Yao Lao resonated within his mind, interrupting his thoughts. Rolling his eyes, Xiaoyan found it impossible to communicate with this elder whose perspective had soared to the heavens, merely pouting in silence. Young one, focus on your cultivation. When you become a fighter, I shall show you what constitutes a true high-level technique. After imparting this advice, Yao Lao fell silent once more. Pressing his lips together, Xiaoyan muttered, "Let us hope so." Esteemed guests, this profound stage technique was fortuitously obtained by a hunter in the mountains. It is a legitimate relic from the past and poses no trouble. You may bid with confidence, Yafei said, delicately lifting the azure scroll, her smile radiant. Miss Yafei, please announce the starting bid, someone in the crowd called out impatiently. Maintaining her alluring smile, Yafei replied, the starting bid for the Wind Whirlwind technique is 200,000 gold coins. As this astronomical figure echoed through the hall, a palpable silence enveloped the crowd, clearly indicating that many lacked the means to afford such a sum. In a remote corner, Xiaoyan could not help but shake his head. The woman was indeed merciless. 200,000 gold coins represented over 2 years of profit for the Shao clan. In the front row, Xiao Zhan and his companions visibly flinched at the exorbitant price. Yet they were helpless. It was a matter of one willing to pay and another willing to accept. If one refrained from bidding, there were plenty eager to participate. Under the weight of this staggering price, the atmosphere grew somewhat chilly. However, Yafei remained unperturbed, her enchanting smile unwavering. She was acutely aware of the allure of this profound stage technique. Some individuals would likely go to great lengths, even risking their fortunes, to secure it. As she anticipated, the silence did not linger long that a balding middle-aged man was the first to timidly call out. 210,000. Xiaoyan glanced towards the source of the voice, recognizing the balding man as a weapon tycoon in Wutan City, who nearly monopolized the weapon trade there. Although his power did not rival that of the three major families, he was nonetheless a prominent figure in Wutan City. 230,000. Following the middle-aged man's bid, an elderly man in yellow quickly chimed in. The yellow-clad elder was a major herbal merchant in Wutan City, owning several herbal shops and possessing considerable wealth. Casting a fierce glare at the elder, the balding man shouted again, 240,000. Within the hall, sporadic bids began to emerge, as the 200,000 price tag had deterred many. 300,000. At the point when the two had exhausted their limits, Jaialibi from the first row finally interjected coldly. With Jaialibi's bid, the two competitors visibly deflated, shaking their heads in resignation. 330,000. In Wutan City, the only families capable of rivaling the Jaialibi were the Shao and the Uba families, and the current bidder was indeed Uba Pa, the patriarch of the Uba family. Shooting a cold glare at Uba Pa, Jaialibi declared, 350,000. With a twitch of his eye, Uba Pa retorted, 370,000, 380,000, 400,000. As Uba Pa continued to raise the stakes, Jaialibi unhesitatingly matched each bid, clearly determined to acquire the technique. When the price reached 430,000, Uba Pa was compelled to withdraw from the competition. 430,000 was sufficient to plunge the Uba family into a financial crisis. 450,000. Witnessing Uba Pa's retreat, Jaialibi barely had time to revel in his victory before Xiao Zhan's indifferent voice darkened his expression. With a fierce glare directed at Xiao Zhan, Libi was consumed by frustration. Among the three major families, both the Shao and Oba families possessed high-level mid-tier fighting techniques, while his own Libi family only had low-level profound techniques. Thus, Libi was genuinely prepared to make a substantial sacrifice. Under Oba Pa's gleeful gaze, Libi gritted his teeth and declared, "For 160,000, 500,000. Xiao Zhan's expression remained impassive as he announced the eye-watering figure, causing an uproar throughout the hall. On the stage, observing the heated bidding between the two, Yafei's beautiful smile grew even more enticing. 550,000. After a brief silence, with a hint of desperation in his voice, Libi called out, "You've won." To everyone's surprise, Xiao Zhan merely smiled upon hearing Libi's latest bid, teasingly addressing him. With a look of shock, Libi's expression darkened as reality set in. He realized he had been outmaneuvered. "Xiao Zhan, you are ruthless. Remember this." Glaring resentfully at Xiao Zhan, Libi turned his gaze toward the now bewildered Yafei. His anger surged. However, he was not a mere street thug. Maintaining a sullen demeanor, he attempted to suppress his rage. "Miss Yafei, shall we conclude this?" Unfazed by Libi's hostile glare, Yafei offered a calm smile, a glimmer of mockery and mischief dancing in her lowered eyes. With her delicate hand, she struck the small hammer, which drew Libi's intense scrutiny. The wind whirlwind technique has been successfully auctioned to Patriarch Libi. Watching the conclusion unfold, Xiaoyan couldn't help but chuckle softly, gradually rising to exit the auction hall. Once the money is in hand, it's time to focus on training. "I must give my father a surprise in a year," he murmured with a gentle laugh as he stepped outside. Chapter 24. To be continued. Exiting the first auction hall, Xiaoyan once again returned to the treasure appraisal room, quietly bowing his head in anticipation under the reverent gaze of the middle-aged man. After a brief moment, a hurried sound of footsteps approached from outside, and two figures entered through the door. "Da-da, so you are the owner of the Foundation Establishment Elixir. This is your first visit to Wutan City, I presume?" A fragrant breeze wafted in, accompanied by a soft, alluring laugh that suddenly resonated in Xiaoyan's ears, causing his heart to tremble slightly. Cursing the enchanting presence inwardly, Xiaoyan buried his face deeper into his cloak, his gaze subtly shifting to the woman in the red dress standing beside him. In close proximity, Xiaoyan was once again captivated by the woman's mature charm. Her playful face, adorned with a pair of glistening, elongated eyes, seemed to perpetually emit an irresistible allure towards men. His gaze inadvertently traced her elegantly slender neck, nearly ensnared by the deep, alluring valley of her bosom. The sinuous curve of her waist swayed enticingly, evoking an almost primal desire to dominate her. Feeling a slight flush on his cheeks, he was fortunate to have the cloak to conceal it, as the enchanting beauty remained oblivious. Suppressing the tumult of thoughts in his mind, Xiaoyan offered a slight nod, just as the voice of the medicine elder, dry and husky, broke the silence. "Was the auction a success? Hand over the money. I have matters to attend to." The enchanting woman, seemingly taken aback by the age of the figure cloaked in black, covered her lips with her delicate hand and chuckled softly. The impressive curves of her bosom formed a breathtaking silhouette, and after a moment, she smiled and replied, "Please, dear sir, do wait a moment. Some formalities are still being processed." Nodding slightly, Xiaoyan ceased to speak, diverting his gaze from the captivating woman and falling into silence. Observing the figure shrouded in the cloak before her, the woman furrowed her delicate brows. It appeared that her striking beauty had failed to leave an impression on this mysterious individual. With a resigned pout, she discreetly scanned the cloaked figure, hoping to glean some hint of his identity from subtle details. After her scrutiny, disappointment settled in her heart. Her gaze met that of Master Gunny beside her, and with a gentle bite of her lip, she softly inquired, "Sir, it is rare for me to encounter an alchemist without a badge. May I ask for your name?" "Why, young lady, must one declare their identity in such a place?" Came the indifferent response from the medicine elder beneath the cloak. "Da-da, I am merely curious. If you prefer not to disclose, I certainly would not dare press further," she replied with a lilting laugh. Through the edge of the cloak, Xiaoyan observed the delicate feet hidden within the snug red dress, feeling somewhat helpless. It was evident that the enchanting woman, as the chief auctioneer of the middle auction house, was no ordinary person, It was said that beauty could be a double-edged sword, and countless admirers in Wutan City had sought her favor, yet none had succeeded. Though the backing of the middle auction house surely played a role, no one dared underestimate her intelligence beyond mere looks. With such a shrewd woman in close proximity, Xiao Yan felt as though he were treading on thin ice, fearful that this meticulous beauty might uncover something. Fortunately, the medicine elder's presence served as a shield against her enchanting allure. Despite the elder's somewhat cold responses, the woman was unable to extract any useful information, and ultimately, she relented, smiling as she produced a crystal card adorned with the Middle family crest. "Sir, this is a VIP card for the Middle Auction House. Any holder of this card will receive special treatment at any of the Middle family's auction venues, and the tax rate for auctions will be reduced from 5% to 2%. At her words, Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow. In contrast to the previous lengthy exchanges, he preferred this tangible benefit. After a moment's contemplation, he extended his hand to accept the crystal card. As he reached for the card, a flicker of surprise crossed the woman's eyes. Despite the elder's aged and arid voice, he possessed hands as pristine as a youth's. Who, exactly, was this individual? At that moment, a maid rushed in, respectfully handing a green card to the enchanting woman. "Sir, the Foundation Establishment Elixir was auctioned for 40,000 gold coins. After deducting the 2% tax, the remainder is all here," she said with a smile, passing the green card to Xiao Yan. Upon receiving the green card, Xiao Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was the foundation for his future cultivation, sufficient to allow him to focus on reaching the fighter level. With the money secured, he had no desire to linger further. He waved casually at the enchanting woman, his voice faintly echoing, "I may take my leave now." "Of course, sir. Should you require the auction of any more elixirs in the future, do consider the Middle Auction House," she said with a radiant smile. Offering a casual acknowledgement, Xiao Yan rose and exited the room without a backward glance. As she observed his vanishing figure, the enchanting woman's smile gradually faded, her brows knitting together as she approached the table and reclined lazily in the chair, her curves accentuated. "Uncle Gunny, is he truly an alchemist?" After a brief silence, she inquired softly. "Yes, and his alchemical skills likely surpass my own. At the very least, I could not concoct that second-tier Foundation Establishment elixir," Gunny replied with a sigh, bowing respectfully to her. "Is it not feasible even with a formula?" Her eyes narrowed slightly, the corners of her lips curling in casual inquiry. Hearing her words, Gunny's expression shifted in alarm. "The formula is the lifeblood of every alchemist. Miss, please do not entertain any thoughts of pursuing him. Provoking an unknown-level alchemist could bring about consequences even the Middle family may struggle to withstand. Decades ago, the renowned Cheek family of the Gamma Empire faced complete ruin merely for coveting the formula of the esteemed Dan King, Gu He, after which they had to besiege 4 powerful fighters for assistance. In the end, even the imperial family of the Gamma Empire dared not interfere. Although our family's influence now far exceeds that of the Cheek family back then, it is still prudent to avoid offending any mysterious alchemists. Remember, alchemists are akin to a nest of hornets. Provoke one, and they can summon countless allies, many of whom are strong individuals eager to collect favors from an alchemist. Observing Gunny's anxious demeanor, the enchanting woman rubbed her smooth forehead with a weary smile. "Uncle Gunny, what are you suggesting? Do you really think I would pursue him? Do you take me for someone who has squandered years of experience?" "I am merely cautioning you," Gunny replied, relief washing over him. He genuinely feared she might do something reckless. Pouting slightly, the enchanting woman rested her chin on her delicate hand and sighed. Alchemists were indeed a terrifying lot. Yet, why did she lack such a talent? Chapter 25. The money is on me with a hint of stealth. Xiao Yan slipped into his room, swiftly shutting the door behind him. He darted to the corner of the room and retrieved a considerable stash of herbs and several magic crystals from his bosom, carefully arranging them inside the cabinet. Taking a deep breath, he savored the fragrant aroma of the medicinal plants, letting out a chuckle of relief that in order to devote himself to his cultivation, Xiao Yan had procured enough herbs to last for a full 8 months. Judging by his current demeanor, it appeared he intended to spend the remaining days of this year in arduous training. affectionately patting the cabinet. A grin spread across Xiao Yan's face as he lazily made his way to the bed, collapsing onto it, the day's extensive exertions having left him somewhat fatigued. "Yenner, are you there?" A voice called from outside, breaking through his drowsiness. Blinking his sleepy eyes, Xiao Yan hurriedly leapt from the bed and opened the door, finding Xiao Zhan standing outside. He scratched his head sheepishly and asked, "Father, is there something you need? Can I come to see you if there's nothing urgent?" "You little rascal have been avoiding me for 2 months," Xiao Zhan said, affectionately ruffling Xiao Yan's hair with his large hand, a smile of reprimand on his lips. Looking at Xiao Zhan's warm smile, Xiao Yan felt a wave of emotion wash over him. He sniffled slightly, uncertain of what to say. "Still blaming yourself for that matter. If she doesn't appreciate my son, it's her loss. Why be so glum? A man shouldn't act like a timid girl. I know my son, Xiao Yan, is no good for nothing," Xiao Zhan declared boldly. Father, 3 years from now, Yenner will personally visit the Yunlan sect," Xiao Yan replied softly with a smile. Xiao Zhan's smile slightly faded as he fixed his gaze on Xiao Yan, hesitating before asking, "Father has no objections, but you truly intend to go? I may have said you cannot compare to Nailan Yanran, but the strength of the Yunlan sect." Xiao Yan smiled faintly, nodding as he pressed his lips together into a stubborn line. "Father, some things cannot be avoided. As a man, one must bear the consequences." "Ha! This determination resembles mine quite a bit, that if your 2 elder brothers knew you could think this way, they would surely be pleased," Xiao Zhan remarked with a hint of pride, followed by a deep sigh. He then nodded firmly. "Good. I shall await the day my son brings pride to me. I want that old rascal Nailan Su to come begging for the annulment papers." Xiao Yan nodded, amused at the thought. "Here, take this as a sponsorship from your father," Xiao Zhan said, producing a white jade vial that Xiao Yan recognized well and handing it over. Gazing at the vial that had come back to him after a few turns, Xiao Yan felt a mix of emotions, though he maintained a puzzled expression. "Father, what is this?" "Foundation Establishment Liquid. It can accelerate the cultivation speed of Douqi. I acquired it at the auction today," Xiao Zhan replied with a broad grin. "That must have cost quite a bit," Xiao Yan asked, warmth flooding his heart as he accepted the vial. 40,000 gold coins, but if it proves useful to you, then it is worth every penny," Xiao Zhan said nonchalantly. "You spent 40,000 gold coins on this Foundation Establishment Liquid for me. The elders will surely use this as an excuse to stir up trouble," Xiao Yan said with a wry smile. "Ah, I am the head of this clan. They can only grumble," Xiao Zhan scoffed. "Father, thank you. At the coming-of-age ceremony in a year, I will ensure they silence their prattling mouths," Xiao Yan declared, pursing his lips with a light chuckle. "Good. I await the moment my son undergoes a transformation." Although unsure of where Xiao Yan's confidence stemmed from, Xiao Zhan was delighted by his son's resolute demeanor and laughed heartily. "Well then, I shall not impede your rest any longer. If you need anything, do not hesitate to seek out your father. We are family, and there is no shame in that." With a wave, Xiao Zhan turned and strode towards the front courtyard. "Damn, I still have to deal with those old geezers. It's just 40,000 gold coins. You'd think they were gnawing on their own coffins." Xiao Zhan's grumbling voice echoed faintly in the darkness. Watching his father disappear into the shadows, Xiao Yan rubbed his nose and murmured with a smile, "Rest assured, Father, I will silence those fellows with reality. 3 years ago, I made them look up to me, and 3 years hence, I shall do so again." After lingering at the door for a moment, Xiao Yan secured the white jade vial and cast a sidelong glance at the corner, teasingly saying, "Little girl, eavesdropping is quite the amusement, isn't it? Brother Xiao Yan, you seem quite perceptive." A girl in a purple dress emerged gracefully from the corner, tilting her head slightly, a playful smile adorning her lovely face. Seeing the girl's playful expression, Xiao Yan could only shake his head in exasperation. "Where did you go this afternoon, Brother Xiao Yan?" With delicate steps, Suner approached, smiling, as she asked. "Just took a casual stroll," he replied. "Is that so?" Her autumn-like eyes scrutinized him up and down, and suddenly, Suner stepped closer, bending slightly with a wrinkled nose. "You smell like a woman." "Cough! Stop it, there is no such scent." Xiao Yan's youthful face flushed slightly. Thankfully, it was dark, so the girl couldn't see too clearly. Clearly amused by Xiao Yan's predicament, Sun let out a tinkling laugh. After a moment, her laughter subsided, and she spoke softly. I heard what Uncle Xiao said just now. I believe in you, Brother Xiao, and that if you truly plan to go to the Yunlan sect, Sun can lend a hand. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan blinked and fixed his gaze intently on the girl's charming face. Under Xiao Yan's unabashed scrutiny, Sun's elegant features slowly flushed with a gentle crimson, and she softly scolded, Brother Xiao Yan, what are you staring at? Hee, even Sun can blush. How rare! Xiao Yan suddenly chuckled after a brief pause that Sun shot him a glare, her heart murmuring, only you would stare at someone like that. All right, have a little faith in your brother Xiao Yan. Although the Yunlan sect is formidable, I am still young. Time is on my side, that if Yun can spoil someone like Nalan Yanran, then she can't be that impressive, Xiao Yan said with a smile, ruffling the girl's hair gently. Well then, it's getting late. You should return and rest, he advised as he waved her off. Seeing Xiao Yan's gesture, Sun shook her head helplessly, nodded, and slowly retreated into the darkness under his watchful eyes. As she turned down a corridor, the sounds of an argument between Xiao Zhan and a few elders suddenly erupted from within the room, and the subject of their dispute was precisely the whereabouts of the 40,000 gold coins. Pausing for a moment, Sun's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she let out a soft sigh. With a swift motion, she produced a purple gold card between her slender fingers. With a gentle flick of her fingertip, the golden card transformed into a beam of light, shooting into the quarrelsome room. Casting a casual glance at the suddenly quiet chamber, Sun spoke coolly. The funds for the Foundation establishment liquid shall come from me. There are 100,000 gold coins on this card, so the elders need not put Uncle Xiao in a difficult position. Inside the room, there was a moment of silence, followed by the sound of 3 elders responding with wry smiles. Chapter 26. Rigorous Training, 8 Extremities Burst. A clear, commanding voice suddenly echoed among the small grove atop the mountain that a nimble figure danced gracefully between the trees, skillfully navigating through the dense thorns that lined the forest, which posed no hindrance to his agility. In the blink of an eye, the shadow abruptly halted before a sturdy tree, its trunk measuring half a centimeter in thickness. With a swift twist of his feet and a lean of his body, he drove his elbow forcefully into the tree's surface. Bang! A muffled sound resonated as wood splintered and exploded, spiderweb-like cracks radiating from the point of impact. Creak! The tree, now hollowed out by the powerful strike, groaned as it swayed before finally collapsing helplessly to the ground. As the tree fell, the agile figure, akin to a lithe monkey, deftly retreated and gracefully landed atop a massive jade stone. Gazing at his accomplishment, a radiant smile illuminated Xiao Yan's delicate face. After 3 months of arduous training, this was the first time he successfully executed the 8 Extremities Burst, a high-level mystic technique. This technique, reputed to rival Earth-level skills, did not disappoint Xiao Yan. With merely the 6th stage of Do Qi, its destructive power was sufficient to match that of the 8th stage. That the advancement of initial stage Do Qi grew increasingly sluggish as one progressed. Since acquiring a complete set of medicinal herbs, Xiao Yan had secluded himself in rigorous training for 3 months. That it was only in the final days of the 3rd month that he unexpectedly transitioned from the 5th to the 6th stage. Although the pace of improvement over these 3 months seemed considerably slower compared to the preceding 2, Xiao Yan felt an immense sense of satisfaction that in years past. It had taken him over half a year to ascend from the 5th to the 6th stage. Now, this speed was indeed astonishing. After unleashing the 8 Extremities Burst, Xiao Yan felt as if he were a sponge suddenly wrung dry, with a persistent sensation of soreness and numbness gnawing at his nerves. The veins in his arms twitched slightly, a telltale sign of overexertion. Licking his lips, he struggled to tilt his head, gazing at his right elbow, which was already a deep crimson. Hiss! A grimace crossed his face as he inhaled sharply, muttering with a wry smile, no wonder such harsh training was necessary. Otherwise, this strike would have shattered not the tree, but my own arm. The 8 Extremities Burst truly test the resilience of one's body. Lying exhausted upon the cool stone, Xiao Yan's breath gradually steadied, yet the lingering soreness within his body left him unwilling to move a single finger. With his current 6th stage of Do Qi, he could at most execute the 8 Extremities Burst once. Afterward, he would be completely drained until his stamina was restored. Xiao Yin reclined, squinting lazily at the clouds drifting across the azure sky. A gentle breeze stirred, causing a strand of his black hair to flutter against his forehead. Deep within his being, the foundational spirit liquid he had absorbed over the past several months began to seep out from the corners of his body, subtly repairing his fatigued muscles and cells, allowing them to swiftly regain strength. Master, how much longer must I wait to reach the 7th stage? Xiao Yin murmured, eyes half closed. Once he attained the 7th stage, he would gain the qualification to enter the Do-Chi Pavilion in search of cultivation techniques. Although he had little regard for the Shao family's Do-Chi methods now, he still needed this qualification for his father's sake. A refreshing breeze swept by, and the translucent figure of Yao Lao appeared beside the stone. With a smile in his eyes, he observed the youth, first appraising the severed tree on the ground. Nodding slightly and pausing to ponder, he remarked, "Your training progress has exceeded my expectations that I had initially thought that even with the aid of the spirit liquid, it would take you a year to reach the 7th stage. Perhaps the intense pressure you endured previously has resulted in a rebound, driving you to train even more fervently at this rate. You should undoubtedly reach the 7th stage within 2 months." Upon hearing this, a subtle smile graced Xiao Yan's lips. He was eager to witness the expressions of those who had ridiculed him over the past 3 years when they saw him demonstrate his strength. The words he had spoken to Nailin Yinran in the hall echoed in his mind. Were they not directed at them as well? 3 years ago, I, Xiao Yin, created a miracle. 3 years hence, I shall do so again. His gaze flickered as he recalled the solitary figure of a boy amidst the scornful stares in the hall just half a year prior. Resolute and unwavering. Nailin Yinran, I am steadily climbing towards you. Await my arrival. 3 years from now, we shall meet at the Yunlan sect. A rebellious smirk suddenly appeared on his face as the youth sprang to his feet, throwing his head back and bellowing at the boundless sky. Watching the boy's fervent shout, Yao Lao smiled faintly, choosing not to intervene. One needs pressure to mature, and Xiao Yin, with his ample talent, required the impetus of such pressure. The emergence of Nailin Yinran had provided him with the perfect motivation. Consider her your stepping stone. The path of the strong is still a long one ahead. Now, let us return home to train. After letting out a few spirited shouts, the joy on Xiao Yan's face intensified. He leaped down from the giant stone, waved to Yao Lao, and laughed heartily as he dashed toward the foot of the mountain. Chapter 27. The impact of the 7-segment time flows like water, quietly slipping through one's fingers in the most unobserved moments. The sweltering summer has yielded to the refreshing embrace of autumn, and the verdant branches now begin to intermingle with hints of withering yellow. Within that tidy little abode, sunlight streams in, casting scattered patches of light across the room. In the wooden basin, a young boy sits with his eyes closed and hands forming intricate seals, his breathing seemingly in perfect harmony with the universe. Months of arduous training have bestowed a newfound resilience upon the boy's youthful visage, his lips pressed tightly together, reflecting a hint of tenacity. His complexion, once as fair as a maiden's, has taken on a slight pallor from the rigors of his training over the past few months. Though his physique may appear unassuming, it conceals a ferocious explosive power akin to that of a cheetah. From every conceivable angle, it appears that the boy is undergoing a transformation at an alarming rate, and once this metamorphosis is complete, it will undoubtedly leave all who witness it in awe. As the boy's breath flows seamlessly, wisps of azure-tinged energy gradually seep from the basin, ultimately merging with his inhalations, filling his being. Today, I shall surely break through to the 7th segment of Qi. A sudden surge of confidence welled up within Xiao Yin as he practiced, an unexplainable thought that emerged as naturally as water flowing downhill, boldly taking root in his mind. In the preceding month, Xiao Yin had attempted to breach the 7th segment of Qi multiple times, each endeavor culminating in failure. Perhaps today his training was akin to adding that final drop of water to an overflowing basin, prompting the long-awaited epiphany to materialize unexpectedly. The abrupt thought caused Xiao Yan's hand seals to tremble, nearly disrupting his meditative state. However, he managed to maintain his composure, forcefully suppressing the surge of excitement, focusing intently to calm his mind. As his breathing gradually steadied, Xiao Yin began to greedily absorb the surrounding energy, preparing for the impending breakthrough to the seventh segment. The azure liquid in the basin rippled gently, shimmering with ethereal hues as gentle streams of energy emanated from the liquid, eagerly infiltrating Xiao Yan's body. The light blue currents swelled in volume, quickly enveloping Xiao Yan entirely, rendering even the large basin almost indistinct, creating a spectacle from afar. Under Xiao Yan's insatiable draw, the azure liquid in the basin visibly lightened, its color fading at a discernible pace. With the influx of energy, the boy's face flushed slightly, a faint azure glow emanating from him. During his attempt to breach the seventh segment of Qi, Xiao Yan had undoubtedly transformed into a formidable magnet, drawing not only the Qi from the surrounding space, but also causing the azure liquid in the basin to swirl in tiny vortices. In the realm of Qi, the first to third segments are considered low-level, the fourth to sixth segments are intermediate, and the seventh to ninth segments are regarded as advanced. The seventh stage of Do Qi can be regarded as a pivotal threshold for the initial level of Do Qi. Once one steps into this seventh stage, they ascend to a higher echelon of the foundational level. At this juncture, the reservoir of Do Qi within one's body will be several times that of the sixth stage. Thus, the seventh stage of Do Qi is commonly acknowledged as the inaugural key to becoming a fighter, the significance of which is self-evident. As the azure energy surged forth rapidly, the color of the liquid within the wooden basin gradually lightened until, at a certain moment, it transformed into a basin of crystal-clear water. Devoid of the supporting energy from the foundational elixir, the faint azure hue on Xiao Yan's visage began to fade gently. Now, he could only draw upon the meager Do Qi from the surrounding air to sustain his breakthrough efforts. While absorbing the Do Qi from the air could indeed assist Xiao Yan in achieving his breakthrough, it would require not only more time, but also, even if he succeeded, the Do Qi within him would necessitate a month of nurturing to return to a state of fullness. At this moment, what Xiao Yan lacked most was time. As the potency of the elixir dissipated, the black ring adorning Xiao Yan's finger flickered with a brief glimmer, and a drop of exquisite emerald-hued foundational elixir was cast into the wooden basin once more. Instantly, the transparent water transformed back into a deep azure color. With the support of this fresh elixir, Xiao Yan felt a surge of vitality. After silently expressing his gratitude to the medicinal elder in his heart, he maintained his hand seals while controlling his breath, fervently absorbing the rich energy that surged towards him. This insatiable intake continued for a full half-hour before finally beginning to taper off, and at this point, the deep azure liquid had lightened further still. When the last gentle wave of energy flowed into his body with his breath, Xiao Yan's form momentarily stilled, only to be followed by a violent shudder. His abdomen contracted slightly, and Xiao Yan's eyes abruptly flew open, the dark pupils shimmering with a swift interplay of azure and white light. His mouth parted slightly, releasing a breath of somewhat murky air. As the turbid air left his body, Xiao Yan's countenance brightened considerably. After staring blankly for a moment with his eyes open wide, he twisted his neck, producing a series of crisp, cracking sounds. He clenched his fist lightly, a sensation of robust power coursing through him, causing a smile of joy to grace the corners of Xiao Yan's lips. At last, I've reached the seventh stage, he murmured softly, closing his eyes momentarily to attune to the abundant Do Qi within him, a low chuckle escaping his lips. Chapter 28. Strengthening the suction palm, reclining within the wooden basin, submerged in the icy, ethereal liquid, Xiao Yan found himself somewhat entranced by the profound sense of power coursing through him. According to the usual patterns of breakthrough, one typically experiences a nurturing period after reaching the seventh stage. However, with the aid of the foundational spiritual liquid, Xiao Yan bypassed this phase entirely, arriving directly at the stage of fullness. After sitting quietly in the basin for a while, allowing his elation to gradually settle, Xiao Yan slowly rose to his feet, his bare skin glistening with delicate droplets of azure water, shimmering under the sunlight's reflection. Stretching languidly, his bones resonated with a crisp, rejuvenating crack, reminiscent of rebirth. Casually tilting his head, Xiao Yan extended his right hand towards the bed, summoning a force that swiftly drew his garments into his grasp. Indeed, the fighting energy has significantly increased. With this newfound suction, I should be able to lift the weight of a person, he mused, donning his attire while furrowing his brow. Alas, this suction palm appears to lack substantial offensive capability. The so-called forcible extraction of an opponent's blood can only be effective against those of considerably lower rank. When faced with opponents of equal or superior strength, it becomes rather futile. With a tinge of regret, Xiao Yan sighed at this realization, acknowledging that this was his first combat technique. Pressing his lips together, he was about to step out of the basin when a sudden jolt coursed through him. His pupils glimmered with an inexplicable light as he slowly curled his right palm, fixating his gaze intently on it. Moments later, with a half-foot distance, he aimed at a nearby vase. Licking his lips, Xiao Yan unleashed the fighting energy from his palm, which surged forth without following any specific channels. The release of fighting energy typically requires at least the level of a great fighter to be executed. Thus Xiao Yan's attempt, aside from generating a gentle breeze, yielded no further effects. The breeze erupted from his palm, causing the vase to wobble precariously, almost toppling off the table. Yet instead of disappointment, Xiao Yan wore a look of delight. Excitement coursed through him as he rubbed his hands together, swiftly retreating a few meters before aiming once more at the vase. "Suction palm!" he exclaimed, and a powerful suction force abruptly yanked the vase towards him. Just as the vase was within 3 feet of him, the suction in his palm suddenly contracted, and all the fighting energy within him erupted from his hand. Instantly, a fierce wind pressure slammed into the swiftly approaching vase. Bang! The two opposing forces collided in midair, and at the center of their encounter, the vase shattered into countless fragments, scattering like tiny stars. Gazing at the results of his palm's endeavor, Xiao Yan's face was alight with astonishment. The destructive power generated from the clash of suction and counterforce far exceeded his expectations. Although the fighting energy within him had been nearly depleted by the previous counterforce, Xiao Yan was nonetheless exhilarated. He had merely utilized the most rudimentary method of exerting the counterforce, which not only consumed considerable energy, but also yielded modest results that if he could develop a technique akin to the suction palm that specifically harnessed counterforce, he was confident that the combined effect would be extraordinarily formidable. "Well done, little one. To think you have devised a way to enhance the suction palm," remarked Yao Lao, his ring glimmering momentarily as he materialized, surveying the room's debris with a nod of approval. Xiao Yan chuckled, his eyes gleaming as he regarded Yao Lao with an expression of eager anticipation. If there were a technique dedicated to harnessing counterforce, perfected to the utmost degree, then your low-level suction palm could rival the offensive capabilities of mid-tier or even high-tier techniques. Yao Lao continued, seemingly oblivious to Xiao Yan's expression. "Master, you are aware that such auxiliary techniques are exceedingly rare. My acquisition of the suction palm was purely fortuitous. Where am I to find a counterforce technique to complement it?" Xiao Yan replied, tilting his head in exasperation. "Stop feigning innocence. You simply wish to take advantage of me," Yao Lao retorted with a roll of his eyes. "This notion is not entirely novel. However, both techniques are akin to rather lackluster auxiliary skills, making them difficult to come by, hence few have ever managed to gather them both. Not even you, master." Xiao Yan's face fell at this revelation, his frustration palpable. The absence of a dedicated counterforce technique meant that relying solely on his fighting energy would be a fruitless endeavor. Amused by Xiao Yan's despondency, Yao Lao shook his head, rubbing his forehead in contemplation. "In the past, someone sought my assistance in alchemy, and I believe I once acquired such a technique. Had I not happened to possess an idle pill at the time, I would not have engaged in that transaction. That IT has been so long that, had you not reminded me today, I might have truly forgotten." "Ah, found it." With a flick of his finger, Yao Lao lightly tapped Xiao Yan's forehead, eliciting a slight swelling in his mind as a torrent of information flooded in. After a considerable pause, clarity gradually returned. Blowing fire palm. Low-level mystical technique, capable of generating powerful wind pressure. The simplistic description and rather mundane name rendered the designation of low-level mystical technique rather underwhelming. This technique was invented by a blacksmith who spent his life forging iron. Due to the demands of the forge, he inadvertently created this blowing fire technique. Yao Lao remarked, observing Xiao Yan's somewhat stiff expression with a teasing smile. Rolling his eyes, Xiao Yan could not help but admire the blacksmith's ingenuity. Creating a combat technique was no simple task. The blowing fire palm was not difficult to learn, and under Yao Lao's guidance, Xiao Yin grasped its fundamentals within 2 hours. Standing within the confines of the room, Xiao Yin eagerly eyed the soul vase, taking a deep breath before curling his palm and unleashing a powerful suction. Suction palm. The vase rocketed towards him, propelled by the overwhelming suction. Fixating intently on the incoming vase, Xiao Yin swiftly retracted the suction palm, directing his fighting energy along the channels of the blowing fire palm. Blowing fire palm. Just as the vase was about to collide with his head, a formidable gust erupted from Xiao Yan's palm, enveloping the room in a cloud of dust. Bang! Another crisp sound echoed, and this time, the vase was obliterated into a flurry of fragments by the opposing forces. Excellent. Emerging from the dust-laden area, Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Should he master the seamless transition between these two techniques, he would undoubtedly be able to catch any unprepared opponent off guard. Brushing the white powder from his attire, Xiao Yin acknowledged that in the final 3 months leading up to his coming-of-age ceremony, he had acquired an additional training task. Perhaps many are eagerly anticipating my next blunder, he chuckled softly amid the chaos of the room. Chapter 29. An important day as March swiftly passed by. A considerable portion of the month had already elapsed, leaving merely a month until Xiao Yan's coming-of-age ceremony. Within the tidy confines of his modest abode, Xiao Yin gazed vacantly at the azure liquid in the wooden basin. This was the last vial of foundational spirit liquid that as one progressed through the later stages of Do Qi, cultivation became increasingly arduous. Since his last breakthrough to the 7th stage, the Do Qi within Xiao Yin had lain dormant for nearly 2 months. Regardless of his efforts during this period, the sensation of a breakthrough had eluded him. Staring blankly at the basin for what felt like an eternity, Xiao Yin eventually shook his head in resignation, muttering, I wonder if this final drop of foundational spirit liquid will enable me to ascend to the 8th stage of Do Qi. Rising slowly, his body slightly sore and stiff, Xiao Yin surprisingly chose not to resume his cultivation. Instead, he retrieved a fitting set of black garments from his wardrobe, in preparation for the upcoming ceremony. All participants were required to partake in an assessment designed to eliminate those whose Do Qi fell short. Only those from the clan who had attained Do Qi at the 7th stage or above would earn the right to enter the Do Qi pavilion post-ceremony to seek out techniques. Conversely, those below the 7th stage would forfeit this privilege, destined to be assigned to various family enterprises. Unless they demonstrated exceptional merit or caught up with their more talented kin, regaining their status within the inner family would prove exceedingly difficult. Just as he finished donning his attire, a gentle knock echoed from the door. Brother Xiao Yin, are you there? Upon hearing the melodious voice of a young girl, Xiao Yin raised an eyebrow, fastening his garments. After concealing the wooden basin in a discreet corner, he leisurely approached the door and opened it as the door swung wide. Warm sunlight poured in, illuminating the young man clad in black, making him appear particularly spirited. Outside the door stood a girl, poised and graceful, her refreshing light green attire perfectly accentuating her developing figure. Though her modest bosom was still somewhat youthful, it exuded an undeniable allure of burgeoning femininity. A casual purple sash encircled her slender waist, fluttering gently in the breeze. Gazing at the enchanting girl before him, Xiao Yin was momentarily taken aback before gradually regaining his composure. He appraised Sun Er from head to toe, exclaiming in mild astonishment, "This early in the morning, I thought a goddess had descended upon us. Upon closer inspection, it turns out to be my dear Sun Er." Listening to Xiao Yan's teasing compliment, Sun Er's bright eyes blinked, and she shyly pressed her lips together, offering a modest smile. However, the crescent-shaped curve of her brows betrayed her inner delight. With a glimmer of excitement in her eyes, Sun Er lifted her delicate chin, scrutinizing the young man who had just emerged from his abode. Nearly a year of diligent training had stripped Xiao Yin of much of his youthful naivete. His handsome face now bore an inexplicable charm. His rigorous physical regimen had rendered his physique robust and well-defined, and clad in black, he presented himself as an undeniably handsome youth. Stepping outside, Xiao Yin closed the door behind him, and, noticing Sun Er's unwavering gaze, he regarded himself in mild bewilderment, questioning, "Is there something amiss?" The lovely girl's cheeks flushed slightly as she quickly averted her gaze, smiling softly. "Come on, brother Xiao Yin, today is the day of the assessment. Are you prepared?" With narrowed eyes, Xiao Yin shrugged, a hint of defiance gracing the corners of his lips as he calmly declared, From today forth, I shall return the label of waste to those who bestowed it upon me." Observing Xiao Yan's unwavering confidence, Sun Er tilted her head playfully, chuckling, "I believe in you, brother Xiao Yan." "Of course you do. You must have already discerned the depths of my capabilities," Xiao Yan retorted with a playful glare, his lips curling in a resigned manner. Noticing Xiao Yan's seemingly sullen demeanor, Sun Er smiled warmly, nodding in agreement. With an adorable gesture, she spread her hands, proclaiming, "It took you less than a year to progress from the third to the seventh stage of Do Qi. Even I, Sun Er, find it difficult to keep up with your extraordinary talent. Let us go, lass," Xiao Yan said, giving his nose a gentle rub before affectionately patting Sun Er's head. With a wave of his hand, he strode toward the training grounds behind the family estate. Watching the boy's back, which radiated a newfound determination starkly different from the despondency of his past, Sun Er smiled with satisfaction and murmured softly, "Brother Xiao Yan, I have always said that you would reclaim your dignity and glory." The expansive training grounds, crafted from massive blocks of blue stone, were filled with over 100 young men and women standing in anticipation, their voices rising in a cacophony of excitement. In the center of the training area stood a towering black stone monument, a testing stone reserved for only the more formidable families, a valuable asset. Beside the monument stood the same aloof examiner from a year prior. On the elevated platform to the left, several prominent members of the clan were seated, with the clan leader, Xiao Zhan, and 3 elders positioned at the center. Among the throng of youths awaiting their judgment, some who had consistently performed well appeared relatively unperturbed, while others of lesser talent wore expressions of anxiety and trepidation. Xiao Zhan surveyed the varying expressions of the clan members with a somber countenance, a soft sigh escaping his lips. "Yaoer, will you pass this trial?" "Clan leader, the time is nearly upon us." "Why has Xiao Yan not yet arrived?" inquired the second elder, his brow furrowed. Xiao Zhan shot him a sidelong glance, replying coolly, "The hour has not yet arrived." "Why the urgency?" Has the second elder lost his composure? Stifled by Xiao Zhan's retort, the second elder's expression darkened slightly, and he coldly huffed. "Even if you procured foundational spirit liquid for him, it is impossible for him to reach the 7th stage of Do Qi within a year. Do not hold your breath for any miracles." Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan's expression darkened. He was already feeling agitated, and this fellow seemed intent on stirring the pot. Just as he was about to retort, a slight commotion arose in the crowd. Turning his gaze, he noticed 2 figures approaching along the distant path at the edge of the square, their leisurely strides betraying no sense of urgency despite the significance of the day. As he squinted at the faint smile adorning the face of the young man in black, Xiao Zhan inexplicably exhaled a breath of relief. Chapter 30. The humiliator is always humiliated. As he gazed at Xiao Yan walking alongside Sun Er, the faces of the youths in the arena were unmistakably etched with a tinge of jealousy. In the Xiao clan, the only person who could walk so closely with Sun Er was perhaps this notorious good-for-nothing. Then on the edge of the square, surrounded by a throng of peers, Xiao Ning glared at Xiao Yan with eyes brimming with fury. "You little brat, let's see what face you have left to be with Sun Er after today," he muttered under his breath, a cold smile of schadenfreude playing on his lips. Ignoring the seething glares filled with jealousy and ire, Xiao Yan led Sun Er to the back of the line, where they engaged in quiet laughter and conversation. Observing Xiao Yan's relaxed demeanor, the senior members on the platform could not help but feel astonished. Did he not realize that today's test would determine the course of his future? Perhaps he intends to throw caution to the wind, the second elder sneered derisively. Initially expecting Xiao Zhan to erupt in anger at this remark, the second elder waited in vain for a reaction, only to find himself bewildered by Xiao Zhan's silence. "Second elder, it is wise to reserve judgment until the end. Otherwise, one may end up slapping their own face," Xiao Zhan remarked, casting a deep glance at the youth with bowed head and closed eyes. With a slight twitch of his lips, the second elder snorted, "Let us hope so. I too anticipate a surprise from him." "Enough, time is of the essence. Do not dawdle." The grand elder's deep voice interrupted the two. Xiao Zhan nodded slightly, standing up and surveying the now quiet training ground, then declared, "You are all the fresh blood of the clan and should understand the significance of today's test. The rules are simple. You must achieve at least the 7th stage of Fighting Qi to be deemed qualified. Conversely, those who do not meet this requirement will be considered unqualified. However, according to past conventions, after the test, those below the 7th stage may challenge those above at once. If victorious, they too can enter the qualified ranks. Since everyone is clear, let the test commence. As Xiao Zhan's authoritative command resounded, the youths in the training ground became tense to be by the black stone monument. The indifferent examiner stepped forward, retrieving a list from his robe. His cold voice sent shivers down the spines of those whose names were called. Sitting cross-legged on the pristine blue stone floor, Xiao Yin calmly observed his peers who were disheartened by their failure to meet the fighting Qi requirement. He merely smirked, feeling no pity for those who found pleasure in mocking those beneath them. While they delighted in belittling their less capable kin, they perhaps failed to realize that their day of reckoning would come in due time. The humiliator is always humiliated. Beside Xiao Yin, Sun Er, with her delicate features and serene demeanor, resembled an untainted blue lotus, her fingers idly toying with a strand of her hair. Occasionally, her gaze would drift to the youth with downcast eyes beside her, and like Xiao Yin, she showed little concern for the despondent youths. Xiao Mei. The examiner's icy voice made Xiao Yan's eyebrows arch slightly, his lazy eyelids lifting. Sun Er, who had been observing Xiao Yin, frowned lightly at his demeanor. She used to cling to my brother Xiao Yin quite tightly. Xiao Yin remarked with a faint smile as he watched the red-clad girl approach confidently. Sun Er blinked her expressive eyes and tilted her head, smiling. I am quite curious about what attitude she will adopt towards brother Xiao Yin after today. Xiao Yin shrugged lightly and replied, Some things, once destroyed, remain irreparably shattered, no matter how one attempts to mend them. There are but a few in this clan whom I can genuinely acknowledge. Does Sun Er count? Sun Er asked playfully, her lips curling into a charming arc. Xiao Yan's smile was warm as he reached out, gently sliding his fingers down a lock of her hair, responding, Of course. Her enchanting eyes formed crescent moons as Sun Er gazed at him, a dreamy expression crossing her face, evoking a sense of warmth. In his childhood, a little boy would stealthily enter his room at midnight, employing clumsy methods that would elicit laughter to nurture his seemingly frail body. Despite knowing the efforts were likely futile, the boy persevered for 2 whole years. A charming dimple appeared on Sun Er's exquisite face as she tilted her head slightly, softly reflecting, In this clan, the one who can earn Sun Er's sincere acknowledgement is but you alone. From a distance, witnessing Xiao Yan's affectionate gestures towards Sun Er, Xiao Ning felt a twitch in his skin, the flames of jealousy raging within him as he yearned to stomp on that pitiful face. Fighting power. 8th stage. A brilliant light erupted from the black stone monument, and the large, upright characters hovered on its surface. Xiao Mei, fighting power, 8th stage advanced. The indifferent examiner nodded slightly after glancing at the black stone monument, solemnly announcing the results. Upon hearing the examiner's voice, Xiao Mei exhaled in relief, followed by a proud smile on her face that in just 1 year, she had advanced from the 7th to the 8th stage. Such progress was enough to place her among the top 5 in the clan, and no wonder she felt so satisfied with her remarkable achievement. The examiner's announcement stirred a wave of excitement in the training ground, with envious glances directed towards Xiao Mei. An increase of 1 stage in fighting Qi within a year, that's passable, Xiao Yin remarked, scratching his nose nonchalantly. Indeed. Sun Er idly toyed with her hair, her gaze casually sweeping over Xiao Mei, who was surrounded like a princess by the crowd. Following the high point of Xiao Mei's achievement, only one of the next several youths reached the 7th stage of fighting Qi. The rest were eliminated. Xiao Sun Er. The examiner's cold voice, surprisingly, carried a hint of emotion when uttering this name. All eyes shifted towards the immaculate beauty of the girl as her name was called. Brother Xiao Yin, do not be too shocked later. Standing tall, Sun Er playfully remarked to Xiao Yin with a smile. Raising an eyebrow, Xiao Yin gazed at the enchanting figure of the girl, murmuring, Could it be that she has entered the ranks of fighters? Chapter 31. 1-star fighter, gazing at the slowly approaching girl clad in green. An air of quietude enveloped the training ground. Pairs of fervent eyes were fixated upon her, unblinking. Upon the elevated platform, the upper echelons of the various clans ceased their hushed conversations, their gazes converging on this resplendent gem of the Xiao family. Xiao Zhan and the 3 elders bore expressions that mingled gravity with a hint of curiosity. They too were eager to discern the extent of this young prodigy's progress after a year of relentless cultivation. Under the watchful eyes of the assembly, the girl approached the black stone monument with measured steps. She extended her delicate hand, allowing her sleeve to slide down, revealing a slender, snow-white wrist. Her jade-like fingers gently brushed against the frigid surface of the black stone tablet, and as she closed her eyes, the fighting energy within her surged rapidly. With the infusion of this energy, the black stone tablet momentarily fell into silence before erupting with a blinding radiance. Fighter, 1 star. As the 4 resplendent golden characters illuminated the black stone tablet, a hush fell over the training ground, quickly followed by a collective intake of breath, akin to the sound of a gust of wind. Every expression froze at that moment. Miss Sun, 1-star fighter. The examiner, taken aback by the brilliance of those golden characters, couldn't help but shake his head in astonishment, exclaiming loudly, "Remarkable. That a 15-year-old fighter. That truly, she lives up to the expectations." That as he heard the examiner's proclamation, Xiao Zhan inhaled sharply, but his words trailed off into ambiguity by the end. The 3 elders nodded slightly, their faces reflecting a shared astonishment. Although this achievement fell short of Xiao Yan's 12-year-old feat, such a rate of advancement was undeniably extraordinary. That in the throng, Xiao Mei, surrounded by admirers, found herself momentarily dazzled by the golden characters emblazoned upon the stone. Lowering her gaze to the elegant girl standing before the monument, a wave of despondency washed over her. Attaining the status of a 1-star fighter at the tender age of 15 was a brilliance she could never hope to eclipse. At the back of the crowd, Xiaoyan clicked his tongue in disbelief, realizing that not only had she indeed ascended to the fighter rank within a year, but she had also surpassed it to achieve a higher tier. Such a pace of cultivation could rival even his own, bolstered by the foundational elixir he had consumed. The girl beneath the monument, seeming to dislike the attention, furrowed her brow in resignation before turning back to the rear of the crowd, playfully pouting at Xiao Yan, who looked on in astonishment. "Don't get too proud. With your talent, this achievement is hardly surprising. That if you hadn't reached the fighter level within a year, that would truly astonish me," he teased, shrugging nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Sun's countenance fell, casting him a resentful glance. Pulling her down to sit once more, Xiao Yan propped his chin in his hand, listlessly observing the ongoing tests of their kin. To cultivate fighting energy to the 7th stage by the age of 15 generally necessitates considerable talent. Yet such gifted individuals are scarce. Even with the Xiao family's influence, only about 20 to 30% of those testing met the criteria. As the number of failures grew, the atmosphere within the training ground began to grow increasingly somber. The faces of those who did not pass were drawn in despair, yet a subtle flicker of schadenfreude would pass over their expressions whenever another newcomer failed. Seated on the ground, Xiao Yan had grown weary of watching the assessments. Among the hundreds tested, only 1 or 2 had matched Xiao Mei's achievement of the 8th stage, and as for the 9th stage, no one had yet emerged. As the pool of untested individuals dwindled, it became apparent that only a scant few remained, including Xiao Yan. The last boy before him stood to take his test, but soon returned in disappointment, having also failed to qualify. Everyone was well aware of the final slots available. These last few were the lowest-ranked individuals within the clan. Were it not for the sake of fairness, they might have been eliminated outright. Xiao Yan, the examiner beneath the black stone, his gaze somewhat conflicted, called out the final name. "Brother Xiao Yan, it's your turn." That a gentle hand lightly covered Xiao Yan's palm as the girl spoke softly. Raising his head slightly, Xiao Yan opened his half-closed eyes and scanned the training ground. The myriad of maliciously gleeful gazes made him suppress a derisive chuckle. Gradually rising to his feet, he turned his head and directed his gaze toward Xiao Zhan on the platform, offering a faint smile. Meeting his son's smile, Xiao Zhan nodded appreciatively, lifting his teacup and leaning back against his chair. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan strode confidently toward the black stone monument, an air of spirited determination radiating from him, causing some of those who had intended to mock him to awkwardly fall silent. Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, Xiao Yan approached the black stone monument. The examiner, gazing at the youth before him, let out a quiet sigh. He had been the first to witness Xiao Yan's miraculous rise, and over the past 3 years, he had also seen the talented youth's gradual decline. If no miracle occurred today, This might be the last time the boy tested within the family. With the entire crowd watching intently, Xiao Yan's chest rose and fell steadily as he extended his palm, gently resting it against the icy surface of the black stone monument. All eyes were riveted upon the stone, acutely aware that this test could very well be the final one for the prodigious youth who had once dazzled the entirety of Wutan City. The stone stood momentarily still, and after a brief pause, a brilliant light erupted on the monument. The enormous golden letters caused the hearts of everyone present to momentarily cease their beating. Fighting energy. 7th stage, Chapter 32. The challenge of profound silence enveloped the arena, a stillness akin to death. All present were astounded, their gazes fixed upon the 5 grand characters inscribed upon the stele, their expressions a tapestry of emotions. Moments later, the air filled with hurried breaths, echoing like a windmill across the training ground. Crack! On the high platform, the teacup in Xiao Zhan's hand was crushed to powder with a single swipe, the tea mingling with the remnants, dripping rhythmically from his palm. 7th stage. Yin truly accomplished it. As his eyes fixated on the young man in black beneath the black steel, Xiao Zhan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, fully aware of the immense effort the youth had expended to reach this milestone. Seated beside Xiao Zhan, the 3 elders wore expressions of disbelief. Just a year prior, he had been at the 3rd stage of Do Qi, and now he had ascended to the 7th stage. Such velocity was astonishing. The foundation-building spirit liquid procured by the clan leader truly is formidable, The 2nd elder swallowed hard, his earlier mockery blending with astonishment, producing a rather amusing spectacle. With a dry cough, he awkwardly remarked. The excitement radiating from Xiao Zhan was unmistakable as he cast a sidelong glance at the 2nd elder, lightly smiling. Do you truly believe that a 2nd-tier foundation-building spirit liquid could yield such miraculous effects? The 2nd elder faltered, awkwardly shaking his head. He was no fool. While the foundation-building spirit liquid could indeed enhance cultivation speed, the notion of advancing 4 stages of Do Qi in a single year was virtually impossible. Beside the black stele, the examiner stood in a daze, his previously indifferent demeanor now entirely replaced by shock. Xiao Yin. Do Qi, 7th stage, high level. Drawing a deep breath, as if attempting to exhale the astonishment that gripped him, the examiner's voice trembled despite his efforts to maintain composure. Upon hearing the examiner's announcement, the already silent training ground became even more hushed. Glurp! A sound of someone swallowing nervously broke the stillness, abruptly reverberating throughout the arena. In the center of the crowd, Xiaomei covered her rosy lips with her small hand, her face a canvas of incredulity that in just a year, to elevate 4 entire stages of Do Qi, such a pace, was utterly staggering. This rate of progression, even the Xiao Yin of 3 years ago, at his peak, could not have achieved. Yet this heart-stopping reality unfolded vividly before everyone's eyes. With complex emotions swirling in her gaze, Xiaomei fixated on the young man standing beneath the black stele. A thought suddenly surged in her mind. His astonishing talent for cultivation seemed to have returned. At the edge of the training ground, Xiao Ning, who had anticipated a spectacle at Xiao Yan's expense, stood frozen, staring at the characters on the stele, muttering in disbelief. How is this possible? Gazing up at the golden characters on the stele, Xiao Yan exhaled softly, the myriad of suddenly complex gazes around him reminiscent of the confident young man he had been 3 years prior. Now his cultivation talent had returned, accompanied by a matured mindset and unwavering resilience. Casting a deep look at the stele that had shaped his fate on several occasions, Xiao Yan smiled gently, his demeanor as calm as clouds drifting in the sky, a stark contrast to the elated youth who had reveled in his earlier test results. With a light breath, Xiao Yan slowly made his way to the back of the crowd under the watchful eyes of all, briefly meeting the cheerful gaze of Sun Er before settling beside her, sitting cross-legged. As Xiao Yan withdrew, an extended silence lingered in the arena. Ahem. On the high platform, Xiao Zhan, his face alight with triumph, rose, clearing his throat to draw the attention of the crowd. The test has concluded. We shall now proceed to the next phase. Those who did not qualify have the right to challenge a qualified peer. But remember, the opportunity is singular, Xiao Zhan declared with a hearty laugh. Upon hearing this, a slight commotion stirred within the training ground, as those who barely missed the mark turned their eager gazes toward their successful counterparts. Confronted by the barrage of challenging looks, the accomplished clansmen merely raised their heads in disdain. The distinction between the 6th and 7th stages was stark, and barring unforeseen circumstances, a 6th-stage practitioner would find it exceedingly difficult to defeat a 7th-stage opponent. This reality was well understood by those at the 6th stage, yet it was their final chance, and whether they succeeded or failed, they were determined to give it their all. In that moment, the atmosphere in the arena became peculiar, as fiery glances swept over the qualified peers, each silently assessing the most manageable adversary. Sitting on the ground, Xiao Yan suddenly raised an eyebrow, bemused to discover that a significant portion of those scrutinizing gazes had fallen upon him. "Do I resemble a soft persimmon?" he mused, somewhat amused. "Although your leap of 4 stages in a year is indeed shocking, it is precisely this shock that instills a sense of disbelief deep within many. Thus they naturally view you as the prime candidate for a challenge," Sun Er remarked softly, a smile gracing her lips. With a resigned shrug, Xiao Yan brushed off the dust from his attire, replying with a faint smile, "So, they choose self-deception because they refuse to believe the truth." Sun Er smiled gently, nodding in agreement. At that moment, after a brief lull, someone could no longer restrain themselves and stepped forward that a robust youth, under the scrutiny of many, strode swiftly to Xiao Yan, slightly bowing as he called out loudly, "Cousin Xiao Yan, I challenge you." Though the youth's demeanor appeared respectful, a flicker of skepticism danced in his eyes as he regarded Xiao Yan, his face betraying a hint of disdain, suggesting he had yet to shake off the reputation of Xiao Yan as the once ineffectual scion. Chapter 33. Confirmation. As they gazed upon the robust youth who had boldly stepped forward to challenge, the other unqualified clansmen couldn't help but express their regret with a sigh. Their expressions seemed to convey a tinge of envy for this pioneer who dared to take the plunge. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the boy before him. Although he was not familiar with all the members of his clan, he did recall this particular youth that if his memory served him correctly, the boy's name was Xiao Ku, a member of the Elders faction, who often trailed behind Xiao Ning like a sycophant, displaying a demeanor reminiscent of a lapdog. During his own times of misfortune, Xiao Ku had not hesitated to show disdain towards him. As memories of past grievances surfaced in his mind, a dangerous smile crept upon Xiao Yan's lips. He exchanged a knowing glance with Sun Er, offering a slight smile before nodding in affirmation, responding softly, "Very well, I accept." Xiao Ku, witnessing Xiao Yan's prompt agreement, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, an inexplicable sense of unease rising within him. As he swallowed hard, regret for his impulsiveness began to seep in. Nonetheless, with the arrow already loosed, there was no turning back. This must be an illusion. No one can achieve a 4-tier increase in Do Qi within a year. He must be employing some trick to deceive everyone. I will surely defeat him. After a bout of self-encouragement, Xiao Ku forced a smile and declared, "Let me experience the prowess of my cousin Xiao Yan." Xiao Yan smiled in silence, rising to his feet amidst the crowd's watchful eyes, and walked into the training arena, gesturing to Xiao Ku to proceed. Observing the calm demeanor of Xiao Yan, Xiao Ku's unease intensified. With a sheepish laugh, he moved forward with somewhat stiff steps into the arena. All eyes swiftly turned towards the 2 figures in the arena. On the elevated platform, Xiao Zhan wiped his hands dry with a cloth handed to him by an attendant, his gaze fixed intently on the scene below, a hint of concealed tension flickering in his eyes. Truth be told, not only did the youths find Xiao Yan's achievements hard to believe, but even Xiao Zhan himself felt a disorienting sense of unreality deep within. That it was not that he doubted Xiao Yan's capabilities. Rather, the prospect of a 4-tier increase in Do Qi in just 1 year was almost monstrous in its implications. Even 3 years ago, Xiao Yan had not been able to accomplish such a feat. The sheer magnitude of Xiao Yan's achievements left everyone grappling with disbelief. However, whether they believed or not, once Xiao Yan engaged in combat, his true strength would inevitably be revealed, allowing all to discern his genuine prowess. Beside Xiao Zhan, the 3 elders also began to breathe more rapidly, their withered hands carving deep impressions into the armrests of their chairs, their murky eyes fixated on the arena with a complex blend of emotions. Atop the Azure Stone training ground, all gazes were firmly locked on the 2 combatants, eager to discern the veracity of Xiao Yan's earlier astounding performance. One clash would unveil the truth. Absolutely false, Xiao Ning murmured vehemently, licking her parched lips from the edge of the square. It should be false, right? Xiao Mei bit her rosy lip, her heart filled with confusion, struggling to believe that this youth, who had been dormant for 3 long years, could suddenly manifest such terrifying prowess. Under the scrutiny of myriad complex gazes, Xiao Yin and Xiao Ke completed the customary formalities before combat. With palms slightly raised, a faint aura of Do Qi enveloped them. Xiao Ke took a deep breath, planted his foot firmly on the ground, and lunged toward Xiao Yin with determination. The clash was devoid of any extravagant flair. It was a simple confrontation of brute force. Mountain splitter palm. As he swiftly closed the distance to Xiao Yin, Xiao Ke's right palm gathered a hint of Do Qi, slashing diagonally toward Xiao Yan's chest with considerable force. The mountain splitter palm was a mid-level yellow-tier Do technique, reserved for clansmen above the 5th tier of Do Qi. A gust of wind tousled Xiao Yin's hair as he revealed his obsidian-like eyes, which narrowed slightly as he focused on the approaching hand. Just as the palm was about to connect with the shoulder, Xiao Yin calmly stepped to the left, his year of physical training granting him exceptional reflexes. The step was perfectly timed, allowing him to evade Xiao Ke's attack. Slightly tilting his body, Xiao Yan's palm effortlessly brushed past Xiao Ke's arm, landing squarely on his shoulder. Stone Shatter Palm. The Stone Shatter Palm was a low-level yellow-tier Do technique that could be learned with merely 3 tiers of Do Qi. With a resounding thud, Xiao Ke's rosy complexion drained of color upon impact, then a muffled grunt escaped him as he staggered backward, ultimately losing his footing and collapsing in a heap. Silence enveloped the arena. Xiao Ke's defeat had effectively confirmed certain truths. With a single strike, Xiao Yin shook his head in boredom, finding this opponent disappointingly lacking in challenge. He had not even utilized half of his true strength, let alone his trump cards. In stark contrast to Xiao Yan's indifference, the onlookers outside gradually closed their eyes in disbelief that if Xiao Yin could so effortlessly best a clansman with 6 tiers of Do Qi, then his own strength must surely exceed 7 tiers. Thus, the terrifying achievements he had demonstrated earlier were indeed authentic. On the high platform, Xiao Zhan exhaled heavily, finally releasing the weight that had hung over him. He truly has reached the 7th tier. Gazing at the vanquished Xiao Ke, Xiao Mei slowly covered her mouth with her small hand, murmuring in shock. Chapter 34. The turnaround. Gazing at the young man in black, standing with his hands clasped behind his back in the arena, the atmosphere felt somewhat hushed. On the high platform, Xiao Zhan's smile gradually widened until he could no longer contain his laughter. Hearing the triumphant laughter of Xiao Zhan echoing in his ears, the 3 elders exchanged glances, sighing inwardly, yet refraining from voicing any opposition. The potential exhibited by the young man in the arena instilled a profound sense of defeat within them. Achieving 4 stages in a single year was a pace that could astonish anyone, and it seemed unlikely that their own descendants could ever hope to catch up. Rising in high spirits, Xiao Zhan clapped his hands and cheerfully announced, "Xiao Ke has failed to challenge. I hope he will strive diligently in his future training." In the arena, Xiao Ke, pale-faced, felt a wave of dejection wash over him as he listened to this proclamation. His gaze, filled with complexity, fell upon the young man in black before him. Just a year ago, he had been derided as a waste, yet now he had risen above all within the family. This nearly earth-shattering transformation reminded Xiao Ke of the young man's icy words in the hall. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, Xiao Ke struggled to rise and slightly bowed to Xiao Yin, his voice stripped of its previous disdain. "Cousin Xiao Yin, you have won. Congratulations on your recovery." Nodding slightly, Xiao Yan's gaze swept across the arena. Those who met his dark eyes instinctively averted their gazes in trepidation. Casually glancing at Xiao Mei, who had been staring at him, Xiao Yin turned to the group of unqualified clansmen and smiled faintly. "Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge?" As Xiao Yan's gaze fell upon them, the once astonished youths quickly shut their mouths, adopting contemplative postures, and none dared to step forward to become the second to take the plunge. Observing their childish pretense, Xiao Yin shrugged slightly and turned to walk away. Sitting beside him, Sun Er smiled sweetly, her eyes scanning the arena. With delicate fingers, she twirled a lock of hair, her lips curving into a gentle arc as she softly said, "Brother Xiaoyan, 3 years ago, they looked at you in this very manner. 3 years ago, I would have felt elated by their awe, but now, it stirs no feelings within me." Xiaoyan scratched his nose, responding with a calm smile. "That is because Brother Xiaoyan has matured." Sun Er playfully blinked her large, watery eyes. "How can you call yourself mature? Sometimes I wonder if beneath this youthful exterior, there lies an ancient spirit." Amused by the little girl's serious remark about maturity, Xiaoyan affectionately ruffled Sun Er's hair, teasing her. In response, Sun Er shot him a charming glare, her exquisite face displaying a hint of reproach, and no matter how open-minded a girl might be, she would not appreciate being likened to an old spirit. The playful pout of the young girl was captivating, and her inadvertent display of youthful charm left the group of young men at a distance wide-eyed, while even some girls couldn't help but show envy. "This little rascal is far too arrogant." Similarly captivated by Sun Er's innocent demeanor, Xiao Ning felt a flame of jealousy nearly consume his rationality. In this family, he prided himself on being the only one worthy of Sun Er's affection. Yet no matter how hard he tried to win her over, he could never elicit even a smile from her. In stark contrast, Xiaoyan, once deemed a waste, could effortlessly bring joy and laughter to the girl he adored. This stark disparity made Xiao Ning's teeth grind in frustration. "Little rascal, be as arrogant as you like. When the initiation ceremony arrives, I will make sure to beat you to the ground in front of Sun Er." Clenching his fists tightly, Xiao Ning cast a menacing glare at the meditating Xiao Yan in the distance. Though Xiao Ning was also taken aback by Xiao Yan's rapid progress over the past year, the ingrained habit of looking down upon him made it difficult to relinquish the label of waste. Moreover, as one of the younger generation in the family, second only to Sun Er, Xiao Yan's sudden leap forward had begun to instill in Xiao Ning a sense of impending crisis. While he was still unformed, he resolved to deliver a crushing blow, ideally reducing him to a state of utter despair. Contemplating this sinister thought, Xiao Ning's lips curled into a cruel smile. Although Xiao Yan had now reached the 7th stage of Douqi, he felt confident in his own 8th stage, for beyond the 7th stage, each advancement brought with it a vast chasm of difference. As he chatted lightly with Sun Er, Xiao Yan's eyes casually drifted to the edge of the training ground, where he caught sight of Xiao Ning's sinister grin. Slightly taken aback, he soon returned a faint smile. After all, how much potential could someone who could not even conceal their emotions possess? After Xiao Ke's failure to challenge Xiao Yan, no one else dared to step forward. The group of unqualified clansmen had no choice but to seek other targets. Following several rounds of competition, only 2 managed to defeat their opponents through skillful techniques and a stroke of luck, successfully advancing into the qualified ranks. Observing the training ground gradually returning to calm, Xiao Zhan finally rose, announcing the conclusion of the assessment and some important notes regarding the initiation ceremony scheduled for a month later. Slowly standing up, Xiaoyan offered a faint smile to the beaming Xiao Zhan on the high platform, who in turn generously gave a thumbs up to his son, who had so notably shone today. As he brushed the dust from his clothing, a fragrant breeze wafted toward him. With a subtle furrow of his brow, Xiaoyan lifted his gaze to the young woman before him, Xiao Mei, and smiled gently. "Is there something you need?" Seeing the hint of aloofness on Xiao Yan's delicate face, Xiao Mei's heart momentarily faltered. She forced a smile and said softly, "Cousin Xiao Yan, congratulations." "Thank you." Nodding slightly, Xiao Yan's gaze shifted towards Sun Er beside him. "Cousin Xiao Yan, tomorrow at the Do Techniques Hall, my father will be teaching advanced yellow-tier Do techniques. Would you like to join me?" Xiao Mei smiled, her face a captivating blend of allure and innocence. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's brow subtly raised. Just as he was formulating an excuse to decline, a pair of slender, fair, and delicate arms reached out from the side and wrapped around his arm. Momentarily taken aback, Xiao Yan turned to find a graceful face adorned with a radiant smile. "I sincerely apologize, Cousin Xiao Mei, but Sun Er has already invited Brother Xiao Yan to accompany me on a tour of Wutan City tomorrow, so he may not be able to join you at the Do Techniques Hall." Amidst the numerous dazed gazes around them, Sun Er affectionately clung to Xiao Yan's arm, her exquisite face tinged with a hint of regret. Chapter 35. Guilt upon hearing Sun's words. Xiao Mei was momentarily taken aback, and soon felt a twinge of embarrassment that if it were another young woman from the family speaking in such a manner, she could still rely on her beauty and talent to gain the upper hand in discourse. However, when the opponent was Suner, she found herself overwhelmed with a sense of defeat. Casting a glance at Xiao Yan's calm demeanor, Xiao Mei couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating smile before awkwardly withdrawing. The crowd in the training grounds, fixated on Xiao Yan, who was affectionately linked with Suner, felt a pang of jealousy. As the most resplendent gem of the family, they had never witnessed Suner treat a man in such an intimate manner. Observing Xiao Mei's awkward departure, Xiao Yan was taken aback. Feeling the tender touch on his arm, he turned to Suner, who wore a bright smile, and jested, "What are you up to, girl?" Suner maintained her hold on Xiao Yan's arm, her enchanting gaze sweeping over the surrounding onlookers, who were momentarily stunned by her affectionate gesture. With an expression of feigned innocence, she replied, "Doesn't Brother Xiao Yan want to reject her?" At this, Xiao Yan rolled his eyes that a refusal uttered by the two of them bore entirely different implications. Recalling the awkwardness on Xiao Mei's face earlier, he shook his head in resignation and cast a sidelong glance at the smiling Suner, musing to himself, "This girl must be doing this on purpose, right?" "Suner simply dislikes her fickle nature," she remarked lightly as she led Xiao Yan slowly out of the training grounds, indifferent to the gazes of those around her, a faint cold smile gracing her lips. She was rather unimpressed by Xiao Mei's inconsistent attitude. Slightly shrugging, Xiao Yan nodded in empathetic agreement, letting out a bitter chuckle. 3 years prior, his relationship with Xiao Mei had not been poor, but once he was labeled as a waste, he truly saw the reality of this woman's nature. Watching the intimate figures of Xiao Yan and Suner exit the training grounds, Xiao Ning felt a sharp pang of jealousy. His fists clenched tightly, producing a creaking sound, and his eyes reddened with envy. "You little brat, in a month, I want you to be picking up your teeth." Xiao Ning growled through gritted teeth, his fury overwhelming him as he stormed away from the training grounds. On the elevated platform, Xiao Zhan, who was preparing to leave, was momentarily shaken by the scene. His gaze fixated on the affectionate pair, and after a moment of surprise, a trace of concealed worry flickered in his eyes. This child, Yenner won't have feelings for Suner, will he? One must understand her status is not to be compared with Nalan Yenran. Even with her extraordinary talent for cultivation, earning the recognition of the forces behind her is no simple feat. After a brief silence, Xiao Zhan sighed softly, shook his head, and departed slowly. With the young girl linking her arm with his, Xiao Yan felt the delightful warmth of her gentle touch, a sensation that stirred some unholy thoughts within him. As they turned down a narrow path, Suner suddenly released Xiao Yan's arm. Her cheeks flushed, and she pouted playfully at him. Deprived of that soft, delightful sensation, Xiao Yan felt a void, letting out a wistful sigh. His gaze, almost uncontrollably, wandered to the girl beside him, drawn to the subtle curves concealed beneath her light green attire, which, though still youthful, hinted at burgeoning allure, a tantalizing promise of innocence. Noticing the heat in Xiao Yan's gaze, Suner's graceful features instantly turned crimson. Reflexively, her small hand flew up, and she scolded, "Brother Xiao Yan, you." Cough, cough. Startled by Suner's reprimand, Xiao Yan erupted into a fit of coughing, his face growing warm as he offered an awkward smile, inwardly lamenting, "What a sinful thought, to have feelings for my own sister." Though Suner and Xiao Yan were not blood relatives, having shared their lives for over a decade, forged a bond that rivaled that of true siblings. It was no wonder he felt a pang of guilt for harboring such thoughts about his nominal sister. That this unexpected interlude disrupted the atmosphere between them, plunging it into a silent yet enchanting tension. Suner, her face flushed, lowered her gaze, the previous elegance evaporating in the wake of her shyness. She occasionally stole glances, only to find Xiao Yan's unwavering expression that in this peculiar ambience, the narrow path felt interminably long, stretching on like an arduous expedition that seemed to have no end. Of course, no matter how long the journey, there is always a destination. Upon reaching a fork in the path, Xiao Yan awkwardly greeted her, intending to make a hasty exit. "Brother Xiao Yan." Watching him fumble away, Suner was momentarily taken aback before bursting into a soft giggle, calling out to him, "Ah!" Stopping in his tracks, Xiao Yan turned to see the charming girl standing beneath the willow tree, and his heart leaped with unease. Dressed in delicate green against the backdrop of the lush willow, she appeared even more enchanting that a gentle breeze tousled her flowing hair, and the purple ribbon around her slender waist accentuated her graceful figure. "Will you accompany Sunner tomorrow?" Beneath the willow tree, the girl's exquisite face was slightly flushed, her pearly teeth nibbling on her tempting red lips. Her beautiful, autumnal eyes sparkled with anticipation and a hint of unexplainable allure as they gazed at Xiao Yan from a distance. Chapter 36. The amusing breakthrough. It is truly difficult to fathom that the naturally elegant and composed Sunner could display such a charming and bashful demeanor, her pure and alluring visage evoking a unique enchantment within Xiao Yan. After silently acknowledging her as a little fairy in his heart, he responded vaguely, and under the amused gaze of Sunner, he shamefully chose to flee in disarray, that as he watched the flustered Xiao Yan retreat. Sunner covered her mouth with a soft giggle, surveying her own appearance before casting her gaze towards the small pond beside the path. There, the young maiden stood gracefully, her bright eyes and pearly teeth sparkling, with a hint of allure and an almost imperceptible charm hidden within her glances. She truly is quite beautiful. With a gentle twirl, Sunner's rosy lips curled into a proud, subtle smile. Not far off, several young members of the clan, who had just arrived, suddenly froze in their tracks, their mouths agape, their eyes filled with astonishment as they gawked at the beautiful maiden who was admiring herself beneath the willow tree. Having awkwardly retreated to his chamber, Xiao Yan finally exhaled a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead as he chuckled wryly. If this girl grows up, she will likely outshine even the enchanting Yafei at the auction. Seating himself at the table, Xiao Yan took a sip of tea, his mind lingering on Sunner's captivating display from earlier. With each flutter of her autumn-like eyes, he felt a warmth spreading through his heart. Shaking his head vigorously, he cursed himself for his foolishness, gradually suppressing those distracting thoughts. Rubbing his slightly sore arms, Xiao Yan moved to the corner of his room, retrieving the large wooden tub filled with foundational elixir, hastily shedding his garments before leaping into the cool water. The icy liquid enveloped his skin, washing away the fatigue that had settled deep within his bones. With a lazy lean against the edge of the tub, he casually stirred the water with his hand, allowing his slightly rapid breaths to gradually steady. Reflecting on the shock he had caused in the training grounds earlier, Xiao Yan smiled faintly. Indeed, strength is the most essential asset in this world. As he massaged his temples, a strikingly proud visage unexpectedly flashed across his mind. Nailin Yinran. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Xiao Yan murmured, "Just 2 more years, right? You must wait for me. I will seek you out." His soft whispers, if not for the chill in his tone, could easily be mistaken for the sweet nothings exchanged between young lovers. Recalling Nailin Yinran's condescending words and imposing demeanor from that day in the hall, Xiao Yan's fist tightened slowly, the humiliation nearly indelible. I must not let my training stagnate. That woman, though haughty, her talent must be extraordinary if she is a disciple of the Yunlan's sex leader. A cold smile crept across Xiao Yan's lips. Taking a deep breath, the mere thought of her filled him with an unusual determination. He shook off his laziness, assumed a meditative posture in the tub, interlocking his fingers to form seals, then calming his restless mind as he gradually closed his eyes in concentration. Since that day of the assessment, Xiao Yan could clearly sense that the disdain and ridicule once directed at him by the clan members had diminished significantly, replaced instead by a newfound respect. However, he regarded this respect, which he had only recently earned, with indifference, refusing to display any arrogance from his newfound status. The day following the assessment, Xiao Yan naturally accompanied Sunner for a leisurely day, finding it difficult to refuse her any request, as she was the closest person to him in the clan aside from his father. After a day of relaxation, his life returned to its usual tranquility and order. Each morning, he practiced combat techniques on the back mountain before returning home to cultivate his fighting spirit, occasionally spending time with Sunner or conversing with his father, his schedule meticulously organized. Occasionally encountering Xiao Mei in the clan and hearing her sweetly refer to him as cousin Xiao Yan, he merely smiled faintly, responding casually, maintaining a respectful distance from overly pragmatic women. Today, her respectful demeanor towards him, due to his talents, could easily turn cold and distant tomorrow, should he falter. Having experienced such betrayal once was more than enough. As a month passed in this peaceful and leisurely manner, Only 7 days remained until the Shao clan's adult ceremony. Yet despite his aspirations to break through to the 8th tier, Xiaoyan found no progress, leaving him somewhat disappointed. After exerting himself for another 2 days without success, he reluctantly relaxed his rigorous training schedule. Just as he believed that a breakthrough was unattainable, an unexpected and delightful situation arose. On the night 2 days prior to the adult ceremony, while Xiaoyan was deep in slumber, he suddenly leaped up as if in a trance, still clad in his clothes, and plunged directly into the wooden tub filled with diminishing medicinal liquid. After a night of chaotic tossing and turning, he finally opened his eyes groggily to discover. To his utter astonishment, the breakthrough barrier that had plagued him for the past few months had inexplicably crumbled during his stupor. In the wake of this bizarre and somewhat comical breakthrough, a mixture of surprise and exasperation welled up within Xiaoyan, prompting him to mutter with a bemused expression, "Damn." Chapter 37. Xiaoyu. For a family to endure through the ages, the most crucial element is to maintain its vitality, which is derived from the younger generation within the clan. They represent the fresh blood that invigorates the family, ensuring that this grand machinery continues to operate seamlessly. Therefore, the coming-of-age ceremony is a highly significant occasion that every family holds in great esteem. And the Shao family is no exception. As one of the 3 major families in Wutan City, the Shao family's coming-of-age ceremony naturally draws the attention of various forces within the city. Some friendly factions have even been invited to partake in the festivities directly. Seated in the cool shade of a large tree alongside Suner, a gentle breeze wafted through, creating a pleasantly refreshing atmosphere. Xiaoyan squinted at the enormous platform in the distance, constructed from massive timber specifically for this ceremony. His gaze swept across the vacant stage before shifting to the crowd gathered beneath it, comprised of individuals from various factions. He muttered with a hint of resignation, "There truly are a lot of people." Noticing the slightly gloomy expression on Xiaoyan's face, Suner, aware of his preference for tranquility, couldn't help but chuckle softly in a somewhat mischievous manner. However, as soon as her laughter escaped her lips, she felt Xiaoyan's fierce glare and promptly closed her mouth. Her eyes flitted over him, and a barely perceptible glimmer of faint golden light flickered in her autumn-like eyes as she exclaimed in surprise, "Brother Xiaoyan has reached the 8th stage of Do Qi." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan shot her a sidelong glance. It seemed that nothing could be concealed from this girl. With a sigh of exasperation, he nodded weakly. Goodness, to break through to the 8th stage in less than a month, that speed is simply terrifying, Suner exclaimed, unable to hide her astonishment despite her usual composure. Rolling his eyes at her, Xiaoyan's attention was suddenly caught by a mesmerizing woman in a red dress, who was charmingly engaged in conversation with others near the grand wooden platform. Her alluring figure, accentuated by the form-fitting gown, was tantalizingly visible, drawing a crowd of admirers who had gathered around her, making her the center of attention. This mature and enchanting woman in the red dress was none other than Yafei, the chief auctioneer from the Tamir auction house, whom Xiaoyan had encountered before. As his gaze lingered on her serpentine waist, he inwardly lamented, "What a true gem!" Just as Xiaoyan's gaze remained fixed on Yafei, a low hum of disapproval suddenly broke the silence beside him. Cough. Blinking, Xiaoyan discreetly averted his gaze and smiled at the impassive Suner. "I didn't expect that someone from the Tamir auction house would attend our family's coming-of-age ceremony." Stealing a glance at the feigned nonchalance of Xiaoyan, Suner replied coolly, "The Shao family has always maintained a good relationship with the Tamir auction house in Wutan City. It's hardly surprising for her to be here. Moreover, this woman's social skills are renowned throughout the city. Many young masters, drawn by her beauty, have squandered untold fortunes on her, only to end up with nothing to show for it. If you have any such thoughts, Brother Xiaoyan, you ought to be cautious. I certainly won't lend you money for such endeavors." At her words, Xiaoyan forced a sheepish smile and sighed. "Even if I were to entertain such thoughts, she would hardly look my way. After all, she is 7 or 8 years my senior. Some women do prefer younger men," Suner teased, a playful smile dancing on her lips. Clearing his throat, Xiaoyan conceded defeat, no longer daring to cast his gaze toward that gathering. "Ah, why is she back?" Upon seeing Xiaoyan retreat, Suner, having abandoned her teasing, suddenly exclaimed in surprise. "Oh!" Startled, Xiaoyan followed her gaze, only to furrow his brow as he took in the sight before him. In the direction they were observing, A striking beauty clad in what appeared to be academic attire leaned against a large tree. With a long sword at her waist and an impressively tall stature, what truly captivated attention were her long, shapely legs, sensuous enough that even the enchanting Yue could not compare. Xiao Yu. Fixating on the tall beauty, Xiao Yin remarked with a frown, "Didn't she go to the Jianan Academy for further studies? Why is she back?" Sooner acutely shrugged her shoulders, then tilted her head slightly, teasingly stating, "Brother Xiao Yin, it seems you might be in trouble this time." With a grimace, Xiao Yin rubbed his aching forehead and muttered, "That headstrong woman is a nuisance. All I did was accidentally stumble upon her bathing in the hot springs behind the mountain, and after a mere accidental brush against her thigh, she proceeded to hunt me down for half a year." "Haha, a girl's body shouldn't be touched carelessly," Sooner giggled, suddenly recalling her own childhood experiences with this very man, a faint blush creeping onto her delicate face. Xiao Yin scoffed, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. "That woman is also Xiao Ning's elder sister. Neither of them are particularly pleasant. Her brother's hostility towards me is largely her doing." In the distance, Xiao Yu seemed to sense something and turned her gaze towards Xiao Yin under the tree, momentarily taken aback before her brow furrowed, her beautiful eyes flashing with disdain and disgust. After a brief hesitation, Xiao Yu sauntered over, her alluring legs gracefully striding towards Xiao Yin. Watching her approach, Xiao Yan's brow knitted in distaste and impatience. "Well, Xiao Yin, I never expected you to have a chance for a comeback. It is truly surprising," she remarked coldly as she drew closer, observing the unmistakable irritation etched on Xiao Yan's face. "Mind your own business," Xiao Yin retorted, his indifference now fully abandoned, his words laced with vulgarity. "Your tongue remains as sharp as ever. It seems that 3 years of decline have not dulled your edge." Xiao Yu looked down at Xiao Yin, speaking with a condescending tone, as if imparting a lesson from a superior position. "Here we go again with that tone." Sighing in deep irritation, Xiao Yin tilted his head, scrutinizing the woman he had not seen in a year, before his gaze drifted down to her alluring legs. He rubbed his nose and remarked nonchalantly, "Your legs are still as long as ever. I wonder if any other man has had the pleasure since that incident years ago." At his words, the previously mocking smile on Xiao Yu's face vanished, replaced by a look of icy fury. Chapter 38. This little fellow is quite extraordinary. Struck by Xiao Yan's words that pierced her somewhat embarrassing vulnerability, Xiao Yu's delicate face instantly turned a shade of iron. With a swift motion, her jade-like hand clasped the hilt of the sword at her waist. Casting a faint, cold smile at the ashen-faced Xiao Yu, Xiao Yin leaned back slightly, languidly remarking, "Are you planning to make a move? What can you possibly do?" Xiao Yu gripped the sword's hilt tightly, suppressing the urge to unsheath it and strike. With a mocking sneer, she retorted, "Even if you have returned with your innate talent, what difference does it make? 3 years ago, I, Xiao Yu, could chase you up and down the mountains. 3 years later, I can do the same." Xiao Yin raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze sweeping over Xiao Yu's ample bosom, partially concealed by her light purple uniform. There, 3 golden stars were emblazoned, signifying her current strength as a 3-star fighter. It seemed that this headstrong woman had made considerable progress during her time at the academy. "Where are your eyes wandering?" Noticing Xiao Yan's gaze, Xiao Yu's already pale face grew even colder. "Given your attire, are you not dressing to attract men?" Xiao Yin scratched his nose, his seemingly indifferent words always managing to infuriate Xiao Yu to no end. "You little rascal!" Gritting her silver teeth, the exasperated Xiao Yu finally unsheathed her sword with a sharp sound, pointing it directly at Xiao Yin. "Do you believe I will cut out your tongue?" Gazing at the gleaming steel sword before him, Xiao Yin did not blink, softly replying, "Go ahead and try." As he spoke, his right palm curled slightly, a powerful suction forming in his hand. Possessing 3 types of profound tier combat skills, he was not overly intimidated by a 3-star fighter should a real fight ensue. Observing the tense standoff between the two, Sooner shook her head helplessly, her gaze drifting to the distance. With a smile, she gently reminded, "Uncle Xiao and the others are coming." Upon hearing Sooner's reminder, Xiao Yu furrowed her brows slightly, turning her head to see Xiao Zhan hastily approaching, his expression somewhat altered. Consider yourself fortunate." With a cold snort, Xiao Yu retracted her sword, gracefully turning on her alluring long legs to leave. As she passed by Suner, she suddenly halted, saying, "Cousin Suner, your beauty and talent for cultivation are exceptional. You should keep your distance from certain individuals. Otherwise, you might regret it later if you pick up any bad habits." In response to Xiao Yu's warning, Suner smiled faintly, replying, "Thank you for your concern, Cousin Xiao Yu, but I believe Brother Xiao Yin is quite a good person." Hearing the subtle implication in Suner's words, Xiao Yu's expression slightly shifted. She glanced at the calm and smiling Suner, cryptically stating, "Once you step outside the family, you will realize just how vast the world is. There are countless men who are far more outstanding than that fellow. What if you encounter someone who truly captures your heart? Cousin Xiao Yu, you are overthinking things that I assure you. Nothing like what you mentioned will happen." Suner pouted her rosy lips slightly and interrupted Xiao Yu's words with a calm tone. Interrupted by Suner, Xiao Yu felt a tinge of embarrassment. After casting a fierce glare at Xiao Yin, she left in displeasure. Watching Xiao Yu storm away in frustration, Xiao Yin let out a slow breath, his expression returning to its usual calmness as he sighed softly. What a bothersome woman. Upon hearing this, Suner chuckled softly, covering her mouth as she laughed. "I am quite curious why she always seems to be at odds with Brother Xiao Yin. Although it was true that you inadvertently stumbled into her bathing area back then, that shouldn't justify her perpetual antagonism. How would I know?" Xiao Yin shrugged innocently, then shifted his gaze toward Xiao Zhan and the others who were approaching quickly. "Yin, are you all right? What was that about with Xiao Yu just now?" As he hurried over and saw Xiao Yin unharmed, Xiao Zhan let out a sigh of relief and asked with a frown. Shrugging slightly, Xiao Yin replied with a smile, "It's nothing. That woman just had a moment of madness. Try to avoid her as much as possible. That girl has quite a stubborn temperament, and now she has become a 3-star fighter. If she were to resort to violence, you would be at a severe disadvantage. Besides, she is the direct granddaughter of the Grand Elder. If a conflict arises, even I would have difficulty reprimanding her." Xiao Zhan spoke with resignation. Xiao Yin scratched his nose, smiling non-committally. "Come, Yinner, let me introduce you. This is Miss Yufei, the chief auctioneer of the Tamir Auction House. The foundational spirit liquid from last time was auctioned off by her." Xiao Zhan stepped aside, revealing a captivating woman in a red dress standing behind him, smiling as he introduced her. Xiao Yin turned his gaze towards the alluring woman, who exuded a mature charm with every gesture that a shy smile befitting his age graced his face as he greeted. "Hello, Sister Yufei." Yufei's enchanting eyes flickered over Xiao Yin, and her beautiful cheeks brightened with a smile at his greeting. With her lips slightly parted, she replied with a warm smile, "I heard that young Master Xiao Yin has broken through 4 stages of fighting energy within a year. Hee, this news has been spreading like wildfire in Wutan City, though I wonder how true it is." Xiao Yin scratched his head, somewhat bashfully admitting, "It's all thanks to the foundational spirit liquid my father purchased." Upon hearing Xiao Yan's veiled admission, even Yufei, known for her composure, couldn't help but take a sharp breath, a flicker of astonishment and gravity passing through her beautiful eyes. Achieving 4 stages of fighting energy in a year is indeed quite formidable. As for the second-tier foundational spirit liquid, Yufei chose to omit that detail. Having handled it herself, she understood its efficacy. While it could enhance cultivation speed to some extent, relying solely on it to achieve 4 stages in a year was utterly impossible. Seeing that the two had made preliminary acquaintance, Xiao Zhan glanced up at the sky, then patted Xiao Yan's shoulder with a gentle smile, saying, "All right, the adult ceremony is about to commence. I need to prepare some things. Please don't embarrass your father later." Xiao Yan nodded with a smile. As Xiao Zhan led the way, Yufei, turning to leave, cast a lingering glance at the young man before her. Years of experience in the auction world had sharpened her perceptiveness. Under her careful scrutiny, Yufei suddenly felt a chill in her heart. Despite his bashful demeanor, the depths of his dark eyes remained as tranquil as an unfathomable abyss. At such a young age, he can easily control his emotions. This little fellow is certainly not simple. She mused inwardly, her expression growing serious as she turned away. Chapter 39. The ritual re-examination. The proceedings of the coming-of-age ceremony are so elaborate that they can induce a headache. Seated in the audience, Xiao Yin gazes at the youth on stage, who is being manipulated like a puppet, and cannot help but rub his forehead. He turns to his companion, Suner, and offers a wry smile, saying, "This coming-of-age ceremony is indeed a self-imposed ordeal." Observing Xiao Yan's helpless demeanor, Sun Er, with her sparkling eyes slightly crinkling, replies with a gentle smile, "There's nothing to be done. This tradition has been passed down through generations, and even Uncle Xiao and the others cannot alter it." With a sigh, Xiao Yan nods in resignation. Just as he is about to succumb to boredom and drift into slumber, his brow suddenly arches, and he squints as his gaze shifts to the left side of the stage. Not far from them, Xiao Ning stares at Xiao Yan with a face full of jealousy, and upon catching his glance, she defiantly raises her fist. "Fool," Xiao Yan mutters under his breath. He shifts his attention slightly to Xiao Yu, who stands beside Xiao Ning, and audaciously lets his gaze linger on her long, alluring legs. Only when her cheeks turn an ashen hue does he withdraw his gaze with a cold smirk. Meanwhile, Sun Er, amused yet somewhat exasperated by Xiao Yan's antics, notes that whenever he encounters Xiao Yu, he seems to shed his usual composure and adopts a reckless demeanor, inevitably provoking her ire. Reclining against the cool wooden chair, Xiao Yan inhales the refreshing fragrance emanating from the girl beside him, savoring a moment of tranquility. As the adult ceremony progresses past the halfway mark, it finally comes time for Xiao Yan to take the stage. Hearing the calls from above, curious and skeptical eyes from the distinguished guests seated on the platform turn their attention towards him. The presence of the Xiao family's coming-of-age ceremony is largely driven by a desire to ascertain whether this young man, whose exploits have recently set Wutan City abuzz, truly lives up to the rumors surrounding him. As he hears the shouts, Xiao Yan slowly opens his eyes, feeling the weight of numerous gazes, each filled with various expressions, as if he were a monkey on display. With a resigned sigh, he maintains an expression of calm indifference, and under the scrutiny of the crowd, ascends the platform step by step. The ceremony is presided over by the second elder, Xiaoying. Although the second elder had previously shown Xiao Yan little kindness, he has noticeably tempered his demeanor since the recent test, with the blatant disdain that once marred his aged visage now absent. With a mix of complex emotions, Xiaoying gazes at the boy before him, who has seemingly experienced a remarkable turnaround. He sighs inwardly, his face twitching slightly as he retrieves several ceremonial items from behind the stage and approaches Xiao Yan. Recalling the tedious nature of the earlier rites, Xiao Yan feels a headache coming on and closes his eyes in resignation. Under the watchful gaze of the audience, Xiao Yan stands motionless for what feels like an eternity. Half an hour passes before the cumbersome rituals finally draw to a close. Breathing a sigh of relief, he opens his eyes to find himself covered in an assortment of fragrant powders, rolling his eyes in exasperation. After completing these bothersome tasks, the second elder wipes the sweat from his brow, turns to the black stone testing steel, and proclaims loudly, "Ritual re-examination." The ritual re-examination entails a repeat assessment of battle chi. The previous month's test was merely a prediction aimed at selecting promising seeds within the clan, as only those deemed exceptional are permitted to partake in the coming-of-age ceremony on this elevated stage. Those below the 7th tier can only engage in a simplified and rather meager ceremony. The re-examination is far more stringent and meticulous, personally overseen by the second elder, a 2-star great fighter, underscoring their commitment to the significance of the coming-of-age ceremony. Hearing the second elder's commanding voice, the previously bored audience suddenly perks up, their eyes fixated on the young man in black on stage. The distinguished guests, representing various factions, also fix their gazes intently upon him, eager to verify whether this prodigious talent, who once astonished Wutan City, has indeed regained his former prowess. Disregarding the fervent stares around him, Xiao Yan calmly steps forward and halts before the black stone steel. The second elder, squinting at the young man before him, places his withered hand on the steel, infusing it with a surge of battle chi. He stands expressionless to the side, yet as his gaze sweeps over Xiao Yan, a flicker of doubt crosses his mind. Has this little fellow truly reached the 7th tier? It seems the shock caused by Xiao Yan's recent achievements has profoundly unsettled the second elder. Despite knowing that the testing steel is notoriously accurate, he remains stubbornly skeptical, which is why he has volunteered to personally oversee Xiao Yan's assessment. Unfazed by the scrutiny in the second elder's eyes, Xiao Yan's hand gradually glides over the surface of the steel. From her vantage point in the audience, Xiao Yu furrows her brows slightly and leans towards Xiao Ning, whispering, "Is that fellow truly at the 7th tier?" Having just returned home from the academy, she has not witnessed the earlier predictions firsthand. In response to her sister's inquiry, Xiao Ning nods with a touch of bitterness, muttering, "Yes, I don't know what that guy has consumed, but he really has surged 4 tiers in battle chi within a year." Confirmation of the rumor's validity causes Xiao Yu to purse her lips tightly, her irritation evident as she stamps her long, alluring leg and glares at the young man in black on stage, her delicate features displaying a stubborn resolve. "Without seeing it with my own eyes, I find it hard to believe that this waste could turn his fortunes around." Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yu coldly fixates on the scene below. Last time, he must have done something underhanded. With the second elder monitoring this time, I doubt you will. Before she can finish her sneer, her beautiful visage suddenly freezes, the remainder of her words caught in her throat. Upon the elevated platform, the immense black stone steel erupts with radiant light, and golden characters, soaring and dancing, manifest upon its surface. Battle Chi, 8th tier. Chapter 40. Shocked silence reigned, an utter stillness enveloping the arena. All gazes, after a moment of bewilderment, became transfixed almost in a daze, upon the resplendent black stone monument that shimmered with golden letters that in the VIP section. The crisp sound of teacups shattering on the ground echoed repeatedly, as representatives from various factions of Wutan City stood agape, their faces painted with disbelief. Their purpose for attending was merely to ascertain whether Xiao Yan had indeed leaped 4 ranks in Do Chi within a year, as the rumors suggested. However, the unfolding spectacle not only confirmed the veracity of these claims, but far exceeded their expectations. 4 ranks in a year. It now seemed to have transformed into 5. That such a pace of cultivation could only be described by 2 words in their hearts: terrifying. The Xiao family has struck gold this time. The onlookers in the VIP section could not help but inhale sharply, murmuring to themselves about the extraordinary future that awaited a clan member capable of such feats within a mere year. At this rate of advancement, perhaps, in a few decades, the Xiao family might produce a Do Huang-level powerhouse. A shared, unsettling thought flickered through the minds of those present as they exchanged glances. A Do Huang, should any small family within the Jiama Empire produce such a formidable being, would see their status ascend dramatically, regardless of their inherent limitations. Even the 3 great families of the Jiama Empire would think twice before attempting to suppress them. After all, Do Huang-level warriors are exceedingly rare within this vast empire, typically numbering only 2 or 3, each possessing the ability to turn the tides of battle single-handedly. An irrational empire would dare to provoke a Do Huang. Over 300 years ago, the only Do Huang of the Jiama Empire unleashed a furious rampage against an invading nation, slaughtering an elite cavalry corps of 10,000 in retribution for the loss of his loved ones. The carnage left a river of blood and a legacy of terror that sent shockwaves throughout the nation. Since then, few empires on the Do Chi continent have dared to cross a Do Huang warrior. This illustrates just how formidable such beings are within this realm. Consequently, upon witnessing Xiao Yan's displayed talent, envy and admiration surged through the hearts of all present towards the Xiao family. At the center of the high platform, Xiao Zhan felt his eyes sting from the brilliance of the golden characters on the black stone. After a prolonged moment, he exhaled slowly, casting a look of satisfaction at the black-clad youth in the arena, and chuckled softly. "The wisest decision I've made in my life was perhaps to ensure that there was no rift between my son and me." As Xiao Yan's father, Xiao Zhan understood his son's nature profoundly. He could still vividly recall the cold indifference of his infant son, whose gaze had felt like that of a stranger rather than a son. Thankfully, that frosty demeanor gradually melted away under the warmth of Xiao Zhan's genuine care and affection. Recalling the Cold War of their early years, a gentle smile graced Xiao Zhan's lips. Patriarch Xiao, the cultivation talent of young Master Xiao Yan, is truly astonishing. "It seems your family is destined to produce an extraordinary warrior this time," commented Yafei, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on the black-clad boy, her lips parting in a radiant smile. Xiao Zhan laughed heartily, a sense of pride and excitement evident on his face as he graciously gestured towards Yafei, casually sighing. "Miss Yafei, you flatter me. This young lad's talent is always a surprising revelation. As you know, the challenges he faced in the past 3 years were severe, And who can say whether such upheavals might recur? If they do, alas. Yafei's enchanting eyes curved slightly, a playful smile gracing her lips. She could not discern if Xiao Yan's talent was enduring or fleeting. All she knew was that he possessed potential worthy of her attention, and that was sufficient for her. As her captivating gaze flickered, Yafei had already resolved to foster closer ties with the Xiao family in the future. Below the platform, Xiao Yu stood with her mouth agape, her pretty face slightly stiff, her eyes fixed in shock upon the black stone. After a long while, her ample chest heaved dramatically as she lowered her head, directing a thinly veiled anger at the equally astonished Xiao Ning. Didn't you say he was only at the 7th rank? How'd he level up again? Xiao Ning opened his mouth, a look of innocence crossing his features as he murmured, last month, he was indeed at the 7th rank. But this month, it appears he has broken through again. How is it possible to elevate from the 7th to the 8th rank in just 1 month? Even if that brat regained his former talent, such a leap is unfathomable. Xiao Yu retorted, her brows furrowing in irritation. 0.5 ranks in a year. That damned little rascal's speed could rival that of the monstrous women in the Jianan Academy. How would I know? Xiao Ning replied with a bewildered grin, before his gaze drifted to the distant Sun Er, who was fixated on the boy on stage, utterly unresponsive to his presence. Damn it! The sheer disregard from the girl he admired ignited a surge of jealousy within Xiao Ning, causing his gaze to harden as he glared at Xiao Yan, his youthful face contorting into an expression of fierce resentment. Chapter 41. Qi Enhancement Powder. Elder Second, has the test concluded? Xiao Yan inquired softly, withdrawing his hand from the golden characters inscribed on the stone tablet, casting a glance at the somewhat dazed Elder Second beside him. Oh, yes. Elder Second, startled back to reality by Xiao Yan's voice, nodded in a flustered manner. From the vacant gaze he wore, it was evident that he was still reeling from the astonishment. Sigh, 5 segments of fighting energy in a year. Such a terrifying rate of cultivation. After a long pause, as he gradually regained his composure, Elder Second regarded the young man before him with a complex expression, a faint sigh escaping his lips as the doubts in his old eyes vanished entirely in the face of reality. The golden light on the black stone tablet gradually faded, returning shortly thereafter to its deep, cold blackness. As the golden brilliance dissipated, the atmosphere remained eerily silent, as the crowd continued to be engulfed by the shock of the earlier revelation. Ahem. The sound of Elder Second's cough finally drew the attention of the entire assembly. The ritual retest has been completed. According to customary practice, Xiao Yan will now face a challenge, which can only be issued by those below the rank of fighter. Who will step forward? His gaze swept over the younger generation of the Xiao clan, his voice low yet commanding. If the adult ceremonies test served as a measure of the strength of one's fighting energy, then this challenge would assess the clan member's proficiency and mastery of combat techniques. After all, in life-and-death confrontations, combat skills are a significant determinant of victory or defeat, and the importance of this aspect is not any less than that of cultivating fighting energy. Upon hearing Elder Second's declaration, a subtle stir spread through the crowd below. The younger generation of the Xiao clan exchanged glances, hesitant and unwilling to speak. The radiant 8 segments of fighting energy that had shone forth from the black stone tablet had utterly shattered any lingering hopes they had harbored. Now, they found themselves stripped of the audacity to flaunt their prowess before Xiao Yan. Standing calmly at the center of the arena, Xiao Yan's gaze casually swept over his peers, causing each of them to instinctively take a step back whenever his eyes met theirs. A bunch of cowards! Observing the retreating figures of his clansmen, Xiao Ning scoffed disdainfully, lifting his chin defiantly as he fixed his gaze on the black-clad youth in the arena. He stepped forward, ready to ascend the stage, only to be pulled back by a delicate hand. Furrowing his brow, Xiao Ning looked displeased at his sister. What is it? He too possesses 8 segments of fighting energy now. You may not necessarily prevail against him, Xiao Yu sighed, her tone laden with concern. Xiao Ning's lips twitched slightly, hesitating for a moment as his gaze involuntarily drifted towards Sun Er, who was gazing at Xiao Yan with tender attention. That captivatingly gentle demeanor was something he had never witnessed before. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Ning shook off Xiao Yu's hand, his youthful face now tinged with coldness and envy. I've been at 8 segments of fighting energy for over a year. Surely, I can handle a mere novice who has just ascended. Observing Xiao Ning's obstinate and envious expression, Xiao Yu felt a touch of helplessness. After a brief pause, she suddenly took out a plump green pill, stroking it reluctantly for a moment before swiftly placing it in Xiao Ning's hand, whispering, "This is a second-tier pill, Qi Enhancement Powder. It will grant you the strength of a fighter for a short duration, but once consumed, you must remain bedridden for a month. Unless absolutely necessary, do not use it." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ning's eyes sparkled with delight as he grasped the pill tightly, exclaiming, "With this I'll surely teach that fellow a harsh lesson." Xiao Yu frowned, scolding him gently. "Don't act recklessly. Just give him a little trouble, that if you end up seriously injuring him, even grandfather won't be able to protect you. He is no longer the useless boy he once was." I understand." Xiao Ning nonchalantly nodded, a smirk forming as he cast a glance at Sun Er, feeling rather pleased with himself. "I'll show you that he's merely a decorative pillow." With a cold laugh, Xiao Ning broke free from Xiao Yu's grasp and climbed onto the stage, calling out loudly, "I'll take him on." As someone responded, all eyes in the arena suddenly converged on Xiao Ning. The overwhelming attention filled him with a sense of pride that intensified the smile upon his face. Watching Xiao Ning approach, Elder Second furrowed his brow and glanced at the VIP seating area, where he indeed spotted the displeased expression on the face of the Grand Elder. With a helpless sigh, he inwardly chastised, "Foolish and ungrateful. Do you still think the current Xiao Yin is the same useless boy from before?" Xiao Ning, oblivious to Elder Second's grim demeanor, strode confidently to the center, grinning as he declared, "Xiao Yin, allow me to test your combat prowess." With a lazy lift of his gaze, Xiao Yin regarded Xiao Ning without even bothering to respond. Xiao Ning challenges Xiao Yin. "Xiao Yin, do you accept?" Elder Second, seeing Xiao Ning already positioned in the center, had no choice but to announce loudly, "You wouldn't refuse, would you? Sun Er is watching. You wouldn't want to disappoint her." Feeling the confidence swell within him as he touched the pill concealed in his sleeve, Xiao Ning cast a glance at the elegant girl below, coldly grinning. "Idiot." With a disdainful thought, Xiao Yin rubbed his nose and, under the scrutiny of the crowd, gave a slight nod, stating calmly, "I accept." Upon witnessing Xiao Yan's acceptance, Elder Second let out another helpless sigh, gesturing as he stepped back, whispering only for Xiao Yan's ears, "Remember, just a light spar?" Xiao Ning scoffed. Xiao Yan merely shrugged nonchalantly. As Elder Second stepped back, the atmosphere atop the stage instantly grew tense. Chapter 42. You lost. As I gazed upon the two youths confronting each other on the high platform, the attention of all present was captivated, eager to discern whether this boy, who had once again performed a miracle after a 3-year interval, possessed a similarly formidable progression in the art of combat. In the VIP section, Xiao Zhan furrowed his brow as he observed Xiao Ning, who was poised to challenge, his expression somewhat displeased. Although Xiao Yin's fighting spirit had surpassed his expectations, he had never witnessed the latter seeking instruction from the family's combat instructors at the combat hall. It is essential to note that combat techniques differ significantly from the rudimentary cultivation of fighting spirit. While one may rely on personal exploration to master low-level yellow-grade techniques, intermediate and advanced yellow-grade techniques necessitate specialized guidance from family instructors. Over the past few years, Xiao Zhan had not heard any of the family's combat instructors mention that Xiao Yin had sought their tutelage, whereas Xiao Ning had become a frequent visitor. According to Xiao Zhan's understanding, this year Xiao Ning, who had reached the 8th stage of fighting spirit, had already mastered at least 3 intermediate yellow-grade techniques and 1 advanced yellow-grade technique, making him a formidable opponent among those of equal rank. In this match, it seemed that Xiao Yin was at a disadvantage. Clan leader Xiao, do you think young Master Xiao Yin can win?" A delicate voice, belonging to Yafei, inquired playfully as she fixed her gaze intently on the arena. Xiao Zhan slowly suppressed the anger that arose within him due to Xiao Ning, offering a faint smile as he replied, "Xiao Yin is not particularly skilled in combat techniques and has only recently entered the 8th stage of fighting spirit. Against Xiao Ning, who has been at this level for a full year, his chances of victory are likely not very high." "Oh, is that so?" Her alluring gaze shifted slightly, and Yafei fluttered her long eyelashes, her captivating eyes lazily observing the composed young man in black within the arena. A hint of a smile graced her rosy lips, her beautiful visage exuding a mature charm as she remarked, "For some reason, I have complete confidence in young Master Xiaoyan. I believe he will surely achieve victory." Xiao Zhan was taken aback, somewhat surprised by her unwavering confidence, and he chuckled as he shook his head. "Then I shall borrow Miss Yafei's good fortune." As Xiaoyan casually stood before him, Xiao Ning let out a cold laugh, slowly clenching his fists as a faint fighting spirit surged within him, emanating waves of formidable power. After a brief moment of silence, Xiao Ning's foot forcefully struck the ground, propelling him directly toward the close proximity of Xiao Yan. As he surged forward, Xiao Ning slightly curved his palms, his fingers adorned with sharp nails glinting ominously. When he was merely half a meter away from Xiao Yan, Xiao Ning suddenly halted, his right claw slicing through the air with a cunning arc, aimed directly at Xiao Yan's throat. Intermediate yellow-grade technique. Rending claw strike. Calmly observing the approaching strike, Xiao Yan raised his hand without haste, his palms slightly curled before forcefully thrusting outward, unleashing a tremendous push that surged forth. Under this unexpected and overwhelming force, Xiao Ning's expression shifted dramatically, his body seeming to be struck by a heavy blow as he stumbled backward, retreating over 10 steps before managing to stabilize himself, albeit in a somewhat disheveled manner. On the high platform, witnessing this scene, Xiao Zhan's expression bore a hint of surprise, while Yafei simply smiled gracefully, elegantly lifting the white jade teacup before her, her red lips parting slightly as she took a delicate sip. "This little fellow truly is a concealed gem." A charming smile graced her lips as she mused to herself. What kind of combat technique is that?" Xiao Ning inquired, feeling somewhat breathless as he pressed a hand to his chest, his expression shifting to one of anger and disbelief. Xiao Yan cast a brief glance at him, then lowered his gaze to his own palm. Although the name Fire-Blowing Palm might lack elegance, the overwhelming thrust it produced was indeed satisfying to him. Observing that Xiao Yan had chosen to ignore him, Xiao Ning's expression twitched slightly, his teeth gritting with indignation as he charged once more toward Xiao Yan. With his palm extended outward, Xiao Yan squinted slightly, watching as Xiao Ning drew ever closer, the corners of his mouth curving into a cold smile. Suddenly, his open right hand clenched into a fist, unleashing a fierce suction force that erupted from his palm. Mysterious grade technique, suction palm. Seeing Xiao Yan's hand clench again, Xiao Ning instinctively braced his feet against the ground. However, before the push could reach him, he was abruptly yanked forward by the suction, his body soaring through the air and crashing toward Xiao Yan, whose lips curled into an enigmatic smile. Though pulled by the force, upon witnessing Xiao Yan approach, Xiao Ning could not help but beam with delight, a sinister grin forming as he rapidly concentrated his fighting spirit into his fist. "Iron Mountain Fist," he bellowed, his fist tightening violently, an ominous slicing wind echoing through the air as he aimed for Xiao Yan's shoulder. Given the ferocity of his attack, should it connect, Xiao Yan's arm would undoubtedly suffer grave injury. It was clear that this assailant had no intention of holding back from the outset. The Iron Mountain Fist, an advanced yellow-grade technique, possessed formidable power and required a fighting spirit at the 7th stage or higher for mastery. Narrowing his eyes as he sensed the sharp energy, Xiao Yan exhaled slowly, altering the flow of his fighting spirit. Mysterious grade technique. Fire-Blowing Palm. With the invocation of his technique, a powerful thrust erupted from Xiao Yan's palm once more. Bang! The air rippled slightly as an invisible counterforce slammed into the rapidly approaching Xiao Ning, the collision of opposing forces rendering his face pale. Pooh! Ultimately, the thrust prevailed over the counterforce, and after a moment of standoff, Xiao Ning was propelled backward by the overwhelming force, crashing to the ground and sliding over 10 meters before finally coming to a halt, blood spurting from his mouth in a gruesome display. Gazing at the limp figure of Xiao Ning in the distance and the now somewhat subdued atmosphere, Xiao Yan slowly lowered his palm, exhaling softly. "You lost." Chapter 43, the overbearing Xiao Yan as he gazed upon the defeated Xiao Ning, who lay sprawled on the ground. The audience erupted into chaos after a brief moment of stunned silence. The shock that had yet to dissipate surged anew within their hearts. The younger generation of the Xiao clan stared, wide-eyed and slack-jawed, at Xiao Ning, who had fallen bloodied and weakened. As contemporaries, they were acutely aware of Xiao Ning's formidable combat prowess. Among the youth of the Xiao family, only Sun Er could rival him. making him seemingly unmatched. However now, in merely 2 encounters with Xiao Yin, he had been utterly vanquished. This abrupt turn of events left everyone utterly unprepared. Down below, as she witnessed Xiao Ning's swift downfall, Xiao Yu's enchanting visage was similarly etched with disbelief, her slightly parted, rosy lips betraying her shock. After a moment, regaining her composure, a faint blush crept up her long, fair neck as she murmured softly, "How has this little rascal grown so strong?" Could it be that while he was diligently honing his fighting spirit, he also found time to practice combat techniques? Haha, young Master Xiao Yin not only possesses a formidable fighting spirit, but also wields combat techniques with such mastery. I imagine clan leader Xiao must have invested considerable effort, remarked Yufei from the VIP section. Despite having anticipated this outcome, she was still taken aback by Xiao Yan's prowess. After a brief silence, her alluring gaze sparkled with intrigue as she turned to Xiao Zhan with a smile. It seemed she regarded Xiao Zhan as the one who had been secretly instructing Xiao Yin. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Zhan was momentarily speechless, shaking his head with a wry smile. He had never taught Xiao Yin any combat techniques, and even if he wished to, he could not impart the unusual technique Xiao Yin had just demonstrated to his knowledge. Such techniques were unheard of within their clan. If he had never encountered them, there could only be one explanation. The techniques employed by Xiao Yin were not derived from the Xiao clan. Where then did this child learn such techniques? A flicker of doubt crossed his mind as Xiao Zhan shifted his gaze toward the clan's higher-ups, who were casting him peculiar looks. He was taken aback, realizing they too seemed to suspect he had been secretly coaching Xiao Yin. With a resigned smirk, he refrained from explaining further and returned his focus to the black-clad youth in the arena, musing, "This little fellow certainly harbors many secrets." In the arena, as he observed the incapacitated Xiao Ning, the second elder shook his head in exasperation, his gaze complex as it fell upon Xiao Yin. The youth stood with his head bowed, his delicate features betraying only calmness, devoid of any smugness or arrogance that might accompany victory. Sighing, the second elder raised his gnarled hand, poised to declare the conclusion of the match, when his expression suddenly shifted. From a distance, Xiao Ning, who lay prostrate, suddenly sprang up like a coiled leopard, his previously subdued fighting spirit surging explosively, and he stomped down hard on the wooden platform, propelling himself forward, splintering wood in his wake. Fixating his cold gaze on the approaching Xiao Yin, the blood staining the corners of his mouth rendered his visage somewhat ghastly. "You little brat die," he roared. "Xiao Ning, stop!" The unexpected turn of events momentarily stunned the second elder, who then shouted in vain. However, fueled by wrath and jealousy, Xiao Ning remained oblivious, seizing the opportunity provided by the effects of the qi-enhancing powder to launch himself at Xiao Yin with gritted teeth. The sudden escalation in the arena incited a wave of unrest among the spectators, with Xiao Zhan and the others in the VIP section paling in shock. They could distinctly sense that Xiao Ning now possessed the strength of a fighter. He has consumed the qi-enhancing powder. Yufei, well-versed in such matters, observed the suddenly empowered Xiao Ning, and her complexion shifted slightly as she spoke in a hushed tone. "Devil!" Hearing this, Xiao Zhan's expression darkened further, and he slammed his fist onto the table before him, causing spiderweb-like cracks to spider across its surface. Turning, he glared fiercely at the elder, whose expression had also shifted. "If anything happens to my son, your grandson will pay with his life." The potential that Xiao Yin now possessed far surpassed that of Xiao Ning. Should Xiao Ning inflict an irreparable injury upon Xiao Yin during this match, due to his misconduct, even with the backing of the elder, the clan would not easily overlook the transgression. Under the fierce gaze of Xiao Zhan, the elder's gaunt features trembled slightly, his mouth twisting in bitterness that if Xiao Yin were still the same as before, then a serious injury would be just that. However, now, even if the clan were to forsake the elder, they would not abandon this promising young talent who could one day ascend to the rank of Do Huang. In the arena, the second elder's call to halt the match had no effect. The proximity allowed Xiao Ning to swiftly close the distance to Xiao Yin, his fists brimming with condensed fighting spirit as he roared, "Iron Mountain Fist." The surge in his strength imbued this iteration of the Iron Mountain Fist with an intense, oppressive force. The gust of wind ruffled Xiao Yan's hair, revealing his cool, dark eyes. Astonishingly, in the face of Xiao Ning's ferocious assault, Xiao Yin did not retreat. His right fist clenched tightly, his posture slightly bent like a lion poised to pounce, and in an instant of silence, he launched himself forward with the speed of an arrow released from its bow. Watching Xiao Yin deliberately choose to engage Xiao Ning head-on, the second elder could not help but stomp his foot in frustration, exclaiming, "Fool!" 8 extremes burst. A deep, resonant voice echoed in his heart as Xiao Yan's fist collided brutally with Xiao Ning's in the second elder's wide-eyed gaze. Bang! The two fists met in midair, momentarily silencing the crowd. Xiao Ning's face twisted in a grimace as his complexion drained of color, blood spilling forth from the corners of his mouth. With an impassive expression, Xiao Yan's arm jerked, his sleeve crackling ominously. He thrust his fist forward, sending Xiao Ning's figure hurtling backward like a leaf caught in a tempest, and with a cacophony of astonished gasps, he crashed out of the elevated platform. Witnessing this scene, the second elder's pupils constricted, and he involuntarily inhaled sharply. In that moment, the black-clad youth's silhouette appeared more enigmatic than ever. Chapter 44. A trial together. Gazing at the seemingly lifeless Xiao Ning, who had crashed into the crowd, the entire arena fell into an eerie silence once more. Moments later, pairs of eyes, filled with a mix of fascination and horror, turned towards the black-clad youth on the high platform. Although many were unaware of the events that had transpired earlier, they had witnessed Xiao Ning's sudden surge in power, a fact that was undeniable. However, to everyone's astonishment, after this display of strength, Xiao Ning met with an even more devastating defeat, falling swiftly and decisively with a single punch that left him grievously injured. In the VIP section, as she observed the unfolding drama, Yafei gently covered her alluring red lips with her slender, pale hand. Her ample bosom rose and fell slightly, creating breathtaking curves. Such formidable combat technique. What level are they? Earth tier. How is that possible? She gasped, her heart shaken. She understood all too well the rarity and difficulty of mastering Earth-tier techniques. After a moment of stunned silence, Yafei's mind gradually regained clarity as she recalled the powerful technique Xiao Yin had employed. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly as her thoughts raced. If memory serves me right, the highest technique of the Xiao family should correspond to the Earth-tier skill Furious Lion's Roar, which is a low-level Earth-tier technique. Lion Mountain Split, isn't it? But the technique Xiao Yin used earlier was clearly not Lion Mountain Split. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and her hand, which held the teacup, tightened suddenly. She murmured, could it be that this technique was not taught to him by Xiao Zhan? A glimmer of insight flickered in her lazy, captivating eyes that Yafei subtly tilted her head and caught a glimpse of the subtle shock on Xiao Zhan's face. Indeed, it is not a technique bestowed by Xiao Zhan. As she leaned forward slightly, her slender fingers entwined behind the teacup, she reflected on Xiao Yan's adeptness with those techniques, her heart racing with realization. This young lad must have a mysterious mentor behind him, for achieving such mastery in Earth-tier techniques cannot solely be attributed to his own fumbling efforts. To teach Earth-tier techniques, that mysterious individual's strength must be at least that of a doling expert, if not greater. A grave expression crossed her beautiful visage as she elegantly set down her teacup, her eyes filled with an inexplicable significance as she slowly scrutinized the dashing youth in the arena. This little one seems to be growing ever more enigmatic, sparking an insatiable curiosity within me. Alas, this boy Yinner is becoming increasingly inscrutable. As Yafei pondered these thoughts, Xiao Zhan beside her couldn't help but sigh, for even he felt compelled to commend the combat technique Xiao Yin had displayed. The sheer decisiveness of the technique was enough to rival the family's Earth-tier skill, Lion Mountain Split. Shaking his head slowly, Xiao Zhan exhaled softly, his eyes glinting with realization. It appears that someone is guiding Yinner from behind. Who could it be? Rubbing his chin, Xiao Zhan's gaze involuntarily drifted towards the distant figure of Sunner, who was watching the spotlighted youth with a gentle smile gracing her delicate features. Could it be her? His heart turned with doubt as he recalled Sunner's affectionate demeanor toward Xiao Yin, and he felt a slight sense of relief. On the high platform, Xiao Yin slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, his arms, as solid as rock, gradually returning to normal. The sleeves that had slightly bulged out now relaxed. Turning his head, he observed Xiao Yu, who was hurriedly carrying the unconscious Xiao Ning, his expression indifferent, devoid of any sympathy. Had he not possessed 2 Earth-tier techniques for protection, that punch from Xiao Ning could very well have shattered his right hand. Since others showed him no mercy, he saw no reason to play the fool and be overly kind. Gently retracting his fist, Xiao Yin turned to the dazed second elder beside him and remarked coolly, "The match is over, isn't it?" Swallowing hard, the second elder nodded vigorously, just about to announce the outcome of the match when an angry, feminine voice interrupted him. "Wait!" Below the stage, Xiao Yu glared at the bloodied Xiao Ning, her beautiful lips pressed into a furious line. "Xiao Ning is your cousin. How could you strike him so ruthlessly?" The second elder furrowed his brow, sternly admonishing, "Xiao Yu, what do you intend to do?" Xiao Yu carefully entrusted the unconscious Xiao Ning to a family member behind her and leaped onto the stage, her gaze filled with resentment as she glared at Xiao Yin. "Regardless of the circumstances, you are still his elder cousin. How could you act with such cruelty?" Observing Xiao Yu's accusatory stance, Xiao Yin let out a scoff, turning his head with a cold smile. It was merely a meaningless challenge, yet he resorted to using forbidden pills. "Do you think he showed me any mercy during that assault? Had I not retaliated, I would be the one lying down now. Would you then scold him for my sake? Is Xiao Ning human while I, Xiao Yin, am not? Besides your stubborn favoritism, what else can you do?" Xiao Yan's barrage of scorn left Xiao Yu momentarily speechless, her rosy cheeks alternating between pale and flush. With her prideful nature, she had never been publicly reprimanded by someone younger than herself. Taking a deep breath to suppress her boiling anger, she retorted coldly, "I don't care how you justify your actions. All I know is that you have harmed my brother. I now challenge you. If you have the ability, then accept." "Xiao Yu, step down. This is not a place for you to act recklessly. The rules of the match dictate that only the combatants may engage." "You are not permitted," the second elder bellowed in anger. Xiao Yu stubbornly bit her lip, glaring at Xiao Yin with resentment. "Are you afraid to accept? This foolish girl." Gritting his teeth in frustration, Xiao Yin had already expended a significant amount of Do Qi during his earlier battle with Xiao Ning, and now facing Xiao Yu, who possessed the strength of a 3-star Do Shi, would undoubtedly be disadvantageous. "Surely you wouldn't back down from a challenge issued by a mere girl." As she observed Xiao Yan's icy demeanor, Xiao Yu felt a surge of confidence and smirked coldly. Rubbing his nose, Xiao Yan's lips twitched slightly, and a fierce glint suddenly flashed in his dark eyes. Just as he prepared to fiercely retaliate against this long-legged woman, a melodious and elegant voice floated up to the high platform. "Xiao Yu, dear cousin, Xiao Yin is already exhausted. Challenging him now would be akin to taking advantage of him, that if you truly wish to challenge someone, why not let Sun Er accompany you for a trial instead?" Chapter 45. The curtain falls under the gaze of countless eyes. The young girl gracefully leaped onto the high platform, landing delicately beside Xiao Yin. Her autumn-like eyes shimmered with a gentle glint, and a radiant smile adorned her exquisite cheeks. Upon witnessing Sun Er's arrival, Xiao Yin was momentarily taken aback, only to roll his eyes in exasperation. "What are you doing up here?" Sun Er pursed her lips in a playful smile, offering no reply as her gaze shifted to Xiao Yu, whose expression had slightly altered upon her appearance. With a smile, she addressed her, "Cousin Xiao Yu, you are a tad older than brother Xiao Yin, and you have entered the academy for your studies. This challenge seems rather unfair. If you truly wish to vent your frustrations, allow me to accompany you." At these words, Xiao Yu's delicate face darkened, her brows knitting together as she shot a fierce glare at Xiao Yin, sneering, "Are you only capable of hiding behind women?" Xiao Yin raised an eyebrow, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to pin this woman down. "Enough!" Just as the three were embroiled in their banter, the second elder, with a grim expression, bellowed from a distance, silencing them. With a scowl etched on his old face, the second elder approached, directing his ire at Xiao Yu. "You have no authority to challenge on this platform. Return immediately. Should you disrupt the ceremony any further, you shall be confined for an entire month." After unleashing his fury upon Xiao Yu, the second elder let out a sigh of relief and turned to Sun Er, who was gently toying with a strand of her hair, offering a wry smile. "Miss Sun Er, you should also descend. Your challenge is not in accordance with the rules." Nonchalantly shrugging, Sun Er nodded slightly and, as she turned to leave the platform, playfully made a face at Xiao Yin, leaving him exasperated yet amused. Feeling somewhat aggrieved after the second elder's reprimand, Xiao Yu bit her lip and, after a moment's pause, stomped her foot in frustration, leaving with a parting sneer. "You little rascal, just wait." Observing this farcical scene finally come to a close, the second elder exhaled in relief, turning to the innocent-looking Xiao Ning and offering a bitter smile before adopting a stern expression. He declared coldly to the audience, "Xiao Ning has violated the rules by using medicinal pills during the contest. Henceforth, he shall be confined for 3 months." After this announcement, he ignored the slight commotion below and continued. "The challenge is concluded, and Xiao Yin emerges victorious." Regarding this inconsequential outcome, Xiao Yin remained indifferent. Upon hearing the announcement of the completion of the coming-of-age ceremony, he descended the platform. Returning to his position amidst the crowd's watchful eyes, Xiao Yin felt the weight of their reverence and offered a faint smile, scratching his nose. After Xiao Yan's ceremony concluded, more clan members took to the stage. However, overshadowed by his remarkable display, their achievements seemed rather dim in comparison. Finally, Sun Er's appearance provoked a considerable stir. A 15-year-old combatant, her accomplishments were only slightly inferior to those of Xiao Yin in his youth. Yet, despite her impressive achievements, many present had heard of the Xiao family's most resplendent gem. Thus, while they were astonished by her performance, it paled in comparison to the awe Xiao Yin had inspired. The coming-of-age ceremony unfolded from morning until afternoon, gradually coming to a close amidst gasps of amazement. As the event concluded, many gazes lingered on the calm-faced young man in black attire below the stage, still imbued with a sense of shock. Watching the ceremony draw to a close, Xiao Yin breathed a sigh of relief. The attention from the crowd was somewhat overwhelming, prompting him to shake his head and depart. "Brother Xiao Yin, your performance today was truly astonishing." A fragrant breeze wafted past as Sun Er's melodious laughter chimed like silver bells. Scratching his nose, Xiao Yin chuckled lightly. "I initially believed that Brother Xiao Yin was not adept in combat skills, yet I never expected such depth in your abilities," Sun Er remarked, her delicate hands clasped behind her back as she tilted her head with a knowing smile. Hee. It's not as if Sun Er is without her own hidden talents. The combat techniques you employed in the arena last time were rather exceptional, Xiao Yin teased, a smirk playing on his lips at his words. Sun Er paused, her enchanting eyes narrowing into crescent moons as she responded with a playful grin. "Brother Xiao Yin is quite the discerning eye. If you are interested in those combat techniques, I could teach you." With a slight shrug, Xiao Yin shook his head. "No thanks, I understand the wisdom in not biting off more than one can chew." "Then, what about the fighting techniques?" Sun Er's surprised expression at his refusal morphed into playful mischief as her bright eyes twinkled. Pausing momentarily, Xiao Yin squinted, responding vaguely. "In 5 days, won't I be able to enter the Fighting Techniques Pavilion to seek out techniques? The family's techniques culminate in the intermediate-level Angry Lion Fury cultivated by Uncle Xiao, and you currently lack the authority to practice such a technique," Sun Er remarked, her fingers brushing through a lock of hair as she deliberated her words. After a brief moment, she softly added, "I could procure advanced-level techniques for you, would you? Like that? This girl truly is a little heiress. Advanced-level techniques must cost a fortune." Xiao Yin sighed internally, a wry smile forming on his lips. If it weren't for his fortuitous encounter with the medicine elder, bridging the gap between himself and Sun Er would indeed be an arduous task. Despite his commendable talent, Sun Er's mysterious background was undoubtedly formidable. Subtly adjusting the ancient ring on his finger, Xiao Yin felt a sense of reassurance. This was his foundation for becoming a true powerhouse. Under Sun Er's watchful gaze, Xiao Yin smiled gently, shaking his head with a hint of determination and persistence in his soft voice. "No need. My brother can rely on himself to become strong." Sun Er halted her steps, her lively eyes fixated on Xiao Yan's unwavering back. After a moment, she suddenly smiled. "It seems there is indeed someone mysterious behind Brother Xiao Yin. Should I investigate?" With a slight frown, she flicked her finger against her smooth forehead, ultimately shaking her head in resignation. "Never mind. Brother Xiao Yin despises it when others pry into his affairs. Since that mysterious person has imparted so much knowledge to him, they likely mean him no harm." With a soft sigh, Sun Er lifted her chin, the gentle golden flames dancing in her autumn-like eyes. "I hope that person harbors no ill intentions, for if they do, even if they hide within Brother Xiao Yin, I will drag them out." Chapter 46. The furious Xiao Yin after undergoing the adult ceremony. Xiao Yan's life finally allowed for a modicum of relaxation. The once tightly packed schedule of cultivation had now lightened considerably. The foundational spiritual liquid crafted from the medicinal herbs purchased previously had been entirely consumed. However, Xiao Yin had no intention of procuring more. Having now reached the 8th stage of Do Qi, the effects of the foundational spiritual liquid had become negligible. With the diminishing efficacy of the foundational spiritual liquid, the elder pharmacist ceased to employ any additional elixirs to aid Xiao Yin in enhancing his strength. Instead, he encouraged him to relax his mind during this period, emphasizing that the path of cultivation requires both tension and release. Relentless pursuit of improvement may sometimes lead one astray. Amidst these leisurely days, Xiao Yin, accustomed to a previously hectic lifestyle, found himself feeling antsy. Reluctantly, he spent his days wandering about with Sun Er, occasionally retreating to the back mountain to practice his combat techniques. Currently, Xiao Yin had undoubtedly regained his status as the focal point of the family. Wherever he went, reverent gazes trailed him, and the respectful addresses he received caused him to reflect on the stark contrast from his past. Within the verdant confines of the small forest on the back mountain, a figure as agile as a spirit monkey darted through the trees, deftly avoiding myriad obstacles. Finally, with a muffled thud, a fist imbued with formidable energy struck a tree trunk measuring 2 to 3 centimeters in thickness, causing fissures to radiate outwards before the trunk snapped with a resounding crack. Nimbly evading the descending branch, Xiao Yin leaped onto a blue stone and waved his right hand toward the clothing draped over the trunk, drawing it effortlessly into his palm with a forceful pull. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, he exhaled slowly and donned his garments. Today, as he finished dressing amidst the rustling sounds, Xiao Yan's brow furrowed suddenly. Narrowing his eyes, he cast a sidelong glance beyond the trees and let out a low, cold chuckle. Brushing off a few dry leaves from his attire, he ambled lazily toward the forest's edge. Stepping out into the warm sunlight, its rays enveloped him, inducing a pleasant sensation throughout his body. Squinting to adjust to the brightness, he tilted his head and beheld the figure of a woman perched on a nearby boulder. The sunlight caressed the slender form of the woman, accentuating her enticing curves, and her long, alluring legs appeared particularly captivating. Casting a cold gaze at Xiao Yu atop the boulder, Xiao Yin, with hands clasped behind his head, strolled leisurely to the base of the rock, tilting his head to look up at the frigidly beautiful face. His eyes lingered momentarily on her shapely legs before he sniffed lightly and remarked, "Your legs are quite lovely. No need to flaunt them." In response to his brief comment, Xiao Yu's fair visage darkened with anger. Her ample chest rose and fell slightly as she bit down on her silver teeth, coldly stating, "Do you know why I came to find you? To beat me?" Xiao Yin replied nonchalantly, rubbing his nose with a casual smile. "Your punch left my brother gravely injured. He still lies in bed, unable to move. Since you struck him so viciously as a sister, I cannot allow such an injustice to go unpunished." Xiao Yu glared at Xiao Yan with fury. A smirk tugged at the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth as he retorted coldly, "So you mean to say that under those circumstances, I should have just stood there and let him break my arm?" Xiao Yu pursed her lips, her beautiful eyes stubbornly glaring at Xiao Yan, her resentment unabated. "After he has broken my arm, perhaps you would spare a moment of silence for me, only to then forget all about it, indifferent to whether I would be crippled for the rest of my life." Once again I ask, what else can you do besides irrationally favoring your brother? I truly detest women like you. Did I ask your brother human while I am not? As his anger mounted, Xiao Yan's expression flushed with indignation, his face reddening as he vented his frustration. "Damn it, big-chested and brainless is a phrase made for ignorant women like you. Xiao Yan, you little rascal, shut your mouth." Xiao Yu's face shifted between shades of green and white, finally bursting into a shrill scream at his last insult. Gazing at Xiao Yu's furious countenance, her eyes blazing with rage, Xiao Yan smirked and savored the moment. Taking a deep breath to steady his temper, Xiao Yu's alluring legs propelled her down from the boulder, gritting her teeth as she declared, "Regardless of the outcome, I will not let you off easily today, you little brat." With that, she stepped forward, her graceful figure carving an enticing arc as her leg, slicing through the air, aimed a fierce kick at Xiao Yan's lower body. Seeing her attack, Xiaoyan cursed and hastily retreated several steps, narrowly avoiding the incoming kick that sliced through the air with a chilling breeze. No matter how talented you are, you're still only at the 8th stage of Do Qi. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you will truly become insufferably arrogant. Xiao Yu sneered, her long legs dancing as she unleashed a flurry of kicks, the gusts of wind swirling around her, scattering the dry leaves on the ground. The strength of a 3-star Do practitioner was indeed far beyond Xiao Yan's capabilities. Amidst her fierce onslaught, he found it difficult to mount a counterattack, resorting instead to evasion. Despite the chaos of dodging Xiao Yu's relentless strikes, Xiao Yan's expression remained remarkably calm. His narrowed eyes, sharp with focus, continuously searched for a flaw in her assault. After successfully blocking another of Xiao Yu's sweeping kicks with his arm, he felt a twinge of pain. It was evident that she was not entirely lacking in intelligence, as she had yet to unleash her full power against him. Although her assault appeared ferocious, it merely inflicted superficial discomfort. As Xiao Yan retreated from her relentless barrage, a smirk curled on Xiao Yu's lips. With a swift pivot, she launched herself forward, determined to continue her attack. However, upon advancing, Xiao Yu's expression suddenly shifted. The seemingly docile Xiao Yan transformed in an instant, unleashing a fierce counterattack that caught her off guard. As he drew closer, a powerful force yanked her off balance, propelling her forward. Just as she leaned in to regain her footing, the Do Qi within her surged toward her feet, ready to anchor her to the ground. Yet, that force abruptly vanished, replaced by an overwhelming push that sent her tumbling. In the midst of that push and pull, Xiao Yu lost her balance, staggering backward before unceremoniously landing on the ground. Stunned by Xiao Yan's sudden burst of power, she appeared momentarily dazed, forgetting to rise. By the time she gathered her wits, a figure descended upon her like a ravenous tiger, pinning her firmly beneath him. "Damn it. Today I shall take you by force." Xiao Yan growled through gritted teeth. Pain etched across his face as he pressed down on her wrist, determined to assert his dominance. Chapter 47. Profanation. Listening to the furious growl of the young man beside her, Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, her delicate face soon flushed with a mix of shame and anger. She struggled desperately, but was firmly restrained by Xiao Yan, whose strength had inexplicably surged, gripping her wrist with a force that rendered her unable to muster any resistance. After a futile struggle, Xiao Yu ceased her efforts, glaring at Xiao Yan with fiery eyes, her ample chest rising and falling with agitation as she reproached him. "You little rascal, get away from me." Xiao Yan cracked a grin, the bruises on his face throbbing with pain as he inhaled sharply, then lowered his head with a cold smirk. "Let you go? Then I've endured this beating for nothing. I've declared my intention to take advantage of you." Being pinned down by a boy several years her junior, who brazenly proclaimed his intentions, Xiao Yu felt a mixture of indignation and incredulity. She could not believe that this impudent boy would dare to act on such words. Twisting her wrist yielded no freedom, and with a resigned glance at him, she couldn't help but retort coolly, "You insolent brat, wait until you've fully matured before spouting such nonsense." Challenged on his manhood, Xiao Yan's brow furrowed, and he leaned closer, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Why don't you test that theory?" Feeling a shiver run down her spine under his penetrating gaze, Xiao Yu swallowed. Yet, maintaining her pride, she defiantly raised her chin and sneered, "If you dare to try, I will make sure to sever that which you hold dear." The corners of his mouth twitched. Faced with this obstinate woman, Xiao Yan felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. Truth be told, although he was infuriated, he had no desire to go as far as to assault her, for she was, after all, his nominal cousin. However, he could not allow this beating to go unpunished. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Xiao Yan pursed his lips and suddenly lunged toward Xiao Yu, pressing down upon her with force. Moments later, a piercing scream erupted from her slightly parted lips. With his eardrums ringing, Xiao Yan sprang up like a monkey and dashed down the mountainside, fully aware that this woman would likely erupt in rage once more. The scream persisted for what felt like an eternity before gradually subsiding. Xiao Yu's beautiful face was now flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment, her eyes ablaze as she glared at the vanishing figure at the foot of the mountain, gritting her teeth as she shouted, "Xiao Yan, you little brat, I will tear you to shreds." The distant figure paid no heed to her furious cries, turning slightly before disappearing from view. "Rascal, rascal, rascal!" Watching Xiao Yan's retreating form, Xiao Yu's face turned ashen, her delicate fists pounding the earth beside her in frustration. After venting her anger for a while, Xiao Yu gradually calmed herself, her cheeks still flushed as she gazed at the muddied claw marks on her legs, remnants of the encounter that sent tingles through her skin, leaving her disheartened. Gritting her teeth, she pushed herself up, surveying her disheveled attire, feeling on the verge of tears. Not only had she failed to teach that boy a lesson, but she had also let him take advantage of her. Such an outcome left Xiao Yu with a deep sense of injustice. Recalling Xiao Yan's audacious actions, she felt a mix of humiliation and fury, yet she did not resort to the same drastic measures as years ago when she had pursued him with a sword, intent on revenge. Now an adult, she would not make a spectacle of herself by letting the entire family know that she had been violated by him. Standing in place with her emotions fluctuating, she finally stomped her foot in frustration and muttered, "You little brat, if I ever catch you again, you'll pay dearly." With a huff, she adjusted her disarrayed hair and clothing, her spirits somewhat deflated as she made her way slowly toward the foot of the mountain. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan, having fled down the mountainside, felt a twinge of anxiety. After ensuring Xiao Yu had left with a stormy expression, he released a sigh of relief. Rubbing his nose helplessly, Xiao Yan's right hand instinctively rubbed against the other, muttering, "It felt even better than a few years ago. Sigh, every time I meet this foolish woman, I can't help but lose my composure. It seems my childhood grievances against her run remarkably deep." He twisted his neck and chuckled bitterly, taking a deep breath to suppress his errant thoughts, striving to regain his usual calm demeanor as he stepped out. As he emerged from his hiding place, Xiao Yan suddenly halted, turning awkwardly to gaze at the distant figure of the girl in green, leaning against a tree trunk. With an awkward smile, he inquired, "Suner, what are you doing here?" In the distance, Suner leaned lazily against the tree, a purple sash fluttering at her waist in the breeze. Her autumn-like eyes swept over Xiao Yan, a teasing smile gracing her lips. "Brother Xiao Yan, I just saw cousin Xiao Yu storming past. Did you provoke her again?" Awkwardly scratching his nose, Xiao Yan approached, chuckling nervously. "Who knows what madness she's up to now?" Observing a sheepish grin, Suner shook her head in exasperation. "Whenever you get entangled with her, you always end up doing something astonishingly foolish." Hearing her pointed remarks, Xiao Yan felt a pang of guilt, shrugging innocently as he replied, "You know I was left with no choice." With a knowing smirk, Suner pursed her lips, her hands resting behind her back, her graceful form captivating. "Tomorrow marks the day we enter the Fighting Spirit Pavilion to seek out techniques. Brother Xiao Yan, you ought to prepare yourself." As she spoke, her voice lingered in the air, enchanting and melodic. Chapter 48. The Duki Pavilion. Standing amidst the throng, Xiao Yan gazed up at the imposing structure before him, unable to suppress a gesture of astonishment. The plaque adorning the massive pavilion bore the words Duki Pavilion in characters evoking a sense of antiquity. Slightly yellowed with age, the intricate grooves on its surface telling tales of time's passage. This pavilion was the heart of the Xiao clan, the Duki Pavilion. Within its walls lay the martial arts techniques accumulated by the family over centuries, the very foundation of the Xiao clan's current standing. As the most significant location within the clan, its defenses were extraordinarily stringent, frequently designated as a forbidden zone. Even clan members were prohibited from entering uninvited, allowed only temporary access following the adult ceremony. Narrowing his eyes, Xiao Yan swept his gaze across the dim corners of the pavilion, his keen spiritual perception informing him that the movements of everyone present were closely monitored by the hidden guards. In the more secluded areas of the pavilion, Xiao Yan detected several obscure yet potent auras, indicating the clan's profound reverence for this Duki Pavilion. With a slight tilt of his head, he exchanged a glance with Suner, both recognizing the shared amusement in each other's eyes, clearly aware of the concealed sentinels around them. "I have reiterated the rules for entering the Duki Pavilion numerous times. I shall not repeat them now that I end summary. Once inside, all individuals must exit within 2 hours. Furthermore, each person may only select one martial arts technique that aligns with their attributes. No more. Anyone attempting to hoard techniques will forfeit their right to acquire them. So heed this warning." From atop the high steps, Xiao Zhan surveyed the congregation of youths below, his expression stern. "Yes." The young crowd responded eagerly, their eyes ablaze with anticipation as they gazed upon the grand pavilion. Securing a superior martial arts technique would afford them a competitive edge from the outset, a prospect long yearned for by all clan members. Since you are all aware of the rules, let us commence. Satisfied, Xiao Zhan nodded, stepping back to clear the stone pillar that stood before the pavilion's entrance. The pillar, roughly a meter tall, was topped with a transparent crystal ball. With a wave of his hand, two guards behind him slowly pushed open the massive black doors with a creaking sound. After assessing your attributes, you may enter. Remember, once inside, follow the pathway corresponding to your attributes. Do not stray. Nodding, Xiao Zhan gestured to the crowd, signaling that they could begin. Seeing Xiao Zhan's nod, a leading youth sprang forward, eagerly placing his hands upon the crystal ball, which emanated a soft azure light. Wind attribute, You may enter, Xiao Zhan remarked, casting a glance at the crystal ball and nodding approvingly. With the lead set, the crowd below could no longer contain their excitement, each rushing forward to test their attributes and eagerly flooding into the Duki Pavilion. Observing the dwindling numbers around him, Xiaoyan touched his nose and smiled at Suner. Let us see what techniques we can uncover. Suner shrugged her shoulders cutely. The clan's techniques held little allure for her, yet she was more than happy to accompany Xiao Yin in his pursuit. Since neither of them was particularly anxious, they waited until everyone else had entered before casually making their way up, much to Xiao Zhan's exasperated gaze. Xiao Yin flashed a grin at Xiao Zhan, placing his palm on the crystal ball. The fiery red light that emanated was brighter than any before him. Fire attribute. Xiao Zhan was already well aware of his son's attribute and displayed no other emotion. He merely nodded slightly before discreetly scanning the surroundings and stepping forward quietly. Clearing his throat, he leaned in slightly, his voice low. Fire path, room 43. Upon hearing Xiao Zhan's whisper, Xiao Yin was momentarily taken aback, then found it rather amusing. It seemed his father was leveraging his authority for personal gain. Nodding subtly, Xiao Yin stood by, watching Suner's assessment. Suner gazed at the smooth crystal ball, hesitating for a moment before shaking her head with a hint of resignation, delicately placing her finger upon it. As her fingertip made contact, the crystal ball, after a brief silence, erupted into a blazing crimson hue, transforming into a sphere of fire that was both intense and dazzling. Astonished by the spectacle, Xiao Yan's mouth fell slightly agape, and he inhaled sharply. The fiery orb persisted for a moment before Suner withdrew her finger, causing the sphere to gradually dissipate, revealing a network of tiny cracks that now adorned its surface. Gazing at the nearly shattered crystal ball with a wry smile, Xiao Zhan sighed, his eyes reflecting an indescribable sentiment as he looked at Suner, waving his hand. Quickly, proceed inside. TSK, TSK. Such a pure fire body. What a pity there is no wood attribute within. Otherwise, she would be a natural alchemist. A voice of astonishment echoed in Xiao Yan's mind from Yao Lao, stirring a sense of realization within him. With a resigned shrug, Xiao Yan turned to enter the Duki Pavilion alongside Suner as they stepped in unison. Xiao Zhan glanced down at the crystal ball, which finally shattered into several pieces with a resounding crack, stroking his chin and murmuring, "Alas, truly formidable." Suner not only has a kind disposition and beauty, but her lineage is also astonishingly impressive, far surpassing that of Nalan Yin Ran, that if only Yinner could have such a wife. After his musings, Xiao Zhan shook his head in self-deprecation, feeling a sense of futility in his whimsical thoughts. In the midst of his self-reflection, he remained oblivious to the fact that upon hearing his words, Suner, moments away from stepping into the Duki Pavilion, suddenly froze, her delicate ears turning a fiery red, reminiscent of the crystal ball moments before its shattering. Chapter 49. The Selection of Cultivation Techniques, Stepping Through the Dark Door. The light dimmed slightly, with a gentle glow emanating from the fire orbs embedded in the surrounding walls, casting a serene and quiet illumination upon the spacious pavilion. Upon entering the loft, several wide passages unfolded before him, each adorned with massive characters representing various attributes at their forefront. Xiao Yan's gaze swept across the passages before finally resting upon the fire passage on the left. He rubbed his nose, tilted his head slightly, and found himself gazing at Suner, whose delicate face was tinged with a hint of bashful crimson. Momentarily taken aback, he asked in astonishment, "Suner, what is the matter?" "Ah!" Startled by Xiao Yan's voice, the flush on Suner's face deepened, and after a moment, she gradually composed herself, playfully scrunching her nose as she murmured, It's nothing. Hurry and find the cultivation techniques. Puzzled, Xiaoyan shrugged and pointed toward the fire passage with a smile, saying, "Let us go." Suna nonchalantly nodded, her charming face still adorned with a lingering blush, adding to her allure. As he discreetly stole glances at Sunur's captivating visage, Xiaoyan felt his heart inexplicably flutter, prompting him to avert his gaze and lead the way ahead. Entering the fire passage, 5 smaller paths emerged. Within these paths, the faint silhouettes of some clan members could be discerned. The third path of the fire passage, Xiaoyan remarked as he guided Sunur directly into the third small passage. Upon entering, a different world unfolded. On either side of the passage, thick, fiery red wooden doors stood every few meters, all of which were now wide open, revealing a faint red light curtain shimmering within. This red light curtain served as a defensive mechanism and represented the final trial for the young clan members. To obtain the cultivation technique within, one must shatter the light curtain. Numerous clan members were already present in the passage, fervently striking the red light curtain before various wooden doors, their faces flushed with exertion. Occasionally, the sound of the curtain shattering accompanied by jubilant cheers echoed through the passage, eliciting expressions of envy from those still battling against the barrier. Xiaoyan and Sunur strolled leisurely through the passage, their curiosity piqued as they observed the enthusiastic efforts of their kin on either side. Turning the corner once more, Xiaoyan glanced at the number on the adjacent wooden door. 37. Chuckling to himself, he quickened his pace, stopping before the door numbered 43. With a light laugh, he commented, "This should be the one." At that moment, more than a dozen clan members lingered in the passage. Upon seeing Xiaoyan halt at room 43, they were momentarily taken aback. This room possessed the most formidable protective barrier in the passage. Previously, several competent clan members had attempted to breach it, only to be thwarted. Ignoring the astonished gazes around him, Xiaoyan's hands slowly brushed against the light curtain. "Brother Xiaoyan, does Uncle Zhao's action count as abuse of power?" Sunur quipped playfully, her eyes shimmering mischievously. Measuring the thickness of the barrier, Xiaoyan turned his head, feigning a fierce demeanor as he retorted, "Little girl, it would be best if you pretend you saw and heard nothing otherwise." Sunur, amused by his expression, let out a soft giggle. Her delicate features, imbued with youthful charm, captivated the attention of the nearby clan members who were attacking the shield. With a teasing smile, Xiaoyan took 2 steps back, slightly spreading his feet apart. He gradually clasped his hands together, closing his eyes momentarily as a faint aura of fighting spirit began to circulate through his body along specific meridians. Leaning lazily against the wall, Suna's enchanting curves were perfectly accentuated by her fitted attire, making her exceedingly alluring. Her captivating autumn-like eyes were fixed intently on Xiaoyan, with playful flickers of pale, golden flames reflected within. "Ha!" As his eyes suddenly opened, Xiaoyan forcefully stomped his foot on the ground, executing a swift spin against the light curtain. With a sharp elbow strike accompanied by a slicing sound, he delivered a powerful blow to the red barrier. 8 extreme collapse. With a cold shout resonating in his heart, Xiaoyan's fist crashed against the light curtain, causing ripples to emanate from the center like waves in a pond. "Break!" With a resolute shout, the red light curtain shattered spectacularly before the astonished gazes of over a dozen onlookers, fracturing like glass. Exhaling slowly, Xiaoyan shook his arm, the sleeves of his robe crackling with energy before finally relaxing. Beside him, as she gazed at the shattered red barrier, Sunur gently clapped her hands, her rosy lips curling into a smile as she remarked, "That was quite an impressive fighting technique. Its offensive power is extraordinarily strong." Stretching his neck and arms, Xiaoyan replied with a faint smile, "It's barely acceptable." Upon hearing this, the dozen or so clan members in the passage felt a pang of disappointment. Such an extraordinary fighting technique was merely barely acceptable. Wasn't that a bit much? Hee. Let us proceed and discover what fighting technique awaits us. Nodding toward the slightly reddened room, Xiaoyan took the lead into the chamber. Upon entering the small room, the light brightened slightly. The space was not expansive. In the center stood a stone platform upon which lay a dark red scroll, quietly resting. Approaching with interest, Xiaoyan picked up the dark red scroll and glanced at its back, murmuring, "Advanced yellow tier tech, flame refining annihilation." Indeed, it's quite remarkable. This is the clan's most prestigious fire attribute technique. It seems Uncle Xiao truly put in considerable effort for Brother Xiao Yin, Sun Er chimed in from behind with a smile. Nodding in agreement, a warm feeling blossomed in Xiao Yan's heart. Suddenly, a delicate, pale hand reached from behind, snatching the dark red scroll from Xiao Yan's grasp. Sun Er tilted her head playfully, toying with the scroll as she said softly, Brother Xiao Yin, while you may eventually acquire more advanced techniques, the higher the level of the technique at the beginning of your cultivation, the greater the benefits in the future. The advanced yellow tier technique might be a bit lacking. Xiao Yan offered a faint smile and nodded slightly. Observing Xiao Yan's tranquil demeanor, Sun Er furrowed her delicate brows, letting out a resigned sigh. With a flick of her fingers, an ancient scroll entirely colored in fiery jade appeared in her hand. This is the advanced Xian tier technique, Flame Manipulation Decision. As Sun Er caressed the scroll, she gently stated, Brother Xiao Yan should not feel embarrassed about accepting this. I know you are not one to be pedantic. Advanced techniques will greatly benefit you in the future, so, gazing at Sun Er, who held one scroll in each hand, Xiao Yan could only smile wryly and shake his head in resignation. He affectionately ruffled her hair before reclaiming the advanced yellow tier technique from her slightly hurt, watery eyes. Brother Xiao Yan. Sun Er pouted, her eyes glistening with tears, appearing utterly enchanting. Thank you. It is not that I refuse your gift out of pride. Xiao Yan said gently, leaning down to whisper softly in Sun Er's delicate ear. Brother Xiao Yan will surely acquire even better techniques. Chapter 50. Assistance. As Xiao Yan emerged from the small chamber, clutching the cultivation technique, Sun Er shook her head and, with a hint of resignation, softly remarked, I suppose I shall trust you for now. Upon exiting the room, Xiao Yan observed the nearby clansman, still engulfed in astonishment, and shrugged his shoulders. After Sun Er joined him, the two strolled leisurely along the narrow path. With ample time remaining before the 2-hour mark, neither Xiao Yan nor Sun Er felt compelled to rush outside. The Duki Pavilion was typically a forbidden zone, and today presented a rare opportunity to explore its depths, thus satisfying their curiosity. Just as they were about to traverse the fire pathway, Sun Er casually entered another small room, retrieving a scroll of low-level yellow-tier Duki techniques before rejoining Xiao Yan to explore several other elemental paths. Undoubtedly, today marked one of the most bustling days the Duki Pavilion had experienced in years. Each elemental path was teeming with excited clansmen, faces flushed with exhilaration as they fervently attacked the energy barriers, their cheers mingling with the shattering of the barriers. In such an electric atmosphere, a faint smile graced Xiao Yan's youthful visage. After traversing another narrow path, he calculated the time, stretched languidly, and turned to Sun Er with a smile, saying, Let us be off. Time is drawing near. Nodding nonchalantly, Sun Er followed Xiao Yan as they turned a corner, heading directly towards the exit of the Duki Pavilion. As they rounded the bend, Xiao Yan's brow furrowed slightly. Not far from them, Xiao Mei, dressed in a striking red gown, was anxiously pacing before an energy barrier. Her face flushed with frustration. It appeared she was eager to acquire the techniques contained within but lacked the strength to breach the barrier. Today, Xiao Mei adorned herself in a vibrant red dress, the fitted waist accentuating her delicate figure, her alluring curves undeniably captivating. This moment, her face, a blend of innocence and allure, was marred by impatience, her brows knitted in a cute frown that stirred a protective instinct in the surrounding youths. Xiao Mei's mood was dismal. It could only be described as a burning urgency. Before entering the Duki Pavilion, her father had discreetly provided her with a room number, emphasizing the necessity of obtaining the techniques within. He believed that securing this high-level yellow-tier wind attribute technique would give Xiao Mei a significant advantage in her martial arts training. However, despite her father's accurate room number, he had underestimated the formidable nature of the barrier. Since arriving at this location, Xiao Mei had exerted herself for nearly an hour without success. Other clansmen, drawn by her beauty, had offered to assist, but the barrier could only be breached by an individual. Should the number of attackers exceed 2, the barrier would only become stronger, rendering their efforts futile. Now, With the 2-hour time limit approaching, Xiao Mei faced the grim prospect of leaving empty-handed. The thought of being without a Duki technique brought tears to her enchanting eyes, an utterly pitiful sight that evoked sympathy from those around her. Her misty gaze swept over the surrounding youths, and with a bitter smile, she shook her head, only to suddenly halt as her eyes widened. Not far off, a black-clad youth, hands behind his head, was approaching with an air of indifference that a flicker of hope ignited within Xiao Mei's heart as she wiped away the impending tears, biting her lip in a desperate plea for assistance from Xiao Yan. The youths nearby, witnessing Xiao Mei's plight, shifted their gazes towards the approaching Xiao Yan, their whispers dwindling to a hush, mixed with a sense of reverence that in an instant, the once boisterous path fell into a profound silence. All eyes fixated on the serene visage of Xiao Yan as he approached, unperturbed, brushing past the hesitant Xiao Mei without a word. With her lips slightly parted, Xiao Mei stared after Xiao Yan, who had chosen to ignore her. After a moment of stunned silence, a self-deprecating smile spread across her beautiful face as she shook her head, reflecting on her previous treatment of him. The resentment that had flared moments earlier began to dissipate. Perhaps this is poetic justice that I have indeed been rather insufferable, reaping what I've sown. Slowly crouching down, Xiao Mei's shoulders trembled as suppressed sobs broke forth in the quiet pathway. Observing her, akin to an abandoned kitten, the surrounding youths sighed in unison, shaking their heads in sympathy that as Xiao Mei continued to weep softly, she suddenly sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Gradually lifting her tear-streaked face, she was startled to see the boy, who had seemingly left, now sauntering back towards her, hands still clasped behind his head. "Make way," he said, casting a glance at the heart-wrenching sight of Xiao Mei. "Ah! Oh!" Another moment of shock passed before Xiao Mei regained her composure, her face lighting up with joy as she obediently stepped aside. Under the curious and encouraging gazes of the onlookers, Xiao Yan approached the energy barrier, extending his hand as he exhaled softly. After a brief moment of stillness, his body surged forward like a lightning bolt. With a swift rotation, he unleashed a powerful kick, the sound of tearing fabric echoing as his pant leg whipped through the air. Bang! The forceful kick struck the barrier, ripples emanating outward before it shattered spectacularly under the astonished gazes of the crowd. Maintaining his kicking stance, Xiao Yan slowly retracted his foot, rotated his neck, and turned indifferently towards Sun Air in the distance. "Thank you. And I'm sorry," came Xiao Mei's timid voice as Xiao Yan passed by her. A fleeting glance at the humbled girl prompted Xiao Yan to nod slightly before he vanished from sight, leaving behind a throng of youths gazing at him with admiration. Chapter 51. Peace of mind approaching the heavy door. Beside it stood a dozen indifferent guards firmly blocking the entrance in the corner. An expressionless elder sat regally in a chair, holding a pen and a thick ledger. Before him, several clan members lined up, each producing the martial arts scrolls they had procured, awaiting the elder's registration before they could squeeze through the narrow opening under the watchful, cold gazes of the guards. This was a customary procedure for exiting the Duki Pavilion, and prior to their arrival, Xiao Yan and the others had been thoroughly informed of the protocol, so they were not taken aback. The martial arts techniques housed within the Duki Pavilion were the fruits of labor spanning several generations of the clan, serving as the very foundation of the Xiao family in Wutan City. Consequently, the clan enforced stringent protective measures over these techniques. The scrolls held by Xiao Yan and his companions were crafted from a unique type of ink bamboo, which consists of a mother and child structure. The mother being merely palm-sized, while the child could extend over several dozen meters, as long as the clan leader possessed the mother bamboo. Any technique that ventured beyond its monitored range would be sensed. The monitoring range of the clan's mother bamboo encompassed the entirety of the Xiao family, meaning that any scrolls leaving the premises would be detected. Of course, there were exceptions. Some powerful individuals could forcibly sever this sensing ability, but at such levels of strength, who would bother to steal mere yellow-tier techniques? After waiting for a moment in line, it was finally Xiao Yan's turn that he stepped forward, retrieving the martial arts scroll from his robe and presenting it to the elder. The elder received the dark red scroll with a slight pause, scrutinizing Xiao Yan with a curious gaze, mentally remarking, "This fire refinement shield seems to possess the strength of 9 stages of Duki. How could this young lad have acquired it? He certainly has some background." Once the technique was registered, the elder returned it to Xiao Yan, offering a mild reminder. I trust you are aware of the rules. Techniques cannot be taken outside the clan. Otherwise, severe penalties will ensue. They must be returned after 1 year, undamaged. Nodding casually, Xiaoyan stepped aside, leaning against the door as he awaited Sun Er's registration. With a gentle smile directed at Xiaoyan, Sun Er extended her fair wrist, handing over her martial arts scroll. Noticing Sun Er before him, the normally stoic elder surprisingly displayed a hint of respect, accepting the scroll with both hands and swiftly recording its details. Standing nearby, observing the elder's notable change in demeanor, Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes slightly. The elder's ability to manage the Duki Pavilion indicated a status within the clan that surely rivaled that of the 3 senior elders. Xiaoyan had also heard of the elder's reputation within the family, cold-faced Xiaohan. Even in conversations with his own father, the elder would never show a hint of warmth. His icy countenance seemed as though its muscles had long since stiffened. Yet this man, who disregarded even the clan leader, exhibited such deference towards Sun Er, further piquing Xiaoyan's curiosity about her identity. Rubbing his nose, recalling Sun Er's habitual silence when her background was mentioned, Xiaoyan could only shake his head in resignation. He lifted his gaze to see Sun Er approaching with a smile, shrugged, and the two squeezed through the doorway together. Once outside the bustling entrance, Xiaoyan took several deep breaths of fresh air, relieved to escape the oppressive atmosphere of the Duki Pavilion. How was it, Yin Er? A figure approached slowly, casting a glance towards the interior while smiling and inquiring softly. Turning to his smiling father, Xiaoyan nodded cheerfully, revealing a segment of the dark red scroll from beneath his sleeve, chuckling, all set. Upon seeing the dark red hue, Xiaozhan finally exhaled in relief, his eyes crinkling with a smile as he murmured, "As long as we have it, that's good." Exchanging a proud glance, father and son burst into laughter. Patting Xiaoyan's shoulder with a broad hand, Xiaozhan remarked, "Now that you have the technique, once you become a fighter, you can truly begin your cultivation of Duki." Xiaoyan nodded with a smile, his palm brushing over the scroll within his sleeve, his eyes narrowing as he quietly mused, "Sigh, I wonder what unique qualities the technique mentioned by my teacher possesses. Does a technique capable of evolution truly exist? More bizarre than celestial tier techniques." Recalling the boastful words of Yao Lao, Xiaoyan couldn't help but chuckle ruefully, shaking his head. The most prestigious technique he had encountered thus far was the high-level Xiantir Nong, Yin Ju that Sun Er had presented. To be honest, when he had initially rejected it, he had struggled for a moment, for such a level of technique was indeed rare. Rubbing his forehead, he suddenly felt a tinge of regret for having declined Sun Er's goodwill. However, the words had already been spoken, and he lacked the courage to request it again. Thus, he could only inwardly pray that Yao Lao was not playing a trick on him. Otherwise, he would be left utterly embarrassed. Merely a high-level Xiantir technique. What's there to be reluctant about? Though that little girl's status is indeed extraordinary, she still pales in comparison to my collection of techniques. Came Yao Lao's cold snort, unexpectedly rising within his mind. Finally out. Listening to the voice reverberating in his thoughts, Xiaoyan touched his nose, the corners of his mouth gradually curling into a proud smile. All these musings were merely to coax this old fellow into uttering some reassuring words. "Ah, you little fox, scheming against me." As Xiaoyan's thoughts crystallized, Yao Lao finally realized, exhaling a helpless sigh. "Young one, focus on your cultivation. You needn't worry about the techniques. They won't be beneath you, that in the future, your accomplishments will not fall short of that little girl beside you. Her family is merely..." Well, the last part of his sentence trailed off ambiguously, yet Xiaoyan merely smiled and nodded. With assurance in place, his concerns about reputation were finally alleviated. Now, it was time to focus on breaking through to become a fighter. Only by achieving that status could he venture into the vast world and pursue the one he had longed for, Nalen Yenran. Chapter 52. Breakthrough. After the selection of the Dochi techniques, the entire clan seemed to suddenly become much emptier. The younger members of the clan, whose Dochi levels were below the 7th segment, began to be successively transferred out, allocated to various family enterprises for training and learning. Meanwhile, those exceptional clan members who had acquired the techniques plunged into intense cultivation, hoping to master their newfound Dochi as swiftly as possible. I end these tranquil days. 2 months slipped by almost imperceptibly. like flowing water through one's fingers. The sun hung high in the sky, its scorching rays baking the earth as if it were a furnace. Wisps of heat rose from the ground, slowly ascending and distorting the air, causing one's vision to waver slightly. At the summit of the Xia family's rear mountain, amidst a dense little forest, sunlight filtered through layers of leaves, casting tiny speckles of light upon the ground blanketed with dry leaves, resembling a starry sky. Within this little forest, two figures suddenly intertwined and moved with great agility. As their palms clashed, waves of gentle wind surged forth, sending the nearby dry leaves swirling into the air. With a sudden cross of their arms, a muffled thud resonated as Xia Yan successfully blocked Sun's delicate white hand from making contact. Although the attack appeared gentle, the moment they intersected, the previously soft force transformed abruptly into a powerful assault. With a twitch of his lips, Xia Yan staggered back 2 steps, a faint bruise already forming where Sunera's hand had grazed his arm. Observing Xia Yan's retreat, Sunera smiled softly, her fair hand gracefully moving in front of her, faint golden dough qi emanating from her fingertips, which shimmered with a gentle light. Wow, quite impressive. Steadying himself, Xia Yan marveled inwardly, shaking his head in awe as he gazed at Sunera, whose lips curved into a subtle smile. His battle spirit ignited, he licked his lips in anticipation. With a powerful stomp against the ground, he charged forward, sending dirt flying in his wake. As Xia Yan launched his renewed assault, Sunera lifted her delicate chin, her faint golden aura intensifying around her small hand. Stamping her foot firmly into the soil, she created a small crater beneath her, and just as Xia Yan closed the distance of about a meter, he came to an abrupt halt, seamlessly transitioning from extreme motion to perfect stillness, leaving no sense of abruptness in his wake. Witnessing Xia Yan's mastery over his speed, admiration flickered in Sunera's autumn-like eyes. 8 extremes burst. In an instant, Xia Yan's running form came to a standstill, that he planted his right foot firmly on the ground, his body spinning with force, as his left leg drew an arc filled with power, accompanied by a sharp whoosh as he unleashed a fierce whip-like strike towards Sunera. Looking up at Xia Yan's ferocious offensive, Sunera delicately tapped her chin, her fair hand forming a small crescent in front of her. The golden glow in her palm suddenly flared brightly, her hand curving into an intricate half-circle before she decisively struck Xia Yan's left leg with tremendous force. Bang! The collision of leg and hand produced a resounding thud, echoing in the air as the surrounding dry leaves were swept away, swirling into a tempest. In the moment of their standoff, both figures were forced to retreat rapidly. The force from Xia Yan's leg propelled him several meters into the air, leaving him astonished. As he prepared to descend, he swung his right palm toward a nearby massive tree, creating a pull that dissipated his downward momentum, allowing him to land steadily back on the ground. Raising his head, he noted that Sunera had also retreated several steps. Xia Yan smacked his lips, grinning as he said, "What was that Do technique you just used?" Advanced Mysterious Rank Do Technique. Swallow's Return Strike. At higher levels, it can reflect an opponent's attack back at them. I am still at the preliminary stage, so I can only reflect about a layer of power, Sunera replied, her voice laced with a gentle smile. With a slight nod, Xia Yan suddenly recalled a phrase, using strength against strength. Brother Xia Yan, your Do technique was also quite remarkable. If I weren't a 1-star Do master with superior strength, I might not have been able to withstand that fierce force, Sunera said, her beautiful eyes curving into crescent moons as she chuckled lightly. Xia Yan shrugged nonchalantly, lazily stretching his neck. The intensity of the battle had left his muscles sore, and his spirit somewhat fatigued. Wiping the sweat that flowed down his face, he cursed the oppressive heat under his breath and swiftly removed his clothing. As he shed his garments, revealing a slightly tanned and robust physique, though not overly muscular, it concealed an explosive power within his small frame. Sunera, gazing at the bare Xia Yan before her, felt her cheeks flush slightly. Leaning against a cool stone at his feet, Xia Yan cracked a weary smile at Sunera, saying, "Sigh, 2 months have passed, and I'm still stuck at the 8th segment of Do Qi." Observing Xia Yan's helpless expression, Sunera chuckled softly, moving her delicate lotus steps to sit beside him against the stone. She gently took his somewhat sweaty clothes and began to wipe away the perspiration from his body, soothingly assuring him, "The transition from the 8th to the 9th segment is a bottleneck for initial stage Do Qi. Brother Xia Yan, do not rush. In due time, everything will fall into place. As she spoke, Sun Er suddenly sensed Xia Yan's gaze upon her, burning with intensity. Lifting her eyes, she found him staring at her in a daze, causing her cheeks to redden as she playfully chided, "Brother Xia Yan." Her soft, playful tone instantly cooled the sweltering air within the little forest. Dressed lightly in a short, azure garment due to the heat, Sun Er revealed a tempting expanse of snow-white skin beneath her slender neck. Her youthful form was blossoming, radiating the allure of youth, and it was no wonder Xia Yan found himself momentarily entranced. Snapped back to reality by Sun Er, Xia Yan felt his own face warm, awkwardly smiling as he leaned against the cool stone, slowly closing his eyes, allowing her petite hands to gently wipe his body. As Sun Er assisted him, her lips slightly pursed, she discreetly glanced at him from the corner of her eye, only to be taken aback to find that he had fallen asleep without her noticing. Shaking her head in resignation, she understood that today's intense battle had exhausted him. Wrinkling her little nose, she set aside his clothing, and a faint golden glow began to flicker at her fingertips. Stealing a glance at the unresponsive Xia Yan, Sun Er gently touched his skin with her fingertips, allowing streams of golden light to flow into his body with each delicate point of contact. As the golden light infused him, fine beads of sweat appeared on Sun Er's smooth forehead, her lips nibbling in concentration. However, just as she prepared to continue her infusion, her face suddenly froze in surprise. Beside the stone, the sleeping Xia Yan unexpectedly emanated a mysterious pull from within, and strands of Do Qi began to surge rapidly from the surrounding atmosphere into him. Is he about to break through?" Sun Er exclaimed, her mouth agape as she watched Xia Yan absorb the Do Qi unconsciously, her previous experience causing her to gasp in astonishment. Chapter 53, Paragraph 9. Within the dense thicket of the small forest, wisps of pale energy began to emanate from the air, continuously flowing into the slumbering body of Xiao Yan. Observing Xiao Yan, who had nearly become a source of energy, Sun Er felt a hint of surprise. She quietly retreated a few steps, vigilantly guarding the surroundings. Should Xiao Yan be startled from this state of cultivation, he would likely lose a precious opportunity for advancement. Xiao Yan's ascent was remarkably smooth, akin to water flowing effortlessly as the fighting spirits surged into him. The faint weariness on his face gradually dissipated, revealing a delicate visage that radiated a soft white glow resembling warm jade. In the small forest, the fluctuations of fighting spirit persisted for over an hour before finally subsiding. When the last wisp of fighting spirit entered Xiao Yan's body, tranquility returned to the grove, and the scorching sunlight continued to shine down. Gazing at Xiao Yan, whose eyes remained tightly shut, yet whose breathing was remarkably steady, Sun Er let out a sigh of relief and chuckled softly. At last, the 9th stage has been achieved. Perhaps in another 6 months, Brother Xiao Yan will be able to condense his fighting spirit vortex and become a true fighter. With a light laugh, Sun Er leaped onto a nearby stone, sitting cross-legged with her delicate hands supporting her fragrant cheeks, patiently awaiting Xiao Yan's awakening. When Xiao Yan finally stirred from his slumber, the sky had begun to darken. Blinking in confusion, he gradually regained his senses, lifting his gaze to behold Sun Er seated on the stone, adorned by the golden rays of the setting sun. Their eyes met, and he could not help but smile faintly. "Brother Xiao Yan, you're awake," Sun Er exclaimed with a charming laugh as she looked at him. Nodding with a smile, Xiao Yan rose to his feet, stretching his stiff neck and languidly yawning, a series of pops emanating from his recently animated body. Momentarily taken aback by the sensation of fullness that could only be felt after a breakthrough, he clenched his fist and hesitantly remarked, "It seems I've reached the 9th stage?" Seeing the amusingly bewildered expression on Xiao Yan's face, Sun Er couldn't help but chuckle and nodded in affirmation. Upon witnessing her nod, a grin spread across Xiao Yan's face, a mix of joy and bemusement swelling within him. Last time he had broken through in a dream, and now he had done so while sleeping. The absurdity of such breakthroughs was almost comical. Throwing a few powerful punches, he reveled in the fighting spirit that now surged within him, significantly more potent than just a few hours prior, eliciting a hearty laugh from him. After expressing his delight, he became aware of the encroaching twilight and gave Sun Er an apologetic smile, understanding that she must have been waiting there all along. Quickly donning his clothing, he playfully remarked to Sun Er, "Are we not leaving?" Today calls for celebration. I shall treat you to a fine meal in Wu-Tan City. I want the most expensive dish. Sun Er replied with a bright laugh, lightly stepping onto the stone and gracefully landing beside Xiao Yin, her melodic voice ringing through the verdant forest. To express his gratitude for Sun Er's afternoon vigil, Xiao Yin took her on a lengthy stroll through Wu-Tan City before they parted ways at his family estate. Dragging his still excited feet back to his room, he collapsed heavily onto his bed, clutching the soft bedding, and murmured with a contented smile, "At last, I am on the brink of becoming a fighter once more. Hey, this advancement owes much to that little girl." A sudden aged voice resonated in the room. Raising his eyelids, Xiao Yin glanced at the unexpectedly present Yao Lao and frowned, inquiring, "Is it related to Sun Er?" "Indeed, there is some connection. Otherwise, you would likely not have broken through for at least another week," Yao Lao replied, his translucent form hovering above a chair. With a resigned shrug, Xiao Yin buried his head beneath the covers and muttered, "Now that I've reached the 9th stage, it will likely take another 6 months to break through to the fighter level." Pausing momentarily, he suddenly lifted the blanket, his face darkening as he spoke quietly, tinged with a hint of coldness. "Over a year has already passed, and I still have not become a fighter. At this rate, 3 years from now, that I fear I will still fall short of catching up to Nalan Yinran." In response, Yao Lao merely raised an eyebrow, non-committal. Nalan Yinran has been nurtured by Yunlan sect as a candidate for the next sect leader. Her talent is undoubtedly exceptional. Moreover, with the formidable resources of the Yunlan sect and the powerful alchemist Gu He among them, if he were to assist Nalan Yinran, her advancement speed would likely not be any slower than mine, Xiao Yin mused aloud. Yao Lao glanced sidelong at Xiao Yin, noticing the glimmer of determination in his eyes, and chuckled softly, yet remained silent. Seeing Yao Lao's reticence, Xiao Yin could only roll his eyes in exasperation. This conversation seemed to have yielded no fruitful exchange. Ahem. After a brief silence, Yao Lao finally cleared his throat slowly, rising to his feet and scoffing dismissively. That Gu He is merely a 6th-tier alchemist. Does he truly deserve the title of Dan Wang? In comparison to alchemy, he is nothing of significance. Hearing Yao Lao's words, a smile crept onto Xiao Yan's face, for he understood that his enigmatic mentor was once again preparing to take action. "Tomorrow, we shall procure the materials. It's just a gathering gas powder. I'll refine it for you as easily as making beans." That I refuse to believe that Nalan Yinran deserves such treatment. With his hands clasped behind his back, Yao Lao declared with an air of haughty confidence. Chapter 54. Raising funds. It may be an exaggeration to suggest that one could consume gathering essence pills as if they were mere beans. However, given the expertise of the esteemed Elder Yao, it would not pose a significant challenge to concoct several dozens of such pills, provided the necessary materials were at hand. Yet, as Xiao Yin listened to Elder Yao's lofty proclamations, his initial excitement was quickly dampened by the subsequent list of materials that tumbled from the elder's lips. "Tomorrow, you shall procure 4 50-year-old inkleaf lotuses, 2 mature snake saliva fruits, 1 20-year-old gathering spirit herb, and a water attribute 2nd-tier magic core," Elder Yao stated nonchalantly. Turning his head, he was taken aback upon witnessing Xiao Yan's frozen expression, exclaiming in surprise, "What is the matter? 50-year-old inkleaf lotuses. Such herbs are priced at over 3,000 gold coins apiece, are they not? Mature snake saliva fruits? They are considered the CR de l'Asar, me among low-tier herbs, and some apothecary shops do not even stock them, that if one is fortunate enough to encounter them, they would cost no less than 8,000 gold coins. And a 20-year-old gathering spirit herb. Good heavens, I have only seen one at an auction, and it fetched a staggering 15,000 gold coins. As for a 2nd-tier water attribute magic core, that too would exceed 2,000 gold coins." Xiao Yin lamented, smacking his forehead in despair. "The total cost of these materials amounts to over 50,000 gold coins. Where on earth will I find such wealth?" Elder Yao rolled his eyes at the lamentation, spreading his hands in jest. "Those concerns are yours to bear. I am solely responsible for alchemy. Damn it, the costs are exorbitant. If this is truly akin to consuming beans, even the Xiao family's financial might would be utterly insufficient," Xiao Yin thought bitterly, pulling out a green card from beneath his pillow. With a pained touch, he sighed, "The funds from the last sale of foundation-building elixirs have dwindled to merely 10,000 points. far from enough to acquire the materials you require. Elder Yao chuckled lightly, reclining leisurely in his chair, exuding an air of indifference. Rubbing his forehead, Xiao Yin grinned through clenched teeth. Let us first use this money to purchase the materials for the foundation-building elixir and refine a bit more to sell at the auction. Otherwise, we shall surely fall short. Elder Yao nodded nonchalantly. Concocting the low-tier foundation-building elixir posed no difficulty for him. Relieved by the elder's agreement, Xiao Yin let out a deep sigh and collapsed onto his bed, murmuring softly, "The lack of funds is truly a vexation." The following morning, Xiao Yin stealthily slipped out of his family home, purchasing the necessary materials for the foundation-building elixir from various apothecaries in Wutan City before seeking refuge in a secluded inn. Since he intended to sell the elixir to others, he had no desire to burden Elder Yao with meticulous preparations. Thus, he opted for the cheapest and lowest quality herbs, akin to his previous endeavor. In urgent need of funds, Xiao Yin procured 7 sets of materials, depleting his card's balance entirely. While awaiting Elder Yao's alchemical work, Xiao Yin tossed the green card in his hand, shaking his head helplessly. He had reverted to his former state of utter destitution. The alchemical process took Elder Yao nearly an hour to complete. Upon gazing at the 7 pristine, white jade vials arrayed neatly on the table, Xiao Yin grinned widely, carefully wrapping them in cloth before tucking them securely into his embrace. With a satisfied pat on the vials, he donned a dark hooded cloak, ensuring his body was thoroughly concealed before stepping out of the inn with a chuckle. Mitre Auction House, within the appraisal room. The chief auctioneer, Ye Fei, sat in stunned silence, her rosy lips slightly parted in astonishment as her eyes fixated on the 7 vials of foundation-building elixir before her, the visual impact of her ample bosom creating a captivating curve. Ahem, a figure clad in black robes, seated not far from Ye Fei, cleared his throat dryly, rousing her from her stupor. Delicately caressing the cool, white jade vial, Ye Fei lifted it to her nose for a gentle sniff before passing it to the attendant, Gu Enai, beside her. After inspecting the vial with meticulous care, Gu Enai expressed mild astonishment. Indeed, they are all foundation-building elixirs. Upon hearing Gu Enai's confirmation, Ye Fei raised an eyebrow, her enchanting gaze sweeping over the black-robed figure with a smile that brimmed with allure. I never expected that in just half a year, the esteemed elder would bring us such a lucrative opportunity for the auction. When can we hold the auction? Came the aged voice from beneath the black cloak. Are you in urgent need of funds, esteemed elder? If time permits, I suggest waiting a day or two. It is rare to see 7 vials of foundation-building elixir appear simultaneously on the market. With some promotion from our auction house, your profits could be significantly greater. Ye Fei suggested with a charming smile, her tone subtly probing. At her words, the figure in black fell silent for a moment before responding with a soft, Noticing his acquiescence, Ye Fei's smile widened, and she gracefully reached for a nearby teacup, personally offering it to him. She was now nearly certain that this black-robed individual was undoubtedly a second-tier, if not third-tier, alchemist. After taking a sip from the teacup, the black-robed figure stirred slightly, his ancient voice emerging. I wonder if your auction house could assist me in procuring some herbs? Ye Fei's eyes sparkled with interest, her alluring curves accentuated as she leaned forward, smiling brightly. What herbs does the esteemed elder require? 4 50-year-old inkleaf lotuses, 2 mature snake saliva fruits, 1 20-year-old gathering spirit herb, and a water attribute second-tier magic core. Gu Enai's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing these requests, his gaze now scrutinizing the black-robed figure with a mix of suspicion and surprise. Ye Fei will keep an eye out for these herbs for the esteemed elder. Should any news arise, we will inform you promptly. Might I ask where you reside and how we may contact you? Ye Fei inquired, discreetly observing Gu Enai's changing demeanor, her heart racing slightly. There is no need to contact me. If these materials become available, simply deduct them from the foundation-building elixirs. I shall come to collect them at my convenience. The aged voice replied indifferently from beneath the cloak. I have matters to attend to, so I shall not linger. I will return in 2 days, the black-robed figure stated casually. Rising to leave the appraisal room, they watched his figure vanish around the corner. Ye Fei narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, murmuring, Was there something amiss with those herbs, Gu Enai, uncle? Gu Enai nodded slightly, sighing as a bitter smile crept onto his face. If I am not mistaken, those are indeed the materials needed to concoct gathering essence pills. Upon hearing this, Yafei's expression shifted dramatically as she gasped. Isn't it true that only a fourth-tier alchemist can refine gathering essence pills? Nodding, Gu and I lamented. It appears I misjudged the situation. However, there are only a handful of fourth-tier alchemists in the Jamadi Empire. How is it that I have never heard of this black-robed individual before? Yafei shook her head gently, her enchanting eyes shimmering with intrigue as she whispered, a fourth-tier alchemist. If given the opportunity, I must ensure to win him over. Chapter 55. Unintentional, it must be said that the promotional effect of the Mitre Auction House is indeed remarkably powerful. Merely one day after Xiao Yin entrusted the Foundation Establishment Elixir to the auction, nearly all factions, both large and small, within Wutan City were aware of the news, and instantly, everyone was filled with fervor. Unlike the last auction, which featured a high-grade profound technique that only a select few powerful factions could afford, the Foundation Establishment Elixir appeared to be much more tangible for many. Numerous elders were willing to invest in this practical, yet not overly expensive item to ensure that their descendants could swiftly become fighters. As the news of the Foundation Establishment Elixir spread like wildfire throughout Wutan City, Xiao Yin, who was secluded within his family, gradually began to catch wind of the situation. Observing the commotion surrounding the mere 7 bottles of impure elixir, he was astonished yet again by the unique allure of medicinal pills in this land. The following day, the Xiao family received an invitation from the Mitre Auction House. Perhaps it was due to Xiao Zhan's previous purchase of the elixir for Xiao Yin that several elders within the family expressed considerable interest in this reappearance of the Foundation Establishment Elixir, particularly those whose descendants had yet to reach the fighter level, who were especially eager. In the afternoon, just as Xiao Yin intended to slip out alone, he was preemptively informed by a messenger sent by Xiao Zhan. Resigned, he followed the messenger toward the family's entrance. Upon arrival, not only was Xiao Zhan present, but several elders had also gathered there, creating quite a lively scene. As Xiao Yin approached, Xiao Zhan flashed a grin and gestured for him to hurry. Sighing at his father's insistence, Xiao Yin moved closer, only to catch sight of 2 individuals beside Xiao Zhan, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. Sluggish as a woman, Xiao Yu, having waited impatiently, remarked with a hint of irritation as she observed Xiao Yan's furrowed brow. Are you in a hurry for a funeral? Xiao Yin retorted with a sidelong glance at Xiao Yu, his casual tone nearly causing her to shatter a silver tooth. Amidst the crowd, a light laugh, akin to the sound of silver bells, rang out. Turning his head slightly, Xiao Yin spotted Sun Er amid the throng and shrugged with a smile. Are you attending the auction as well? Staying within the family is rather dull. It is good to take a look. Sun Er squeezed through the crowd to walk alongside Xiao Yin, her charming smile brightening her face. What is there to see? It's just some Foundation Establishment elixir. It holds no value for you now, Xiao Yin remarked casually. What is so interesting? If it weren't for your reliance on that elixir, would you have reached my level so quickly? Xiao Ning, who had recuperated for 2 months after being defeated by Xiao Yin, watched the two converse intimately, his expression twitching with annoyance. Is your bone itching again? Xiao Yin raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. Xiao Ning's face flushed with anger, clenching his fist tightly only to gradually relax, sneering, don't be too proud. I actually owe you thanks for injuring me. If not for this period of recuperation, I might not have reached the 9th stage of Doku. In just 7 more days, I shall attain the 9th stage. At that time, who will have the itching bones, I wonder? Hearing Xiao Ning's words, the surrounding elders exchanged astonished glances, while the Grand Elder's face bore a hint of satisfaction, likely pleased that his grandson had brought him some pride. Xiao Zhan frowned slightly, casting an unhappy glare at the Grand Elder, just as he was about to motion for everyone to depart. However, he caught sight of the playful smile on Xiao Yin's face and was momentarily taken aback, swallowing the words he had intended to speak. Gazing at the smug and self-satisfied Xiao Ning, Xiao Yin pressed his lips together, remaining silent for a moment before finally shaking his head and softly saying, that I apologize, but a few days ago, I accidentally broke through to the 9th stage. It seems you might lag behind me again. As Xiao Yan's words fell, the surrounding family members fell silent, their astonished gazes shifting to the somewhat helpless expression of Xiao Yin. Accidentally broke through, shaking their heads in disbelief. They thought this little fellow is intentionally trying to undermine others. Poor Xiao Ning. That upon hearing Xiao Yan's statement, Xiao Ning's triumphant expression froze, his lips twitching as he shot an incredulous glare at Xiao Yan. After a moment of despair, he finally slumped, having hoped to regain some dignity with this attempt to breach the bottleneck, only to receive an even greater blow. Xiao Yu, holding the dejected Xiao Ning's hand, shot a fierce glare at Xiao Yan, yet surprisingly refrained from mocking him. Instead, she inwardly mused, how on earth does this little rascal cultivate? It has only been a little over 2 months. How did he reach the 9th stage so quickly? Even though Xiao Yu frequently clashed with Xiao Yan, she remained awestruck by his astonishing pace of cultivation. Haha, observing the astonished expressions of the surrounding relatives, Xiao Zhan's furrowed brows finally relaxed, and he burst into hearty laughter. Casting a glance at the Grand Elder's helpless face, he boisterously declared, let us go, let us go. The auction is about to commence. We shouldn't delay any further, and if we arrive late, we might miss out on the opportunity. As he watched the elders exit the door, Xiao Zhan couldn't help but turn back and affectionately ruffle Xiao Yan's hair, jovially exclaiming, well done, well done. You've brought me pride. That old fellow has mentioned his grandson to me no less than 10 times today, and it is becoming quite tiresome that he merely wishes for the family to fund a bottle of Foundation Establishment elixir for his grandson, yet he beats around the bush, so annoying, that old miser. With his hair tousled, Xiao Yan offered a wry smile, raising his hands in innocence as he stepped out the door, muttering, I didn't wish to say anything, but that fellow kept bringing it up. Just a short distance from the entrance, Xiao Ning, overhearing Xiao Yan's words, felt his lips twitch in frustration, grappling with a mix of annoyance and dismay. Chapter 56, Canaan Academy Today. The middle auction house is undoubtedly the most bustling it has been in the past 6 months. The spacious hall is teeming with people, and the cacophony of voices overwhelms those who have just entered, leaving Xiao Yan and his companions feeling dazed, as if swarms of flies were buzzing around their ears, causing considerable annoyance. Observing the packed hall, Xiao Zhan furrowed his brow in resignation and motioned for the auction house staff to escort them through the VIP entrance, allowing them to enter the auction with some semblance of tranquility. Inside the auction hall, although there are still many attendees, the atmosphere is markedly quieter than outside. Xiao Zhan scanned the room before expertly guiding Xiao Yan and the others to a position closer to the auction stage, where they settled down. Seated slightly further back, Xiao Yan idly looked around, lazily leaning against the back of his chair as he awaited the commencement of the auction. Sister, it seems that in half a year, the enrollment period for Canaan Academy will be upon us, right? Xiao Yan casually crossed his legs, his eyes half closed in a drowsy state, when he was suddenly interrupted by Xiao Ning's somewhat eager inquiry. The unique name prompted him to raise an eyebrow slightly. Canaan Academy, a renowned institution of combat energy on the Dochi continent, boasts a strength that far exceeds ordinary imagination. It is said that to become a mentor at Canaan Academy, one must possess at least the prowess of a great dome master, and in terms of foundational strength, even the Yunlan sect would pale in comparison. In the Dochi continent, academies differ from sects in that joining a sect comes with certain limitations, and one's actions thereafter represent the sect behind them. In contrast, once one graduates from an academy, there will be no further obligatory ties. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that humans are inherently emotional beings. Within the pure ivory tower of an academy, students easily develop a sense of attachment to the institution. After graduation, this subtle bond often leads many to offer assistance to their alma mater within their capabilities. While the assistance of one individual may seem insignificant, the combined efforts of thousands can yield a formidable influence, which is precisely the objective of all academies. Entering an academy is the most expedient pathway to acquiring techniques and combat skills. In an esteemed institution like Canaan Academy, if one performs exceptionally well or catches the eye of certain mentors, there is a possibility of obtaining advanced techniques and combat skills. With these two assets, the journey to becoming a formidable force becomes significantly shorter. Techniques, combat skills, and elixirs. These are the 3 most enticing elements on the Dochi continent, and Canaan Academy possesses 2 of them. Thus, in the hearts of countless individuals on the continent, gaining admission to Canaan Academy is tantamount to securing a bright future. Every student who successfully graduates from Canaan Academy is pursued by various factions as a prize talent, ensuring a promising path ahead. As a result, each year, countless young individuals in the Gamma Empire go to great lengths, even competing fiercely, to gain entry into Kanan Academy. However, while Kanan Academy is indeed a gilded realm, its admission requirements are exceedingly strict. One must reach the 8th stage of combat energy before the age of 18. This stringent threshold bars those lacking sufficient talent from entering, making it so that anyone who manages to gain admission to Kanan Academy is undeniably gifted. Upon hearing Xiao Ning's question, Xiao Yu nodded slightly, casting a glance at Xiao Yin and speaking with a tone of pride. Rest assured, you already meet the admission criteria. Moreover, the person responsible for recruitment in the Wutan City region happens to be my mentor, who is a 5-star great Do Master. With my assistance, there should be no issues. Great, that's a relief. In response, Xiao Ning's face brightened with joy as she eagerly nodded. Listening to the conversation between the two, Xiao Yin merely curled his lips in disdain. In the past, he would have also sought entry into Kanan Academy to obtain higher-level techniques and combat skills. But now, with the enigmatic teacher, Yao Lao, by his side, Kanan Academy holds little allure for him. Xiao Yin, are you not planning to apply to Kanan Academy in 6 months? Beside him, noticing Xiao Yan's lack of enthusiasm, Sun Er asked softly. Hearing her question, Xiao Yu raised her eyebrows and turned her gaze toward him. Having resolved in her heart that if this little brat wished to attend Kanan Academy, she would discreetly inform her mentor to give him a hard time. Xiao Yin rubbed his nose lazily and replied, I'm not interested. What is there to learn among a bunch of kids? If I want combat techniques, I might as well leap off a cliff in search of treasure. That would be far more thrilling. Such arrogance. Do you think the Academy will be begging you to join? A bit of talent, and you become so full of yourself. There are plenty like you in Kanan Academy. You might be better off not attending. Given your insufferable personality, you would likely only invite humiliation upon yourself. Hearing Xiao Yin disparage the academy she held in high regard, Xiao Yu's face turned cold as she scolded him sharply. Xiao Yin glanced at the indignant Xiao Yu and shrugged, disinterested in engaging that he had less than 2 years remaining until his agreement with Nalan Yanran, and his singular focus was to surpass that woman. Time was running short, yet the gap between them remained significant. Xiao Yin harbored no illusions that anyone at Kanan Academy could help him surpass Nalan Yanran in the time that remained. If he couldn't achieve that, what was the point of going to that dreadful academy? Could they possibly teach him the art of alchemy like Yao Lao? And even if they could, would they possess Yao Lao's abilities? Shaking his head, Xiao Yin chose not to debate the merits of the academy further. His gaze drifted to the nearby crowd, where he noticed members of the other 2 prominent families had also entered the auction. Amidst the throng, Xiao Yin suddenly felt a chilling gaze upon him. Turning his head slightly, he was taken aback to find it belonged to Galio, the young master of the Gailey family, who had previously clashed with him in the market. At this moment, Galio was fixated on him with ill intentions, occasionally casting his eyes hungrily over Sin's alluring figure. Upon noticing Xiao Yan's gaze, he smirked sinisterly, his lips moving. With a detached expression, Xiao Yin discerned Galio's words. The Xiao family's little waste, the adult ceremony is finally over. Don't let the young master encounter you in Wutan City again, or else. He, narrowing his eyes at the self-satisfied Galio, Xiao Yin offered a faint smile, a fierce glint flashing in his lower gaze. Chapter 57. Advertisement. Casting a casual, slightly chilly glance away, Xiao Yin found himself devoid of the patience to unleash a torrent of invective upon the individual before him. His fingers instinctively curled slightly, an enigmatic force of inhalation and exhalation rhythmically pulsating within his palms, akin to the very act of breathing. After over a year of rigorous training, while Xiao Yin could not claim mastery over the transformation between absorbing palm and blazing palm, he had certainly attained a level of remarkable proficiency. Should he engage in combat, he could effortlessly switch between these 2 techniques, ensuring swift and effective strikes without any delay. Brother Xiao Yin, that fellow seems considerably stronger than before. Beside him, Sun Er cast a fleeting glance at the distant Galio and suddenly chuckled softly. Xiao Yin nodded slightly, responding with a nonchalant tone. Last time, his father acquired a high-level wind attribute technique at the auction. Given that Galio himself possesses a wind attribute, a year's time is ample for him to convert his previous fighting energy into the new technique, thereby significantly enhancing his strength. No wonder he is so arrogant. Is a high-level technique of the mysterious tier truly that rare? Sun Er remarked with a playful smile, a glimmer of faint golden flames flickering in her autumn-like eyes. Xiao Yin chuckled, shaking his head in jest. For you, my dear little heiress, who can casually produce high-level techniques, it is certainly not a rarity. Hearing Xiao Yin's teasing, Sun Er wrinkled her delicate nose, casting him a reproachful glance. With a hint of melancholy, she replied, regardless of its rarity, Brother Xiao Yin seems equally unimpressed, does he not? At her words, Xiao Yin offered an awkward smile and promptly gestured towards the elevated platform, stating, the auction is about to commence. Observing Xiao Yin's feigned indifference, Sun Er could only shake her head in resignation, redirecting her gaze towards the auction stage, which had suddenly burst into light. Under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, a figure adorned in a crimson qipao gracefully ascended the auction platform. The silhouette, accentuated by the tightly fitted attire, elicited fervent gazes from several men within the crowd, igniting a palpable heat. With a charming smile gracing her exquisite visage, Yafei playfully covered her mouth and exchanged a few words with the audience below. The intoxicating allure of her mature demeanor effortlessly charged the atmosphere, transforming it into a fervent fervor. As Xiao Yin observed the sudden surge of excitement around him, he could not help but click his tongue in admiration. Indeed, she was the esteemed auctioneer of the Mitre Auction House. With merely a few words, she had turned some of the less disciplined men into fervent admirers, and at this moment, were she to present something as trivial as a trinket, many would likely treat it as a coveted treasure. Amidst the heated ambience, Yafei felt a tinge of pride swell within her. Years of experience had imparted to her a keen understanding of the magnetic allure her beauty held over men. With her crimson lips curving into a subtle smile, her gaze swept across the audience, and upon landing on the youth seated behind Xiao Zhan, she momentarily froze, her brow arching in surprise. Though the young man appeared to be focused on the platform, the restless glimmer in his pitch-black eyes hinted to Yafei that he was not particularly captivated by her beauty. This realization caused her finely arched brows to lift in mild astonishment. Discreetly diverting her gaze from Xiao Yin, Yafei parted her lips and let out a light laugh, clapping her jade-like hands together, and cheerfully announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, Yafei is well aware of your intentions today. Thus, we shall forego the preliminary items and proceed directly to the grand reveal." As she spoke, Yafei raised her delicate hand, dimming the lights on the stage significantly. She bent slightly, retrieving a jade platter from the center of the stage, upon which rested a small, white jade vial. The moment the diminutive vial came into view, the crowd's gaze ignited with fervor, each individual eagerly preparing to claim it for themselves. This foundation-building elixir is of the same origin as the one auctioned last time, possessing identical potency and quality. Furthermore, it has been personally verified by Master Gunny of our auction house, so you may bid with complete confidence, Yafei proclaimed with a playful smile, her gaze suddenly locking onto Xiao Yin as she added, her charm irresistible. The previous foundation-building elixir was purchased by the head of the Xiao clan. Following that acquisition, within just 1 year, young Master Xiao Yin has ascended from the 3rd to the 8th stage of fighting energy. Whether this remarkable progress is attributable to the foundation-building elixir, well, Yafei is uncertain. A hint of cunning sparkled in her enchanting eyes as she concluded. Upon hearing Yafei's words, the attention of the crowd swiftly shifted towards the still somewhat astonished Xiao Yin in the front row, murmurs of astonishment rippling through the air. Although the tales of Xiao Yan's prodigious cultivation speed had long circulated through Wutan City, many had not witnessed it firsthand. Now, given the opportunity to observe him in the flesh, their astonishment was palpable, and concurrently, it deepened their resolve to acquire the foundation-building elixir. Not far away, Galio, now the center of attention, pulled a disdainful smirk across his face, his expression brimming with contempt. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Xiao Yin felt a twinge of discomfort, shifting awkwardly. He found the situation rather amusing. This woman was exceedingly shrewd, using him as a free advertisement. With him as a living testament, the price of the foundation-building elixir on stage would likely soar by 2 or 3 times. Sigh, this woman. It would be a waste for her not to be a merchant, he lamented again. Although the attention from those around him irked him slightly, The thought that the items being auctioned were his own left him with no choice but to shake his head in resignation, casting a fierce glare at the bewitching Yafei on stage. Unfazed by Xiao Yan's glare, Yafei boldly returned a mature and alluring smile, causing several men seated behind Xiao Yan to swallow hard in admiration. The first vial of foundation-building elixir, starting bid, 15,000, Yafei declared with a radiant smile, dramatically inflating the price of the elixir by nearly double. How ruthless, Xiao Yan muttered, a wry smile breaking across his face as he shook his head inwardly. Indeed, women were the most formidable creatures. Chapter 58. The high price announced by Yafei, though it momentarily hushed the crowd, was soon met with the frantic exclamation of a young man, his mind bewitched by Yafei's every smile and frown. 16,000. After calling out the price, this pale-faced youth awkwardly bowed to Yafei on stage, utterly oblivious to the fact that his gaze was fixated on her voluptuous figure. While a disdainful sneer curled within Yafei's heart at the sight of a young man so consumed by the allure of a woman's physique, her visage maintained a flawless smile as she addressed the audience below. Is there anyone else willing to bid? 17,000. 19,000. After a brief lull, the atmosphere erupted once more with a cacophony of rising bids, leaving the young man blushing with embarrassment. Ultimately, when the price escalated to 23,000, he could only retreat with a sheepish expression. Listening to the incessantly climbing bids, Xiao Yan, astonished, couldn't he help but express his amazement. The fervor surrounding the foundation-building elixir clearly exceeded his expectations. It seemed that the promotional decision made by the middle auction house was indeed quite sagacious. The three major families did not remain passive spectators regarding the first vial of foundation-building elixir. They refrained from bidding, while weaker factions seized the opportunity, fervently raising their offers in hopes of acquiring it. After all, such a rare elixir that could enhance the cultivation speed of fighting energy was a rarity throughout the entire Gamma Empire. Following nearly half an hour of relentless bidding, the first vial of foundation-building elixir finally settled at the staggering price of 47,000, that observing the rotund man, whose face radiated glee from the successful auction, Xiao Yan found himself at a loss for words. He hadn't anticipated that these individuals would be even more frenzied than the last time his father had bid the foundation-building elixir, which cost only around 1,000 gold coins to produce, had been artificially inflated to dozens of times its value. This terrifying profit margin made Xiao Yan click his tongue in disbelief. Pondering with a hand on his chin, Xiao Yan blinked, suddenly contemplating that had he not encountered Yao Lao, he likely would not have the privilege to indulge in a lavish lifestyle of daily immersions in foundation-building elixirs. Witnessing the first vial being auctioned off at such a high price, Yafei let out a sigh of relief, silently reflecting, this price should satisfy that mysterious individual, right? As long as it fosters a modicum of goodwill towards the middle auction house, that will suffice. Shaking her head lightly, Yafei glanced at the crowd, who wore expressions of regret at having missed out on the auction, and with a smile, she presented a jade plate holding 2 white jade vials, announcing, the subsequent 6 vials of foundation-building elixir will be auctioned in 3 batches, 2 vials each, with a starting bid of 30,000 gold coins. As the 2 vials were displayed, an uncanny stillness enveloped the crowd. Eyes began to drift towards the 3 major families at the front, all aware that these factions were about to make their move. 31,000, drawled Galeb, the leader of the Galeb family, after a moment of silence. Galeb, have you exhausted your family's funds buying that technique last time? Why the stinginess now? Surely you can manage 1,000 more? Mocked Obapa, who was at odds with Galeb's demeanor. Galeb's face twitched slightly as he shot a cold glare at Obapa, but refrained from retorting, his gaze fixated darkly on the white jade vials on stage. 35,000, Obapa declared, finding the lack of response from Galeb somewhat dull, raising his hand casually. 38,000, Galeb retorted coldly. 45,000, Obapa challenged with a mocking grin. 50,000. As he called out the price, Galeb's hand trembled slightly. Obapa's earlier remarks, though disparaging, held a kernel of truth. The last time they had fought for that advanced technique, they had nearly depleted the Galeb family's savings, and their assets had since diminished by 2/3. 55,000. 56. As they continued their price war, the spectators collectively sighed with regret. Even if they had sufficient funds, they lacked the strength to contend with the three major families. After all, each family in Wutan City boasted no less than three formidable Grand Masters. While wealth is indeed the foundation of a family's power, without the armed forces to protect that wealth, no amount of gold could bolster one's stature. Thus, the onlookers prudently refrained from participating in the bidding war between the two families, occasionally casting glances towards the Shao family, who had maintained a detached stance. When the price for the foundation building elixir reached 73,000, Galeb's face turned ashen as he retreated. The family could no longer afford such extravagance. Gloating at Galeb's predicament, Oba Pa smirked, his face beaming with triumph. Throughout the contest, Yafei maintained her enchanting smile, eyeing the two competitors as though they were mere plump sheep. When the final price was settled, she reluctantly brought down her gavel, a hint of regret lingering in her demeanor. As Yafei presented two more vials of elixir, Xiao Zhan, who had remained silent, finally raised his hand, his calm voice cutting through the tension. 75,000. The resolute tone reverberated through the hall. Yafei, momentarily taken aback by Xiao Zhan's boldness, blinked before inquiring with a smile. Is there anyone else willing to bid? Galeb, seated, glared venomously at the smiling Xiao Zhan, his heart seething with resentment as he muttered internally, "You bastard, if it weren't for this guy outsmarting me last time, how could the Galeb family find itself in such an embarrassing situation?" With a flicker of determination in his gaze, Galeb clenched his teeth and suddenly shouted, 85,000, 95,000. With a dismissive glance at Galeb, Xiao Zhan waved his hand, exuding an air of confidence that suggested he would match any bid. Seeing Xiao Zhan's unwavering stance, Galeb's lips quirked slightly, but deep within his eyes flickered a glimmer of pride. After a moment of hesitation, he grit his teeth and declared, 100,000. The crowd erupted into a frenzy at the sight of Galeb's bid, gasping in astonishment. Purchasing 2 vials of foundation-building elixir for 100,000 gold coins was clearly a significant loss. Narrowing his eyes at the seemingly undeterred Galeb, Xiao Yin chuckled softly, shaking his head as he leaned towards Sun Er and murmured, "I'll wager that if my father raises the bid again, that fellow will immediately back out of this unprofitable deal." Sun Er blinked her long lashes, seemingly unfazed by the bidding war, and replied in surprise, "That guy looks desperate to win." Xiao Yin chuckled, but chose not to elaborate further. In the front row, after contemplating Galeb's bid for a moment, Xiao Zhan suddenly stood up, his gaze fixed peculiarly on Galeb. Moments later, a smile crept onto his face as he uttered words that left everyone dumbfounded. "You win." Chapter 59. The auction concludes upon the utterance of Xiao Zhan's words. A brief silence enveloped the room, and soon, a multitude of schadenfreude-laden gazes shifted towards the ashen-faced Galabai. TSK, TSK, 100,000 gold coins for a vial of Foundation Establishment elixir. This fellow truly is extravagantly generous, Xiao Yin remarked, suppressing a chuckle as he observed Galabai's contorted-visaged eye in response to Xiao Yan's gleeful expression. Sun Er smiled gently and said, "Typically, a second-grade spirit medicine fetches no more than 30,000 gold coins in the market. The Foundation Establishment elixir, a rare wonder that enhances the cultivation speed of Do Qi, is indeed quite scarce, thus commanding a much higher price. Nevertheless, spending 100,000 gold coins on it certainly demonstrates Galabai's remarkable generosity." Xiao Yin nodded in agreement, a hint of yearning in his smile as he mused. If a vial of second-grade Foundation Establishment elixir can be sold for several tens of thousands of gold coins, I imagine that those powerful alchemists must be rather affluent. Indeed, alchemists are among the wealthiest professions in the Do Qi continent, and each one possesses considerable riches, Sun Er responded with a radiant smile. Her gaze swept across the stage, landing on the Foundation Establishment elixir, as she continued, "However, as alchemists elevate their ranks, they seldom participate in auctions to sell their concoctions. Instead, they prefer bartering. At that point, money holds little sway over them." Bartering? Xiao Yan's brow subtly arched as he began to comprehend why the medicine elder had amassed such a substantial private collection. Yes, they exchanged techniques, battle skills, rare herbs, high-grade magic cores, and other such items for elixirs, Sun Er explained, her lips curling into a delicate smile. Thus, alchemists are the most envied profession on the continent. Everyone aspires to become one, yet the stringent requirements deter countless individuals. Observing the slight wistfulness on Sun's countenance, Xiao Yin felt a surge of gratitude for his soul's mutation. As the conversation waned, Xiao Yin's attention shifted back to the pallid Galabai, who remained momentarily stunned by Xiao Zhan's declaration. Galabai stared blankly at the resolute Xiao Zhan, his eyes twitching with agitation. After a prolonged silence, he hoarsely exclaimed, "You scoundrel! You are merely putting on a show for me. Ha! Are you not doing the same? It's just that your mind seems a bit muddled lately, making your performance appear somewhat insincere." Xiao Zhan replied with a faint, mocking smile. Fine, Xiao Zhan. I shall remember this insult." Galabai gasped, his eyes narrowing with venomous resentment. Unfazed by the threat, Xiao Zhan merely scoffed before turning to the stage, addressing Miss Yufei with a smile. "Miss Yufei, let us proceed with the final auction." With a gracious nod, Yufei maintained her composed smile, though inwardly, she could not contain her amusement. The auction prices had far exceeded her expectations, and the higher the bids, the more favorable the impression she could leave on the enigmatic alchemist. Offering a sympathetic smile to the still fuming Galabai, Yufei gracefully retrieved the last 2 vials of the Foundation Establishment elixir. With a charming smile and slightly parted lips, she announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final batch of elixirs, starting at a base price of 30,000 gold coins." As the last batch was unveiled, the elder seated beside Xiao Zhan visibly trembled, hastily casting furtive glances in his direction. Remaining composed in his chair, Xiao Zhan disregarded the elder's expressions and surveyed the serene auction hall before stating nonchalantly, 50,000. Galabai's face twitched again at the mention of the bid. His lips moved as if to protest, but upon recalling his financial constraints, he begrudgingly fell silent. Meanwhile, Abapa, observing the unperturbed Xiao Zhan, furrowed his brow and lightly tapped his fingers against his palm. His eyes flickered momentarily before he smiled and declared, 55,000. The relationships among the 3 prominent families of Wutan City were rather intricate. Each desired to monopolize the other's assets, yet feared acting alone, lest one party benefit from the other's downfall. However, collaboration was fraught with suspicion, resulting in a tenuous and peculiar equilibrium. The 3 families harbored mutual disdain, each viewing the others with disfavor. Although Abapa had previously mocked Galabai, with Xiao Zhan now bidding, he was more than willing to raise the stakes slightly to create minor complications for the Xiao family. Abapa's bid did not perturb Xiao Zhan in the least. Casting a casual glance, he replied, 65,000. The price of 65,000 was indeed above the market value of the Foundation Establishment elixir. Yet Xiao Zhan understood that in the competitive bidding among the 3 families, securing the elixir at a low price was clearly out of the question. Clan leader Xiao is truly generous, but I fear I may get ensnared in your web. I have already secured the Foundation Establishment elixir. This time, I shall let it go to you," Abapa remarked, displaying a hint of hesitation, evidently wary after witnessing Galabai's substantial loss earlier. Observing Abapa's insincere smile, Xiao Zhan returned an equally disingenuous grin, reclining in his chair as he muttered under his breath, "Damn it, I've had to cough up an extra 10,000. This rascal is no saint." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yin couldn't help but chuckle. Amid such competition, who could truly be considered virtuous? Had Abapa not feared a repeat of Galabai's fate, he likely would have raised the stakes even higher. With a flick of his fingers, Xiao Yin watched as Yufei brought down the gavel, exhaling a sigh of relief. This sum of money would sustain his indulgences for a while, and once he procured the necessary herbs, he could have the medicine elder concoct a qi gathering powder. The dojo is finally within reach. Licking his lips, Xiao Yin sighed contentedly, realizing that he was about to surmount this first significant hurdle on his path of cultivation. Chapter 60. The arrival of the medicinal herbs. As the auction neared its conclusion, Xiao Yin sought an excuse to discreetly slip away from the venue. Cautiously making his way out of the auction hall, he meandered through the nearby streets for a while before darting into a secluded corner. There, he donned a large black cloak he had purchased, wrapping himself in its ample fabric until he appeared quite bulky, and then he leisurely returned to the auction hall. Since discerning that Xiao Yin was a 4th-tier alchemist, Yufei had stationed spies within the auction house. Thus, upon his arrival, he was respectfully ushered into the waiting room by a demure maid who had been waiting there for quite some time, attending to him with great care. Silently seated in a chair, Xiaoyan lifted the teacup from the table and took a delicate sip, casting a sidelong glance at the timid young woman beside him. That he nodded slightly. Though his lips remained unmoving, his aged voice softly inquired, "How much longer until the auction concludes?" "Ah!" Startled by the sudden voice, the young woman discreetly cast a glance at Xiaoyan, who was shrouded in a large black cloak. Her small hands clenched tightly together, her face pale with anxiety. She replied hesitantly, "My lord, the auction is already concluded. Miss Yufei is currently finalizing the handover procedures with them." Observing the girl's frightened demeanor akin to that of a startled rabbit, Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel puzzled. He couldn't possibly be that intimidating. Could he? With a resigned shake of his head, he opted to maintain his enigmatic silence. Standing nearby with her head bowed, the girl watched Xiaoyan, who had fallen silent once more, and she quietly exhaled a sigh of relief. During her assignment, Master Gu and I had sternly warned her to fulfill any demands of this mysterious figure at all costs, even if they were exceedingly outrageous requests. Having worked in the auction house for nearly a year, the girl naturally understood what those outrageous demands entailed. Hence, each time Xiaoyan spoke, she trembled in fear, dreading that this enigmatic master might voice such requests. After the girl had anxiously awaited for over 10 minutes, the sound of hurried footsteps outside the door finally allowed her to breathe a heavy sigh of relief. "Esteemed elder, you have arrived rather early. I trust Miss Shueli has attended to you adequately?" Yufei sauntered into the waiting room, her waist swaying gracefully, exuding an alluring charm. Her voluptuous figure stirred a primal impulse in some of the less self-controlled men present. "Vixen." Xiaoyan silently cursed, instinctively shrinking back slightly and nodding in acknowledgement. Noticing Xiaoyan's nod, the young maid let out another sigh of relief, respectfully bowing before quickly retreating. Seeing Xiaoyan display no signs of displeasure, Yufei felt a measure of reassurance and offered him a faint smile, her countenance irresistibly enchanting. Struck by the captivating smile, Xiaoyan dared not underestimate the allure of this enchantress. Under the cloak, his fingers lightly caressed the ancient black ring, promptly ceding the conversational floor to the elder alchemist. "Has the auction concluded?" "Indeed." With a smile gracing her lips, Yufei delicately raised her hand, producing a pale blue jade card, and said, "Esteemed elder, the total auction price for the 7 bottles of Foundation Establishment Elixir is 285,000 gold coins. After deducting the tax, the remaining amount is all contained within this card." Receiving the blue jade card, Xiaoyan noted its cool and comfortable texture, clearly indicative of its considerable value. He gently stroked the card and nodded in acknowledgement that as she beheld his youthful yet strong hands, a peculiar sensation surged within Yufei once more. "This price has exceeded my expectations. I am quite satisfied." The elder's voice elicited a slight joy on Yufei's delicate face, prompting her to cast aside her strange feelings. With her bright eyes glancing enticingly, she smirked and said, "Should you require further auctions for elixirs in the future, please do not hesitate to come to the middle auction house. We shall strive to secure the best price for you. Have you managed to procure the medicinal herbs I requested?" Nodding, Xiaoyan stored the jade card away. After a moment's hesitation, the elder prompted for an inquiry. With her elongated, beautiful eyes arching into a graceful curve, Yufei smiled gently, her dulcet tones igniting a spark of surprise within Xiaoyan. "Rest assured, esteemed elder, our auction house will certainly fulfill your requirements." With a gentle clap of her hand, Gu and I personally entered, bearing a jade tray, and swiftly approached Xiaoyan, slightly bowing as he carefully placed the tray on the table, exclaiming, "My lord, all the medicinal herbs you require are right here." Xiaoyan's gaze brightened upon observing the herbs on the jade tray. The middle auction house's capabilities were indeed impressive. Had he attempted to procure these herbs himself, it would have consumed considerable time and effort. Yet, the auction house had managed to gather everything within a single day, much to his delight. I appreciate the trouble." With all the necessary herbs for concocting the qi gathering powder in hand, the elder's voice softened ever so slightly. Having been in the auction house for several years, Yufei discerned the elder's noticeably gentler tone, and her heart swelled with joy. This transaction had proven fruitful. "I do not wish to take advantage of you. Please deduct the cost of these herbs from the card." Seeing Xiao Yin reach for the jade card once more, Yafei hurriedly interjected, "Esteemed elder, these herbs were sourced internally and are significantly cheaper than those available outside. Your two auctions have brought us considerable renown. How could we dare to accept payment for such a small token? Very well, do as you wish. Should I require other herbs in the future, I shall exchange spiritual herbs with you." Nodding, the astute elder recognized her intent to foster a relationship, so he refrained from being overly formal. In the midst of Yafei's delighted gaze, he cautiously retrieved the herbs from the jade tray and carefully tucked them into his robe. "All right, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With all affairs settled, Xiaoyan rose and waved his hand, striding directly towards the exit. "Esteemed elder, allow Yafei to escort you," she said, exchanging a glance with Gu and I, and both promptly stepped forward, eagerly leading the way. Amidst the respectful guidance of these two managers from the middle auction house, Xiaoyan exited the waiting room. Just as he stepped outside, he lifted his head, his pace faltering. Upon leaving the waiting room, 3 clusters of people within the auction hall emerged, casting cold glances at one another. His gaze swept over the groups. Xiaoyan felt a pang of anxiety, tugging at the large black cloak enveloping him. To his dismay, he recognized that the central cluster comprised none other than his father, Xiao Zhan, who had just concluded his bidding. "Please don't let me be recognized," Xiaoyan silently prayed. Chapter 61. The departure. As the 3 clan leaders exited the auction house alongside 2 other families, they exchanged hollow, mirthless laughter, their expressions shifting to reveal cold smirks and latent hostility the moment their gazes averted. The 3 clusters of individuals strode confidently through the hall, causing others to hastily retreat in their wake. In the city of Wutan, few dared to provoke the 3 prominent families. After exchanging a few perfunctory remarks with the adjacent Obapa, Xiao Zhan's gaze suddenly sharpened, and he halted mid-step. Observing Xiao Zhan's behavior, the crowd followed his line of sight, their bodies imperceptibly tensing, as both Galabai and Obapa's faces exhibited slight changes. From another entrance in the hall, 3 figures emerged, led by the chief auctioneer of the Mitre auction house. Yafei, a frequent patron of the auction house, Xiao Zhan and the others were well aware that despite her typically cheerful demeanor, Yafei possessed a formidable pride. Once, Obapa had attempted to invite her to dinner, only to be met with an exceptionally polite refusal, indicating that she was not as approachable as she seemed. However, on this day, this proud woman was unusually deferential in her guiding presence, which left Xiao Zhan and his companions somewhat astonished. With a slight blink, they shifted their gaze back, their expressions continuing to evolve. At the rear of the trio, Master Gunny of the auction house wore a smile, whispering something into the ear of the enigmatic figure clad in a black cloak, his countenance even hinting at a desire to please. If Yafei's deference had surprised Xiao Zhan and the others, Master Gunny's behavior left them utterly stunned. That is the highest-ranked alchemist in Wutan City. Even the 3 clan leaders would treat him with utmost respect, never daring to exhibit any semblance of negligence. Yet this second-tier alchemist, Gunny, typically maintained a haughty demeanor, speaking with an aloof tone that commanded respect from all to witness. Such a figure displaying overt courtesy and a solicitous smile toward another was truly astonishing. Who, then, was this individual that commanded such reverence? Their gaze, filled with astonishment, finally settled upon the cloaked figure at the center. Glancing at the figure's rotund silhouette, Xiao Zhan's mind raced. Who is this person? What brings such an individual to Wutan City? One who can elicit such respect from both the chief auctioneer and the master alchemist. Licking his parched lips, Xiao Zhan glanced around and noticed Galabai and Obapa wearing expressions of curiosity and shock. As the trio drew closer, Xiao Zhan forced a smile, stepping forward a couple of paces, and remarked, "Miss Yafei, Master Gunny, what a rare pleasure it is to see you both together." Yafei and Gunny, having already spotted them upon their exit, slowed their pace slightly, but directed their attention toward the cloaked figure. Only when the figure came to a halt did they visibly relax. "Just escorting a distinguished guest," Yafei replied with a smile. "Oh, indeed." Galabai chimed in, his eyes glimmering as he shifted his gaze toward the cloaked figure, casually inquiring, "Might I ask if this gentleman is also a resident of Wutan City? He seems rather unfamiliar." "Ahem." Clan leader Galabai, this esteemed elder is a valued guest of the Mitre auction house. Master Gunny interjected, his brow furrowing slightly as he coughed discreetly, cautioning Galabai against further probing. Upon hearing Gunny's tone of warning, Galabai's expression altered subtly, his mind racing. Even Gunny treats this man with such caution. What could his status be? Noting Galabai's misstep, Xiao Zhan too swallowed his words, recognizing from Gunny's demeanor that the cloaked figure was clearly of a different caliber. He merely managed a forced smile, preparing to discreetly withdraw. You are Xiao Zhan of the Xiao family, are you not? Just as Xiao Zhan was about to retreat, the previously silent cloaked figure suddenly inquired in a calm voice. Taken aback by the aged voice, Xiao Zhan hesitated before nodding cautiously. I have heard that your young master has made remarkable strides in his cultivation, achieving several breakthroughs in combat energy within just a year due to the foundational elixir. Truly impressive, the cloaked figure remarked with a faint smile. Receiving such courteous treatment filled Xiao Zhan with a sense of delight, and he replied, "It is merely a stroke of good fortune." Waving his hand dismissively, the cloaked figure continued, "Fortune is also a skill. If the opportunity arises, I would very much like to meet him. He may even become an alchemist in the future." Somewhat taken aback by the implication of those words, Xiao Zhan appeared to struggle to comprehend. "Yes, if the opportunity arises, I would like to explore collaboration with your Xiao family," the cloaked figure said with a smile, turning to Ye Fei and Gunny, adding, "No need to see me off. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave." With that, he strode purposefully out of the auction house, leaving little room for the others to respond. Puzzled, Xiao Zhan touched his face, only to find Ye Fei and Gunny staring at him with expressions of envy, prompting him to exclaim in astonishment, "What are you two doing?" "Clan leader Xiao, do you know the esteemed elder from earlier?" Ye Fei asked tentatively. "This is my first time encountering him," Xiao Zhan replied with a wry smile, observing the peculiar expressions on Ye Fei and Gunny's faces, feeling a sense of unease. "What is his identity?" "Ah, the Xiao family is indeed fortunate," Gunny remarked, shaking his head lightly as he cast a glance at the foundational elixir cradled in Galabai's arms. This elixir was crafted by him. At these words, the expressions of Xiao Zhan and his companions shifted dramatically. Moments later, as they regained their composure, Xiao Zhan's face lit up with joy, realizing that the cloaked elder was indeed an alchemist of considerable renown, likely of a rank superior to Gunny. If a second-tier alchemist warranted such respect, what of a third or fourth tier? My goodness, individuals of such caliber were beyond the reach of families like theirs. This is a tremendous opportunity. Recalling the cloaked figure's mention of potential collaboration, Xiao Zhan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he muttered to himself. Beside him, Galabai and Ubapa, having recovered from their shock, cast envious glances, their eyes glimmering with jealousy akin to that of a rabbit. Chapter 62, Exiting the Auction House. Xiao Yin wandered around the vicinity for quite some time before stealthily slipping into a less populated alley. Swiftly removing the great black cloak, he murmured in a low voice, "Master, you nearly exposed me." "Haha, what I did was precisely what you were thinking," came the teasing laughter of the medicine elder from within the ancient black ring. Shaking his head in resignation, Xiao Yin felt a twinge of guilt towards his father. Twice he had ventured into the auction to indirectly extort a sum from him. Casting the cloak into the gutter, he whispered to himself, "I should find a time to collaborate with the Xiao family, as a small compensation for my father." Clutching the medicinal materials in his arms, Xiao Yin tucked them securely into his cloak and cautiously darted out of the alley, racing back to the Xiao residence. As Xiao Zhan and the others had not yet returned, the family appeared somewhat desolate. The guards at the entrance, upon seeing the young master, who had once again made quite a name for himself, dared not hinder him. After exchanging a flattering smile, they allowed him to rush inside. Bursting into his room, Xiao Yin reverently took out the materials as if they were treasures, gently placing them on the table. The withered, yellow leaves of the ink leaf lotus resembled black ink, with 5 leaves indicating its age, as it took a decade to grow a single leaf. The snake's saliva fruit, a round, verdant fruit the size of half a fist, emitted a sweet and tangy aroma when held to the nose. This fruit grew exclusively beside the nests of 5th-tier, snake-shaped magical beasts, making it quite rare. Due to its association with the snake element, it possessed a chilly nature, commonly used to neutralize potent medicinal ingredients during alchemy. The gathering spirit grass bore no distinction from ordinary grass, save for the faint glow at the tips of its blades. The more pronounced the glow, the richer the pure energy it contained. The second-tier water attribute magic core, radiating a cerulean hue, soaked the table with a dampness, indicative of the abundant water attribute energy within. With his gaze meticulously scanning the various materials, Xiaoyan impatiently inquired, "Master, I have gathered all the materials. Can we commence the alchemy? Why the hurry? The herbs won't run away. Alchemy cannot be interrupted, and it's still early. What if someone inadvertently disturbs us? Wasting materials is trivial, but what if I get exposed?" The medicine elder retorted irately from within the ring. "We shall wait a little longer to begin." Hearing this, Xiaoyan dejectedly shook his head and sighed, reluctantly stowing the materials carefully in a cupboard in the corner before lying down on his bed, awaiting the arrival of nightfall. After Xiaoyan had lain on his bed for over half an hour, the door to his room was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. Striding into the room with her long, graceful legs, Xiaoyu surveyed the surroundings before locking her gaze on the startled Xiaoyan, disdainfully snorting, "Young master, do you require an invitation to dine?" The unexpected voice jolted Xiaoyan from his stupor, causing him to sit up abruptly. He stared blankly at Xiaoyu, who stood in the center of the room with her arms crossed over her ample bosom. After a moment, a chill ran down his spine. Damn it. Thank heavens I didn't have the master begin alchemy earlier. That foolish woman. Recalling the dire consequences of being interrupted during alchemy, Xiaoyan felt a shiver of dread, and his gaze toward Xiaoyu gradually ignited with fury. His lips twitching, Xiaoyan inhaled sharply, the fear transforming instantaneously into rage. "Foolish woman, do you not understand courtesy? You can't simply barge in without knocking. You imbecile. Have you no manners?" Staring blankly at Xiaoyan, who was displaying an unprecedented level of exasperation, Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. However, upon hearing his string of insults, her delicate face turned ashen. Clenching her silver teeth, she strode towards him, her long legs exuding an aura of sensuality. "Little brat, what will you do if I kick your door every day from now on?" Faced with the approaching Xiaoyu, who seemed intent on teaching him a lesson, Xiaoyan's expression hardened. He raised his hand, suddenly clenching it, suction palm. A powerful force surged forth from his palm, causing Xiaoyu, who had just reached the edge of the bed, to lose her balance and be yanked onto the bed by the force he unleashed. Having entered the 9th stage of Do Qi, Xiaoyan's suction power had evidently increased significantly. Previously, it would not have been so effortless to move someone of her weight. Xiaoyu's head spun slightly, and after a moment, her fair face flushed a captivating shade of crimson as she began to struggle violently, biting down on her silver teeth. "Little brat, get off me." Holding her hands firmly, Xiaoyan found himself slightly out of breath from her struggle. After a brief stalemate, he suddenly released her, flipping her hand over and rolling her on her back. As she flipped, Xiaoyu's delicate back and shapely form created an enticing curve with her long, elegant legs. With no time to admire this perfect silhouette, Xiaoyan gritted his teeth and raised his hand, unhesitatingly bringing it down hard onto her shapely rear. Smack! The sharp sound, tinged with a hint of intimacy, lingered in the air of the room. "Damn it, young master. How dare you enter without knocking?" Chapter 63. The list of extraordinary flames at the dining table. Xiaoyan cast a sidelong glance at Xiaoyu, who was fiercely gnawing on her food, her silver teeth audibly crunching as she chewed. With a slight curl of his lips, he recalled the peculiar and delightful sensation from earlier, and his fingers unconsciously brushed against his palm. Opposite him, Xiaoyu, who had been glaring fiercely at Xiaoyan, noticed his movement, and her delicate face instantly flushed with alternating shades of anger and embarrassment. With a quizzical expression, she observed the gritting teeth of Xiaoyu, then turned her gaze to the seemingly unconcerned Xiaoyan. Sun Air furrowed her brows in confusion, then helplessly shook her head, slowly savoring the food in her mouth before swallowing it down. Her gaze drifted past Xiaoyu to rest on Xiao Ning, who was currently beaming with delight, his grin stretching almost the length of his face. With a playful flick of his fingers against the edge of the table, Xiaoyan, feeling a sense of schadenfreude, mused to himself, "This fellow must have obtained the Foundation establishment liquid by now. Yet he seems blissfully unaware that the liquid has little effect on Do Qi above the 8th stage." Chuckling to himself, Xiaoyan's gaze wandered around the table, resting on his father and the others, who wore smiles of joy. His heart brimmed with puzzlement. Family gatherings are typically reserved for festive occasions, are they not? What is there to celebrate today? Could it be that the high-priced acquisition of the Foundation establishment liquid warrants such jubilation? Lost in thought, Xiao Yin was oblivious to the fact that this family gathering was indeed a result of the casual remark made by the mysterious figure in black robes he had transformed into earlier, suggesting a potential collaboration. Partnering with an alchemist of the second rank or above would yield profits that would make many envious, perhaps even allowing the Xiao family to rise above the other two great clans. Hence, it was no wonder that even his usually composed father was filled with such exuberance, while the elders were grinning from ear to ear, their squinted eyes clearly dazed by this unexpected windfall. As the gathering gradually drew to a close amidst the festive atmosphere, upon seeing his father wave his hand, Xiao Yin immediately leapt from his chair and dashed out of the hall, not bothering to look back as he made his way to his room. Not long after Xiao Yin left, Xiao Yu, gritting her teeth, rushed out in pursuit, but finding no trace of him, she could do nothing but stomp her foot in frustration, leaving with a heart full of indignation. Upon returning to his room, having learned from past mistakes, Xiao Yin refrained from hastily requesting Master Yao to concoct medicine. After securing the doors and windows, he lazily rolled onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. When the midnight hour descended and the world lay in quiet slumber, Xiao Yin abruptly opened his eyes. Agilely leaping from the bed, he retrieved the medicinal herbs hidden within the cabinet, carefully placing them on the table. He then turned to gaze at Master Yao, who floated like a specter a foot above the ground, and softly inquired, "Master, is it time now? You have finally learned to exercise caution. Alchemy requires an extremely tranquil environment. If disturbed, the consequences can be dire. That I am not currently affected by any backlash. But once you learn the art of alchemy, should you remain so careless, it may well cost you your life," Master Yao remarked, approaching the table. His ethereal hand lightly touched the various materials, nodding slightly, his tone carrying a hint of sternness. Feeling somewhat awkward, Xiao Yin scratched his head and nodded in acknowledgement. Observing Xiao Yin's obedient demeanor, Master Yao let out a sigh of relief, extending his palm. After a brief silence, white flames began to flicker and rise. With his soul's perception continuously regulating the temperature of the flames, Master Yao seized the opportunity to glance at Xiao Yin, who was watching the flames in his palm with wide-eyed curiosity. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke softly. Alchemists can generally discern the rank of flames by their color. Ordinary alchemists possess flames of a pale yellow hue. The higher the rank, the deeper the color, and the greater the might. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yin blinked, pointing at the flames in Master Yao's hand with astonishment. "Then why is yours white, Master?" "Ah, what I mentioned earlier pertains to the commonly seen flames among alchemists. However, within the alchemist community, besides relying on robust douqi to catalyze flames, there exists another method." Master Yao smiled slightly, his expression tinged with pride. "That is to borrow fire." Borrow fire? Although the term was not unfamiliar, its implications left Xiao Yin bewildered. Can the fire for alchemy truly be borrowed? "Indeed, it is borrowing fire." Master Yao nodded earnestly. "In this vast world, there exist certain extraordinary flames, perhaps born from the core of a fallen meteorite or the magma deep within a volcano. Forged over countless years, these extraordinary flames are significantly more potent than those catalyzed by douqi. And when used in alchemy, they can enhance the efficacy of the pills. However, these flames are notoriously volatile and rare, making them difficult to encounter and even harder to tame. Many alchemists spend a lifetime searching for extraordinary flames, only to end up empty-handed. After all, to control such flames, one must draw them into their body, and these extraordinary flames are nothing if not destructive. Even the renowned and sturdy metal, demon gold, cannot withstand the searing heat of extraordinary flames. Let alone the frail human body, such an endeavor is akin to inviting disaster, which is why only a fortunate few manage to refine a small portion of extraordinary flames, cultivating them into their own fire seed. Without exception, these individuals are the elite in the alchemy realm. Feeling a bit dizzy from the information, after a moment, Xiao Yin licked his lips, his gaze fixated on the white flames in Master Yao's hand, sensing an icy sensation emanating from them. "Master, this flame of yours must also be an extraordinary flame, right?" Xiao Yin ventured to ask. "Ahaha. Speaking of his flame, Master Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he replied fervently. In the alchemy community of Dochi Continent, the known extraordinary flames have been compiled into a list of extraordinary flames, consisting of 23 types. My fire seed is ranked 11th, known as Bone Spirit Cold Fire. This extraordinary flame can only be encountered once every 100 years during the transition of day and night in extremely cold and shadowy realms. Bone Spirit Cold Fire. Fixated on the swirling white flames, Xiaoyan murmured softly to himself. Chapter 64. The Refinement of the Gathering Qi Pill. In my quest to successfully procure the Bone Spirit Cold Fire, I spent a grueling 8 years in that desolate and sunless abyss. Even at the moment of absorption, despite my meticulous preparations, I nearly became ashes to that infernal entity. The elderly pharmacist sighed, shaking his head, as an uncommon flicker of trepidation crossed his serene visage. It was evident that the harrowing experience had left an indelible mark on his memory. Although the risks are exceedingly high, acquiring this Bone Spirit Cold Fire makes every trial worthwhile. The pharmacist proudly brandished the white flame in his palm, exclaiming, once one possesses extraordinary fire, not only do the elixirs produced possess a more potent efficacy, but even those of equal standing dare not confront it head-on in combat. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan gazed enviously at the swirling white flame. Noticing Xiaoyan's envious expression, the pharmacist chuckled slyly, a glint of mischief flashing across his face, before his tone took a sudden turn. Extraordinary fire remains quite distant for you at present. For now, your foremost aspiration should be to earnestly strive towards becoming a fighter. Nodding with a hint of regret, Xiaoyan reluctantly withdrew his yearning for the extraordinary fire, redirecting his focus to the present. Observing Xiaoyan regain his composure, the pharmacist smiled faintly, as the white flame in his palm danced vigorously, tendrils of fire leaping into the air before dissipating. With his withered hand, he grasped the Mo Yi Lian and gently cast it into the flames. The moment the Mo Yi Lian made contact with the Bone Spirit Cold Fire, it was instantaneously transformed into a pool of inky liquid, which rolled languidly within the flames, reflecting an ethereal glow. The white flames surged with increasing intensity. Yet, oddly, Xiaoyan noticed that the air surrounding the white fire grew increasingly frigid. The pharmacist concentrated intently on regulating the temperature of the flames. At that moment, even a slight increase could render the inky liquid into mere vapor. Once the flame reached a critical temperature, a trace of yellow impurity suddenly emerged within the black liquid. Observing the yellow impurity, the pharmacist nodded slightly, flicking his fingers to expel the small clump of impurity from the main body. After expelling the yellow impurity, several smaller pale yellow impurities subsequently appeared, all of which were meticulously eradicated by the pharmacist. As the white flames continued to purify, the volume of the black liquid, initially the size of a small fist, had diminished to the size of a thumb. The deep black liquid rolled gently in the white flames, resembling a mysterious black pearl. Having reduced the first Mo Yi Lian to thumb-sized, the pharmacist proceeded to add the remaining 4, refining them into 4 pure liquid orbs, akin to black pearls. Following an extended period of refinement under the Bone Spirit Cold Fire, the 5 small liquid orbs gradually merged, expanding in size momentarily before shrinking back to their original dimensions. After rolling within the flames for quite some time, it appeared as though a flicker of white flame danced within the depths of the dark liquid. Witnessing this, the pharmacist swiftly seized a serpent's saliva fruit from the table and cast it into the flames. Upon entering the flames, the serpent's saliva fruit transformed into a vibrant green liquid, exuding a chill, as the impurities within were swiftly eliminated, allowing the pharmacist to gently overlay this verdant liquid onto the fiery black substance. A series of peculiar sounds erupted as the 2 liquids of differing attributes collided, and wisps of white vapor surged from the flames that, as the vapor gradually dissipated, a rudimentary form of a pill began to materialize within the flames. Calmly observing the nascent pill, the pharmacist nodded slightly and added Gathering Spirit Grass along with a secondary water element magic core into the concoction. Through the processes of liquefaction, impurity removal, and mutual fusion, the pharmacist executed these intricate steps seamlessly, without a moment's pause. Even Xiaoyan, who was still a novice in alchemy, couldn't help but silently commend the pharmacist's deftness. After neutralizing the volatile energy within the magic core using the gathering spirit grass, a gentle blue energy began to infuse the pill's rudimentary form. When the final drop of blue energy entered the pill, its previously uneven surface smoothed into a lustrous finish, a faint blue sheen gracing its exterior, rendering it a sight to behold. Having completed these steps, the pharmacist did not immediately cease his efforts. Instead, he allowed the pill to bask in the flames for over 10 minutes. Only then did the white flame in his palm gradually extinguish. As the flames dissipated, the pharmacist swiftly drew a jade vial from the table, deftly transferring the slightly greenish-blue pill into it. Exhaling a long breath of relief, the pharmacist casually tossed the vial to Xiao Yin, stating, "Take a look." Cautiously receiving the jade vial, Xiao Yin, brimming with excitement, brought it to his nose and inhaled deeply. A familiar and enchanting aroma wafted forth, invigorating his senses. Gazing at the pill, which displayed an alluring interplay of blue and green hues, Xiao Yin, relying on his exceptional spiritual perception, discerned that this gathering chi pill undoubtedly surpassed the one previously presented by Nailin Yinran in both rank and potency. Recalling the condescending demeanor and tone of that woman when she brandished her pill, Xiao Yin chuckled softly, a subtle hint of mockery gracing his smile. Shaking his head, he tightly grasped the cool jade vial, releasing a heavy sigh. After a 3-year hiatus, he was finally poised to ascend to that level once more. Chapter 65, Ascension to the Fighter. Upon obtaining the gathering chi powder, Xiao Yin did not choose to consume it immediately. He took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the eagerness that churned within him, and compelled himself to retire to his bed for rest. Xiao Yin was acutely aware that, given his current state, the likelihood of successfully breaking through to the fighter rank was likely over 70%. Although the gathering chi powder was not particularly challenging for Yao Lao to concoct, Xiao Yin did not wish to take such an unnecessary risk. Seeing that Xiao Yin could resist the temptation to break through to the fighter rank immediately, Yao Lao nodded with satisfaction, a trace of comfort appearing on his aged face. His body swayed slightly before transforming into a beam of light and vanishing into the ring. After successfully refining the gathering chi powder, Xiao Yan's training became more measured as he diligently practiced for an hour each day, honing his fighting spirit, followed by rigorous training in combat techniques on the back mountain. During his occasional free time, he leisurely accompanied Sun Er as they strolled through Wu-Tan City, living a life of utmost contentment. After 5 days of such relaxed living, Xiao Yin finally adjusted his condition to its peak, marking the ideal moment for him to challenge the fighter rank. On the back mountain of the Xiao family, beneath a secluded cliff, Xiao Yin sat cross-legged within a cave that barely spanned over a meter in width. This cliff had been meticulously chosen as his training ground. Opposite the cliff, mist swirled, concealing the perilous monster beast mountains beneath its veil. Below the cliff lay an unfathomable abyss, and the only path leading into this area had been carefully obscured by branches and stones, instilling Xiao Yin with confidence that his breakthrough would not be interrupted. Taking a slow, deep breath, Xiao Yin retrieved a jade vial from his robe. Tilting the vial slightly, a pill of alternating blue and green hues tumbled out. Gazing at the glossy surface of the gathering chi powder, a smile crept onto Xiao Yin's face as he inhaled the refreshing and enchanting aroma once more. Without a trace of hesitation, he placed the pill into his mouth. As the gathering chi powder entered his mouth, a faint chill spread throughout, and moments later, a wave of warm, pure energy surged directly into his body, causing Xiao Yin to shudder involuntarily. With a tranquil expression, Xiao Yin swiftly formed hand seals to absorb the fighting spirit, his breathing gradually stabilizing. The faint fighting spirit within him responded to the call, rapidly intertwining with the potent medicinal energy, and began its frenzied refinement. Within the small cave, the once tranquil air suddenly surged violently, wisps of light, white fighting spirit permeating the atmosphere and continuously flowing into Xiao Yin's body. Biting his lip, the clash of energies within him sent waves of sharp pain through his meridians. Fortunately, his veins were far more resilient than those of an average person. Thus, despite the discomfort, it had yet to inflict any significant harm. Inside, the fighting spirit enveloped clusters of green, pure energy. As the refinement continued, more and more green energy was assimilated into the light, white fighting spirit, and with this newfound power, the The scale of Xiao Yan's fighting spirit was visibly expanding at an astonishing rate. Though the pure medicinal energy was being refined incessantly, it seemed inexhaustible. Every time a portion of medicinal energy was absorbed, an even larger cluster of green energy surged forth to replenish it. With the continuous refinement within and the relentless influx of fighting spirit from without, Xiao Yan's internal fighting spirit gradually filled the majority of his meridians. The refining process continued, and just as the sustaining power of the pure medicinal energy began to wane, Xiao Yan, lost in the exhilaration of rapidly growing strength, suddenly realized that his fighting spirit had expanded to an unsustainable critical point. The expansion of the fighting spirit caused Xiao Yan's meridians to twitch gently, waves of excruciating pain splitting his lips. Quickly, condense the fighting spirit vortex. Otherwise, it will explode. Yao Lao's voice echoed like thunder in Xiao Yan's mind. Taking a sharp breath, Xiao Yan altered his hand seals, interlocking his thumbs and touching his index fingers together, forming an unusual hand sign. Having traversed this path once before, he executed the technique with ease, devoid of any awkwardness. As Xiao Yan adjusted his hand seals, the surging fighting spirit within him seemed to respond to a tremendous suction, rapidly contracting towards his lower abdomen. The light white fighting spirit within his meridians began to retreat in unison. When all the fighting spirit coalesced at his lower abdomen, it transformed into a milky white hue. Quickly, compress the fighting spirit. Use your soul's perception to condense it. If the fighting spirit vortex fails to form, you will fall back to the 8th stage of fighting spirit. Yao Lao's voice resonated perfectly within Xiao Yan's consciousness. Nodding slightly, Xiao Yan focused his mind, his exceptional soul perception immediately seizing control of the fighting spirit within, beginning a frantic compression. Under the guidance of his soul perception, the mass of milky white fighting spirit began to resist, thrashing violently. Though the force of resistance was not insignificant, Xiao Yan's soul perception had once astonished even Yao Lao himself, rendering the fighting spirit's defiance utterly futile. After a brief stalemate, it began to helplessly contract, and as the fighting spirit shrank to the size of a palm, it froze, unable to move any further. Press on, Yao Lao urged, grinding his teeth. Xiao Yan closed his eyes, amplifying his soul perception to the maximum around the mass of milky white fighting spirit, then compressing it with a fierce intensity. Boom! A soft, muffled sound resonated within him. Then as the muted sound emerged, the overwhelming sensation of resistance that had drained Xiao Yan dissipated into thin air. Letting out a heavy sigh of relief, Xiao Yan collapsed, utterly exhausted, his chest heaving violently. Lying on the cool stone floor of the cave, he sensed the abundant energy within him that he had not felt for 4 long years, that a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, and moments later, the smile widened, eventually erupting into light laughter, then a hearty guffaw, and finally, uncontrollable, raucous laughter. Chapter 66. The burning decision. After lying on the cold stone floor for an extended period, Xiao Yan gradually regained his breath, a nearly uncontainable joy illuminating his face. He shifted his slightly numb legs and once again assumed a meditative posture. With a gentle exhalation, he partially closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to delve into the depths of his body, a skill reserved for those at the fighter level. The higher one's strength, the more profound their understanding of their internal state. As his consciousness sank into his abdomen, a palm-sized milky white vortex began to spin slowly, enveloped by a layer of nebulous milky energy. Observing this small vortex, Xiao Yan nodded in satisfaction. Although its size was diminutive, the energy contained within was undeniably over 10 times more potent than his previous 9th-tier fighting energy. The distinction between a fighter and 9th-tier fighting energy was fundamentally vast. The energy absorbed prior to becoming a fighter was termed fighting energy, while the energy absorbed thereafter was the true fighting chi. Despite the mere difference of a single word, the disparity was as vast as the heavens and the earth, utterly incomparable. Controlling the vortex with his consciousness, Xiao Yan felt a slight stir within himself as a strand of milky white fighting chi swiftly detached from the vortex and surged forth, guided by his focused intent. As he increasingly mastered the rhythm of the vortex's inhalation and exhalation, he finally ceased his playful antics, gently withdrawing his consciousness from within. His tightly closed eyes abruptly opened, and for a good 10 seconds, The milky light in his pitch-black pupils lingered before gradually dissipating. With a slight parting of his lips, Xiao Yin expelled a cloud of murky air, and upon releasing it, his complexion visibly brightened. He stretched his neck, the cracking of his bones eliciting a grin as he raised his gaze to the ghostly figure hovering at the cave entrance. Yao Lao. With a radiant smile, he declared, "I succeeded. Indeed, luck seems to be on your side. You managed to condense the vortex on your first attempt." Yao Lao nodded in acknowledgement, speaking in a measured tone. "Surely, this is due to my strength, right?" Shrugging his shoulders, Xiao Yin suddenly adopted a somewhat ingratiating expression, extending his hand and shyly asking, "Master, now that I've reached the fighter level, shouldn't you bestow upon me the fighting chi techniques?" At his words, Yao Lao rolled his eyes, drifting into the cave before slowly sitting down in front of Xiao Yin. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke with a slightly grave demeanor. "What technique do you desire?" That peculiar technique, even more elusive than the heavenly tier, the one that can evolve that," Xiao Yin stammered, scratching his head awkwardly. Hearing this, a flicker of inscrutable meaning crossed Yao Lao's face, and he unexpectedly fell into silence. "Master, what's wrong? Could it be that the technique is a falsehood?" Xiao Yin asked, feeling a wave of unease wash over him. "This technique can indeed evolve. I did not deceive you on that front," Yao Lao replied softly. Upon hearing Yao Lao's admission, Xiao Yan's face lit up with joy, and rubbing his hands together cautiously, he inquired, "Then can I practice it?" "This technique is exceedingly peculiar. While it can evolve, its danger quotient is alarmingly high." After a prolonged silence, Yao Lao sighed. Feeling a growing sense of apprehension from Yao Lao's sigh, Xiao Yin slowly retracted his hands and asked weakly, "How high?" With a wry smile, Yao Lao shook his head, responding in resignation. "Since acquiring this technique, I have neither seen nor heard of anyone successfully practicing it, so I cannot provide a definitive answer. However, based on my extensive experience, the success rate for reaching its pinnacle appears to be no more than 20%. 20%? Xiao Yan's face stiffened, and he forced out a dry laugh. "It can't be that low, can it?" Sighing and nodding, Yao Lao grimly stated, "Regrettably, it is likely that low." Rubbing his forehead in frustration, Xiao Yin remained reluctant to give up. The allure of evolving into a heavenly tier technique was simply too immense for him to ignore. "Master, could you elaborate on the general method of practicing this technique?" Yao Lao rubbed his withered palms together, hesitating for a moment before softly saying, "The conditions for evolving this technique are related to the exotic fire I mentioned to you a few days ago." Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed slightly as he maintained his silence, leaning in to listen intently. "Alas, I stumbled upon this technique by chance. It was originally nameless, but I have since dubbed it the Burning Decision." As he spoke, a complex expression flickered across Yao Lao's face, indicating that the circumstances surrounding the acquisition of this technique were not as simple as he had portrayed. The Burning Decision can indeed evolve. However, its prerequisite is the consumption of death. Each evolution necessitates the devouring of a type of... Yao Lao's voice grew slightly hoarse. "You must understand, is inherently destructive and volatile, not only exceedingly rare, but also difficult to consume successfully. Back when I sought the bone's spirit cold fire, I nearly faced obliteration. What is truly terrifying is that this technique requires the consumption of various... Good heavens, just one type can torment a fighter king to the brink of death. I can hardly fathom the chaos if someone were to possess 2 or more types of within them." Gazing at Yao Lao's incredulous expression, Xiao Yin felt his body stiffen. To evolve through the consumption of goodness, who would be consuming whom? The creator of this technique must surely have been a madman. Although the dangers of this technique are extraordinarily high, I harbor no doubts about its potential. If one were to truly master it. On the Doqi continent, aside from a handful of individuals, I fear few would stand as a challenge, Yao Lao lamented. Xiao Yin nodded in empathy. If there truly existed someone capable of effortlessly controlling multiple, even a Doqin-level expert would think twice before facing them. Of course, this was all contingent on him not being devoured by them himself. Observing Xiao Yin, Yao Lao hesitated for a moment before asking, "Now do you still wish to learn?" His body trembled slightly. Xiao Yin fell into silence. Chapter 67. The choice regarding this so-called burning decision, Xiao Yin genuinely felt a strong reluctance to relinquish it. After all, the prospect of evolving into a celestial tier technique was exceedingly alluring to him. In this vast Dochi continent, possessing a celestial tier technique was akin to holding a passport to ascend as a peak powerhouse. However, despite the technique's formidable nature, the meager success rate of less than 20% was enough to deter anyone from attempting it. With his fingers tightly interlocked, Xiao Yan's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and distress, caught in a web of hesitation and turmoil. Observing the silent contemplation of Xiao Yan, Yao Lao's weathered face flickered with a complex expression. After a long pause, he softly sighed, "This matter can only be decided by you. I do not wish to intervene excessively. However, I would like to inquire one additional question. Do you harbor any feeling for that girl named Xiao Suner?" Taken aback by Yao Lao's seemingly whimsical question, Xiao Yan's face flushed slightly. After a moment of silence, he forced a bitter smile and replied, "Why would you suddenly ask such a question, master? Suner is my sister. What feelings could I possibly have for her?" The last statement seemed to lack conviction. "Your sister, is she? You are well aware that there is no blood relation between you two. That girl is merely 15 or 16 years old. Yet she has already garnered the admiration of the younger generation of the Xiao clan. Just imagine how it would be when she matures," Yao Lao remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Yan with a faint smile. "If you can envision a day when another man embraces her, how would you feel?" Xiao Yan's face stiffened at the bitter smile, his brows furrowing slowly as he exhaled softly, muttering, "It seems somewhat difficult to accept." Since you find it hard to accept, it indicates that you do not merely regard her as a sister," Yao Lao quipped with a knowing smile. Once again, Xiao Yan's face turned crimson, and he stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. Exasperated, he spread his hands and sighed. "What exactly are you trying to imply, master?" "I am merely trying to help you gain clarity regarding your emotions. Since you possess some rather inappropriate thoughts about her, you should also consider your own strength and potential for growth." Yao Lao's expression turned serious as he continued, "That girl's background is rather formidable. I find it perplexing how someone of her stature could be associated with your modest clan. Nevertheless, this does not bridge the vast chasm between you. The disparity in your statuses is far too great. Even if she harbors feelings for you, those behind her will never consent." Narrowing his eyes, Xiao Yan instinctively tightened his clasped hands. This continent is a world where strength reigns supreme. With power comes dignity. You witnessed firsthand the attitude of Nalan Yanran. Her ability to look down upon you stemmed from her superior background and strength. Yao Lao sighed heavily as he observed Xiao Yan's demeanor. The forces backing Xiao Suner are even more terrifying than the Yunlan sect. Thus, in their eyes, your status is akin to that of an ant. Even with your exceptional cultivation talent, they will not pay you much heed. They have encountered too many extraordinary geniuses over the years. Only by demonstrating true strength that warrants their fear can you hope to succeed." Xiao Yan rubbed his nose and shrugged lightly, murmuring, "If I cultivate this burning decision, will I gain such power? It should be stated that only if you succeed in cultivating the burning decision will that be possible." Yao Lao shook his head, adding gravely. With a soft sigh, Xiao Yan supported his chin on his hand, and the graceful visage of the girl from his past, with her every smile and frown, inexplicably resurfaced in his mind, her tinkling laughter echoing in his ears. After a long exhale, he bitterly smiled. "Master, you have said so much, yet you claim not to intervene in my choice?" Yao Lao rubbed his withered face, offering an awkward smile tinged with embarrassment. "Fine. I admit I have a bit of a coaxing intention. However, from my perspective, I genuinely hope you can cultivate this burning decision. You should know that I am currently merely a soul," Yao Lao stated, spreading his hands. Xiao Yan nodded in acknowledgement. "In this state, I should normally be considered dead. Yet, due to the strength of my soul compared to ordinary individuals, I have managed to exist in this peculiar form." Yao Lao chuckled self-deprecatingly, a hint of bitterness lingering in his smile. "I do not relish this ethereal existence. There are matters I must accomplish personally, thus I need to free myself from this soul state. Do you wish to be resurrected?" Xiao Yan blinked in astonishment. "It seems there is nothing in this world capable of reviving the dead." Under normal circumstances, indeed. Yao Lao nodded. His gaze grew fervent as he continued. However, according to certain obscure descriptions within the Burning Decision, should one succeed in cultivation, it appears possible to forge a body capable of housing a soul, using several complementary types of. In such a case, possessing a new body would equate to a form of rebirth for me. I have endured years of darkness within that ring, hoping to encounter someone with the requisite soul strength. I am fortunate to have finally found you. Yao Lao's withered face concealed an almost imperceptible sorrow. Looking into Xiao Yan's obsidian eyes fixed intently upon him, Yao Lao managed a bitter smile. Consider these words mere ramblings of an old man. Alas, I promised not to interfere, yet I cannot help but speak. It seems I am truly. Self-deprecatingly shaking his head, Yao Lao extended his frail hand, and two ethereal scrolls, a black and a red one, materialized, gently swaying in his grasp. The red scroll contains a low-level Earth-tier fire attribute technique, while the black scroll is the Burning Decision. Yao Lao raised his hand with a smile, his weathered face softening slightly as he urged, "Choose for yourself. Consider your own circumstances. Just remember, regardless of your choice, you will always be my disciple, and I shall not hold it against you." Staring blankly at the two ethereal scrolls before him, Xiaoyan propped his chin on his hand. After a lengthy contemplation, he licked his lips and shrugged nonchalantly. "Though I fear death somewhat, without strength, there is no dignity that I do not wish to endure the humiliation that Nalan Yinran dished out for a second time. Besides, should it not work out, I can always switch to another technique later." Shaking his head, a radiant smile blossomed upon Xiao Yan's handsome face as he reached out, seizing the black scroll before Yao. As his hand made contact with the scroll, it transformed into a stream of information, coursing directly into Xiao Yan's mind. Chapter 68. The fallen heart flame within the confines of a narrow cave. The venerable Yao Lao gazed upon Xiao Yan, who was seated with eyes closed, channeling his. Rubbing his reddened, aged eyes, a sense of warmth surged within his weary heart. With a sigh directed towards the heavens, he murmured, "Fear not, I shall cultivate you into the most exceptional alchemist." Upon breaking through to the realm, everyone gained the qualification to practice various techniques. Following the commencement of their training, the formless, milky white within them would gradually transform into the corresponding to their chosen technique. The initial conversion would not require an extended period. Thus, merely 2 hours later, Xiao Yin slowly opened his eyes while seated in meditation. After practicing the technique, Xiao Yin appeared more spirited than before, his youthful visage emanating a subtle glow akin to that of warm jade, exuding vitality. Blinking, he surveyed the cave, which seemed significantly brighter now, and smiled faintly, realizing that this enhancement in perception was a result of his training. "Has it succeeded?" Yao Lao inquired with a smile. "Indeed," Xiao Yin nodded, extending his fair hand, from which a faint yellow swiftly coalesced into a shallow vortex, finally resting at the acupoint in his palm. The external manifestation was typically a feat achievable only by, and Xiao Yin, at present, evidently lacked such prowess. Therefore, the within him had not breached the blockage of his acupoint, merely illuminating his white palm with a gentle yellow hue, reminiscent of the flickering remnants of a candle's flame, delicate yet dim. The pale yellow hue signified the mark of a low-level yellow-tier technique. The higher the level of the technique, the deeper the color. Observing the feeble yellow light upon his palm, Xiaoyan could only shake his head in resignation, a wry smile gracing his face as he remarked, "Before this can evolve, my technique is indeed inferior to that of many others. Not to mention engaging in battles beyond my level. Even facing an opponent of the same rank who is trained in a technique poses a dilemma for me. Though this is currently merely a low-level yellow-tier technique, its power is not to be underestimated when compared to mid-level yellow-tier techniques. Furthermore, despite the weakness of the technique, you still possess, correct? 3 should sufficiently compensate for the disparity caused by the technique." Yao Lao consoled with a smile, then advised, "Your technique may not match that of others, which implies that in terms of endurance and robustness, you fall short. Therefore, in future battles, you must be decisive. If you choose to strike, do so with full force. Quick victories are paramount." Xiao Yin nodded, his brow furrowed in lingering discontent. Observing his demeanor, Yao Lao, who understood his nature well, could only shake his head in helplessness. Once you have fully assimilated the three at your disposal, I shall provide you with new ones. Elsewise, you may find yourself overwhelmed by ambition. Surely you understand this principle. What level will they be? Xiao Yan's eyes brightened with cautious inquiry. Amused by Xiao Yan's prudent demeanor, Yao Lao, stroking his beard, replied with a huff, "They will not be of a lower tier than..." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's expression transformed into one of pure delight. What level could be higher? Although the distinction between and is merely one tier, the chasm in capability is akin to a vast gulf. While techniques may be acquired with sufficient wealth and a stroke of luck at high-level auctions, techniques are truly an enigma, with whispers suggesting that in the black market of the imperial capital of the techniques have been traded for nearly 10 million, a sum equivalent to an entire year's tax revenue for the empire, yet still unattainable. This minor tier difference belies a disparity in value exceeding 100-fold, underscoring the notion that it represent entirely disparate realms. Contemplating this almost legendary level, Xiao Yan's heart surged with fervor, yearning to compel Yao Lao to impart this knowledge immediately. However, upon weighing their respective statuses, he prudently dismissed the notion. "Master, when will you teach me the art of alchemy?" Temporarily setting aside the allure of, Xiao Yan once again inquired with a beseeching expression. "Alchemy is not a skill that can be mastered within the confines of this modest family," Yao Lao replied, shaking his head. "Moreover, you have a 3-year wager with, and the time has nearly elapsed halfway. Remaining and will hinder your progress, and many of my training methods cannot be utilized here due to the complex surroundings. Thus, I wish to take you out for a period of rigorous training, which may extend beyond a year." "More than a year?" Xiao Yan hesitated upon hearing this, yet recalling the proud woman, he resolutely nodded. "Very well, a year is but a year. When shall we depart?" "Wait another 2 months," Yao Lao smiled. "Why must we wait so long?" Xiao Yan inquired, perplexed. "Because in 1 month, it will be the enrollment period for and you need to register," Yao Lao explained with a smile. Rolling his eyes, Xiao Yan sighed. "What purpose do I have there? I lack for neither technique nor... What could they possibly teach me? It is not merely an opportunity for learning." Yao Lao shot him a disdainful glance, his brow furrowing as he intoned seriously. "Your purpose for attending is to seek a particular. I have received intelligence that there exists a unique flame known as within the ranked 14th on the... If you can obtain this, then perhaps the may undergo its evolution." Xiao Yan softly murmured this peculiar name, his eyes gradually brightening with intrigue. Chapter 69. The indignant Sooner. After ensuring that everything was in order, Xiao Yan slowly emerged from the cave, stealthily climbing up the steep path to the summit. Upon observing the surrounding area devoid of any figures, he finally exhaled in relief and set off towards his family's abode with determined strides. That as he leisurely returned to the clan, he noticed the 3 elders hastily passing by him in the front courtyard. Momentarily halting his steps, Xiao Yan was perplexed, for he had distinctly seen the shadows of anger and resentment etched upon their faces just moments before. Who has offended them? He wondered, shaking his head in astonishment. Just then, a girl clad in azure emerged from a nearby path, gracefully standing before him. Gazing at the charming and delightful Sooner, whose face radiated warmth, Xiao Yan's heart skipped a beat. Recalling the question posed by Yao Lao in the cave, he felt a flush of embarrassment creep over his cheeks, instinctively diverting his gaze to the sky in a feigned contemplation. Sooner, taken aback by Xiao Yan's unusual demeanor, soon shook her head in bewilderment. She stepped closer, her eyes flitting over him, and a hint of surprise flickered across her exquisite face. With her hands clasped behind her back and her body slightly leaning forward, their faces were merely a hair's breadth apart as she teased. "Xiao Yan Gij, have you advanced to a fighter?" The warm, fragrant breeze brushed against Xiao Yan's face, momentarily causing him to lose focus. He vigorously shook his head, suppressing the errant thoughts that arose within him. He playfully patted the head of the girl, who was nearly of the same height as him, and sighed in resignation. "Could you not let me say it myself? It would at least satisfy my vanity." At his words, Sooner's south eyes curved into crescent moons, and extending her delicate hand, she began to smooth out the slightly wrinkled fabric of Xiao Yan's attire, just as she always did. While he had grown accustomed to Sun's ministrations in the past, today, ever since Yao Lao had unveiled his innermost thoughts, A peculiar restlessness stirred within him. Occasionally, clan members would pass by the nearby path, their faces brimming with envy as they observed Suner, akin to a devoted wife, adjusting Xiao Yan's clothing. Looking down at Suner's flawless visage, with a strand of hair cascading down her smooth forehead, occasionally lifted by the gentle breeze, revealing her sparkling eyes, he found her irresistibly captivating. Astonished, Xiao Yan's breath gradually quickened, and a fervent glimmer ignited within his gaze. Xiao Yan Gich, what are you staring at? After adjusting his attire, Suner finally noticed the intensity of his gaze, her cheeks flushing as she softly reprimanded him. Awakened from his reverie, Xiao Yan felt his own face warm slightly, but thankfully, his skin was far thicker than Sun's, and after clearing his throat a couple of times, he casually remarked, "It's nothing, just that I feel you are becoming increasingly beautiful." Upon hearing this, Suner let out a non-committal hum, yet her rosy lips curved into a joyful smile. "Oh, by the way," as if recalling something, Suner suddenly directed her gaze back at Xiao Yan, her voice softening. "Now that you have advanced to a fighter, you should start learning the fighting techniques, right?" Xiao Yan's face stiffened, awkwardly nodding in response. With her slender finger resting on her pristine chin, Suner remarked with a playful smile, "May I see what level of technique you have?" Cough. Techniques are merely external matters that as long as one practices diligently. What does it matter what level they are? Xiao Yan chuckled awkwardly. Seeing Xiao Yan's demeanor, Suner's eyes narrowed into a dangerous curve, yet her voice remained gentle and enchanting. "Xiao Yan Gij, you should let me see it." Faced with Suner's insistence, Xiao Yan could only helplessly shrug and extend his hand. Moments later, a faint yellow glow began to emanate from his palm. "Xiao Yan Gij, is this what you refer to as being able to find better techniques?" Gazing at the flickering yellow light that seemed on the verge of extinguishing, Suner's delicate face soured, her tightly pursed lips betraying her current frustration. Xiao Yan smiled awkwardly, at a loss for words to explain. "You clearly understand the benefits of possessing high-level techniques in the early stages of cultivation, yet you still rejected my offer. Suner is not a mere charity case. You could have simply returned to me any higher-level techniques you find later. But now, you are practicing the most basic techniques on purpose to annoy me, aren't you?" Suner glared at Xiao Yan with wide eyes, her long eyelashes adorned with a few shimmering droplets, rendering her all the more endearing. The sight of the usually gentle Suner speaking in such a manner illustrated the depth of her confusion and indignation regarding Xiao Yan's actions. Observing her stubbornly biting her lip, demanding an explanation from him, Xiao Yan could only shake his head in resignation, softly chuckling. "After living together for over a decade, do you not understand me at all? Do you truly believe I would be foolish enough to abandon high-level techniques for the sake of practicing the most basic ones? But your technique is clearly of the yellow rank's lower tier." "I can feel it," Suner replied, her anger somewhat easing. Nevertheless, she persisted obstinately. "One cannot judge solely by appearances. At present, I cannot elaborate on the reasons, but in due time, you will understand that I am not acting out of impulse." Xiao Yan smiled reassuringly. "Really?" Suner scrutinized Xiao Yan's earnest expression, falling into a moment of contemplation before hesitantly inquiring again. "Indeed, truly, absolutely true." Xiao Yan nodded vigorously, fearing she might continue to press the matter, hastily shifting the conversation. "By the way, has anything happened within the family recently? Why do the elders appear so troubled?" "Well, it seems that the Gale family has recently acquired a first-grade alchemist, and now their market has introduced a healing potion called Revitalizing Powder. This potion is both inexpensive and produced in abundance, making it highly favored by mercenaries near Wutan City." Suner nodded, her brows furrowing as she spoke softly. "Due to the influence of the Revitalizing Powder, the foot traffic in all of Zhao's markets has decreased by nearly half. Consequently, merchants in those markets have flocked to the Gale family's market that I in just a few days. The Xiao family has suffered a significant economic blow, and Uncle Xiao is overwhelmed by the situation." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded in realization, understanding now why the three elders appeared so grim. Rubbing his nose, he narrowed his eyes slightly, inwardly scoffing. Just a first-grade alchemist. Could it be that the Gale family has truly defied the heavens? Chapter 70. Investigation. After finding an excuse to part ways with Suner within the clan, Xiao Yan stealthily slipped out of the family estate. He pondered for a moment before making his way towards a nearby small market belonging to the Jalya family. Although he lacked interest in alleviating the troubles of a few elders, he did wish to lend some assistance to his father within his capabilities. To provide help, he naturally needed to ascertain how to proceed. Thus, Xiao Yin felt compelled to first explore the market of the Jalya family. The location of this small market was somewhat remote, generally seeing little foot traffic. However, upon entering, Xiao Yin was taken aback by the throngs of people crowding the streets, accompanied by an overwhelming cacophony. The spacious thoroughfare was alive with activity. Burly men, bared to the waist, shouted loudly as they jostled their way into the crowd. The faint scent of blood emanating from them suggested they were mostly mercenaries who often danced with death, possessing an almost obsessive fondness for healing potions. After all, when venturing into perilous territories, even a small vial of healing elixir could mean the difference between life and death for a comrade. Standing at the market's entrance, Xiao Yin observed mercenaries emerging from the throng, clutching small wooden boxes, their faces alight with joy as they rushed out. "Those boxes must contain revitalizing powder," he muttered softly before making his way into the bustling street. With great effort, he pushed through the crowd and spent 100 gold coins at a stall selling revitalizing powder to acquire a box. After finally managing to extricate himself from the crowd, Xiao Yin let out a heavy sigh of relief. Recalling the smug and impatient expression of the vendor, he couldn't help but sneer inwardly at the brazen arrogance of such individuals. Once outside the market, Xiao Yin opened the box, revealing 10 small vials inside. The vials, crafted from rough materials, were clearly made from the most inferior jade, making it difficult for the medicinal properties to be fully preserved. As he uncapped one vial, a faint, medicinal aroma wafted out. "Teacher, can this really be considered a healing potion?" Xiao Yin questioned, taken aback by the thinness of the potion's potency. "Well, it can be regarded as the most basic healing potion. It can offer some degree of healing, though such rudimentary elixirs are not particularly challenging to concoct. However, since healing potions are quite common and inexpensive, only first-grade alchemists would bother to brew them," the old pharmacist replied. "Indeed, it is quite cheap. 10 vials for 100 gold coins, which means each vial costs merely 10 gold coins. For an alchemist, that hardly seems worth the effort." Nodding slightly, Xiao Yin hesitated before asking, "Teacher, do you have any recipes for slightly better healing potions?" "Many, but those elixirs are too low-grade for my usual practice," the old pharmacist paused, casually adding, "You wish to concoct some for the Xiao family? That is well and good. Now that you have become a fighter, it's time to try your hand at alchemy." "Me? I will be the one concocting them," Xiao Yin replied, somewhat stunned. "Do you expect me to do it for you?" the old pharmacist retorted with a hint of irritation. "First, go find a slightly better cauldron at the auction house. Additionally, you will need to purchase a significant amount of basic medicinal materials that an alchemist in the early stages gains experience primarily through burning herbs." Xiao Yin licked his lips, an eager expression crossing his face. He casually discarded the box into a nearby gutter before striding purposefully towards the center of the city, heading for the Mithril auction house. Just before reaching the auction house, Xiao Yin changed into a bulky black cloak in a secluded spot, then approached the venue at a leisurely pace. His disguise was well known to all the staff at the Mithril auction house, so upon sighting the slowly approaching figure in the black cloak, someone quickly entered the auction house to inform Yafei and Gu and I. Upon hearing the report, both Yafei and Gu and I abandoned their tasks and swiftly appeared at the auction house entrance, greeting Xiao Yin with warm smiles as they ushered him into the waiting room. "I have come to request your assistance in procuring a slightly better cauldron," he said, lifting a nearby teacup to take a delicate sip. An elderly voice emerged from beneath the black robe. Understanding the identity of the visitor, Yafei showed no surprise at the request. She nodded with a smile and beckoned a maid over, whispering instructions in her ear before dismissing her. "Ah, Elder, you have come at just the right time. This morning, we received a cauldron crafted from flame fire essence, forged by the renowned Master Hell of the Gamma Empire. Not only does it enhance the potency of fighting flames, but it also contains rare metals that increase the success rate of alchemy. Recently, such cauldrons have been highly sought after by alchemists in the Gamma Empire," Yafei said, her voice sweet and captivating. The elderly voice conveyed a hint of satisfaction. After a moment's hesitation, it continued, Please also prepare a low-grade spatial ring for me, along with 500 blood-condensing herbs, 600 bone bloom flowers, 500 poppy flowers, and 500 vitality fruits. Listening to this extensive list of requests, Gu Ni's eyelids twitched slightly. Even the lowest grade spatial ring would cost around 70 to 80,000 gold coins. Although the subsequent medicinal materials weren't particularly rare, the sheer quantity would still require a hefty sum of at least 100,000 gold coins. Additionally, the flamed fire essence cauldron, should it go to auction, would fetch at least 150,000 gold coins. Altogether, these items would amount to no less than 300,000 gold coins, making it impossible to fulfill. Ye Fei was similarly taken aback by the exorbitant demands. After all, the auction house was not solely her domain. Most of the profits had to be submitted to headquarters. Unauthorized access to 300,000 gold coins, while not impossible, would likely draw the attention of higher-ups. Biting her red lip, Ye Fei weighed the potential benefits of having a fourth-grade alchemist on their side. Finally, she smiled and said, "Elder, in 1 hour, everything will be prepared." "Ha, excellent." The elder's voice, for the first time, revealed a note of satisfaction. From beneath the dark robe, a pale hand emerged, producing a blue jade card, which was placed on the table. "I know this amount won't cover the cost of those items. However, please include the materials for a batch of gathering chi powder among the medicinal materials you procure." Hearing this, Gu Ni's expression shifted slightly. Adding materials for gathering chi powder? That would require an additional 50,000 gold coins. Ye Fei's lips parted slightly, a hint of annoyance flickering in her eyes. While it was true that the elder was a fourth-grade alchemist, his demands were beginning to feel excessive. Yet, despite her irritation, her enchanting face remained adorned with a smile. After a moment's contemplation, she sighed, reminding herself that one must sometimes spend to gain. It seems there has been a misunderstanding, for these materials are not for my own use. I merely wish to assist you in concocting a batch of gathering chi powder, requiring only the cost of the materials. Surely, that is not too much to ask, the elder's voice chimed in with a gentle laugh. Ye Fei's lovely features momentarily froze in surprise before a wave of joy washed over her, slightly taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. After regaining her composure, she exchanged glances with Gu Ni, who also wore a look of elation, and said softly, "Then we thank you, Elder." Chapter 71. The situation of the Shao family after sitting in silence for nearly an hour. A beautiful maid finally entered the room, carrying a silver tray with a pale red ring resting upon it. Taking the tray and dismissing the maid, Ye Fei personally handed the ring to Shao Yin, smiling as she said, "Elder, the cauldron and medicinal materials you requested are all contained within this spatial ring." Shao Yin extended his hand to lift the ring from the tray, turning it in his palm as he nodded slightly. The voice of the old pharmacist echoed at the right moment. "Once the gathering chi powder is successfully concocted, I will bring it to you." With a glimmer of joy in her beautiful eyes, Ye Fei eagerly nodded in response. "Very well, you need not see me out. I shall depart on my own." With a wave of his hand, Shao Yin slipped the ring onto his finger and walked away without looking back, leaving the blue jade card on the table, wishing to avoid accruing further debts of gratitude. Watching his retreating figure disappear behind the door, Ye Fei bit her red lip lightly and stepped forward to collect the blue jade card. After a moment's contemplation, she softly inquired, "Uncle Gu Ni, the success rate for concocting gathering chi powder seems rather low, does it not?" "Indeed, it is said that even Master Gu He, the Pill King, has a success rate of only about 70% when concocting gathering chi powder. A typical fourth-grade alchemist may have a success rate of less than 50%, Gu Ni replied solemnly. Yet this elder managed to succeed on his first attempt. Ye Fei remarked, her brows furrowing slightly. Who can say? Perhaps he was simply lucky. Gu Ni shrugged, not placing too much weight on the matter. After all, luck played a significant role in an alchemist's success when crafting pills. With a stroke of fortune, one might experience a streak of consecutive successes without failure. Could it be that he is not merely a fourth-grade alchemist? After a brief hesitation, Ye Fei ventured. How could that be? There are scarcely a handful of fifth-grade alchemists in the Gamma Empire, at that level. Even the imperial family and the Yunlin sect would treat them as esteemed guests. Why would they come here to auction pills? Gu Ni chuckled. Upon hearing this, Yafei nodded slightly, letting out a sigh. It seems I still lack experience, that why earlier hesitance may have diminished this mysterious alchemist's regard for us. Do not blame yourself. Such a substantial sum is daunting even for me. You have done well to get this FARDAS for relationships. We can nurture them gradually. As long as he does not harbor ill feelings towards us, that is sufficient, Gu and I reassured her. Nodding with a wry smile, Yafei settled into her chair, her curves accentuated as she blinked her elongated eyes, pondering aloud. What could he possibly want with so many low-grade medicinal materials? Those materials possess hemostatic and bone-replenishing properties, so he likely intends to concoct healing potions. Gu and I mused, his brow furrowed in contemplation. But given his status, why would he bother with such inexpensive healing potions? At his words, Yafei's eyes narrowed slightly, her slender fingers tapping lightly on the table. After a moment's pause, she abruptly halted, speaking softly. It appears this elder is quite considerate of the Xiao family. Frowning, Gu and I looked astonished. Are you suggesting he wishes to concoct healing potions for the Xiao family? Recently, I have heard that the Jialia family has hired a first-grade alchemist, and the inexpensive revitalizing powder has already siphoned much of the market's attention away. If the Xiao family does not act soon, they may find themselves in an embarrassing situation, with no customers left in their markets, Yafei remarked, her gaze flickering. The last time that elder mentioned, he would consider collaborating with the Xiao family if the opportunity arose. Now, with him purchasing such a large quantity of healing materials, his intentions seem rather clear. It seems the Xiao family has truly latched onto a strong ally, and the Jialia family is in for trouble. Gu and I chuckled, a look of envy crossing his face. Having the support of a fourth-grade alchemist was a privilege few other families could boast. Nodding slightly, Yafei smiled. We should make an effort to engage more with the Xiao family. While it is indeed gratifying to enhance a relationship already in progress, providing assistance when they are in need will undoubtedly solidify our bond. Gu and I concurred, nodding in agreement. With the backing of a fourth-grade alchemist, the Xiao family had become a force to be reckoned with. Exiting the auction house, Xiaoyan proceeded with caution, meandering through the streets for some time before finally turning into a secluded alley, where he changed his attire. Tossing the pale red spatial ring in his hand, he felt a surge of excitement. This ring was crafted from a rare material known as spatial stone, featuring a unique small space capable of holding any non-living items, making it exceptionally convenient. However, due to the scarcity of spatial stone, the ring was also quite precious. The lowest grade spatial ring in Xiaoyan's possession had a storage capacity of only 3 to 4 square meters. Yet even so, it was valued at nearly 100,000 gold coins. In the Xiao family, he had only seen his father and the elder holding such rings. After toying with the ring for a moment, Xiaoyan hesitated but chose not to wear it just yet. Instead, he carefully tucked it away in his cloak. Given its considerable value, he feared he might struggle to explain its origin if his father or the others were to see it. Kicking the discarded black cloak into a gutter, Xiaoyan cautiously exited the alley and sprinted back towards the family estate. As he traversed the familiar path through the estate, passing by the council hall, he overheard his father's furious shouts emanating from within. Raising an eyebrow, Xiaoyan leaned in to peer through the door's crack. Damn it. That old rascal from the Jialia family is far too arrogant, daring to brazenly snatch away our business. In the hall, Xiao Zhan's face was ashen, furiously slamming his palm on the table, causing tea to splash everywhere. The foot traffic at the Xiao family's markets has significantly dwindled. The remaining merchants are in a state of panic. Many have already snuck off to the Jialia family's market at this rate. Within half a month, our markets may very well face closure, the second elder added, his expression grim as he gritted his teeth. How about I take a few elite members of the family and quietly eliminate that first-grade alchemist? The third elder's eyes gleamed with malice. That alchemist is guarded by at least 2 grand fighters. It's not that simple, Xiao Zhan waved his hand, feeling helpless. But dragging this out will incur too much loss. The profits from the markets in Wutan account for a significant portion of our family's income. The third elder protested stubbornly. Xiao Zhan's lips twitched. That moment, he could think of no alternative. That mysterious alchemist we encountered at the auction house mentioned the possibility of collaborating with us. Judging by Gu Ni's respectful demeanor, he must possess a considerable rank. With his assistance, the Jiaye family won't stand a chance. The elder spoke up, breaking his silence. Alas, who knows if he was merely speaking out of courtesy? What could someone of his caliber possibly gain from collaborating with us? Those scraps of profit wouldn't be worth his time. Xiao Zhan replied with a bitter smile, slumping back into his chair with a sigh. The three elders fell silent, recognizing the truth in his words. Indeed, it was challenging for the Xiao family to reach such lofty heights. Damn it. Let us endure a few more days that if the Jiaye family remains unrepentant, we shall spare no effort in fighting back. Xiao Zhan clenched his teeth, his gaze fierce. Outside the door, having overheard this conversation, Xiao Yin shrugged slightly, his hand brushing over the spatial ring in his cloak, that a cold smile crept onto his lips as he slowly retreated. Chapter 71. The situation of the Xiao family after nearly an hour of quiet contemplation. A charming maid finally entered the room, delicately balancing a silver platter in her hands, upon which rested a pale pink ring. Accepting the silver platter and dismissing the maid, Yafei graciously extended the ring toward Xiao Yin, a smile gracing her lips as she said, "Esteemed sir, the medicinal cauldron and herbs you require are all contained within this storage ring." As he lifted the storage ring from the platter and turned it over in his palm, Xiao Yin nodded slightly. The voice of the medicinal elder resonated timely. "Once the qi gathering powder is successfully concocted, I will bring it to you." With a glimmer of joy in her beautiful eyes, Yafei promptly nodded in agreement. "Very well, you needn't see me off. I shall depart on my own." With a wave of his hand, Xiao Yin slipped the storage ring onto his finger and, without a backward glance, proceeded towards the waiting area outside, leaving behind the blue jade card on the table, wishing to avoid incurring further obligations. Observing the figure that vanished behind the door, Yafei gently bit her red lip, stepping forward to collect the blue jade card. After a moment of contemplation, she softly inquired, "Uncle Gu and I, the success rate for concocting qi gathering powder appears to be rather low, does it not?" "Indeed, it is said that even Master Gu He, the Pill King, has a success rate of merely around 70% when crafting qi gathering powder. A typical fourth-tier alchemist might possess a success rate of less than 50%, Gu and I replied gravely. Yet this esteemed gentleman succeeded on his first attempt. Yafei remarked, her delicate brows furrowing in thought. Who can say? Perhaps he was simply fortunate. Gu and I shrugged, not overly concerned, for it is well known that luck plays a significant role in the alchemical process. A fortunate alchemist might not fail even once in several attempts. Could it be? He is more than just a fourth-tier alchemist? After a moment's hesitation, Yafei ventured. How could that be possible? There are so few fifth-tier alchemists in the Jiamar Empire at such a level. Even the Empire and the Yunlan sect would treat them as esteemed guests. Why would they come here to auction off pills? Gu and I chuckled. Upon hearing this, Yafei nodded slightly, letting out a soft sigh as she smiled wryly. It seems my experience is still lacking. My earlier hesitation likely diminished this mysterious alchemist's goodwill towards us. You cannot be blamed for that. An amount of such magnitude would daunt even me. Your ability to reach this point is commendable. As for the relationship, we can gradually cultivate it in the future, as long as he harbors no ill feelings towards us. Gu and I reassured her. Nodding with a rueful smile, Yafei languidly settled into her chair, her curves accentuated, and after a brief flutter of her narrow eyes, she mused softly. What could he possibly want with so many low-grade herbs? Those herbs possess properties for stopping bleeding and regenerating bones. It stands to reason he intends to concoct healing potions. Gu and I pondered, his brow furrowing in mild confusion. But given his status, why would he bother with such inexpensive healing remedies? Upon hearing this, Yafei narrowed her beautiful eyes, her slender fingers lightly tapping the table. After a moment, she abruptly paused and softly remarked, "It appears this esteemed gentleman is quite considerate towards the Xiao family." With a frown of astonishment, Gu and I asked, "Are you suggesting he intends to create healing potions for the Xiao family?" Recently, I have heard that the Gale family has engaged a first-tier alchemist, and their inexpensive rejuvenation powder has already captured much of the market's attention. If the Xiao family does not take action soon, it risks falling into an embarrassing state of neglect. Yafei's gaze sparkled as she added with a gentle smile. The last time that esteemed gentleman mentioned, if the opportunity arose, he would collaborate with the Xiao family. His current procurement of such a substantial quantity of healing herbs seems rather telling. It appears the Xiao family has indeed secured a formidable ally. The Gale family is in for some trouble. Guanai grinned as he listened to Yafei's analysis, a hint of envy on his face. Having the support of a fourth-tier alchemist is a privilege few families could enjoy. Nodding slightly, Yafei replied with a light laugh. Let us engage more with the Xiao family from now on. While it is delightful to enhance our relationship, providing assistance in times of need will surely fortify our bonds even more. Gu and I nodded in agreement. With the backing of a fourth-tier alchemist, the Xiao family had certainly become a force to be reckoned with. Upon exiting the auction house, Xiao Yin, as was his custom, cautiously meandered for some time before turning into a secluded alley to change his attire. Tossing the pale pink storage ring playfully in his hand, he felt a surge of joy. This storage ring was crafted from a rare material known as storage stone, containing a small, unique space capable of holding any lifeless object, making it exceedingly convenient. However, due to the rarity of storage stone, the rings themselves were quite precious. Even the lowest-tier storage ring in Xiao Yan's possession offered merely 3 to 4 cubic meters of space, yet its value approached 100,000 gold coins that in the Xiao family. He had only seen his father and the Grand Elder possess such a ring. After toying with the storage ring for a moment, Xiao Yan hesitated but ultimately decided against wearing it again, instead carefully placing it within his robe. Given the ring's significant value, he feared he might struggle to explain its origin if his father or others were to discover it. Kicking the black cloak he had been wearing into a nearby gutter, Xiao Yan cautiously stepped out of the secluded alley and hurried back towards his family estate. As he traversed the narrow path through the family grounds, he passed the conference hall, from which the furious shouts of his father echoed. His eyelids twitching, Xiao Yan leaned closer, peering through the crack in the door. Damn it, that old rascal Gale is far too arrogant, daring to brazenly steal our business. In the hall, Xiao Zhan's face was a thunderous shade of anger as he pounded the table, sending tea splattering across the surface. Currently, the foot traffic in several of the Xiao family's markets has diminished greatly. Those remaining merchants are in a state of panic, and many have secretly fled to the Gale family's markets that if this continues for another fortnight, our markets may well face closure. The second elder, seated below, added somberly, his teeth clenched in frustration. Why don't I take some of our elite family members and quietly take care of that first-tier alchemist? The third elder suggested, his eyes glinting with malice. That alchemist is currently protected by at least 2 grand fighters. It won't be so simple, Xiao Zhan waved dismissively, exasperated. But if we let this drag on, the losses will be too great. The profits from the markets in Wutan account for a significant portion of our family's income, the third elder protested stubbornly. Xiao Zhan's lips twitched. He too could not conjure any other solutions at this moment. That mysterious alchemist we encountered at the auction mentioned a potential collaboration with us. Judging by Gu Ni's respectful demeanor towards him, he must possess a considerable rank. With his assistance, the Gale family would surely struggle to make waves. The Grand Elder, who had remained silent until now, spoke up quietly. Alas, who can say whether he was merely speaking out of turn? What could someone of his caliber possibly gain from collaborating with us? That meager profit would hardly be of concern to him. Xiao Zhan lamented with a wry smile, sinking heavily into his chair with a sigh. The 3 elders fell silent. Indeed, it was true that the Xiao family found it challenging to reach such heights. Damn it, let us hold out a few more days, that if the Gale family does not rein in their arrogance, they shouldn't blame us for going all out. Licking his lips, Xiao Zhan clenched the back of his chair, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Outside the door, having overheard this, Xiao Yan shrugged slightly, his hand brushing against the storage ring in his robe, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he slowly retreated. Chapter 72. The Novice Alchemist. Upon leaving the council chamber, Xiao Yan returned to his chamber and prepared the necessary items for concocting the healing elixir. After gathering the essentials, he stealthily made his way back up to the secluded cave in the rear mountains where he had previously practiced. Master Yao had once advised that during the alchemical process, one must avoid disturbances. With numerous family members around, should someone, like Xiao Yu last time, burst in unannounced, the consequences would be dire for Xiao Yan. Creeping into the cave, Xiao Yin eagerly retrieved a spatial ring from his bosom, channeling a stream of dou qi into it. The faintly glowing, pale red ring flickered momentarily, and then, as if conjured from thin air, a red cauldron, approximately half a meter tall, materialized within the cave. The cauldron was a deep crimson hue, adorned with shimmering flecks, and at its base, two menacing snake heads were intricately carved, their gaping mouths forming two interconnected fire openings. These openings twisted and coiled inward, their diameters narrowing with depth, hinting at concealed mysteries within. Atop the cauldron, a massive serpent coiled, forming a dark red lid, which featured a special aperture for the introduction of medicinal materials. Scattered across the lid were numerous finely crafted holes forged from icy silver, serving to dissipate heat and prevent the cauldron from exploding under high temperatures. The central portion of the cauldron housed a transparent mirror crafted from ice essence, allowing for a clear view of all activity within during the alchemical process. The surface of the cauldron was adorned with exquisite carvings of magical beasts, each depiction so vivid it seemed to come alive. Gazing at this splendid cauldron, Xiao Yin nodded in satisfaction and caressed the ancient black ring on his finger, prompting Master Yao to manifest as a faint glow. "Well, a two-opening cauldron is quite commendable for a novice like you," Master Yao remarked, casting a glance at the three snake mouths atop the crimson cauldron. "A two-opening cauldron?" Xiao Yin blinked in confusion at this unfamiliar term. Alchemical cauldrons are categorized by rank. The more fire openings a cauldron possesses, the more advanced and rare it is that do not think that these openings are merely haphazardly made. The intricacies within are beyond the grasp of an outsider. The openings are the essence of the cauldron and require precise crafting. Any slight error during the forging process could render the entire cauldron a failure. Thus, a cauldron with multiple openings offers superior assistance in alchemy. Of course, controlling multiple openings demands a powerful spiritual perception. For someone of your current caliber, managing two openings is already your limit, Master Yao explained with a smile. A good cauldron is as vital to an alchemist as a sword is to a warrior. Nodding in slight understanding, Xiao Yin gazed at the imposing cauldron before him and asked, somewhat dazed, "What should I do next?" "First, familiarize yourself with the cauldron. Place one hand over the fire opening and channel your dou qi into it," Master Yao instructed, settling cross-legged within the cave. Nodding in agreement, Xiao Yin placed his hand over the fire opening, closing his eyes as the faint yellow vortex within him began to pulse gently. Streams of pale yellow dou qi surged forth, illuminating his palm with a slight yellow tint. Upon reaching his palm, the dou qi momentarily stilled before being drawn forth, as if by a powerful suction, swiftly entering the cauldron through the fire opening. With a muffled thud, the pale yellow energy transformed into a tangible pale yellow flame within the cauldron, swirling and burning vigorously. The sudden eruption of flames from his palm startled Xiao Yin, nearly causing him to reflexively withdraw his hand. However, sensing the coolness within his palm quelled his panic. "Not bad. You've managed to conjure flames on your first attempt." Master Yao nodded approvingly at the flames dancing within the cauldron. "However, the flames you summoned are not yet the alchemical fire. Now focus your spirit to control that faint trace of wood attribute energy within you, and infuse it into the cauldron." Following his mentor's guidance, Xiao Yin closed his eyes once more, his spirit gradually honing in on the faint trace of wood energy within. It took him over 10 minutes to locate this elusive energy, and when he finally opened his eyes, he exhaled in relief. "Found it?" Master Yao inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice upon seeing Xiao Yin nod. Remembering his own struggle to find his wood energy took nearly half an hour, he couldn't help but commend Xiao Yan's formidable spiritual perception. Xiao Yin extended a finger to lightly tap the other fire opening, and a slender stream of green energy was gradually infused. As the green energy entered the cauldron, the pale yellow flames abruptly settled, akin to a chemical reaction occurring. Even without direct control, Xiao Yin could sense the once volatile nature of the flames being subdued by the wood energy. Furthermore, due to the principle of wood nurturing fire, the flames appeared to be more enduring and manageable than before. "Excellent," Master Yao nodded in satisfaction and then reached out to touch Xiao Yan's forehead, imparting a wealth of knowledge into his mind. "Here is a recipe for a healing elixir I have personally formulated. Attempt to concoct it." I will guide you in regulating the flame's temperature and the proportions of the ingredients. With narrowed eyes, Xiaoyan absorbed the information flooding his mind, nodding slightly. Blood coagulation powder. 1 blood coagulation herb, 1 vitality fruit, and 2 poppy flowers. After memorizing the quantities of the ingredients, he slowly channeled his spiritual perception into the cauldron, focusing intently on controlling the gentle flames. With a flick of his finger, a dark red blood coagulation herb appeared in his palm. After a moment's hesitation, he tossed it into the serpentine maw atop the cauldron. The moment the herb entered, the flames surged upward, and in an instant, the blood coagulation herb was reduced to pitch-black ash, expelled from the cauldron by its unique configuration. Observing his initial error, Xiaoyan smiled sheepishly. Continue, Master Yao urged flatly. Swallowing hard, Xiaoyan again tossed a blood coagulation herb into the cauldron. This time, the herb lingered in the flames a moment longer, but ultimately succumbed to ash once more. The temperature is too high. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Now that he was personally engaged in the alchemical process, Xiaoyan realized this task was far from easy. After tirelessly incinerating over 20 blood coagulation herbs, Xiaoyan finally grasped the optimal temperature for the herb's combustion. With renewed determination, he tossed another blood coagulation herb into the cauldron, his expression grave as he controlled the flame's temperature with meticulous precision, his eyes fixed on the herb, suspended in the flames through the icy mirror. After a brief moment of turmoil in the flames, the blood coagulation herb began to shed its outer layer, the essence within slowly transforming into a delicate white powder. At last, the potent medicinal essence of the blood coagulation herb was successfully extracted by Xiaoyan, the novice alchemist. Chapter 73. The first alchemy within the confines of the narrow cave. Flames danced in the cauldron, their flickering reflections clawing at the stone walls. Xiaoyan focused intently on the surging flames within the cauldron, beads of sweat dotting his slightly pale face. The prolonged process of alchemy was an exceedingly exhausting endeavor for one's fighting spirit, and given that Xiaoyan's current technique was merely at the rudimentary yellow rank, he found it challenging to maintain any significant advantage in terms of strength or endurance. Therefore, managing to persist in front of the cauldron for nearly 2 hours was no small feat. With narrowed eyes, the medicinal elder observed as Xiaoyan successfully refined the blood condensing herb into a fine white powder, and knowing that the young man had reached his limits, he nodded slightly and spoke softly. "All right, let us take a moment to rest." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan's shoulders, which had been straining to maintain balance, sagged, and his body collapsed onto the cold ground as if all energy had been sapped. He gasped for breath, his chest rising and falling rapidly, feeling so fatigued that he could scarcely muster the strength to move even a single finger. At such a time, cultivating is most effective. Glancing at Xiaoyan, who lay on the ground like a puddle of mud, the medicinal elder remarked nonchalantly. After a brief internal battle between laziness and diligence, Xiaoyan reluctantly groaned as he sat up, his trembling hands forming the madra for cultivation before he gradually closed his eyes. Seeing Xiaoyan in this state, the medicinal elder smiled and shifted his gaze to the several jade boxes placed in front of the cauldron. Each box contained a pale, white powder extracted from the blood-condensing herb, representing the fruits of Xiaoyan's earlier labor. Observing the boxes from left to right, he noted that the pale hue gradually intensified, and by the time he reached the last box, the powder within had nearly achieved a pure, white consistency. Admiring this evident progress, the medicinal elder nodded in astonishment, once again praising Xiaoyan for his remarkable spiritual perception. Casting a glance at Xiaoyan, who was recuperating, the medicinal elder leaned against the stone wall in a cross-legged position, leisurely closing his eyes. Xiaoyan had only managed to refine the first material, with 2 more awaiting his gradual efforts. After nearly an hour of restorative meditation, the dimly lit vortex of fighting spirit within Xiaoyan finally radiated a brilliant glow once more, and this time, the luminescence appeared even more vibrant than a few hours prior. As he slowly opened his eyes, the pervasive sense of fatigue and weakness had receded significantly. He twisted his neck, the sound of cracking bones eliciting a sigh of relief. "Have you recuperated? Then let us continue." The medicinal elder smiled as he regarded the rejuvenated Xiaoyan. With a wry smile and a shake of his head, Xiaoyan finally comprehended that he had been misled by the medicinal elder. Previously, when the elder concocted potions, he merely waved his hand casually, and the countless elixirs that drove many to madness were produced effortlessly. This seemingly simple process had left Xiao Yin with the impression that alchemy was an exceedingly easy task. However, now that he had taken it upon himself, he realized that this endeavor was far more laborious than the back-breaking toil of mining. Understanding this a bit too late, Xiao Yin could only sigh in frustration as he resumed his position before the cauldron, beginning the extraction of the essences from the other two herbs. With the experience of refining the blood-condensing herb behind him, Xiao Yin found this next endeavor considerably less arduous. After incinerating 8 vitality fruits and 10 poppy flowers, he successfully extracted the necessary components for a healing potion. The substance derived from the vitality fruit was a slightly dark granular material, known for its efficacy in promoting blood circulation and dispelling bruises that die in the wild. Experienced mercenaries often crush the vitality fruit into a paste to alleviate their injuries when lacking sufficient healing potions. The extract from the poppy flowers resulted in a light red liquid, possessing the ability to numb nerves and serve as a painkiller. Gazing at the 3 neatly arranged medicinal preparations before him, the medicinal elder nodded slightly and remarked, "The required materials have been extracted. Now, we must merge their medicinal properties. This is the most crucial step in alchemy." Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yin nodded solemnly, skillfully tossing the pure white powder into the cauldron. He then applied gentle heat for about 10 minutes until the powder exhibited a faint reddish hue, at which point he swiftly poured the liquid from the poppy flowers into the mixture. As the liquid entered the cauldron, it enveloped the pure white powder, causing it to roll slightly in the flames, gradually merging into a light red viscous substance. With his spiritual perception diligently controlling the temperature of the flames, Xiao Yin slowly heated the light red viscous liquid. Under the continuous heating, the viscous liquid gradually transformed into a dark red paste. Fixing his gaze on the dark red paste within the cauldron, Xiao Yin hesitated slightly before adding the black granules from the vitality fruit. However, upon entering the cauldron, the black granules showed no signs of integration, bouncing around in the flames, stubbornly resisting merging with the dark red paste. Each material possesses a unique resistance to temperature. Thus, you must learn to control the flame's temperature at will. Where low temperatures are required, you must suppress the flames, while in areas demanding high temperatures, you must release the suppression to elevate the flame's heat. Observing Xiao Yin, who was drenched in sweat and visibly anxious, the medicinal elder spoke calmly. Licking his parched lips, Xiao Yin nodded, swiftly directing a portion of his spiritual perception to gradually elevate the temperature beneath the tiny granules. Boom! As he relinquished control over the temperature, a burst of uncontrolled flames surged forth, incinerating a small portion of the black granules into ashes. Alarmed and sweating profusely, Xiao Yin hastily suppressed the flames. Maintaining the temperature on one side while elevating it on the other proved to be a daunting task, leaving Xiao Yin feeling overwhelmed. However, after several close calls, he finally managed to calm himself amidst the chaos, wiping the cold sweat from his brow and exhaling deeply, channeling the little remaining fighting spirit within him into the flames. Inside the cauldron, the tiny black granules ultimately could not withstand the increasing temperature and erupted, releasing clumps of dark powder that slowly drifted into the light red paste, deepening its color. Once the last clump of black powder settled into the paste, Xiao Yin exhaled a long breath, his hand gradually withdrawing from the flames that as he retracted his hand, the flames within the cauldron gradually extinguished. Gazing at the panting Xiao Yin, the medicinal elder smiled faintly. With a wave of his hand, the cauldron's lid flew off, and with a beckoning gesture, the large mass of deep red paste soared into the air, ultimately hovering in the center of the cave. Casting a glance at the rich, medicinal aroma emanating from the deep red paste, the medicinal elder sliced through the air with his hand, and as he did so, the flowing paste was effortlessly divided into at least 100 smaller portions of viscous liquid. Taking the spatial ring from Xiao Yan's hand, the medicinal elder flicked his fingers, causing hundreds of small jade vials to instantly fill the narrow cave. Once the vials were arranged, the medicinal elder casually gestured, and the viscous liquid accurately fell into the jade vials above. Grabbing one of the vials, the medicinal elder smiled as he handed it to Xiao Yin, teasingly saying, "Congratulations, your first alchemical endeavor has been successful." Eagerly accepting the vial, Xiao Yin gazed at the somewhat impure, deep red liquid within. a surge of excitement and pride swelling in his heart. From this moment onward, I can consider myself an alchemist. Chapter 74. Uninvited arrival. In the ensuing days, Xiao Yin found himself almost perpetually stationed by the alchemical furnace. Although the days were undeniably arduous, the abundance of healing elixirs filling his spatial ring brought him a sense of considerable solace during his moments of respite. Notably, throughout 5 consecutive days of relentless alchemical refinement, the fighting spirit within Xiao Yin had unknowingly grown significantly more robust. At his current level, he had likely reached the threshold of a 1-star Do fighter. Bolstered by this dual encouragement, Xiao Yin persevered through the trials he faced. While Xiao Yin toiled away in the cave, the atmosphere between the Xiao and Jialie families in Wutan City grew increasingly fraught. 2 days prior, the Jialie family had seized the opportunity to propose a series of conditions highly favorable to merchants, causing the previously hesitant traders to shift their allegiance predominantly towards the Jialie family's marketplace. In response to this nearly foundational threat to the Xiao family, the higher-ups were not only incensed, but also began to entertain thoughts of drastic measures. Damn it, we cannot endure this any longer. In just 5 short days, our Xiao family's profits have plummeted by at least 50 to 60%, that if this continues, all marketplaces will face closure. The third elder declared with a fierce glare, his voice reverberating through the assembly hall. Within the hall, family members of considerable standing sat, their somber expressions betraying the fury simmering within them. Indeed, we cannot afford to delay any further. The first elder sighed deeply, stating, although Master Gunny from the Mytel auction house has crafted over 100 bottles of healing elixirs for our family, this quantity is woefully inadequate when compared to the vast supplies of the Jialie family. While we might hold our ground against them in the short term, once our healing potions are exhausted, we shall find ourselves back in an embarrassing predicament. With a heavy sigh, the first elder offered a wry smile, remarking, if only Gunny would lend his full support, we could certainly outlast that 1-star alchemist from the Jialie family in terms of quantity. However, he is, after all, affiliated with the Mytel auction house, which traditionally refrains from intervening in familial disputes. The fact that he has assisted us to this extent is already quite surprising. Xiao Zhan, seated at the head of the assembly, nodded solemnly. Though the healing elixirs sold by the Jialie family were of a lower grade, their sheer volume and affordability were particularly appealing to mercenaries who frequently teetered on the edge of peril. If we could procure a 1-star alchemist ourselves, we would be able to contend with them. In the hall, someone quietly suggested this notion. Hearing this, Xiao Zhan shook his head in resignation. Alchemists were a rare breed in Wutan City, and enticing those who held themselves in high regard was no simple task. The Jialie family had evidently stumbled upon some fortuitous luck to have secured the assistance of an alchemist. In a corner of the hall, Xiao Yu and other young members of the Xiao family sat in silence, their eyes cast upon the solemn faces of their elders, hesitant to interject amidst the oppressive atmosphere. Sister, is that 1-star alchemist truly so formidable? Has he really brought our Xiao family to such a state? Unable to withstand the heavy silence, Xiao Ning quietly inquired of Xiao Yu. In response, Xiao Yu let out a quiet sigh, her voice laced with a hint of resignation. Alchemists indeed hold a unique and coveted position. A 1-star alchemist's strength may at most rival that of a Do fighter level, and should it come to direct combat, any elder from our family could easily dispatch him. However, the true threat of an alchemist lies not in their combat prowess, but in their ability to concoct extraordinary elixirs that incite madness in those who seek them. With such elixirs, they wield an unmatched influence, compelling many powerful individuals to serve as their vanguards. Within the Duqi continent, many liken alchemists to a hive of poison bees. Once disturbed, they can summon countless enforcers to their aid. Just imagine being besieged by 100 formidable fighters. Though you may not be slain, you would likely be worn down to the brink of exhaustion. At the thought of such a scenario, Xiao Ning shivered momentarily, his countenance shifting to one of envy. Do not harbor such delusions. The requirements to become an alchemist are exceedingly stringent, as you well know. The odds of success are akin to a pie falling from the sky, Xiao Yu retorted bluntly, casting an exasperated glance at him. Feeling somewhat deflated by Xiao Yu's words, Xiao Ning pouted. It seems our entire Xiao family truly lacks the fortune to produce even a single alchemist. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu was about to nod in agreement when, quite unexpectedly, the image of a youth clad in black clothes flashed through her mind. None other than Xiao Yin. Shaking her head vigorously, Xiaoyu chided herself. What possesses me to think of that rascal? If someone like him were ever to become an alchemist, the value of alchemists in this world would plummet. After mentally cursing Xiao Yin, her gaze drifted towards a corner by the window, where a girl in green quietly immersed herself in an ancient tome. Her delicate fingers occasionally turned the pages, her serene demeanor drawing the covert glances of several peers nearby. What a lovely girl! Yet why does she seem so drawn to that little rascal? Xiao Yu sighed in exasperation, lapsing back into silence. Seated by the window, despite her focus on the book, Sunera perceived the oppressive atmosphere of the hall. With her brows slightly furrowed, she reflected on her 10-plus years spent within the Xiao family. Regardless of any grievances against Xiao Yin, she could not allow the Jialia family to strike the Xiao family into a state of irreparable ruin. Alas, I hope those individuals do not overreach, she murmured softly, returning her attention to the pages. Without Xiao Yin by her side, she found little desire to speak. As discussions of strategy unfolded within the hall, a family guard hurriedly entered, respectfully announcing, Patriarch, there is a person in black robes outside who wishes to discuss some cooperative matters with you. At this, Xiao Zhan and several elders were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances filled with astonishment that swiftly morphed into elation. They rose in unison, exclaiming, Quick, invite him in! Witnessing the sudden shift in demeanor among Xiao Zhan and the three elders, the assembly was left bewildered, exchanging confused looks. No need for formalities. How has the Xiao Patriarch been of late? I have come uninvited, rang a familiar voice, accompanied by a hearty laugh from outside the door. The voice resonated. A figure cloaked in a black robe leisurely strode into the hall, drawing the attention of all present. The moment the robed figure entered, Sunera, who had been absorbed in her book, suddenly lifted her gaze, her autumn-like eyes fixating intently on the newcomer. Chapter 75. A grand gesture as the figure cloaked in black entered. Xiao Zhan and the three elders hurriedly stepped away from the table, advancing with quickened pace and greeting him with respectful laughter. Esteemed sir, our clan has been quite occupied, and Xiao Zhan was unable to come forth to welcome you. I hope you can forgive us. There's no need for such formalities, came a faint, aged voice from beneath the black robe, accompanied by a gentle smile. Xiao Zhan eagerly nodded, exchanging meaningful glances with the three elders, and promptly cleared a path, saying, Please, esteemed sir, take a seat. The cloaked man nodded with a smile, unreservedly proceeding to sit in a prominent position at the table. Witnessing the deference shown by Xiao Zhan and his companions towards the black-robed figure, the younger members of the clan could not help but whisper amongst themselves, their curious gazes flitting over the mysterious man. Upon overhearing an elder mention that this figure was a renowned alchemist, their eyes instantly glimmered with fervor and admiration, for alchemists have always commanded the utmost respect wherever they may be. Sister, isn't that the enigmatic alchemist we encountered at the auction that day? Xiao Ning exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she fixed her gaze on the cloaked man, tugging at Xiao Yu's sleeve with urgency. Indeed, Xiao Yu replied with a slight nod, her beautiful eyes also lingering on the black-robed figure, her fair face displaying a hint of surprise. I never expected this esteemed gentleman to visit our Xiao clan. It seems his previous mention of collaboration was not mere idle talk. That with his assistance, our clan's current predicament should be resolved smoothly. Listening to the murmurs of her fellow clansmen, Sunera furrowed her brows, her autumn-like eyes intently observing the portly figure in black. For some reason, she felt a persistent sense of dissonance in his movements and speech, an oddity that unsettled her. Pondering deeply, Sunera ultimately decided to relinquish her futile thoughts. Esteemed sir, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to the Xiao clan today? Xiao Zhan asked with a smile as he personally served a cup of warm tea. I happened to pass by and wished to see the prodigious young man who, with just a little foundational spirit liquid from me, leaped several tiers in his cultivation. The aged voice beneath the robe replied with a gentle chuckle. At these words, Xiao Zhan quickly scanned the hall, yet he found no trace of Xiao Yin, prompting a wry smile to escape his lips. There's no need for you to call for him, as I have already met your young master. A fine young man, indeed, very much to my liking. The cloaked man waved his hand to halt Xiao Zhan's intention to summon someone, his tone carrying an unmasked admiration that caused the youth hidden beneath the robe to blush slightly. Hearing the praise from the black-robed figure, the onlookers in the hall could not help but display a hint of envy. Receiving such commendation from a person of notable alchemical standing was no trivial matter. That fellow seems to have taken all the good fortune, Xiao Ning remarked, her tone tinged with jealousy. Xiao Yu sighed helplessly, resting her delicate hand on her chin, murmuring softly, "Is he really that remarkable? I fail to see it." As the black-robed man spoke, a broader smile spread across Xiao Zhan's face, a hint of pride flickering in his eyes. "He, Xiao clan leader, it appears that your clan's circumstances are not particularly favorable at the moment." Before Xiao Zhan's smile could fully blossom, the aged voice dampened the atmosphere with its somber tone. Nodding gloomily, Xiao Zhan replied with a bitter laugh, "Surely, esteemed sir, you are aware of the Xiao clan's current plight?" "Indeed, I have some knowledge," the cloaked man nodded with a smile. "Sigh, our clan has been squeezed by the Gailey family, losing nearly half of our assets. If this continues, we may well become a second-rate force in Wutan City," Xiao Zhan lamented, his furrowed brow reflecting his weariness. "Although I have no deep ties with the Xiao clan, I share a good rapport with your young master. If you do not mind my old intentions, perhaps we could collaborate," the black-robed man suggested with a light chuckle. Xiao Zhan was momentarily taken aback before his face erupted into unrestrained joy, for he had longed to express this very sentiment. After exchanging an excited glance with the three elders, he nodded without hesitation. "Esteemed sir, the Xiao clan would be most grateful for the opportunity to collaborate with you." A third-grade alchemist of at least second-tier standing was someone their family could scarcely hope to invite, and Xiao Zhan was acutely aware that their clan likely possessed nothing that could entice a second-tier alchemist. Judging by the old gentleman's demeanor, his willingness to cooperate seemed largely due to Xiao Yin, a chance not to be squandered by the clan leader. Seeing Xiao Zhan's enthusiastic response, the black-robed man nodded with a smile, a delicate hand emerging from his robe, adorned with a pale red ring. He flicked his finger against the ring, and instantly a radiant light flickered. That as Xiao Zhan beheld the youthful and fair hand, a fleeting moment of familiarity washed over him. Just as he was about to ponder the source of this sensation, he was astounded by the sudden appearance of a multitude of jade bottles on the table. In an instant, the expansive conference table was completely covered with neatly arranged small jade bottles, leaving no gaps. Gazing at the countless bottles that had seemingly materialized out of thin air, everyone in the hall, save for the girl in green by the window, gasped in astonishment at the sheer quantity of medicinal concoctions. Here are 1,283 bottles of healing potions, known as blood condensation powder. While I cannot claim it to be the pinnacle of healing elixirs, its efficacy surpasses that of the Gailey family's revitalizing powder, the black-robed man calmly introduced, unperturbed by the shocked expressions around him. Xiao Zhan's lips twitched, and he inhaled a sharp breath of cold air. "Now, this is truly a grand gesture." Chapter 76. Cooperation in the hushed hall. Fervent gazes were resolutely fixed upon the countless small jade vials adorning the table. Such a vast array of medicinal pills was a sight that the assembled company had scarcely encountered before. With a pink tongue instinctively licking her crimson lips, Xiaoyu found herself momentarily dazed by the sheer quantity of elixirs, her delicate face suffused with astonishment. After a brief moment, she shook her head in awe, her eyes sparkling with wonder as they turned toward the figure cloaked in black. Seated by the window, the young girl in azure slightly tilted her head, casting a glance at the heap of jade vials. A flicker of surprise swept through her autumn-like eyes, and her gaze flitted back to the enigmatic figure in black. Failing to discern any suspicious details, she returned her focus to the ancient tome in her hands. Observing the hall, now rendered silent by the overwhelming presence of the elixirs, the cloaked figure cleared his throat, rousing Xiao Zhan from his reverie. With a faint flush creeping across his cheeks, Xiao Zhan offered an awkward smile, his eyes reflecting an increasing sense of reverence toward the man in black. The ability to casually produce over 1,000 healing potions was no feat achievable by an ordinary alchemist. "Esteemed sir, you are aware of the current predicament of the Xiao clan. We require these healing potions to regain our lost popularity and your gesture is undoubtedly a timely boon." Xiao Zhan sighed with gratitude, pausing momentarily before tentatively proposing, "Let us handle the sales of these potions. You may retain 90% of the earnings. The remaining 10%, though it may seem presumptuous, would aid us in managing various affairs. What do you think, esteemed sir?" Upon finishing, Xiao Zhan anxiously regarded the cloaked figure, fearful that his proposition might invoke displeasure. The Xiao clan was entirely reliant on this mysterious alchemist. The man in black, chuckled softly, slowly shaking his head. This display, Xiao Zhan's expression shifted slightly, and he was about to suggest reducing the final layer of profit when the aged voice left him momentarily bewildered. "Chairman Xiao, you are far too courteous. Although the potions are of my crafting, the act of selling them is no trifling task. How could I possibly take advantage of you? Let us be fair. 50-50. Upon hearing this, the three anxious elders and the clan members present were momentarily stunned, their mouths agape. After a while, they instinctively touched their ears, questioning the veracity of the statement. 50-50. This venerable gentleman was indeed exceedingly generous toward the Xiao clan. In such circumstances, even if he insisted on claiming all the profits, no one in the clan would dare to object. A windfall from the heavens. Glancing at one another, a shared thought blossomed in their minds. After standing in a daze for quite some time, Xiao Zhan gradually regained his composure, exhaling deeply as he wryly remarked, "Esteemed sir, your generosity has left us in a state of astonishment. Your assistance to the Xiao clan during this trying time is profoundly appreciated, and how could we dare to impose further upon you?" Waving his hand dismissively, the man in black replied with a serene smile, "This modest profit holds little allure for me. Were it not for the concern of leaving you uneasy, I would have no desire to claim even that 50%. Faced with such grandiloquence, Xiao Zhan could only smile wryly and nod in agreement. "These potions are yours to sell. In the future, I shall return to inspect the progress," the man in black declared, rising from his seat with a smile. "I have other matters to attend to and shall not linger here. Chairman Xiao, no need to see me off. Attend to your clan's affairs." With that, he strode purposefully toward the hall's exit, under the watchful eyes of the assembly. As he approached the door, the cloaked figure suddenly paused, turning with a smile to add, "Before I take my leave, I must mention that Xiao Yan is indeed quite remarkable. My gratitude to you." Xiao Zhan was momentarily taken aback by this remark, poised to respond, but the man in black had already drifted out of the hall, gradually vanishing around the corner. Watching the retreating figure, Xiao Zhan sighed softly after a lengthy pause, wryly stating, "It seems that Yenner shares an extraordinary bond with this venerable gentleman. Otherwise, why would he extend such assistance to us, whom he barely knows?" The three elders exchanged glances, sighing in agreement. Given the appreciation the old man had shown toward Xiao Yan since his arrival, it was evident that he held the youth in high regard, and his benevolence toward the Xiao clan was likely connected to him. Within the hall, hearing the words of the cloaked figure, many of Xiao Yan's contemporaries were filled with envy and admiration. The azure-clad girl by the window tilted her head, her gaze peering through the window's crevice toward the corner where the figure had disappeared, her delicate brows furrowing slightly in a moment of perplexity. Upon exiting the Xiao clan, the man in black continued his leisurely pace. Once the throngs of people diminished, a low voice emerged from beneath the cloak, filled with youthful complaint. "Teacher, why did you drag me out here? If I'm discovered, I cannot guarantee I won't expose you." It was merely an impulse. If it weren't for Xiao Zhan's kindness toward you since childhood, where else could I find such a fine disciple? Thus, expressing gratitude is only fitting." The aged voice responded with playful mockery. "Moreover, without establishing some connections, your cautious father would find it quite difficult to believe that I am not after something from the Xiao clan." With a resigned shake of his head, Xiao Yan surveyed his surroundings and casually asked, "Where to now?" "Let us visit the auction house to deliver the refined qi gathering powder, lest we accrue a debt of gratitude. I detest such things. Besides, the materials for practice have been entirely consumed, so we ought to procure some new ingredients." The medicinal elder mused before smiling. This, Xiao Yan nodded, an eager smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "Teacher, can I now consider myself a first-tier alchemist?" Do you think you become an alchemist simply by refining a few potions? Healing elixirs are among the simplest of the medicinal pills. There is nothing worth boasting about in producing them. The medicinal elder scoffed, mercilessly dousing Xiao Yan's enthusiasm with cold water. Rolling his eyes, Xiao Yan felt a twinge of frustration. Then what does it take to truly be recognized as a first-tier alchemist? The baseline assessment for a first-tier alchemist in the alchemical community is the ability to refine at least one distinct type of medicinal pill, rather than merely concocting a simple mixture of medicinal liquids. It seems I still have a ways to go. Listening to this requirement, Xiao Yan could only shake his head in resignation as he set off toward the auction house in the heart of the city. Chapter 77. Cutting off their medicinal supply in the reception hall of the Mitel auction house, a meticulously arranged table showcased a delicate jade box. Within it lay a pale blue pill, roughly the size of a longan, resting quietly. The surface of the pill was smooth and glossy, emanating a rich, exotic fragrance that uplifted the spirit. Gazing at the pill inside the jade box, the excitement on the faces of Yafei and Gu and I, the overseers of the auction house, was nearly impossible to conceal. Observing the rather uncomposed demeanor of the two, Xiao Yan subtly shook his head, his heart playfully musing. What sort of expression would they wear if they knew this gathering qi powder was merely a product of Yao Lao's hasty craftsmanship? The gathering qi powder Xiao Yan had presented was evidently of a lower quality than the one he had previously consumed. Nevertheless, even this casually concocted version by Yao Lao brought considerable delight to Yafei and Gu and I. The old gentleman's alchemical skills are truly commendable. The quality of this gathering qi powder could likely rival that of some concocted by fifth-tier alchemists, Gu and I remarked with genuine admiration after examining the pale blue pill once more. Beneath the black robe, a frail voice chuckled softly. You too should take good care of the pill. Having assisted me so much, I would feel somewhat uneasy if I did not express my gratitude. Ah, you are too kind, esteemed sir. You are the guest. We are merely fulfilling our duties, Yafei replied, her bright eyes sparkling with a charming smile as she delicately lifted the jade box that a non-committal smile graced Yao Lao's lips. Such words, if uttered by anyone else, would have drawn the scorn of not just Yao Lao, but even Xiao Yan, who thought to himself that if she were truly only fulfilling her duties, the Mitel auction house would have collapsed long ago. From within his robes, Xiao Yan extracted a scroll of parchment and handed it to Yafei, the aged voice cheerfully requesting, "Could you kindly prepare some of the medicinal herbs listed here?" Eagerly accepting the parchment, Yafei quickly glanced over it, her smile unwavering. Having learned from past missteps, she dared not exhibit any hesitation this time. Summoning a maid, she entrusted the parchment to her with instructions for swift preparation. After taking a sip from the teacup beside him, Xiao Yan felt a sudden stir in his heart. After a brief contemplation, the aged voice slowly emerged. "Miss Yafei, I wish to inquire about something." Upon hearing Yao Lao speak, Yafei responded with a radiant smile, softly saying, "Please, esteemed sir, go ahead. The Gailey family has purchased a considerable amount of medicinal herbs here, has it not?" Yao Lao inquired nonchalantly. At his words, Yafei's heart tightened slightly. Her alluring features shifted subtly as she exchanged a furtive glance with Gu and I. After a moment of silence, she hesitantly replied, "Indeed, the Gailey family purchased nearly 100,000 gold coins worth of medicinal herbs at the last auction, and these herbs possess certain hemostatic and healing properties." Nodding slightly, the aged voice fell abruptly into silence. Observing the black-robed figure's demeanor, Yafei felt a surge of unease. She was already aware that he intended to assist the Xiao family, and now, with such a significant sale of medicinal herbs to the Gailey family, she could not help but wonder if this enigmatic elder harbored any resentment towards the auction house. The atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly tense. Watching the silent figure, Yafei became restless, and had it not been for Guni's subtle gestures to restrain her, she might have already voiced her concerns. "Surely you must understand why I procured so many medicinal herbs last time?" After a lengthy pause, the aged voice finally shattered the oppressive silence. Biting her red lip gently, Yafei nodded slightly, murmuring, "You intend to refine these herbs into healing potions to assist the Xiao family. Am I correct?" "Before I arrived here, I had already delivered the healing potions I concocted to the Xiao family," Yao Lao affirmed with a slight nod. Perhaps in 2 days' time, the Xiao family and the Gailey family will begin competing for popularity in the markets of Wutan City using these healing potions. Uncertain how to respond to such a topic, Ye Fei chose to remain wisely silent. To concoct healing potions, a substantial quantity of low-grade medicinal herbs is required. In Wutan City, aside from the Mitel auction house, no other apothecary possesses the capacity to supply such a large amount. Yao Lao continued, seemingly unfazed by her silence. In the ensuing competition between the two families over healing potions, aside from the price and grade of the potions themselves, the availability of sufficient alchemical materials is also a crucial factor. Thus, I hope the Mitel auction house will refuse to supply any medicinal herbs to the Gailey family in the future. As Yao Lao's words fell, Xiao Yan's gaze pierced through the black cloak, fixating intently on the alluring mature woman beside him, who resembled a captivating fox spirit. His stay in Wutan City would not exceed 2 months, and within that brief period, he needed to assist his father in dismantling the Gailey family. Only then could he embark on his journey of cultivation with Yao Lao without concern. Hearing Yao Lao's request, Ye Fei's countenance shifted slightly as she hesitantly replied, "Esteemed sir, our Mitel auction house has a policy against engaging in any family disputes that if we acquiesce to your request, it would be tantamount to indirectly aiding the Xiao family, which contradicts our regulations. I can refine 2 additional gathering chi powders for you at no charge," Yao Lao stated calmly. "Esteemed sir, this isn't merely about the medicinal pills, truly." The allure of 2 gathering chi powders caused Ye Fei's delicate hands to tremble involuntarily, yet she endeavored to maintain her composure. 3 powders, esteemed sir." Ye Fei offered a wry smile, while Gu Enai beside her experienced a visceral reaction. 3 gathering chi powders? That could easily be worth around 500,000 gold coins. 5 powders. The aged voice struck mercilessly at the foundations of Ye Fei's resolve. Hiss. Slowly closing her elongated, beautiful eyes, Ye Fei inhaled a breath of icy air. After a moment, she abruptly opened her eyes and, with a bittersweet smile, conceded, "Esteemed sir, you have won. The Mitel auction house shall no longer supply any medicinal herbs to the Gailey family." Miss Ye Fei's composure has truly taken me by surprise. In a month's time, I shall bring the items, provided, of course, that the Mitel auction house does not disappoint me. Yao Lao replied with a faint smile. "Rest assured, esteemed sir. I am well aware of what holds significance," Ye Fei assured him. Having spent several years honing her skills in the auction house, Ye Fei quickly regained her composure. The value of the Gailey family could hardly be compared to that of a 4th-tier or above alchemist. Making such a choice was not particularly difficult. The challenge lay in securing the greatest profit during the selection, and she was already quite content with the profit at hand. Chapter 78. The breakthrough of refinement as she gazed at the figure clad in black robes, who, satisfied, exited the hall while clutching the medicinal herbs. Ye Fei made a concerted effort to maintain her composure. Ultimately, she succumbed, her voluptuous and delicate form collapsing somewhat wearily into the chair, resembling a curled-up fox in her languid demeanor, which exuded a unique charm. "This old gentleman truly possesses extraordinary resolve," she mused, resting her head against the cool back of the chair and shaking her head with a wry smile. Beside her, Gu Enai mirrored her expression, rubbing his forehead as he sighed. 5 chi gathering pills. Such a bold move. Even if he himself is a 4th-tier alchemist, it seems rather excessive. Ye Fei nodded in agreement, pursing her rosy lips as she self-deprecatingly remarked, "I thought I could hold out, but I never expected." Gu Enai chuckled and replied, "If it were me, I probably would have caved in by the time he presented the 3rd pill. The fact that you managed to endure until the 5th is already beyond my expectations." Endure? I was momentarily stunned by the price he offered, which is why I hesitated to speak. Yet I never anticipated he would exhibit such audacity, directly raising the stakes by 2 pills. Ye Fei rolled her eyes and laughed lightly. "Your moment of distraction added nearly 400,000 in pure revenue to the auction house," Gu Enai teased, eliciting a smile from her. Covering her red lips with her delicate hand, Ye Fei gradually straightened her posture, standing with a sigh. "The Gao family has truly encountered a formidable opponent this time." Gu Enai nodded in agreement. "However, what puzzles me is that this old gentleman does not seem to be acquainted with the Xiao family. Why would he go to such lengths to assist them? even willing to expend 5 qi gathering pills to disrupt the Gao family's access to medicinal resources. A flicker of doubt appeared in her bright eyes as she spoke softly. Who knows? This esteemed individual is shrouded in mystery. I end the Jayamar Empire. I have never heard of such an alchemist, Guanai replied, shaking his head. Yafei nodded slightly, her gaze shifting thoughtfully. After a moment of contemplation, she smiled and said, "It appears that we must solidify our relationship with the Shao family. With this esteemed gentleman's elixirs, I am confident we can double the auction profits in Wutan City. When the next family performance evaluation arrives, I wonder who will manage to surpass me." At this point, Yafei's lips curled into a proud smile as she placed her hands behind her back, humming a little tune as she strolled leisurely toward the back of the hall. Upon exiting the auction house, Xiaoyan let out a long breath and murmured, "Thank you, master. There's no need for gratitude. If we hadn't managed to bring down the Gao family, would you have been able to focus on your training with me?" Yalao replied with a hint of exasperation. Grinning widely, Xiaoyan chose not to elaborate further. After meandering around the vicinity for a while, he finally removed his black robe in a secluded spot before carefully darting onto the street, heading toward the Shao family. Upon returning to the family estate, Xiaoyan noticed that the gazes of the clan members he encountered held an additional hint of envy. It was evident that the events of the day in the hall had already spread throughout the family. Ignoring their stares, Xiaoyan made his way slowly to his room. However, as he turned a corner, he unexpectedly collided with a girl dressed in red. Fortunately, he managed to halt just in time. Otherwise, an awkward encounter would have been inevitable. "Cousin Xiaoyan, I've finally found you," the girl in red said, stepping back a pace. She looked up, her youthful face, though slightly naive, bore an alluring charm that was somewhat contradictory, rendering her more enticing than her peers. This allure compelled Xiaoyan to steal a few extra glances. The girl, whose face was now radiant with delight, was none other than Xiao Mei. After sweeping his gaze over her lovely visage, Xiaoyan casually rubbed his nose and asked, "Is there something you need?" Hearing his somewhat distant tone, Xiao Mei's expression dimmed slightly as she replied softly, "The clan leader wants you to come to the study." "Ah!" Taken aback for a moment, Xiaoyan nodded and smiled. "Got it, thank you." With a casual wave of his hand, he turned and walked toward the study in the front courtyard. "Cousin Xiaoyan, thank you for last time," Xiao Mei called after him, her eyes reflecting a hint of disappointment as she bit her lips softly. Pausing briefly, Xiaoyan casually waved his hand back, saying lightly, "It was nothing." With her gaze fixed on Xiaoyan's retreating figure, Xiao Mei summoned her courage to ask, "Cousin Xiaoyan, will you participate in the enrollment for the Canaan Academy?" "I suppose so," he replied, resting his hands behind his head as he slowly walked away, leaving behind a light, airy response. Upon hearing Xiaoyan's words, Xiao Mei's previously dim countenance brightened inexplicably. She clenched her small fist and stood in place, watching as he vanished from her sight, before letting out a faint, melancholic sigh and turning to leave. After wandering about the family estate, Xiaoyan finally arrived at the door of a spacious room that he lightly knocked before slowly pushing the door open. Inside the room, Xiao Zhan and 3 elders were engaged in conversation. Upon noticing Xiaoyan's entrance, they all fell silent. "Father, you were looking for me?" Xiaoyan asked with a smile as he approached. Nodding with a smile, Xiao Zhan glanced at the 3 elders, hesitated for a moment, and then said softly, "You must have met that old gentleman by now, right?" "Yes," Xiaoyan nodded, fully aware of whom Xiao Zhan was referring to. "Do you know his background?" Xiao Zhan pondered aloud. "I have only just met him. How would I know his background?" Xiaoyan replied honestly, as he truly had no knowledge of Yalao's precise history. "However, I do know that he is an alchemist," Xiaoyan added with a light toss of his head and a smile. "Of course," Xiao Zhan retorted with a roll of his eyes, playfully scolding him. With a smile and a shake of his head, Xiao Zhan appeared to be in good spirits, that he proceeded to ask Xiaoyan several questions about Yalao. But each time, Xiaoyan managed to feign ignorance, leaving Xiao Zhan empty-handed by the end of their exchange. "You little rascal, I can't tell if you're genuinely clueless," Xiao Zhan observed, shaking his head in resignation. He waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Go do your own thing, that if you encounter that old gentleman again, try not to offend him. The future of the Shao family relies on him." Shrugging his shoulders, Xiaoyan remained non-committal. "Ahem. Xiaoyan, I sense that your aura seems to be quite strong. One of the elders, who had been closely observing Xiao Yin, remarked hesitantly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan was momentarily taken aback, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Xiao Yin. After a brief moment, his jaw dropped in astonishment as he exclaimed, You have broken through to the Doge level?" At his words, the second and third elders exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe the young man standing before them. Xiao Yin shrugged innocently, spreading his hands. "It seems so. I was just refining, and then I broke through." The corners of Xiao Zhan's eyes twitched as he felt a mix of shock and bemusement. What did he think he was refining, after all? Having become somewhat desensitized to the miracles Xiao Yin had been achieving lately, Xiao Zhan could only wave his hand with a wry smile. "That's fine. When you have time, go to the guild for a rank assessment and obtain a rank badge." Xiao Yin nodded, a smirk playing on his lips as he quipped, "So may I take my leave? I truly was just refining and then broke through. You may take your leave." Xiao Zhan rolled his eyes, chuckling as he scolded, realizing the boy was merely teasing. Did he not know that the three elders present had all failed twice during the condensation of their chi whirlpools before finally succeeding in becoming Doja? Observing the somewhat stiff expressions of the three elders, Xiao Yin burst into laughter before dashing out of the study amidst Xiao Zhan's playful reprimands. Listening to the gradually fading laughter of the young man, the three elders relaxed their expressions and exchanged glances, each wearing a wry smile. Chapter 79. The counterattack of the Xiao family after receiving substantial support in the form of healing potions from Xiao Yin. The Xiao family, while outwardly maintaining a facade of silence, had secretly commenced preparations for a vigorous counterattack against the Gale family. The events witnessed in the family hall that day had been strictly sealed by Xiao Zhan and the three elders, with any discussions regarding the healing potions classified under the highest level of prohibition. No clan member was permitted to speak of it to the outside world, lest they face severe repercussions in accordance with clan regulations. The Xiao family remained silent over the past few days. The Gale family grew increasingly audacious, and scrupulously employing various tactics to lure away the remaining merchants from the Xiao family's marketplace. In light of this, the Xiao family continued to remain reticent. Observing the Xiao family's seemingly feeble demeanor, several smaller factions allied with them began to feel disillusioned, quietly preparing for self-preservation measures. In this somewhat ominous atmosphere, 2 days slipped by unnoticed, and on another brilliantly sunny day, the Gale family's marketplace remained as bustling as ever, with throngs of people crowding the streets. At the sight of the rejuvenation powder sales, the cacophony of cheers, curses, and brawls melded together, creating a deafening uproar that soared to the heavens. Behind the sales counter, members of the Gale family, with smug expressions, watched the mercenaries outside who were fighting tooth and nail over the healing potions, their faces betraying a sense of triumph derived from their control over the market. Gale Ku, a core figure within the Gale family and of considerable standing, presided over the most popular marketplace in the family. From his vantage point on the second floor, he looked down upon the throngs below, his plump and greasy visage adorned with a self-satisfied grin. During this period, the sales volume of rejuvenation powder had far exceeded the internal estimations of the Gale family. Tempted by such immense profits, the Gale family grew increasingly discontent, and thus, they raised the price of rejuvenation powder from 100 gold coins per box to 300, marking a staggering increase of threefold. Although this price hike initially incited discontent among many mercenaries, the monopoly held by the Gale family on the rejuvenation powder left the disgruntled mercenaries with no choice but to begrudgingly accept the harsh reality of being exploited. With a soft tune escaping his lips, Gale Ku squinted his beady eyes, boasting, "If you don't buy, there are plenty who will." Shielding his face from the blazing sun with his short, pudgy hand, he wiped the sweat from his brow, muttering, "Damn, it's sweltering today. I suppose I'll need to cool off tonight." Hey, that little girl from last time was truly captivating. Her alluring figure is enough to drive one to madness. Recalling that tantalizing din of indulgence, Gale Ku felt an unbearable heat wash over him. He wiped away another bead of sweat, only to suddenly furrow his brow upon noticing a disturbance at the end of the street. Damn it, another fight? These mercenaries are nothing but muscle-brained fools. Do they not realize that breaking things costs money? Gale Ku exclaimed in frustration, his gaze fixed on the chaos. Shao Family's marketplace also has healing potions for sale. Just as he was about to dispatch guards to quell the tumult, a loud shout unexpectedly rang out across the street. Upon hearing this sudden proclamation, Gale Ku's corpulent form quivered violently, his expression shifting momentarily before he sneered. It seems the Shao family is truly beyond saving. Resorting to such desperate measures is simply courting disaster. The shout momentarily silenced the raucous street, and after exchanging bewildered glances, the crowd erupted into a chorus of curses. Damn it, don't think you can use such a crude tactic to usurp our hard-earned spots. Clearly, these individuals perceive the shout as the desperate ploy of shameless individuals attempting to cut in line for the coveted potions, a tactic not unfamiliar in recent times. Following their outburst, the crowd returned to their frenzied attempts to purchase rejuvenation powder. However, not everyone shared this sentiment. A small faction of mercenaries, already weary of the Gale family's exorbitant profits, hesitated briefly before skeptically making their way toward the Shao family's marketplace. From his perch above, Gale Ku surveyed the bustling street with uncontainable glee, muttering darkly, "Shao family, let us see how long you can hold out. The future of Wutan City will belong solely to the Gale family." The days of the three great families coexisting are long gone. The earlier shout, amidst the clamor of the street, was akin to a solitary leaf adrift in the ocean, failing to stir even the slightest ripple. The popularity of the Gale family's marketplace remained unscathed, at least for the moment. However, that was merely a temporary reprieve. Half an hour after the initial shout, dozens of burly men clad in mercenary garb forcefully overturned the guards at the entrance to the Gale family's marketplace, rushing in with ecstatic expressions, brandishing green jade vials high above their heads, their synchronized shouts drowning out the marketplace's noise. The Shao family also has healing potions for sale. Their unified outcry brought an abrupt stillness to the marketplace, with all eyes turning toward the source of the commotion. One of the mercenaries, seizing upon the rapt attention, hastily ascended a nearby stone, unsheathed his dagger with a sharp clang, and, gritting his teeth, drew a gash across his arm. Raising his bloodied limb, he tilted the green vial, allowing a thick, deep red liquid to trickle forth, gradually enveloping the wound. As the viscous crimson fluid seeped into the gash, the profuse blood flow, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, began to thin, and moments later, it coagulated into a thin layer over the cut. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd erupted with fervor. Such a rapid hemostatic effect was undoubtedly a must-have during missions. This is the Shao family's latest offering, coagulation powder. Not only is its potency superior, but its price is also more than half that of rejuvenation powder. What are you waiting for? Is it enjoyable to be treated like fools? Hurry and withdraw, the mercenary boasted, brandishing the jade vial and laughing maniacally. For a brief moment, a hush fell over the street. A mercenary who had just entered the marketplace stared blankly at the green vial in the man's hand before abruptly turning on his heel and fleeing. That as the crowd, momentarily stunned, began to surge forward in a tidal wave of bodies, the mercenary with a lacerated arm beamed with a peculiar smile as he watched the mass exodus, the gentle breeze lifting his collar to reveal the Shao family crest beneath. The once bustling marketplace, following such a seismic shift, became nearly deserted in the blink of an eye, save for the astonished merchants who remained, while the streets grew eerily vacant. The Shao family has begun their counterattack. Gazing at the desolate street, all the merchants shared a fleeting thought. They exchanged glances, then raised their heads to cast their gaze upon Gale Ku in the upper levels, whose previously smug demeanor had, unbeknownst to him, turned pallid and defeated. Simultaneously, similar scenes unfolded across all the other marketplaces of the Gale family. Chapter 80. The alchemist Liu Shi in the brilliantly illuminated hall. The atmosphere was oppressive and somber. At the center of the hall, on a table, lay a small green jade vial, from which a faint medicinal aroma wafted. Numerous individuals were seated in the hall, and judging by their attire, they were evidently high-ranking members of the Gale family, among whom was Gale Ku. In a position at the forefront to the left, a young man clad in white lounged against the back of his chair, and he was strikingly handsome, yet the lascivious glimmer that occasionally flickered in his eyes tarnished his appearance. At that moment, One of his hands was brazenly slipping beneath the garments of a beautiful maid standing beside him, exhibiting a flagrant disregard for the presence of others. Under the young man's lewd advances, the maid's cheeks paled slightly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and her delicate form trembled gently, yet she dared not utter a sound. This is the blood concocted by the Shao family, and now the popularity in our market is beginning to plummet, Galeby remarked, his gaze fixed upon the small green vial on the table, his expression darkening, as if he had chosen to ignore the disrespectful actions of the youth in white. How could the Shao family possibly produce a healing elixir? Have they perhaps enlisted the aid of an alchemist? Gale Ao, who had a significant entanglement with Shao Yin, cast a glance at the white-clad young man beside him, then furrowed his brow. Galeby squinted his aged eyes, his countenance grim. Do you remember that enigmatic alchemist we encountered at the auction? From his demeanor, it seemed he held the Shao family in high regard. If this blood was indeed crafted by him, we may be in grave peril, for that man could very well be a third-tier alchemist. Upon hearing the mention of a third-tier alchemist, the white-clad youth finally ceased his wandering hand upon the maid, reluctantly withdrawing it. He stepped forward, grasped the small green vial, and brought it to his nose for a sniff. After pouring out a small amount to rub between his fingers, he sneered, "What nonsense about a third-tier alchemist! This blood does indeed possess slightly superior potency compared to the rejuvenation elixir. Yet judging by its quality, the one who crafted it is evidently inferior to me. The efficacy is likely due to some peculiar formula he acquired." At these words, everyone present secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. If the Shao family truly had the assistance of a third-tier alchemist, the Gale family would likely find it impossible to recover. In my estimation, the alchemist the Shao family employed is perhaps merely a novice, relying on a formula of uncertain origin to concoct this blood, the young man in white declared, a hint of disdain gracing his features. "Ha! Brother Liu, she can discern the Master-S caliber from a mere vial of medicine." "Your insight is indeed sharp," Gale Ao chuckled, a semblance of flattery in his tone. "This is merely a fundamental skill of an alchemist." Lu Shi, the young man in white, humbly shook his head, though the subtle pride that surfaced on his face did not escape the notice of the seasoned individuals present. Although the potency of the rejuvenation elixir is indeed somewhat inferior to that of the blood, the difference is not vast. The recent decline in market popularity primarily stems from our previous exorbitant price increases. Once we readjust our prices, popularity will gradually return. However, regaining the former bustling scene will prove challenging, as this blood will undoubtedly siphon off many customers, allowing the Shao family to infiltrate the healing elixir market in Wutan City, Galeby mused thoughtfully. Adjust the prices? Upon hearing this, Lu Shi furrowed his brow, evidently reluctant. He had grown accustomed to selling at high prices, and the prospect of suddenly lowering them was somewhat unbearable. Observing Lu Shi's demeanor, Galeby inwardly cursed his lack of foresight, but maintained a smile as he explained. "Mr. Lu Shi, the current market is not what it once was. That we could monopolize the healing elixir market in Wutan City previously, but that is no longer the case. Hence, we must lower our prices to recapture the lost popularity." With a resigned shake of his head, Lu Shi pursed his lips. "Do as you wish, but regarding the share I previously mentioned, even if you lower the prices, you must still allocate my portion at 3 times the previous rate." A flicker of anger ignited within Galeby's heart as his eyelids twitched involuntarily. He took a deep breath, maintaining a fervent smile on his face, albeit one that appeared somewhat frigid. "Of course, Mr. Lu Shi's share will be fully honored as per our agreement." "Very well." Nodding in satisfaction, Lu Shi returned to his chair, unabashedly embracing the lovely maid beside him, his hands roaming freely. "Mr. Lu Shi, we are running low on rejuvenation elixirs that I have already dispatched someone to the Meitel auction house to procure more medicinal materials that I may need to trouble you again," Galeby added with a smile, supplementing. "Moreover, However, upon hearing the term snake women, his irritation swiftly transformed into lustful excitement, his eyes gleaming as he nodded enthusiastically. As long as the materials are sufficient, the quantity of rejuvenation elixirs need not concern the patriarch. Witnessing how easily Lu Shi acquiesced, a smirk of pride and disdain crept upon Galeby's lips as he internally scoffed. A waste of flesh, consumed by carnal desires, good for nothing but alchemy. With a cold chuckle, Gale Bai raised his teacup to take a sip, then engaged Lu Shi in conversation about matters of romance and frivolity that piqued his interest. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, a clan member rushed into the hall, swiftly approaching Gale Bai to whisper urgently in his ear. Listening with a smile to the clan member's words, Gale Bai's expression gradually stiffened, and the teacup in his hand shattered into fragments, the remnants mingling with the spilled tea, dripping from his palm. "Damn that Mytel auction house. How dare they play games with me?" Gale Bai erupted, standing abruptly, his fury manifesting in a violent aura that surged within him, creating a soft, howling wind in the air. Gale Ao, standing closest to Gale Bai, felt the oppressive force and stumbled back a few steps, urgently calling out, "Father!" Gale Ao's exclamation brought Gale Bai back to a semblance of composure. His face twitched slightly before he sat down, his voice icy. "The Mytel auction house has now refused to sell us medicinal materials." This declaration sent the hall into an uproar, with everyone exchanging fearful glances, their faces marked by shock. How is that possible? The Mytel auction house has always maintained neutrality. How could they target our Gale family so directly? Gale Ku stammered, his complexion shifting. In the face of sufficient profit, who would cling to pointless neutrality? Gale Bai snorted, releasing a slow breath as he cast a sidelong glance at Lu Shi, who appeared somewhat disheveled under his fierce presence, and coldly remarked, "I suspect this matter is likely tied to the Xiao family. They lack the capability to compel the Mytel auction house to refuse us medicinal materials, do they not?" Gale Ao murmured. "Humph. Who knows what conditions they use to sway the Mytel auction house?" Gale Bai rubbed his aged face, a sense of unease rising within him for reasons he could not fathom. "What shall we do now? Without sufficient medicinal materials, our rejuvenation elixirs will soon be sold out, leaving us with a desolate market," Gale Ku said anxiously. Clenching his teeth, Gale Bai replied coldly, "There are still numerous apothecaries on our side. Send people to gather the materials they possess and sustain us for a while, that if that fails, we will procure materials from other cities at high prices, that I refuse to believe that the Xiao family can extend their influence into other cities." As he spoke, Gale Bai reached for another teacup, only to find that his hand was slightly trembling. Swallowing hard, he felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. It seemed the Gale family had provoked something far beyond their reckoning. Chapter 81. Perception. The emergence of the blood coagulation powder was akin to a tempest, swiftly capturing over half of the healing medicine market in Wutan City with a thunderous momentum. It revitalized the popularity of the Xiao family's market in just 2 days, even surpassing its previous acclaim. The day following the release of the blood coagulation powder, the Gale family gradually reverted the price of their revival powder back to its original level. However, due to the recent exorbitant pricing practices that had incited the ire of many mercenaries, the Gale family's attempts to lower prices did little to restore the market's former vibrancy. Given Wutan City's proximity to the perilous Beast Mountain range, the influx of mercenaries was substantial, and consequently, the demand for healing medicines was immense. Thus, despite the Xiao family seizing a significant portion of the market, the Gale family continued to turn a profit, albeit a diminished one compared to their previous windfall. The sales of healing medicines exceeded all expectations for the Xiao family, who were novices in this trade. Each morning, the blood coagulation powder would be snatched up by mercenaries who had been waiting in anticipation, and by the afternoon, the stocks of healing medicines in the market would be nearly depleted. Those mercenaries who failed to procure the coveted blood coagulation powder had no choice but to resort to purchasing the inferior revival powder from the Gale family. With the mercenaries' substantial demand indirectly aiding the Gale family, they managed to maintain their footing amidst the Xiao family's aggressive encroachment. The ensuing situation would depend on which side could sustain their inventory of healing medicines. Seated in the conference hall, Xiao Yin gazed helplessly at the beaming Xiao Zhan, whose grin seemed uncontainable. Shifting his gaze, he observed the 3 elders, all wearing similar expressions of delight, their laughter echoing throughout the hall. This jubilant atmosphere was primarily attributable to the fact that earlier that morning, Xiao Yin, disguised as a cloak figure, had stealthily delivered another batch of blood coagulation powder. Haha, the sales of blood coagulation powder have been utterly frenzied. Had it not been for the old gentleman sending us another batch, our warehouse would have surely been emptied, exclaimed Xiao Zhan, cradling a small green vial, as if it were a precious treasure. Indeed, within just a few days, our market's popularity has more than doubled compared to its peak. The losses we incurred previously have gradually been reversed. And with the profit from the healing medicines, the earnings from these past few days are already comparable to the Xiao family's income over the previous 1 or 2 months. The normally composed elder, upon witnessing such a bountiful harvest, could not help but become more loquacious, his wrinkled visage resembling a blooming chrysanthemum. Xiao Zhan nodded in agreement, then turned to Xiao Yan, who appeared somewhat bored in his chair, and admonished, "You little rascal, every time the old gentleman visits the family, he never encounters you. Can't you just stay put at home for once?" Having been unjustly reprimanded, Xiao Yan rolled his eyes in resignation, muttering to himself, "If I don't move, where will you get the healing medicines?" Alas, the old gentleman is indeed magnanimous. However, I am relieved to have inquired about the medicinal materials needed for the healing medicines. From now on, we shall manage the procurement of these materials ourselves. The Xiao family has already reaped too many benefits from him, and if we continue to be insatiable, we may suffer the consequences, Xiao Zhan remarked, pulling a list from his pocket and reflecting thoughtfully. Agreed. The 3 elders nodded in unison, realizing that had it not been for Xiao Zhan's attentiveness, they might have overlooked this critical aspect. Knowing when to exercise restraint in the face of such enormous profits is commendable. It is no wonder your father has become the leader of the clan. The voice of the medicinal elder echoed in Xiao Yan's mind, filled with admiration. Nodding with a smile, Xiao Yan felt a slight sense of reassurance. While he could provide some material assistance to the Xiao family, the family's strength ultimately depended on the capabilities of its leader. If the leader's character was lacking, no matter how extraordinary Xiao Yan might be, it would be futile to lift a heap of mud onto a wall. However, it was evident that Xiao Zhan possessed such capability. Clan leader, 3 elders, Miss Yafei from the Mitre Auction House is outside the family. A clan member rushed into the hall and reported respectfully. Yafei. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan was taken aback and quickly commanded, "Please invite her in." Not long after the clan member exited to relay the message, a graceful figure slowly appeared within view, her enchanting laughter wafting into the hall like a gentle breeze. Clan leader Xiao, seems to be in high spirits lately. Leaning against the cool backrest of his chair, Xiao Yan turned his gaze towards the entrance, momentarily stunned, as he beheld a strikingly beautiful woman clad in a red qipao. The fitted garment accentuated her alluring curves, her serpentine waist swaying with an enticing grace. The hem of her qipao featured a slit that extended to her thigh, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin, captivating all who beheld her. Enchantress. The elders and Xiao Yan could not help but mutter in their hearts, entranced by the mature allure radiating from her every smile and gesture. Cough. Clearing his throat, Xiao Zhan rose with a smile, engaging in polite conversation. "Miss Yafei, you jest. Our profits for the year pale in comparison to the substantial wealth of even a single branch of your Mitre Auction House. How could we have any grounds for pride?" Haha, clan leader Xiao is quite the charmer. The popularity of the Xiao family's market has far surpassed that of the auction house, a fact witnessed by all. Yafei replied with a radiant smile, curtsying to the 3 elders. Her captivating gaze shifted to Xiao Yan, momentarily surprised as she remarked, "It seems that young Master Xiao Yan has grown even stronger since our last meeting. Please just call me by my name. Referring to me as young master feels rather unsettling." Xiao Yan replied with an innocent smile, feeling a shiver run down his spine at the title. Yafei smiled in response. "May I inquire, Miss Yafei, what brings you to the Xiao family today?" Xiao Zhan asked with a warm expression. Yafei nodded, elegantly taking a seat beside Xiao Yan. After delicately moistening her lips, she proceeded with a light laugh. "Clan leader Xiao, the Mitre Auction House has decided to cease providing medicinal materials to the Gailey family." Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan's teacup tipped, spilling a considerable amount onto the table. A fleeting glimmer of ecstasy flickered in his eyes as he discreetly wiped away the spilled tea. He cast a sidelong glance at the 3 elders, who also exhibited a sudden spark of excitement. A brief silence enveloped the hall as Xiao Zhan drained the last of his tea and hesitantly queried, "Why? Have you not always maintained neutrality?" Yafei wore a mysterious smile, remaining silent, gritting his teeth. Xiao Zhan lowered his voice and asked, "What do you intend to gain from this?" "Nothing at all." Yafei replied with a bewitching smile. Ah! Stunned once more, Xiao Zhan gazed incredulously at the smiling Yafei, unable to fathom that the Mitre auction house would assist them in undermining the Gailey family without any ulterior motive. He stroked his chin, a sudden realization dawning upon him, and tentatively asked, "Is it that old gentleman's doing?" With a subtle smile, Yafei nodded slightly. "That old gentleman has already compensated us, so clan leader Xiao need not worry about us seeking anything from the Xiao family. From now on, we are aligned on the same front." Upon hearing this, a wave of ecstatic joy washed over Xiao Zhan's face, and he erupted into laughter that resonated throughout the hall, causing the building to tremble slightly. Gradually calming his laughter, Xiao Zhan became aware that he might have let his elation get the better of him. Lowering his gaze, he indeed found the three elders wearing exasperated expressions. Embarrassed, he glanced at the giggling Xiao Yan, and in a fit of mock anger admonished, "You little rascal, what are you laughing at? Hurry and serve Miss Yafei some tea. It's impolite." Rolling his eyes in resignation, Xiao Yan extended his hand to retrieve a warm cup of tea from the table beside him and scampered over to present it to Yafei. With a gentle smile directed at Xiao Yan, Yafei accepted the teacup from his hands. However, her expression suddenly shifted as she fixated on Xiao Yan's fair hands, particularly on the black ring adorning his right hand. Noticing Yafei's gaze, Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he discreetly withdrew his hand, turning his back to his father and the others, his eyes faintly scrutinizing the beautiful woman. Feeling the intensity of Xiao Yan's stare, Yafei's heart raced, prompting her to lower her head and sip from her tea, her expression skillfully composed. Seeing the beautiful woman behaving so obediently, Xiao Yan exhaled a sigh of relief, rubbed his nose, and lazily returned to his seat, furrowing his brow as if lost in thought. Chapter 82. Confession. After engaging in idle conversation with Xiao Zhan and the others for a while longer, Yafei resolved to take her leave. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan, who had remained silent, now exhibited a warm hospitality befitting a host. Under Xiao Zhan's approving gaze, he accompanied Yafei out of the family estate. Upon exiting the grand gates, Xiao Yan showed no inclination to return. Instead, he placed his hands behind his head and trailed closely beside Yafei, his eyes partially squinted as if lost in thought. Walking alongside Xiao Yan, Yafei felt a twinge of nervousness. Her delicate hands were slick with perspiration. Possessing an extraordinary memory, she recalled having caught a glimpse of the mysterious black-robed alchemist's hands at the auction, which were strikingly youthful and radiant. Furthermore, she noted that he wore a black ring identical to the one adorning Xiao Yan's finger. With this intriguing coincidence, the reasons behind the alchemist's apparent favoritism towards the Xiao clan began to unravel in her mind. Biting her rosy lip, Yafei discreetly stole a glance at the young man beside her. Dressed in a modest azure robe, he possessed an athletic build, and with his hands clasped behind his head, he appeared rather languid. His face, though youthful, bore an enigmatic smile at the corners that belied the naivety typically associated with someone of his age. As she scrutinized Xiao Yan, Yafei found it hard to believe that the boy who had so effortlessly subdued both her and Gu Enai at the auction was merely 17 years old. "Have you finished staring?" Xiao Yan's voice broke through as he noticed her gaze. Slowing her pace, Yafei sighed softly. "Should I address you as Sir Little Brother Xiao Yan?" Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow and gestured with his chin. "In here." Following his gaze, Yafei's cheeks flushed as she realized he was indicating a renowned lover's rendezvous spot in Wutan City. After a moment's hesitation, she contemplated suggesting a different location, but Xiao Yan had already strode confidently inside and taken a seat on a stone bench beneath a verdant willow. Observing Xiao Yan's abrupt shift from the courteous demeanor he had displayed earlier, Yafei could only shake her head in resignation. This transformation of identity was rather abrupt. With measured steps, she approached and sat across from him, her alluring eyes sparkling as they appraised the young man before her. "Do you recognize me?" Xiao Yan asked, casually chewing on a willow leaf. Yafei brushed a stray lock of hair from her forehead, her nonchalant charm catching the attention of a nearby man, who couldn't help but stare. He pursed his lips and chuckled bitterly. "I would prefer to believe I am mistaken." At this, Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes and bit down on the bitter leaf with a grimace. "You aren't planning to eliminate me, are you?" Yafei inquired timidly, though a hint of amusement flickered in her beautiful gaze. I intend to ravish you and then dispose of the body. Xiao Yin replied with mock severity. Hearing such coarse banter, Yafei's cheeks flushed as she playfully glared at him. Where did a child like you learn such inappropriate things? Xiao Yin shrugged, stretching lazily. Now that his identity had been revealed, he saw no need for pretense. The black-robed individual who previously negotiated with you was indeed me. However, the alchemist cannot possibly be you, can it? Yafei smiled knowingly, fully aware of Xiao Yan's capabilities. Even if he were an alchemist, his current prowess would preclude him from concocting a pill of such caliber as the gathering chi powder. You women are too intelligent. No man appreciates that, Xiao Yan remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Yafei, who had nearly deduced the truth. That is merely the perspective of some superficial men, Yafei retorted, raising an eyebrow with disdain. Rolling his eyes, Xiao Yan dismissed the triviality of the exchange, chewing on the bitter leaf as he stated plainly, You should understand why I sought you out. Please keep my identity confidential. It is in everyone's best interest. Licking his lips, he scrutinized the enchanting beauty before him, and do not consider this as leverage against me. Otherwise, it will be a grave miscalculation on your part. Do I seem like the type of woman who is both voluptuous and devoid of intellect? Yafei replied innocently, raising her hands in feigned surrender. Xiao Yin studied her ample bosom intently before nodding. Indeed, it is quite ample. However, whether or not it is accompanied by intelligence will depend on future conduct. Faced with the earnest gaze of the younger man unabashedly admiring her, Yafei could only shake her head in bemusement. Setting aside Xiao Yin's dual identity, his handsome visage made it difficult for anyone to harbor ill feelings towards him. What about our collaboration? Yafei asked, her tone now tinged with anxiety as she fixed her gaze upon Xiao Yin, eager for clarity. As before, if you refuse to provide the Gailey family's medicinal herbs, I shall compensate you with 5 gathering chi powders, Xiao Yin stated, shrugging nonchalantly, which relieved Yafei's tension. Haha, I look forward to our partnership, she declared, extending her delicate hand with a charming smile. Xiao Yin lazily nodded and grasped her hand. However, to Yafei's surprise, he let go almost immediately. Watching the young man whose behavior was utterly unpredictable, Yafei couldn't help but sigh. You truly make one question whether you are genuinely only 17. I find myself continually led by your whims. Ignoring the topic, Xiao Yin waved his hand dismissively and stood up, departing with resolute strides. When we meet again, let us maintain our previous demeanor. We must avoid revealing any inconsistencies. With a smile and a nod, Yafei murmured, Should the opportunity arise, I would be delighted to invite the alchemist accompanying you to the Mitre auction house. We would always welcome him. Slowing his pace, Xiao Yin scratched his nose, mumbling, Perhaps another time. With one last wave, he departed, leaving no room for hesitation. Standing there, watching the young man's retreating figure, Yafei shook her head with a wry smile and whispered, What a little enigma. I truly cannot fathom why that girl from the Nayland family would dissolve their engagement. Alas, Nayland Su may very well regret his decision in the future. Chapter 83. The young master within less than a month after the release of the blood condensation powder. The Xiao family had captured a staggering 70% of the injury treatment medicine market in Wutan City. The immense profits ushered in a wave of jubilation for the Xiao family, transforming their once sparsely frequented establishment into a bustling hub, reminiscent of a lively marketplace that in stark contrast to the Xiao family's revelry. The Gailey family found themselves shrouded in gloom. Their previous exploitative practices had incited widespread disdain among mercenaries, and the efficacy of the Xiao family's blood condensation powder surpassed that of the revitalization powder by a considerable margin. Consequently, the Gailey family's injury treatment medicine industry remained stifled under the Xiao family's dominance. Were it not for the limited daily supply of injury treatment medicine from the Xiao family, the Gailey family would have been reduced to mere soup. Although the injury treatment medicine industry had contracted, its remaining profits were still significant. However, the Gailey family's most pressing concern lay in the vast quantities of medicinal materials required for alchemy. As the largest resource hub in the city, the Middle Auction House had ceased all cooperation with them, leading to an intense bitterness within the Gailey family. Despite their fury, they dared not confront the Middle Auction House, for its backing came from one of the most formidable powers in the entire Gamma Empire. A mere small family from Wutan City lacked the clout to provoke such an entity. With the auction house no longer a viable avenue, the Jaley family was left with no choice but to purchase medicinal materials from the drugstores in Wutan City at prices significantly above market value. However, this was merely a stopgap measure, as these drugstores lacked the capacity to sustain such a colossal demand over time. Moreover, the most critical issue was that everyone in Wutan City had discerned the animosity and murderous intent between the Xiao family and the Jaley family. Assisting the Jaley family at this juncture would undoubtedly offend the rising Xiao family. Thus, after the initial sale of materials to the Jaley family, many drugstores hesitated to engage in further large-scale transactions, compounding the Jaley family's plight. As a result, the Jaley family's access to medicinal materials in Wutan City had been nearly severed by 8/10, with the remaining 2/10 woefully inadequate to meet the demands of their alchemical needs. Left with no alternatives, the Jaley family resorted to purchasing materials at exorbitant prices from other cities, barely alleviating their material shortage crisis. Nonetheless, this led to a significant reduction in their profits. Were it not for the support from the profits of their injury treatment medicines, the Jaley family would have likely faced bankruptcy by now, the present Wutan City. The Xiao family was riding the wave of their injury treatment medicines, their status soaring to heights that seemed to eclipse the other two prominent families. Amidst the clamor of the marketplace, Xiao Yin ambled lazily down the street, trailed by 7 or 8 burly men clad in the Xiao family's guard uniforms. Each of these men bore 4 or more golden stars emblazoned on their chests, clearly indicating their strength as 4-star fighters. The streets were teeming with people, and many fierce mercenaries, exuding an aura of bloodlust, greeted the languid youth with warm smiles. Occasionally, those who were somewhat familiar would jest, "Young master, back to wander the streets again?" Each time he was addressed in this manner, Xiao Yin would helplessly tug at the corners of his mouth and let out a low sigh. Half a month prior, Xiao Zhan had unexpectedly assigned him the management of this marketplace, under the guise of training. This decision had sparked considerable debate within the Xiao family, as it was unprecedented for someone so young to oversee such an establishment. Ultimately, however, recognizing Xiao Yan's elevated status, several members conceded. Thus, Xiao Yin found himself thrust into this role, despite having been quite content at home. Although the marketplace was extensive, Xiao Yin found some solace in the fact that managing it was not overly burdensome. He delegated the more tedious tasks, such as delineating street divisions and negotiating prices with merchants in prime locations, to an experienced steward appointed by his father. Each day, he would occasionally accompany a group of sturdy men to patrol the streets and ensure the marketplace's safety, leading to a relatively stable and carefree existence. Despite appearing calm and indifferent, Xiao Yin harbored a keen enthusiasm for discussing thrilling adventures, bizarre magical beasts, and ancient techniques hidden within secluded caves with the mercenaries. These conversations ignited the adventurous spirit within him, making him yearn to delve into the remote mountains in search of mysterious and powerful techniques. Although Xiao Yin was young and possessed a refined appearance that generally evoked no ill feelings, his penchant for gifting limited-edition injury treatment medicines whenever he grew animated endeared him to the boisterous mercenaries. Over time, this fostered a high rate of customer return, making his marketplace one of the most frequented within the Xiao family's enterprises. Reflecting on the past half-month, Xiao Yin smiled wistfully. Such days were numbered, that in just over a month, he would embark on a journey with Yao Lao for training, and it was likely he would not return for 1 or 2 years. Shaking off his momentary melancholy, Xiao Yin lifted his gaze, and a rather scruffy and diminutive figure suddenly weaved through the crowd. Pausing momentarily to observe the plainly dressed man, Xiao Yin furrowed his brow and remarked coolly, "Crew, why are you here instead of pursuing your lucrative endeavors?" The man before him, known as Crew, was infamous in the marketplace as a pickpocket. Xiao Yin understood the duality of existence, recognizing that even such disreputable professions had their merits, particularly in their ability to gather intelligence. They were privy to information about events occurring throughout Wutan City. "Hey, young master," Crew grinned obsequiously. "I've come to inform you that I just received word from my subordinates that Miss Sunner and her companions have been accosted by an unknown man on the outskirts of the marketplace. I hurried over as soon as I heard. Oh, and by the way, Jaley family as Jaley AO is among them, and it seems he is acquainted with that fellow dressed in morning attire. There are quite a few of them." Narrowing his eyes, Xiao Yan's previously indifferent expression gradually turned icy. He slightly tilted his head and spoke softly. "Xiao Li, summon everyone. I want every last one of them here alive." "Understood." A burly man responded respectfully before swiftly turning to dash into the marketplace. "Lead the way." Turning his head, Xiao Yan gestured to Crew, speaking indifferently. Observing the sudden chill in Xiao Yan's demeanor, Crew quickly nodded, not daring to utter another word, and hurriedly led the way. "How dare that scoundrel come to our Xiao family's territory and harass me? If I, Xiao Yan, allow you to leave the marketplace unscathed today, I shall no longer be the master here." Licking his lips, Xiao Yan's voice dripped with menace, causing Crew to shudder and quicken his pace. Chapter 84. Discarded Lu. She was currently brimming with excitement, and the source of his exhilaration was the enchanting young girl clad in green, standing not far in front of him. She was adorned in an elegant outfit, her delicate features untouched by cosmetics, radiating a natural beauty. Her smooth, dark hair was casually tied back with a short green scarf, cascading gracefully to her waist. As a gentle breeze swept by, her hair danced alluringly, captivating all who beheld her. Her slender waist, a light purple sash accentuated her graceful curves, drawing the furtive glances of passers-by who couldn't help but wonder what it might be like to embrace such a delicate figure. With a flushed face, Lu Shi gazed at the girl, his hand trembling slightly with excitement. The refined young lady before him was entirely different from the women he had previously encountered. Her ethereal elegance, reminiscent of a blue lotus, made Lu Shi, who adored beautiful women, yearn to possess her immediately. Casting a glance at Xiao Ning, whom he had just knocked to the ground, Lu Shi chuckled. To protect a flower, one must possess certain skills. You still have much to learn. Xiao Ning's face flushed crimson with humiliation as he shot an angry glare at Lu Shi, his teeth clenched in frustration, yearning to retaliate. "Xiao Ning, come back. You are no match for him," Xiao Yu interjected, her expression frosty as she stepped forward to admonish him gently. Biting his lip, Xiao Ning weighed their strengths and reluctantly retreated, feeling utterly humiliated before the girl he admired. As his gaze flickered over Xiao Yu, Lu Shi's attention was irresistibly drawn to her shapely, alluring legs, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Another exquisite beauty. It seems fortune favors me today." Brother Lu Shi, they are all from the Xiao family. This lady is named Xiao Yu, but her temperament is quite fiery. Any man lacking prowess would find it difficult to tame her. Galio chimed in, a lecherous smile creeping across his face as he approached, flanked by a group of burly men. "The spicier the flavor, the better," Lu Shi replied, his gaze shifting back to the silent young girl in green, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. "And what is the name of this young lady?" Galio's lips twitched slightly at Lu Shi's boldness towards his desired companion, and after muttering a curse under his breath at this foolish man, he reluctantly replied, "Her name is Xiao Suner." "What a lovely name," Lu Shi remarked with a smile, choosing not to engage further with Galio. He stepped forward, feigning gentlemanly charm, and said, "I am Lu Shi. May I extend an invitation to the two young ladies for a stroll through the marketplace? Anything that catches your eye there, consider it on me." With that, he subtly revealed the professional badge on his chest, displaying it with a hint of pride. The badge depicted an ancient medicinal cauldron, and as sunlight glinted off its surface, it reflected an unusual brilliance. First-grade alchemist? The crowd around him gasped in astonishment upon seeing Lu Shi's badge, and the admiration only served to deepen Lu Shi's smile. Hearing the title of first-grade alchemist, Xiao Yu's expression shifted slightly, but her nature would not allow her to accompany this seemingly unscrupulous man. Coldly, she replied, "I am not interested. Find someone else." With that, she grasped Suner by the hand and turned to leave. Just as they turned, several burly men emerged from the crowd, leering as they blocked their path. Xiao Yu's face darkened as she turned back to Galio and said coldly, "This is the Xiao family's territory. Are you being overly arrogant?" The Xiao family? How formidable can you be? You merely regained some popularity thanks to your blood-condensing powder that if I wished to, I could easily cripple your family. The rejuvenation powder is merely a trivial healing remedy in my hands, Lu Shi boasted, stroking his pristine sleeve with pride at his words. Xiao Yu's face flushed with anger, yet she refrained from hurling insults, knowing the power of alchemists. She was cautious not to provoke unnecessary trouble for the Xiao family. While Xiao Yu harbored such concerns, Sun Er was far less worried. All she knew was that this insufferable fool was wasting her time with Xiao Yin. Raising her eyes slightly to meet Lu Shi's smug visage, Sun Er spoke with a light, melodious voice that stunned the crowd. Trash is still trash, even if it dons the guise of an alchemist. Someone like you who flaunts a little skill would, in my brother Xiao Yan's words, be considered a fool. A hush fell over the street, as many stared in shock at the seemingly graceful girl, astonished that she could deliver such biting remarks. Xiao Yu looked equally surprised at Sun Er's boldness, and after a moment she sighed, I told you, you'd be tainted by that little rascal. Lu Shi, whose temperament was already far from magnanimous, felt his smile fade as he darkly replied, You are the first person in many years to dare speak to me in such a manner. What a foolish exchange, Sun Er mused, rubbing her smooth forehead, now almost certain that this man was either an idiot or simply too full of himself. Galio, take action. I had intended to use proper means, but alas, she has shown no gratitude, Lu Shi commanded, his face darkening as he waved his hand. Galio hesitated, scratching his head in confusion. He thought to himself, what is this guy thinking? My father was right. Aside from alchemy, he is utterly useless. Why does someone like him get to be an alchemist? With a sigh, Galio forced a smile. Brother Lu Shi, our family cannot afford to provoke the Xiao family right now. The Xiao family? Lu Shi scoffed dismissively. If I can win her over, I shall help you truly bring down the Xiao family. Besides the rejuvenation powder, I can concoct 2 or 3 other elixirs that if I do so, rest assured, the Xiao family will find themselves back in their previous state of despair. Galio was momentarily dumbfounded, having not expected Lu Shi to so readily reveal his secrets. While he felt a surge of joy, he also pondered whether lower intelligence might correlate with a greater likelihood of becoming an alchemist. Galio then commanded, Seize them. Upon hearing Galio's order, the more than 10 men behind him surged forward, their faces twisted into feral grins as they surrounded Sun Er and her companions. Seeing their brazen approach, Xiao Yu's anger flared, her brows furrowing as she sneered, swiftly pulling a green whip from her waist. With a fierce crack, she lashed out at one of the advancing thugs, leaving a long, bloody gash across his face. Although Xiao Yu was a 3-star fighter, the sheer number of opponents, all of whom were at least at the fighter level, began to overwhelm her. After knocking back 2 or 3 of the men, she found herself increasingly at a disadvantage, retreating in a state of distress. After sending one thug reeling with a powerful strike, Xiao Yu's face paled as she stumbled back a few steps and shouted to Xiao Ning, Take Sun Er and go inside. Get that little rascal out here. Xiao Ning nodded hastily, but just as his expression changed, he cried out, Sister, watch out. At his warning, Xiao Yu turned around just in time to see the very thug she had struck earlier, his face contorted with rage, raising his iron fist to deliver a brutal blow to her chest. Furious at his cowardly attack on a woman, Xiao Yu's face turned an ashen shade as she gathered her fighting spirit to retaliate. A dark figure streaked past her side that a fierce gust of wind slammed into the thug's face, sending him crashing backward, bloodied and sliding across the ground for several meters before finally coming to a halt. Anyone who dared to lay a hand on her will be rendered useless. The young man, wielding a steel rod, cast a cold glance at Lu Shi and Galio, his lips pressed into a thin line, his voice laced with an ominous chill. As his words echoed through the crowd, dozens of men armed with similar iron rods surged forth like a pack of wolves, their faces twisted into savage grins. Chapter 85. Acceptance faced with dozens of 4-star fighters wielding iron rods, the more than 10 guards who had previously been flaunting their power turned ashen, and before they could flee, the dark iron rods came crashing down upon them mercilessly. In mere moments, piercing screams echoed throughout the street. Casting a cold glance at the visibly pale Galio across from him, Xiao Yin slightly turned his head to observe Xiao Yu, whose elegant face had flushed with embarrassment and anger. His tone softened somewhat as he inquired, Are you all right? Please inform me beforehand if you decide to come over. The Galio family has been seeking trouble lately. Taken aback by Xiao Yan's gentle demeanor for the first time, Xiao Yu's cheeks reddened further, and she awkwardly shifted her gaze, stammering, I ran into Sun Er when I came out. She mentioned wanting to visit, so I accompanied her. I had no idea we would encounter these ruffians. Xiao Yan shook his head helplessly, his gaze shifting to the cheerful maiden in green beside him. A tender smile graced his features as he remarked, "You spoke quite boldly just now." Hearing Xiao Yan's teasing, Sun innocently shrugged her shoulders, her lips curving into a light laugh as she replied, "I didn't intend to. I simply found his demeanor intolerable. After all, even the Xiao Yan of yesteryear would not dare to rob someone in broad daylight." After being subtly countered by Sun, Xiao Yan awkwardly rubbed his nose. While he had been somewhat arrogant back in the day, he had never stooped to such foolishness. "Oh, isn't this the young master of the Xiao family? It's been a year since we last met, and I hear you have finally shed the title of waste?" Galio sneered, his eyes twitching as he observed Xiao Yan conversing intimately with the girl he admired, jealousy spurring his mocking laughter. "Who is he?" Lu Shi's gaze was equally frosty, as he noticed Sun laughing with another man, a blow to his pride that he found difficult to accept. Brother Lu Shi, this is the renowned genius of the Xiao family, Xiao Yan. After over a decade of cultivation, he remained at the third or fourth tier of fighting energy. However, it seems he ingested something miraculous, for just a few months ago, he leaped to the 8th tier, Galio sneered, introducing Xiao Yan with a mocking tone. "A mere waste, regardless of how talented he may be, he is still not even a fighter," Lu Shi scoffed. Sun's delicate face grew icy at Lu Shi's words, golden flames flickering in her autumn-like eyes. Gently patting the slightly tense Sun, Xiao Yan smiled faintly and turned his gaze toward Lu Shi in white. Casually glancing at the pharmacist's badge on his chest, he remarked, "You must be the one who concocted the rejuvenation powder. Am I right?" Lu Shi let out a cold laugh, proudly straightening his badge as he declared, "Indeed, I am the pharmacist commissioned by the Galio family." Xiao Yan nodded knowingly, a smile playing on his lips as he said, "No wonder such a low-grade healing potion could only be produced by a pharmacist of your caliber. You truly live up to your mentor's teachings." At this, the mercenaries surrounding them erupted into laughter. After the Galio family's recent exploits, they harbored significant resentment toward the creator of the rejuvenation powder, and witnessing Xiao Yan openly mock him brought them a sense of satisfaction. The laughter around him caused Lu Shi's face to darken, his cold eyes fixating on Xiao Yan. "You are provoking formidable enemies for your Xiao family." Taken aback by Lu Shi's words, Xiao Yan felt a mix of astonishment and helplessness. Rubbing his forehead, he found himself at a loss for words regarding this self-important individual. Did he truly believe himself to be the disciple of a fighting emperor? A first-tier pharmacist might command respect, but to claim that he was untouchable was nothing short of absurd. Sigh, how can someone with such a lack of intelligence be a pharmacist? Shaking his head in resignation, Xiao Yan exchanged a knowing glance with Sun. After conversing with Lu Shi for a while, he finally understood why the gentle and soft-spoken Sun held such disdain for this man. Rubbing his face, Xiao Yan found it pointless to engage further with this obviously dim-witted individual. He raised his hand toward the dozens of burly men behind him, cheerfully commanding, "Attack! Take them down! Since they dare to cause trouble on our Xiao family's territory, we need not hold back. Otherwise, we would be ridiculed." Witnessing Xiao Yan's bold move, Galio's expression shifted slightly, but he had not anticipated that Xiao Yan would dare to take action. With a calculating glint in his eyes, he sneered, "I thought you had made significant progress. Turns out, you are still just a waste relying on your subordinates. Your attempts at provocation are rather juvenile," Xiao Yan replied, swinging the iron rod in his hand lightly. "If you wish to consider it provocation, so be it. Someone like you has no right to walk alongside Miss Sun." Galio derided, a malicious glint flashing in his eyes. "You must have undergone the rite of passage by now, right? Well, that means I can challenge you without reason to be refused. You truly have no shame. Xiao Yan is only 17, while you are already 23. How can you even utter such a challenge? If you wish to play, I shall oblige." Hearing Galio's challenge, Xiao Yu's brows furrowed, and with a flick of her whip, she left a shallow white mark on the ground as she scolded. Galio's lips twitched slightly as he jeered. "You are quite fortunate to have a woman defending you. I knew you would hide behind her. Damn it, this pretty boy is too arrogant. Young master, let us help you deal with him." Some mercenaries who had a good relationship with Xiao Yan shouted loudly in response to Galio's aggressive demeanor. Realizing his words had provoked such a strong reaction, Galio's expression changed. His strength was only at the 3-star level, and if he truly angered them, he he felt a twinge of fear. Casting a glance at the still impassive Xiao Yan, Galio flicked his sleeve and coldly declared, "If you aren't brave enough to accept, then be it. Let us go, brother Lu Shi. There is nothing noteworthy about someone who won't even accept a challenge." Lu Shi nodded with a sinister smile, his gaze lingering hungrily on Sun Er for a moment before he glared fiercely at Xiao Yan, saying, "Boy, just wait. I will ensure that your Xiao family delivers her to me. The woman I desire will not escape my grasp." Sun Er cast a cold glance at the lecherous Lu Shi, her eyes finally flashing with a chilling, murderous intent. As Galio and Lu Shi turned to leave, several stoic Xiao family warriors appeared at the entrance of the marketplace, forming an impenetrable wall that blocked the exit. "I know you desperately wish to cripple me." "Very well, as you wish. Did I accept your challenge?" The calm voice of the young man suddenly resonated from behind as Galio was about to signal for reinforcements. Galio was momentarily stunned, but then a sinister smile crept onto his face as he slowly said, "You seek death. Do not blame me for what follows." Chapter 86. The challenge with a slow turn, Galio pivoted, tilting his head with a grin that bore a hint of menace. "Brother Lu Shi, may I have the pleasure of playing with him?" Lu Shi smiled and nodded, discreetly raising his palm before him, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "When the opportunity arises, do not hold back." Galio's eyes narrowed with mirth, Lu Shi's words suddenly reminding him of a private conversation he had once had with Galabai. At that time, Galabai had just received the news that Xiao Yan's cultivation talent had been restored. After a prolonged silence, his expression darkened, and he spoke to Galio with grave seriousness. "If one day that brat from the Xiao family accepts your challenge, strike without mercy. If you can kill him on the spot, that would be ideal. If not, crippling his hands or legs will spare the Gailey family a future formidable enemy." The solemn and cold tone of his father echoed in Galio's mind, and the smile on his face grew increasingly sinister as he cast a piercing gaze towards the calm-faced Xiao Yan in the distance. He seemed to foresee that this gifted youth would meet his demise at his hands, that Galio's confidence stemmed from his own prowess. He had not only reached the rank of a 3-star fighter, but was also practicing a high-grade wind attribute technique. Windstorm technique. Coupled with several combat skills he had mastered, he was nearly capable of challenging an ordinary 5-star fighter without defeat that in the bustling street. Not only did Galio believe Xiao Yan had no chance of victory, but even the mercenaries in Xiaoyu, who were watching, shared the same sentiment. Regardless of Xiao Yan's remarkable talent, the disparity in their levels could not be overlooked. Isn't that little rascal supposed to be overly astute? How could he fall for such a crude provocation? Watching Xiao Yan, who was shouldering an iron rod, Xiaoyu's delicate face grew tense. Stepping forward, she exclaimed in frustration, "When did you become so eager to show off? Knowing you can't win, why accept such a challenge? Are you tired of living?" After being chastised by Xiaoyu, Xiao Yan shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "The fight hasn't even started yet. Who knows who's tired of living? You." Staring at the obstinate Xiao Yan, Xiaoyu stamped her foot in exasperation, her long, graceful legs stepping forward to block his path. With her green whip slicing through the air, she declared, "Let me handle this, that I know your potential is impressive, but that as for the future." Taken aback by Xiaoyu's protective stance, Xiao Yan felt a strange rush of emotions. He had never expected this woman, who always seemed to oppose him, would defend him so fiercely in front of others. Shaking his head slightly, he let his gaze wander down Xiaoyu's shoulder, over her slender waist, her pert backside, and those perfectly alluring long legs. Surprised by the flawless curves of this fierce woman, Xiao Yan clicked his tongue, quickly averting his gaze before she noticed, leaning forward so that his chin rested on her shoulder. Weren't you wishing for me to get beaten to a pulp before?" The breath against her ear made Xiaoyu tense up instantly, a blush creeping to her delicate ears. After a moment, she inhaled deeply, her voice trembling slightly. "You should understand your value to the family, so you cannot casually accept challenges from others that as your cousin, I have the right to shield you from danger." That is quite a peculiar statement," Xiao Yan replied, shaking his head in resignation. "But never mind, I can handle my own affairs. You should stay out of it." With that, he tightened his grip on the iron rod, sidestepping Xiaoyu, and charged directly towards the increasingly impatient Galio. Seeing Xiao Yan's actions, Xiaoyu's face turned anxious. Just as she was about to retract her whip, a light voice interrupted her. Cousin Xiao Yu, trust brother Xiao Yin. He isn't reckless that if he isn't confident. He wouldn't provoke anyone. Sooner, turning to face the smiling Sooner, Xiao Yu hesitated before sighing and nodding. However, her grip on the whip remained tight. Hee, you little rascal. Today I will make you regret this foolish act. Galio sneered, watching as Xiao Yin charge forward with his iron rod, the faint blue aura of his energy rapidly condensing in his palm. Standing firm, Galio's hands suddenly curled into claw-like shapes, the blue energy swirling ominously at his fingertips, forming 10 sharp spikes. With a sinister grin, he waved his hands, unleashing a fierce attack toward Xiao Yin, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of tearing wind. Sensing the sharp sound that seemed to rip through the air, Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed. With a swift motion, he swung his left hand towards the ground, sending forth an invisible force that abruptly halted his momentum. Observing Xiao Yin's agile control over the force generated by his speed, the experienced mercenaries around them gasped in astonishment. In that split second of stopping, the iron rod in Xiao Yan's hand was released like a bolt from a crossbow, hurtling towards Galio's head. Galio scoffed at the incoming rod, a dismissive sneer on his lips as he reversed his palm, creating several pale blue wind currents that appeared out of thin air. The rod, passing through these currents, lost its strength and fell helplessly to the ground, clattering faintly just half a meter from Galio's head. Sighing at the lack of impact from Xiao Yan's attack, the surrounding crowd let out a collective sigh of resignation. With Galio possessing advanced techniques, he seemed invincible. Chapter 87. The kill, sister. Xiao Yan's situation doesn't look too good, Xiao Ning remarked, observing Xiao Yan, who had lost his weapon. Xiao Yu maintained her composure, muttering, Let him be. He always seeks to play the hero. Now look, he isn't become a hero, but is instead being humiliated. After a brief silence, she sighed, Prepare to rescue him. I fear Galio intends to go for the kill. Xiao Ning nodded awkwardly, wary of provoking her further. In stark contrast to the anxious Xiao Yu, Sooner appeared remarkably composed, her gaze scanning the disadvantaged Xiao Yin. A faint smile gracing her lips, as Xiao Yin awkwardly evaded one of Galio's attacks, he found himself backed against a wall. Though escape was impossible, his face remained serene as he exhaled slowly. His fists surged with a faint yellow aura, and with an indomitable spirit, he prepared to confront Galio in their first direct clash. The crowd gasped as Xiao Yin opted for a head-on confrontation against Galio, whose levels were clearly superior. Had Xiao Yin chosen to evade, he might have prolonged the inevitable. Yet, by confronting Galio directly, he was on the brink of defeat. Just as everyone lamented Xiao Yan's fate, his clenched fists suddenly opened, unleashing a powerful, unseen force that struck Galio squarely in the chest. The unexpected attack sent Galio reeling backwards, his face paling as confusion flashed in his fierce eyes. What kind of technique is this? How is it so mysterious? Many in the crowd gaped in astonishment as they witnessed Galio's unexpected flight through the air. Absorb strike. With his palm outstretched towards the airborne Galio, Xiao Yin seized the perfect moment, unleashing a violent pulling force that yanked Galio towards him. As Galio was propelled through the air like a rag doll, his fury escalated. Gritting his teeth, he glared at the approaching Xiao Yin, a cruel glint surfacing in his eyes. Clenching his right fist, blue energy rapidly coalesced around it, forming a small vortex. Low-grade advanced technique. Blue Wind Whirlwind Punch. The punch, slicing through the air with a sharp sound, created immense wind pressure that sent debris flying from the ground beside Xiao Yin. Narrowing his eyes at the incoming gale, Xiao Yin's expression hardened. After a brief moment of stillness, he pivoted sharply, driving his right foot against the wall. The tremendous force left a deep imprint in the surface as he propelled himself into the air, executing a swift spin, his right leg forming an odd angle of power. In that instant, his pants seemed to harden as if forged from steel. 8 extremes burst. With determination etched on his face, Xiao Yan's right leg, having built up nearly perfect kinetic energy, finally collided with Galio's formidable punch amidst the gazes of the crowd. Don't think you're the only 3-star fighter. At the moment of impact, yellow energy surged from Xiao Yan's leg, causing Galio's expression to shift dramatically. Boom! The collision reverberated like thunder, sending shockwaves through the area. Crack! The sound of breaking bones followed, echoing painfully as both Xiao Yin and Galio were propelled backward. Xiao Yin crashed into the wall, a metallic taste flooding his mouth as he coughed up blood, splattering the ground beneath him. Witnessing Xiao Yin's bloodied state, the surrounding mercenaries sighed in disappointment. Yet, just as they believed Xiao Yin had succumbed to defeat, Galio, who had also fallen, suddenly clutched his right hand and began to roll on the ground, howling in agony. Among the spectators were those with keen eyes, and as they beheld Galio's nearly mangled arm, they collectively gasped, their faces filled with shock. The once bustling street fell into an abrupt silence, all eyes fixated on the panting youth against the wall. Moments later, thunderous applause erupted. Xiao Yu's mouth fell open in disbelief as she stared at the wailing Galio on the ground. That little rascal actually won? It appears so. His hand has been broken by Xiao Yin. Xiao Ning swallowed hard, recalling his own painful experiences, but this time, Galio's condition was far worse. Observing the bone protruding grotesquely from Galio's skin, Xiao Ning realized the extent of his injuries. Listening to Xiao Ning's confirmation, Xiao Yu fell silent for a moment, casting a harsh glare at the panting Xiao Yin. So this little rascal had already advanced to a fighter, which explains his audacity. After sitting on the ground for over 10 minutes, Xiao Yin finally rose slowly, his eyes cold as he cast a glance at the stunned Lu Shi nearby. Dragging his numb right leg, he picked up the iron rod and approached the howling Galio with a fierce expression that Galio's earlier intent to kill was clear, and Xiao Yin would not show unwarranted mercy to someone who sought his life. Lying on the ground, Galio felt a mix of resentment and fear as he saw Xiao Yin approach. Swallowing hard, he stammered, "I concede." Xiao Yan's face remained expressionless, seemingly deaf to Galio's plea as he tightened his grip on the iron rod. The mercenaries, seasoned in the ways of bloodshed, felt a chill at the sight of the impassive youth. That it was difficult to reconcile this version of Xiao Yin with the boy who once smiled so freely. Stopping in his tracks, Xiao Yin looked down at Galio, a smile breaking across his face. However, the gleam of his pristine white teeth sent a shiver down Galio's spine. He now understood that the boy, who had often concealed himself beneath a gentle facade, harbored a heart far more ruthless than his own. Die, trash. With a faint smile, Xiao Yan's dark eyes blazed with murderous intent, and the iron rod in his hand whistled through the air as it came crashing down towards Galio's head. Chapter 88. The curtain falls as he gazed at the merciless Xiao Yin. Galio's face turned ashen, fear shrouding his countenance that on the street, witnessing Galio's imminent bloodshed, the onlookers could not help but gasp in trepidation. Xiao Yan's decisive and ruthless actions instilled a sense of awe in many. Xiao Yu slightly parted her rosy lips, her body rigid with shock. Xiao Yan's abrupt shift from amiable to lethal shattered her previous perceptions of him. She could scarcely believe that the boy who often playfully teased her could unleash such ferocity. All eyes followed the iron rod in Xiao Yan's hand, yet just as it was a mere half a meter from Galio's head, a thunderous shout erupted like a clap of thunder, piercing the air. "You young scion of the Xiao family, this is merely a challenge. How dare you strike with such malice?" Upon hearing the furious exclamation, Xiao Yin narrowed his eyes, a cold smirk curling at his lips. The iron rod in his hand did not falter. Instead, he swung it down with even greater ferocity. "Get away from me!" Xiao Yan's actions clearly provoked the wrath of the one who had shouted earlier. A sharp reprimand followed, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind that sliced through the air like a streak of blue lightning, effortlessly severing the iron rod in two, leaving smooth, mirror-like ends. The rod shattered effortlessly, causing Xiao Yan's expression to shift slightly. Gritting his teeth, he intended to drive the remaining half into Galio's throat, but that blue energy once again surged towards him, the intense pressure making it difficult for him to breathe. His pupils narrowed, the iron rod, as if blocked by an invisible barrier, refused to descend. With a twitch of his lips, Xiao Yin tightened his grip on the iron rod, shifting his body slightly before suddenly twisting around, releasing the rod, which transformed into a shadow darting towards the figure soaring through the air. The figure, upon seeing Xiao Yin dare to strike at him, coldly snorted. His hands curled into claws, waving fiercely in front of him, unleashing a torrent of blue energy that formed several pale blue energy blades. With a flick of his fingers, the blades shot forth, reducing the iron rod to a multitude of shattered fragments. Such a young age, yet your heart is so vicious. Today, I shall teach you a proper lesson on behalf of Galio. After shattering the iron rod, the figure sneered, rapidly condensing blue energy in his palms, forming a whirlwind beneath his feet, lifting him into the air like a cannonball, diving down toward Xiaoyan. With a wave of his hand, another pale blue energy blade materialized, hurtling toward Xiaoyan. The fierce wind generated by the blade swept away all debris on the ground, leaving it pristine. Teach me a lesson? You are nothing. Xiaoyan scoffed, having recognized that the newcomer was none other than Galio's father, Galio Bai. Calmly observing the incoming energy blade, as it approached within 5 meters of him, Xiaoyan struck the ground with his palm, unleashing an invisible force that propelled him into the air. He flipped gracefully mid-air before landing steadily on a patch of ground several meters away. The energy blade missed its target, leaving a deep scar, an inch deep, on the hard stone surface. "Father, kill him!" Galio cried, his face alight with joy as he watched the figure descending from above. Upon landing, Galio Bai cast a dark glance at his son's arm, his expression twisting with a flicker of cold, murderous intent. Without uttering a word, he launched himself at Xiaoyan, demanding, "Let me see what makes this Xiao family prodigy so exceptional." From Galio Bai's appearance to Xiaoyan's hasty retreat, it all transpired in the blink of an eye. As the crowd witnessed Galio Bai, a grand master, sneak attacking a young fighter, a wave of discontent rippled through them. "Damn it, Galio the old dog, how dare you show your face to strike?" Xiaoyan's expression darkened as he scolded vehemently. "You broke my son's arm. You think you can just walk away unscathed?" Galio Bai surged forward, his form akin to a gust of wind, appearing ominously above Xiaoyan. His expression was devoid of emotion, yet it bore a savage glint as he clenched his fist, a violent vortex of blue energy coiling around it. "My word, he is actually employing a profound technique. Galio the old dog, you've brought disgrace to your family." As the ferocity of Galio Bai's punch became apparent, Xiaoyan's expression soured, his hand discreetly brushing against the dark ring on his finger. Not far away, witnessing Xiaoyan's perilous predicament, Sunare's face shifted, and she exhaled slowly. Her autumn-like eyes ignited with golden flames, while her delicate hands began to coalesce a fierce golden energy. However, just as Xiaoyan prepared to defend himself, and Suner ready to intervene, a voice filled with rage erupted across the street. "Damn it, Galio the old dog, when did my son, Xiaozhan's child, become the target of your lessons?" As the shout faded, a fiery figure surged from outside the marketplace, landing heavily atop a roof before appearing before Xiaoyan in a flash. With an upward roar, the voice resonated with the echoes of a lion's roar. Lion Mountain split. With a fearsome expression, Xiaozhan clenched his iron fist and hurled it towards Galio Bai, a massive red lion's head flickering into view atop his fist. Boom! The clash of azure and crimson erupted like a muffled thunder, leaving many in the street momentarily stunned. In midair, the two combatants staggered, and as they retreated, Xiaozhan seized Xiaoyan, pulling him behind him. Each step back left visible imprints on the ground, a testament to the immense power of their collision. Dispelling the energy, Xiaozhan cast a cold glance at Galio Bai and sneered. "Galio Bai, you truly have lived long enough to become a dog daring to strike at your juniors." Galio Bai's expression darkened, his lips twitching as he pointed at Galio on the ground. "He has reduced my son to this state. Xiaozhan, you must give me an explanation today." "An explanation? What nonsense! If my son had not been clever just now, it would have been him lying there instead. Should I demand an explanation from you then?" Xiaozhan scoffed, his words laced with scorn. "This challenge was initiated by your son, and everyone present can attest to that. It's quite normal to break an arm or leg in a challenge. Why the fuss?" The ferocity on Xiaozhan's face gradually softened as he spoke with a smile. "You." Galio Bai's face contorted with rage as he surveyed the mocking gazes around him, realizing he had lost the opportunity to retaliate against Xiaoyan. He could only grit his teeth and hiss, "Do not let me catch you off guard, or else that remark is returned to you." With a smile, Xiaozhan's eyes glimmered with a fierce light. Fine, just wait." Galio Bai, furious yet forced to smile, turned to leave with the howling Galio tucked under his arm. As he passed by Lu Shi, he caught sight of the latter's stunned expression, igniting his anger anew. Taking a deep breath to suppress his rage, he intoned, "Mr. Lu Shi, let us depart." "Ah, what about that girl?" Lu Shi cast a reluctant glance towards Suner, who stood not far away. Galio Bai's eyelid twitched violently, as he felt an overwhelming urge to strike down this fool, who could think of nothing but women. Clenching his fist tightly, he forced an unpleasant smile after a moment. "This matter will be discussed further upon our return." "Alas, very well." Lu Shi, observing Galio Bai's pained expression, could only nod begrudgingly, casting one last lingering glance at Suner before reluctantly following Galio Bai out of the marketplace. As Xiao Zhan watched the disgraced Galio Bai and his entourage exit, he chuckled softly, then turned to Xiao Yan, whose lips bore a trace of blood. His gaze softened as he heavily patted Xiao Yan's shoulder, then clicked his tongue, lamenting, "You should have been more ruthless, Galio, by his only one son. Had you managed to break Galio's limb, he would have gone mad today, and at that point, the three elders lurking outside would have had an excuse to join forces against him. Such a pity." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan was taken aback, rolling his eyes in exasperation, while Suner and Xiao Yu blushed at the crude implication. The surrounding mercenaries felt a chill run down their spines upon hearing Xiao Zhan's words, realizing why his son was so ruthless. The father was even worse. Chapter 89. A dark and windy night in the inky expanse of the night sky. A silver moon hung high, casting a delicate veil of light over the earth, lending an air of mystery to the surroundings. Following the clamor of the day, the deep night in Wutan City succumbed to a blanket of darkness and silence that in the rear courtyard of the Xiao residence. A young man lay supine on his bed, his obsidian eyes reflecting a glint of cold determination. "Master, what is your current strength limit in this state?" After a prolonged silence, Xiao Yan suddenly inquired softly. "What?" A casual retort emanated from the obsidian ring on his finger, followed by a vague response from Yao Lao. "Although I am currently merely a soul, with the aid of the dealing with some minor nuisances like great Do Shurs or Do Spirits should pose no challenge." Upon hearing this, a flicker of delight crossed Xiao Yan's face, yet a trace of coldness glimmered in his eyes. "Are you considering eliminating that kid from earlier today?" Yao Lao asked, slightly taken aback by Xiao Yan's demeanor. "Galio is not worth my significant effort." Xiao Yan chuckled softly, voice laced with indifference. "With 2 months swiftly approaching, my patience in prolonging this conflict with the Galio family is waning. Thus, I intend to discreetly eliminate that alchemist named Lu Shi. Once he is gone, the Galio family will lose their only source of healing potions, plunging them into a market decline. Even if they survive, their power will diminish drastically, leaving them unable to threaten the Xiao family any longer." "Ah, is it truly impatience driving you? Your temperament hardly suggests one prone to restlessness." After a moment of contemplation, Yao Lao's voice rang out with a teasing tone. "It seems you are quite concerned about that girl named Suner. Her mere display of weakness has evidently etched a resentment in your heart. You truly are a jealous child." At this, Xiao Yan's cheeks flushed slightly, caught in the act of his thoughts, and he retorted indignantly, "I simply do not have the luxury of time to indulge in their games. Even if I hadn't encountered that fellow today, I would have resorted to other means." Very well, it is not about that girl." Observing Xiao Yan's expression, Yao Lao chuckled, the mirth in his laughter eliciting an exasperated roll of Xiao Yan's eyes. "Since you wish to take action, then let us proceed. I am in a soul state and will rely on your body." With the jesting halted, Yao Lao spoke earnestly. Nodding quickly, Xiao Yan leaped from his bed, retrieving a dark red spatial ring from his bosom. He then donned a meticulously prepared black cloak with remarkable skill, transforming the slender youth into a figure cloaked in an enigmatic bulk. "Let us go. You need not do anything. I will control your body. With my soul enveloping you, you need not worry about being identified through your aura." Yao Lao reminded him with a smile as Xiao Yan completed his preparations. "Understood." Nodding, Xiao Yan treaded softly to the window, glancing furtively around like a thief before leaping out into the night. As he fell through the air, an inexplicable surge of power emanated from the ring on his finger. This mysterious force swiftly enveloped Xiao Yan's entire being, causing his plummeting form to abruptly suspend in midair. With a gentle tap of his foot upon a rooftop, The cloaked figure resembled a shadowy eagle concealed in darkness, silently gliding from the Shao residence, ultimately vanishing into the vast night. On this dark and windy night, it was a prime opportunity for murder. Jaleo family. Is it true that Mr. Liu, she can concoct other potions? In the brightly lit hall, Jaleo Bai, who had been in a state of deep gloom, momentarily stunned by Liu Shi's boastful tone, soon erupted with joy. Delighted by Jaleo Bai's astonished expression, Liu Shi sipped from his teacup, his countenance radiating pride. Besides healing potions, I can also produce a potion highly beneficial for mercenaries, named the Power Accumulation Pill, which can temporarily increase the user's strength by approximately 10%. Upon hearing this, the joy on Jaleo Bai's face intensified. If such a uniquely effective potion could indeed be crafted, the Jaleo family could leverage it for marketing, potentially regaining lost popularity and perhaps even subduing the Shao family once more. However, this power accumulation pill cannot be mass-produced like healing potions. Given my current abilities, I could only produce about 20 pills a day at most, Liu Shi lamented. Haha, 20 pills are still 20 pills that we could hold an auction-like event, with the highest bidder winning. After all, healing potions remain our primary focus, and we merely rely on this to regain some popularity. Jaleo Bai waved his hand, smiling. Hey, clan leader Jaleo, while I can indeed concoct the power accumulation pill, according to our agreement, I seem to be solely responsible for the healing potions, right? Noticing Jaleo Bai's growing excitement over the power accumulation pill, Liu Shi's eyes glinted mischievously. Jaleo Bai's expression subtly shifted. The cunning man was well aware of Liu Shi's intentions. However, at this juncture, he could only force a smile and inquire, "What does Mr. Liu Shi mean by that?" Rest assured, I am aware of the Jaleo family's current predicament, so I won't overreach. Observing Jaleo Bai's sigh of relief, Liu Shi's eyes glimmered with a lascivious glint. I merely wish to request clan leader Jaleo to assist me in acquiring that girl named Shao Suner. Before the smile on Jaleo Bai's face could fully form, it abruptly froze, his eyes twitching in disbelief. He had not anticipated that this audacious fellow would set his sights on the Shao family. Mr. Liu Shi, if our Jaleo family were to harm someone from the Shao family, then Shao Zhan would have grounds to declare war on us. At that point, it would no longer be a mere economic struggle, but a genuine confrontation. Sighing, Jaleo Bai forced a smile. With a flick of his fingers against the table, Liu Shi chuckled. Those concerns are beyond my contemplation. Whether the clan leader intends to forcibly abduct her or use some enchantment to ensnare her, I only require results today as long as you can bring her to me. I shall commence the crafting of the power accumulation pill at any moment. With his eyes twitching once more, despite Jaleo Bai's mounting anger, he could only force a smile and say, "May I have some time to think? I will provide you with a response tomorrow." Very well, take your time to ponder. Just a word of advice before I leave. The Jaleo family and the Shao family are already at odds, so why fear adding another layer to this conflict? Liu Shi remarked with a sinister chuckle as he rose, patting his backside and swaggering out of the hall, heading towards his room in the rear courtyard. Today, he had been stirred by that ethereal girl, akin to a blue lotus, and he was eager to find a beautiful young maid to quench his desires. Watching Liu Shi disappear around the corner, Jaleo Bai's face darkened. After a moment, he let out a long sigh and muttered grimly, "This fool, consumed by thoughts of women, is destined to meet his end at their hands." In a room in the rear courtyard, Xiaoyan looked helplessly at the charming woman who lay unconscious on the bed, draped only in a thin bathrobe, her alluring beauty partially revealed. "That fellow has returned." The soft voice of Yao Lao from the ring prompted Xiaoyan to quickly retreat into a concealed corner, peering through a narrow gap to observe everything within the room. Creak. The wooden door opened slowly, and Liu Shi's signature lecherous laughter echoed through the chamber. "Ha, my dear, I am back. Prepare yourself for an evening of torment." What a fool! Completely consumed by lust. Yao Lao, get ready to act. Xiaoyan shook his head with a cold smirk. Wait, there is a change. Before he could finish a sentence, Yao Lao's urgent voice made Xiaoyan's heart race. A cold sweat broke out on Xiaoyan's forehead at Yao Lao's command, rendering him motionless. To the left, Yao Lao's whisper came again. Listening to the warning, Xiaoyan slowly turned his head, directing his gaze towards the left window of the room, his pupils narrowing in shock. The window, which had been tightly shut, was now inexplicably ajar, and the soft moonlight poured in. Just a moment before, the windowsill had been empty, but now a girl clad in a golden gown sat there, her smooth, snow-white legs creating an alluring arc in midair. The moonlight illuminated her delicate features, resembling a goddess bathed in lunar glow, radiant and mysterious. Staring at the girl who had appeared without warning, Xiaoyan felt a dryness in his throat, and a name escaped his lips in a near whisper. Son. Sona.